Introduction. Youth, children will surely come again. The queen spoke with a gentle smile, her words laced with concern, yet the dagger of her intentions pierced deep into Wu's heart. Thank you for your kindness, your majesty. We are quite indifferent. We only hope for your swift delivery of a legitimate heir, replied E, concealing her malice beneath a faught of laughter. Compared to her previous pretensions of generosity, Wu had matured significantly after her recent miscarriage, displaying a more composed demeanor. Suddenly shifting the conversation, she turned to Yi Jun. Since Ming has entered the palace, she has served many, yet we have yet to hear joyous news. Alas, I am bereft of fortune, and can only hope my sisters can assist the emperor in expanding his lineage. Such words from E are rather offensive, Yi Jun retorted. Chapter 1. Arthur Avalon's Unfortunate Fate. Arthur Avalon trudged wearily across the vast expanse of the grassland, his body stiff and exhausted, surrounded by the bronze-hued Helena grass as far as the eye could see. He carried a heavy leather satchel slung over his shoulder, with a sword sheathed at his waist and a deflated waterskin, wandering through the prairie for what felt like an eternity. The unfortunate reality was that he had no idea when this journey would end, nor where he might emerge from this desolate terrain, or what direction he should take. Such misfortunes were not new to Arthur. To trace back the origins of his plight, one must go approximately 7 years into the past. He was once an ordinary modern individual, inexplicably transported through time to the magical realm of Harry Potter. Returning to the age of 11, he enrolled at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, specifically in Gryffindor House. Thus began his tumultuous journey as a wizarding student, simultaneously pursuing education while being unwittingly drawn into a series of dramatic events. He personally witnessed the intertwining of both familiar and alien narratives. The Philosopher's Stone, the Chamber of Secrets, the Prisoner of Azkaban, the Goblet of Fire, the Order of the Phoenix, the Half-Blood Prince, the Deathly Hallows. He managed to survive the most perilous battle at Hogwarts. Arthur even wielded the Sword of Gryffindor, slaying the monstrous serpent Nagini, thereby laying the groundwork for the victory of the savior Harry Potter over Voldemort. After Voldemort's demise, he envisioned a life of bliss in this magical world that he had longed for. He had even established contact with Ron's brother Charlie, intending to study dragons together in Romania. However, he never anticipated that just one day after arriving in Romania, while Charlie was showcasing a pitch-black dragon egg, he would once again be thrust through the fabric of time. This exasperating turn of events left Arthur seething with anger, yet powerless to change his fate. He had no choice but to accept his entry into yet another unfamiliar world, where all his previous accomplishments and connections had been rendered null. Fortunately, this time he did not have to begin anew at the age of 11, but retained the form of an 18-year-old youth. Additionally, he had gained some advantages. Upon arriving in this new realm, he searched his entire being but found no sign of his wand. In place of that, he beheld the Sword of Gryffindor, quietly resting beside him, along with the obsidian dragon egg. He could not ascertain why the Sword of Gryffindor and the dark dragon egg traversed time and space alongside him. The only certainty he possessed was that wielding magic in this realm proved exceedingly arduous, until he gradually discerned a method to utilize the Sword of Gryffindor in lieu of a wand. Arthur had now acquired the ability to conjure a form of magic known as Petrificus Totalis with the Sword of Gryffindor. He also contemplated ways to augment his magical repertoire, realizing that proximity to the obsidian dragon egg was essential. For reasons unknown, the dark dragon egg appeared rather unremarkable, devoid of the typical scale patterns expected of dragon eggs, resembling merely an oval stone that could be found lying about. Yet it served as a wellspring, continuously bestowing upon him magical energy, aiding him in unraveling spells, thereby enabling him to cast more magic. However, none of this could alleviate his greatest predicament: escaping the vast expanse of the grassland. Along his journey, he encountered the lifeless body of a traveler, gruesomely discarded after being gutted by an unknown beast, bloodied and left behind. After observing a moment of silence for the unfortunate soul, he scavenged the remains, acquiring a leather satchel and a water flask. Arthur carefully wrapped the obsidian dragon egg in the leather satchel, filled the flask with water from a meandering stream, and continued onward, the Sword of Gryffindor in hand. He trudged in the direction opposite to the rising sun, walking tirelessly until fatigue and hunger set in, yet the end of the grassland remained elusive. Throughout his journey, he encountered not a single living soul, only a herd of wildebeests leisurely drinking from the stream. As he pondered how to hunt, skin, and ignite a fire, An unusual sound resonated from afar. The rhythmic thudding of hooves approached, accompanied by a cacophony of near-incoherent shouts that reverberated through the air. A group of horses surged forth from the horizon where the grassland met the sky. Upon these steeds rode several bronze-skinned men, each bare-chested and adorned with long black braids, their hair embellished with jingling bells. In an instant, the galloping horses came to a halt before him. These 6 seemingly feral men surrounded Arthur, clamoring and shouting in a frenzied manner. Arthur could not comprehend a single word. However, upon witnessing their fierce and menacing visages, the flicker of joy from encountering another human vanished, leaving his heart plummeting into despair. These savages were likely a nomadic tribe, indifferent to cultivation and solely devoted to pillaging. Their avaricious gazes fixated on Arthur, lingering hungrily upon his leather satchel and the sword of Gryffindor. Truly, misfortune had compounded upon him. The obsidian dragon egg within the leather satchel and the sword of Gryffindor at his side were his only hopes for survival. He could never relinquish them. They may not comprehend the preciousness of the obsidian dragon egg, yet the sword of Gryffindor is certainly something they would not overlook. Moreover, even if Arthur were to forsake them, his survival would remain uncertain. Falling into the hands of a marauding tribe typically leads to 2 grim fates, either becoming a wretched slave or a lifeless corpse. He harbored no fondness for these nomads, nor could he place his trust in them. With resolve, Arthur drew the sword of Gryffindor with a resounding clang, caressing the ruby encrusted on its hilt while warily eyeing the group of savages. In the absence of a common language, he understood that power was the only means to resolve their conflict, a universal dialect transcending all worlds, nations, and races. Upon witnessing Arthur brandishing the sword of Gryffindor, the barbarians erupted in shouts. One of them spurred his horse forward, brandishing a long whip, intent on striking Arthur's face. Although Arthur had immersed himself in the study of magic at Hogwarts, he possessed a rudimentary understanding of swordsmanship. This proficiency stemmed from being chosen by the sword of Gryffindor on multiple occasions, compelling him to learn the art of combat as a precaution. With swift reflexes, he swung the sword, and with a sharp hiss, the whip was severed before it could land its blow. The sword of Gryffindor, renowned for its ability to slice through iron as though it were mere clay, augmented by magic, rendered the whip as fragile as a tender twig. The barbarian, having charged past Arthur, abruptly turned his horse around and charged again, perhaps born of innate bravado or simply too foolish to recognize the sword's lethal edge. In that moment, he discarded the severed whip and drew forth a peculiar curved blade, expertly maneuvering the reins as he charged once more. The curved knife bore an odd shape, reminiscent of a scythe, yet still retaining the essence of a sword. The barbarian, shouting fiercely, leaned low on his mount, ready to strike Arthur down with the curved blade. Arthur remained calm in the face of his rapid approach, placing unwavering faith in his longtime companion, the sword of Gryffindor. Clang! In the instant of their clash, the barbarian's curved blade shattered, while the sword of Gryffindor remained unscathed. The barbarian galloped past Arthur, stunned, staring blankly at the substantial fragment of his broken blade. Chapter 2. Jorah Mormont's Complicity. Only now did the 6 barbarians display astonishment, each recognizing the extraordinary sharpness of the sword. They exchanged hurried whispers amongst themselves. The previously thwarted barbarian, unable to contain his frustration, drew a bow, nocked an arrow, and aimed it at Arthur. In this critical moment, Arthur could not ascertain whether he would be able to intercept the swiftly approaching arrow. In desperation, he raised the sword of Gryffindor and invoked the only spell he could muster in that dire situation. Petrificus Totalis. The incantation took effect. The barbarian atop the horse involuntarily dropped his bow, his hands clamped tightly against his body, as if bound, and he rigidly tumbled from his steed. Arthur dared not relax. He swiftly advanced, driving the sword of Gryffindor into the fallen barbarian's back, extracting it with a soft squelch. Crimson blood splattered forth, and the barbarian struggled for a brief moment before falling still, evidently lifeless. This was not Arthur's first encounter with death during the climactic battle at Hogwarts. He had dispatched several Death Eaters with curses devoid of the hesitation characteristic of the average person. He was acutely aware that in the face of overwhelming numbers and encirclement, it was nearly impossible to escape unscathed without bloodshed. Unless, of course, his adversaries were knights, saints, or nuns. This act sent a wave of panic through the remaining band of barbarians, who erupted into frenzied cries, their faces contorted with fear as they chanted a single name repeatedly. Axia! 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 While Arthur pondered the fact that he was known by a name of his own, not Axia, the remaining 5 barbarians turned their steeds and fled in a panic. They arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, vanishing in an instant, leaving behind a lifeless body and a horse grazing nearby. Arthur, perplexed yet discerning, recognized that they had been terrified by his magic, and he couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief. Perhaps, in this place, magic had become a demonized concept. After taking a sip from his water skin to recover, he began to scavenge the corpse for supplies, uncovering several pieces of dried meat, a bag of water, and a pouch of milk. At this moment, hunger and thirst gnawed at him, rendering him oblivious to anything else as he ravenously consumed the provisions, finally achieving a semblance of satisfaction. The sun hung low in the sky, and he surmised that it must be well past noon. He was reluctant to spend the night in place, fearing the return of the barbarian horde, so he gathered his belongings and approached the nearby horse. Arthur had experience riding griffins and dragons, as well as traveling in carriages pulled by night steeds, and soon he had tamed the horse with ease. The creature was docile, having lost its former master. It showed no inclination to flee, merely adopting a posture of resignation as it continued to graze. Now the new master, Arthur faced only token resistance from the horse, which allowed him to guide it westward. He rode on, intermittently galloping and pausing, yet as the sun dipped lower and the twilight hues bathed the land, he had still not traversed the vast grassland. Was it the expanse of the prairie that was so overwhelming, or had he lost his way entirely? Arthur could not ascertain the cause, and turning back was no longer an option. He could only follow this path to its conclusion. The presence of nomadic tribes indicated that he was not far from human civilization, for one of their annual harvests was plunder. If he were merely a few kilometers from a town and chose to turn back, it would indeed be a matter of great ridicule. Thus, he pressed onward, riding until the horse grew weary and thirsty, at which point he halted by a stream, allowing the horse to drink and rest for a moment. Arthur surmised that he was destined to spend the night upon the prairie, a wave of despondency washing over him. The shadows of nightfall enveloped him as he sat upon the grass. He took a small bite of meat when, from a distance, he heard the unmistakable sound of galloping hooves. A sense of dread seized him. He feared that the band of marauders had indeed returned, pursuing him once more. In an instant, he resolved to mount his horse, but before he could act, a swift arrow pierced through the air, striking the horse that was quenching its thirst. The creature let out a mournful cry and collapsed to the ground. Turning to look, Arthur saw the arrow lodged squarely in the horse's neck, blood gushing forth. The horse had fortuitously stood in front of him, serving as a shield, but the assailants, wary of his potential escape, had chosen to eliminate the horse first. Naturally, Arthur became their next target. He quickly sought refuge behind the fallen horse, cautiously peering out to see a man leading the earlier band of marauders, mounted and halted not far from him. The leader's half-hidden visage, shrouded in the shadows of the setting sun, obscured his features, yet he appeared robust, with a complexion leaning towards a dark brown hue, likely a man of middle age. Unlike the other savages, he was not bare-chested, but wore a coat of hardened fabric over his torso, possibly concealing a leather vest and chainmail beneath. This man bore the semblance of a medieval knight, soldier, or mercenary. He addressed Arthur in a cold tone. "I do not believe in monsters, even if the sorcerers of Essos were to arrive. A skilled swordsman is more than capable of vanquishing this band of flesh-and-blood incantation reciters." His voice carried a weighty gravitas, imbued with an air of nobility. What was most astonishing, however, was that Arthur could largely comprehend his words. Having spent nearly 7 years in the magical realm of Hogwarts, he had become exceedingly familiar with the British vernacular. The language spoken by the man bore a striking resemblance to English, differing only in accent and certain phonetic nuances, yet the majority of the content was easily inferred. At long last, Arthur encountered someone with whom he could communicate, though it was unfortunate that this individual seemed far from amicable. He dared not reveal himself, prompting the man to lower his bow. "I am Jorah Mormont. You may have heard of my name. Your appearance suggests you hail from the lands of Westeros. What brings you to this place?" Arthur was momentarily taken aback. He indeed recognized the name Jorah Mormont, and hearing it after 7 years felt as though he had stepped into a different era. In that instant, the mysteries of his current world, the prairie he stood upon, and the identity of the marauders were all unveiled. Arthur was struck with clarity, yet remained tense. He had traversed into the world of A Song of Ice and Fire, also known as the realm of Game of Thrones, a low-magic fantasy universe. Westeros served as the principal stage of this world, rife with plots, schemes, and the relentless struggle for power, where the long winter approached and the threat of the White Walkers loomed ominously. Here lies a vast expanse of grassland on the continent of Essos, separated from Westeros by a sea, known as the Dothraki Sea. The fierce inhabitants of this land are the nomadic Dothraki people. It is no wonder that their appearance and weaponry seem so familiar. As for Jorah Mormont, his lineage is of considerable significance. He hails from the noble Mormont family of the north in Westeros, but has found himself in exile, having transgressed the law and fled to the distant shores of Essos. Jorah initially spent some time in the chaotic realm of the 9 free cities located in the western part of Essos. Eventually, he ventured eastward into the Dothraki Sea, mingling with the Dothraki and acquiring fluency in their tongue. His purpose in leading the Dothraki to pursue is to pledge his allegiance to the formidable Khal Drogo, the leader of the most powerful Khalasar. Chapter 3. The Dothraki and the Art of Warfare. Jorah pledged before the formidable Khal Drogo, vowing to return the head of the sorcerer to honor the fallen Dothraki warriors. This was the very reason the knight had journeyed to this land. Following this, should fate allow, he would encounter the second most unforgettable woman of his life, Daenerys Targaryen, on the continent of Essos. The first, of course, was his former wife, a vain woman who, shortly after arriving in Essos with Jorah, could not endure the hardships of life and sought solace in another man's embrace. Noticing Arthur's prolonged silence, Jorah was uncertain whether the man did not comprehend the common tongue of Westeros or was merely feigning ignorance. Could it truly be that he hailed from the distant shadows of Ashai, unable to grasp the language of Westeros? If he indeed came from Ashai, the resolution to this dilemma could be straightforward and unyielding. Although Jorah had largely severed his ties with Westeros, if Arthur were a scion of a familiar family, he would refrain from resorting to violence. However, if he were indeed one of Ashai's denizens, the constraints would be less binding. Even sorcerers, after all, were not so fearsome. With the right approach, they could be dispatched with ease. Otherwise, Ashai would have long unified the continent of Essos. With confidence swelling within him and thoughts racing, Jorah proclaimed in the common tongue of Westeros, "You have slain the Dothraki warrior. You cannot escape death. Lay down your weapons and surrender to me. I swear by my sword that I shall grant you a swift end." As he spoke, he maneuvered his steed closer, while the Dothraki shouted and scattered, encircling him from various directions. Upon witnessing this, Arthur realized that he would not escape unscathed this day. He had previously held a fondness for Jorah, but now found himself on opposing sides. Lacking sufficient leverage, he knew he could not persuade Jorah with mere words. It appeared that the night would be drenched in blood. With a swift motion, Arthur concealed the dark dragon egg and leather satchel beneath the belly of a fallen horse. Gripping tightly the sword of Gryffindor, narrowly evading several arrows shot by the Dothraki, he darted from the shadow of the horse towards the nearest Dothraki, raising the sword of Gryffindor. Petrify them all. Instantly, the Dothraki warrior became rigid and fell from his mount, landing with a resounding thud upon the grass, his neck snapping with a crack. The same spell and magic took effect once more, instilling fear in the remaining Dothraki, who halted their steeds, uncertain and hesitant to advance. Seizing the opportunity, Arthur sheltered himself beside the horse to avoid the arrows. Jorah, taken aback by the sight of Arthur invoking the incantation, recognized that Arthur likely understood the common tongue of Westeros. Otherwise, he would not have acted with such decisiveness. The brief yet powerful incantation he uttered confirmed his suspicions. However, Arthur's pronunciation of the spell did not align with the common tongue of Westeros. Rather, it resembled a hybrid language that amalgamated elements of both the common tongue and Valyrian. Naturally, the free cities and the slave trade cities were home to many who spoke various dialects of Valyrian, each with its unique flair. Encountering someone fluent in one of these dialects was hardly surprising. Yet, Arthur's recent spellcasting did not entirely mirror the ordinary Valyrian dialect. It leaned more towards High Valyrian. Jorah found it increasingly difficult to ascertain Arthur's background. Given his youthful, handsome visage and a sword that exuded deadly sharpness, Arthur must have hailed from nobility. Yet, his modest attire, lack of attendants, and solitary presence amidst the Dothraki suggested he might be a mercenary, a commoner, or even a slave. His ability to articulate spells and wield unusual magic hinted at connections to the far eastern lands of Ashai, various city-states, or other realms. Regardless of Arthur's true identity, Jorah felt an unexpected sense of relief, while the other Dothraki perceived sheer supernatural prowess. He discerned that Arthur was not the fearsome sorcerer capable of moving mountains or resurrecting the dead, as rumored. Otherwise, they would have perished beneath Arthur's spell upon their first encounter, with no chance to approach or resist. Arthur remained a mortal, still susceptible to swords and arrows. which explained his need to conceal himself. If that were the case, their chances of victory were not so bleak. In fact, the circumstances seemed to favor them. Jorah promptly engaged in animated conversation with the nearby Dothraki in their tongue, issuing commands. This time, Arthur could not comprehend their discourse and could only surmise that it spelled trouble for him. Suddenly, the sounds of neighing horses and pounding hoofs filled the air. As Arthur turned, he witnessed the Dothraki tightening their reins, charging towards him with reckless abandon. Realizing that Jorah had deduced his limitation of being able to petrify only one target at a time, Arthur devised a strategy that would allow the Dothraki to overwhelm him, hoping they would dispatch him with their blades. It was undeniable that this notion struck at the very heart of Arthur's vulnerabilities. Few sorcerers in the world were unafraid of close combat, such as Gandalf. But was he Gandalf? In that fleeting moment, Arthur calmly contemplated the two pressing matters he needed to address: how to evade the onslaught of the mounted Dothraki and how to eliminate Jorah, the Dothraki mastermind. Without removing Jorah from the equation, Arthur would face endless repercussions, making it impossible for him to shake off his pursuers across the vast plains. He made a swift decision, raising Gryffindor's sword towards the nearest horse, and recited the incantation once more. Petrify all. The horse stood frozen in place, its forehooves firmly planted on the ground, maintaining an eerie balance akin to a piece of furniture. Arthur, slipping beneath the horse's belly, could hear the approaching shouts and the thunderous sound of hoofs. A group of Dothraki, brandishing curved swords and mounted on horseback, encircled the rigid steed. Despite Arthur's agile movements beneath the horse, they struggled to find an angle to strike him. Not far off, Jorah, anxious and concerned, shouted in Dothraki, "Dismount and kill." The Dothraki immediately realized their mistake and dismounted. Seizing the opportunity, Arthur invoked his magic once more against one of the Dothraki, proclaiming, "All shall be petrified." The spell took hold, and the man collapsed, motionless, his eyes wide with fear. Arthur took advantage of the moment, commandeering the man's horse and vaulting onto its back. The remaining Dothraki, startled and furious, charged after him, managing to inflict a gash on his leg before he galloped away. However, Arthur had no intention of fleeing indefinitely. He understood that in the Dothraki sea, escaping from those pursuing him was futile. He pulled the reins, unsteadily steering the horse directly toward Jorah. Jorah furrowed his brow, quickly deducing Arthur's intentions, and raised his bow, unleashing a volley of arrows. The young man, seeking to preserve his life, recognized that he must first eliminate Jorah, the architect of his predicament. Jorah understood this, yet he was resolute in his decision not to allow Arthur to succeed. Having no personal vendetta against Arthur, he nonetheless recognized that aiding the Dothraki would serve his own interests well in the future. Thus, the young sorcerer must meet his demise. Arthur rode forth, a tempestuous force bearing down on Jorah, attempting to evade the arrows raining down upon him. Yet 2 arrows found their mark, striking the horse in the eyes and nose. The steed let out a pained whinny, collapsing forward and casting Arthur off its back. Undeterred, Arthur used the momentum to lunge toward Jorah, tumbling together from the horse. Both men grunted as they rolled down the slope of the grassland, finally coming to rest in the muddy bank of a nearby stream. Jorah's bow had slipped from his grasp, and in his panic, he struggled to draw his sword from his waist. Desperate, he lunged for Arthur's sword, the sword of Gryffindor. In a moment of carelessness, he felt the blade slice through 2 of his fingers, blood streaming forth and draining the color from his face. Yet, he could not afford to pause. He reached again for the hilt of the sword of Gryffindor. Despite Arthur's strength being inferior to Jorah's, the young sorcerer remained composed, confident of his impending victory. The tip of the sword gradually shifted, now pointing directly at Jorah's body. Petrify them all. He had just charged forward on horseback, recklessly lunging towards Jorah, all to bring him within the range of his spell in the shortest time possible, while also temporarily shaking off the relentless assault of the Dothraki. Now that he had achieved this, it would become Jorah's nightmare. Jorah involuntarily released his grip. His fingers pressed against the outer side of his thigh, his body taut as a drawn bowstring. He gazed at Arthur in terror, panting as he raised the sword of Gryffindor, its blade resting against his throat. In that fleeting moment, memories flooded his mind: the Mormont family, the fierce duel with Jaime Lannister at the tournament, and thoughts of his ex-wife. He pondered far too much, yet regrettably, nothing could be salvaged. Arthur seemed unwilling to provide any opportunity. The blade glinted sharply. With a swift stroke, Jorah Mormont was sent reeling, blood erupting from his wound. Helpless, he could only watch as the crimson droplets sprayed into the air, each one landing on his face. Just as he believed he would succumb to darkness, he was astonished to discover that Arthur's strike had merely grazed his shoulder. He could hardly believe that this dark-haired youth was unaware of the human body's vital points. The magic would soon wear off. Arthur looked down upon Jorah, his voice a low murmur. "Remember, you owe me a life." Jorah was immobilized and speechless, his eyes reflecting a mix of confusion and the astonishment of having survived. Arthur staggered to his feet and turned to see the Dothraki standing on the hillside. Fear etched across their faces as they witnessed the scene. From their perspective, it appeared as though Jorah had been slain by Arthur's hand. The pool of blood serving as undeniable evidence. Arthur was pleased to allow them to misconstrue the situation. Taking a few deep breaths, he summoned his courage, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Come on, you two." The Dothraki, already frightened by his magic, now witnessed him dispatching Jorah with such ruthless efficiency, glaring at them, blood-soaked and menacing. Even without a common language, the Dothraki understood Arthur's threat. Their morale plummeted, and they turned to flee, mounting their horses and racing northward. At last, Arthur found a moment to sit on the muddy shore, catching his breath. However, he did not linger long before grasping the sword of Gryffindor, preparing to depart. If the Dothraki could return once, they could certainly return again. Moreover, the next wave would undoubtedly be a larger force, potentially bringing Kohor with them. If Kohor, the leader of the Dothraki, were to pursue him with a throng of warriors, Arthur would find himself truly cornered, with no option left but to face death. No matter how strong he was alone, he could not escape the relentless pursuit of a multitude, and his fate would be to be torn apart by their chaotic blades. Suddenly, as Arthur tightened his grip on the sword of Gryffindor, he sensed a fluctuation of magic along the blade, indicating a subtle transformation. With careful attunement, he discovered that he could wield a second type of magic through the sword, the incantation Wingardium Leviosa, a classic spell capable of levitating objects. He had mastered it during his first year at Hogwarts. Now he merely reclaimed that knowledge. Arthur then fixed his gaze on Jorah, who lay wide-eyed on the ground. He mused, "It seems that aside from cradling a dragon egg, there exists another method to regain my spells, by continuously demonstrating my courage to the sword of Gryffindor." It was through such valor that he had earned the sword's recognition during a pivotal event at Hogwarts, allowing him to draw it from the soiled and tattered sorting hat. Henceforth, his task was to repeatedly prove his bravery to the sword. However, courageous valor was not synonymous with reckless folly. There lay a fundamental distinction. As the darkness enveloped the sky, Arthur, despite his reluctance to run under the cloak of night, had no choice but to depart immediately. He retrieved his leather satchel and the dragon egg, dealt a final blow to the immobilized Dothraki, swiftly scavenged the two corpses nearby, and bandaged his foot wound with a simple dressing. His gaze then settled on the incapacitated Jorah, who resembled a pinned dragon maiden, entirely at his mercy. Arthur reached out to Jorah's robe, and indeed, he felt the leather vest and chainmail beneath. He hoisted Jorah, stripped off the leather vest and chainmail, donned them himself, and mounted Jorah's steed, urging it to gallop westward. It was only after Arthur had ridden for some time that Jorah regained the ability to move. He pressed down on the wound on his shoulder and examined his lacerated fingers, then gazed silently in the direction Arthur had departed. Meanwhile, Arthur raced on horseback, aware that to the west of the Dothraki sea lay the 9 free trade city-states. Further west, beyond the narrow sea, lay the continent of Westeros. He needed to escape the Dothraki Sea and enter the jurisdiction of the 9 free trade city-states to have any hope of evading his current peril. Nevertheless, the strength of the horse was not inexhaustible. He found himself needing to rest intermittently, seizing the opportunity to eat and drink before urging the horse onward again. After several hours of sporadic riding, Arthur estimated it was now well into the latter half of the night. Both he and the steed were fatigued, and he feared they could not endure much longer. Just as he contemplated whether to risk resting somewhere on the vast plains until dawn before resuming his journey, he finally caught sight of the boundary of the Dothraki Sea in the distance. In truth, it cannot be deemed a boundary. It is merely that the once lofty and thick grass has diminished significantly, while trees have proliferated. Ultimately, he and the steed he rode surged directly into a dense forest. Arthur felt an immense sense of relief for his decision to ride westward, as it had finally led him away from the vast, unshielded grassland and into this realm filled with towering trees. The horse beneath him was already frothing at the mouth. Consequently, he halted once more to allow the horse to rest, directing it to drink from a nearby brook. After a while, he listened intently and discerned the sound of rushing water, prompting him to lead the horse along the stream until he discovered its source. It was a tumultuous river, roaring like a beast in the night, though its origin remained a mystery to him. Arthur resolved to rest among the stones lining the riverbank. After nearly a day of relentless travel without a moment's rest, he found himself on the verge of collapse, his eyelids heavy as though burdened by an immense weight. He secured his horse to a nearby log and retrieved a piece of animal hide scavenged from the Dothraki, wrapping it around himself before succumbing to sleep. Encircled by towering piles of stone, despite the rocky ground beneath him, fatigue enveloped him, and the warmth of the hide lulled him into slumber with ease. However, at some point, he abruptly felt an intense heat radiating from within, jolting him awake. Upon lifting the hide, Arthur beheld the obsidian dragon egg he had cradled, now emanating a faint crimson glow, resembling solidified lava. The heat was emanating from its dark shell. Strangely, mere moments after he uncovered it, the egg's temperature cooled, reverting to its previous fossil-like chill. What could this mean? Chapter 5. The Dawn Terror of Kohor Forest. As Arthur pondered the inexplicable rise in temperature of the dragon egg, he was suddenly startled by a rustling sound, causing him to tense with apprehension. He set the dragon egg aside, gripped his Gryffindor sword tightly, and cautiously peered around the stones toward the source of the noise. The sight that met his eyes sent shivers down his spine and raised the hairs on his neck. In the dim light, he saw that his horse lay lifeless on the ground, its belly ripped open, dead beyond revival. Perhaps it had once whinnied in agony, but Arthur, lost in slumber, had not heard its cries. The creature responsible for this gruesome act was a striped tiger, now burying its head into the warm carcass of the horse, tearing and swallowing its entrails and flesh. Suddenly, it halted its gruesome feast, lifting its head and sniffing the air, before abruptly turning to gaze in Arthur's direction. The tiger had detected his presence. Its chilling eyes glimmered in the shadows like two lanterns lit in the dark. With a low growl, it swiftly turned and charged toward Arthur, closing the distance in just 2 or 3 strides, baring its teeth, a menacing visage indeed. Arthur's heart skipped a beat. Yet the innate fear of tigers inherent in human nature did not impede his actions. He held his breath and instinctively raised the sword of Gryffindor, prepared to confront the tiger in a battle for survival. Suddenly, a peculiar sound pierced the air, and before Arthur could ponder its origin, he witnessed the tiger collapse onto the ground, convulsing violently. Without a moment's hesitation, he emerged from behind the stone, aimed for the creature's neck, and thrust the sword deep within, blood gushing forth in a crimson torrent. The tiger, once thrashing fiercely, whimpered like a small dog before falling still. As Arthur withdrew the sword of Gryffindor, he stood frozen for a while, only to realize he was drenched in cold sweat, the leather vest and chainmail clinging tightly to his skin. Upon closer inspection, he noticed an arrow embedded deeply in the tiger's abdomen. No wonder he had heard that strange sound earlier. It must have been the arrow slicing through the air. However, this revelation only heightened Arthur's unease, especially since he had recently faced the archers of the Dothraki. Could it be that Kohor and a band of Dothraki had tracked him down here? As tension mounted, Arthur heard footsteps approaching, and several figures emerged from the thicket, all clad in leather vests and chainmail, indicating they were not Dothraki. Among them, the youngest and smallest man held a crossbow, clearly the one who had shot the arrow at the tiger. They faced each other in the dim blue light of dawn, silence enveloping the scene. Eventually, it was the slender, monkey-like youth with the crossbow who broke the eerie stillness. He attempted to converse with Arthur in several Valyrian dialects common in the Free Cities, but upon receiving no response, he switched to a halting Dothraki tongue, still met with silence. Only when he finally resorted to the common tongue of Westeros did Arthur comprehend the repeated inquiries. "We are a passing mercenary company. Who are you? And why do you find yourself alone in the Kohor Forest?" Arthur felt a headache coming on. Where was the Kohor Forest? The world of A Song of Ice and Fire was vast, filled with unfamiliar names, and he could hardly remember them all. Even among the 9 great free cities, he could only recall the most famous: Pentos, Bravos, Lys, Myr, and Tyrosh. He did remember the slave bays south of the Dothraki Sea, such as Astapor, Yunkai, and Meereen, as those were the lands of Daenerys Targaryen's rise. Regardless, Arthur knew he must tread carefully. This group was the first he had encountered who did not immediately harbor ill intentions toward him. Essos was a land of diverse and unpredictable factions, and he had no desire to provoke a mob of men into pursuing him with a careless word. Suddenly considering, if he could incite all the factions on the Essos continent to direct their ire towards him simultaneously, that would indeed be a remarkable feat. He realized he needed a credible identity to elucidate his origins and actions, thus avoiding suspicion. Clearing his throat, he began to weave a tale. "I hail from the distant land of Westeros, here as a mercenary, but I accidentally lost my way and stumbled into the Dothraki Sea. Subsequently, I encountered the Dothraki, who sought to take my life. I fled on horseback, narrowly escaping their grasp." His narrative was a blend of truth and fabrication. However, coupled with an accent reminiscent of the common tongue of Westeros, the sword at his side, his leather vest, chainmail, and his handsome visage lent authenticity to his story. The gaunt mercenary was convinced to a degree. Previously, he had entertained doubts about whether Arthur might be an escaped slave from the Bay of Slaves. Yet now, He was certain that Arthur's articulate speech and bravery in the face of danger could not be merely the facade of an ordinary slave. He then inquired, "You claim to be a mercenary, yet why do you travel alone? Where are your companions?" Arthur's thoughts had crystallized, and his fabrications flowed ever more smoothly. "I do not belong to a fixed mercenary company. I merely seek to earn a living and gather some coin. I did have a companion, but he was slain by the Dothraki. Indeed, there existed such mercenaries, like Jorah Mormont, who would eventually ally with the cunning Tyrion Lannister, or the likes of Boros, who operated independently. Typically, they would work for whoever paid them, often as solitary wolves or in pairs, eschewing large mercenary bands in their leaders' constraints. The gaunt mercenary understood this, nodding in acknowledgement without further inquiry, instead shifting the direction of questioning. "You mentioned being raided by those nomads. How did you end up in the Dothraki Sea, and how did you escape their clutches?" Arthur had already prepared his response while addressing the previous question. "My companion and I could not find decent work in the 9 free cities and decided to head east towards the Bay of Slaves in search of fortune. However, we lost our way and wandered into the Dothraki Sea, where we encountered a small band of Dothraki. Upon witnessing my companion's murder, I hastily discarded most of my possessions, allowing them to seize what they desired, while I took advantage of the night to flee on horseback, arriving here." The gaunt mercenary exchanged glances with his fellow mercenaries, particularly with a tall, burly bald man, whispering a few words. They were not oblivious to the fact that Arthur's tale was a mix of truth and fabrication. Rather, they found it quite normal, for such was the existence of mercenaries. The origins of these individuals often spanned from noble lineage to street thugs, each harboring their own deeply concealed secrets. If these secrets were to be divulged so easily, such a mercenary would certainly not survive for more than a few days within the intricately woven ranks of mercenaries. The sword in Arthur's hand, a clear indication of considerable value, suggests he hails from some minor nobility of Westeros. For reasons unknown, he has found himself here. He speaks with a boldness that borders on deceit, yet none among the gathered wish to expose him or delve into his past, unless he poses a tangible threat to their safety, which is an entirely different matter. Chapter 6. The Unsullied and the Stone Crows are indifferent to true names. Everyone is acutely aware of the unspoken truths, for they too harbor secrets of their own pasts. Having journeyed across the sea to Essos, they seek to shed the burdens of their hidden entanglements. Most importantly, their arrival as a mercenary band here is purely coincidental, regardless of Arthur's intentions. His objectives do not concern them. Their encounter may simply be a twist of fate. Thus, the lean monkey, having conferred with the bald, burly man and receiving a nod of approval, approached Arthur on behalf of the mercenaries. "To speak frankly, we are the Stone Crows, and after suffering heavy casualties, we are now left with only 16 members. You find yourself without wealth or a horse, and with no stable livelihood. Might you consider joining us?" Arthur paused, intrigued. "You wish for me to join your mercenary band?" "Indeed," replied the lean monkey. Arthur did not acquiesce immediately. "May I first inquire what calamity befell you? How did you come to have only 16 members?" Understanding Arthur's apprehension, the lean monkey explained the recent tribulations of the Stone Crows in detail. Their current plight was related to the Dothraki. It turns out that the nearby forest of Kohor is adjacent to one of the 9 free cities of trade, Kohor, which lies closest to the Dothraki Sea. With such neighbors as the Dothraki, Kohor has repeatedly endured plundering and harassment, severely disrupting its free trade. Approximately 400 years ago, Kohor launched a defensive campaign against Dothraki incursions, hiring 2 prominent mercenary companies along with 3,000 Unsullied. The term Unsullied refers to the utterly castrated, fearless slave warriors. Trained rigorously from a young age in the slave city of Astapor, their mortality rate is exceedingly high. One might say each Unsullied is a rare gem among men. To completely relinquish their identities, they must adopt new names daily, forbidden from being regarded as individuals or autonomous beings. Furthermore, they are required to undergo rituals severing emotional ties, such as personally slaying the puppies they have raised or murdering infants in their mother's arms. Only through such harrowing trials may they finally be deemed worthy as Unsullied. In the bloody battle of the city-state of Kohor, the 2 mercenary companies, hired for the conflict, chose to flee in the face of the ferocious Dothraki. In stark contrast, the Unsullied valiantly sacrificed themselves to defend the city, ultimately even winning the respect of the Dothraki. Thus, since that bloodbath, the garrison of Kohor has been comprised entirely of Unsullied, while most mercenary companies remain under a cloud of distrust. The Sharpstone Company, originally a mercenary band from Tyrosh, one of the 9 free trade cities, found itself unable to establish a foothold amidst fierce competition. Consequently, The ambitious commander of Sharpstone turned his gaze toward other city-states, eventually setting his sights on the untouched territory of Kohor, securing sponsorship from a noble through persuasion. In a bid to gain further trust and firmly entrench his company in Kohor, the overreaching commander made a fateful decision. He led his band to actively engage in the Dothraki Sea, aiming to vanquish a relatively weaker Khalasar and claim the head of its call. His intention was to achieve notoriety, accomplishing feats that many renowned mercenary companies dared not attempt. However, Sharpstone failed to subdue the weaker Khalasar and unexpectedly encountered a far more formidable one. In the end, Sharpstone suffered a devastating defeat from an original 500 cavalry. Only these 16 survivors returned. The commander met his demise, felled by the Khaal's blade before he could withstand a second strike. What followed was a gruesome massacre, said to have stained the bronze-hued grasses of the Dothraki Sea red, as if lit by flames. The remnants of Sharpstone fled into the Kohor forest, and for reasons unknown. The pursuing Dothraki ceased their chase, granting them a moment's respite. Having narrowly escaped death, they prepared to camp nearby when they noticed signs of a tiger. Their unease grew as they soon spotted a tiger gnawing on a deceased horse and witnessed it lunging at Arthur. The lean monkey, without a moment's hesitation, raised his crossbow and struck the beast in the abdomen, providing Arthur with timely assistance. Yet, it was Arthur's fearless charge toward the tiger, culminating in its swift demise, that astonished the mercenaries. After all, this was a tiger, still capable of inflicting deadly harm even after sustaining an injury. Nevertheless, Arthur advanced without hesitation, wielding his sword to deliver the fatal blow. This courage was precisely why the lean monkey held Arthur in such high regard. After a brief discussion with their current acting commander, the Brown Bear, he extended an invitation to Arthur. The Sharpstone Company urgently needed brave and fearless warriors. Otherwise, they would be forced to disband, each member returning to their respective homes. After Arthur quietly listened to the explanation provided by the slender monkey, he contemplated from his own perspective for a while and was increasingly inclined to accept the invitation. On one hand, he, like the remnants of this mercenary group, was being hunted by the Dothraki. If further threats from Khalasar were to arise, they might forge a bond of trust and fight alongside one another. On the other hand, Arthur's knowledge of Westeros and Essos was superficial, largely drawn from the pages of A Song of Ice and Fire in both literary and televised forms. 7 years had passed, and it was inevitable that some memories would have faded or been misremembered. Having a native to guide him would undoubtedly be beneficial. Arthur did not deliberate for long before sheathing the sword of Gryffindor and responding, "I would be delighted to join the Stone Spear Company." "Splendid." The slender monkey beamed with joy, clapping Arthur on the shoulder. "From now on, we shall be brothers." The other members of the Stone Spear remnants approached to greet him. Lastly came the acting leader, the Brown Bear, a bald man who conversed softly with the slender monkey. He earned the moniker Brown Bear due to his towering stature and thick brown chest hair. Similarly, the slender monkey was aptly named for his diminutive and lean physique, reminiscent of a monkey. Though they all possessed given names, years of camaraderie within the mercenary ranks had led them to refer to one another by their nicknames, their true identities gradually fading from use. It seemed that every mercenary harbored a past they wished to forget, and thus, names became mere ciphers. "Welcome," the Brown Bear said, not one for many words, as he approached Arthur and offered a curt nod. "Do not take his demeanor to heart," the slender monkey remarked with a smile. "He is far better than our former, loquacious leader. At least his steadiness will help us avoid calamity." The remnants of the Stone Spear, having fled to the Kohor forest, had elected the Brown Bear as their acting leader to prevent further blunders that could lead to the disintegration of their mercenary band. Arthur remained unfazed by the Brown Bear's demeanor. Nonchalantly, he returned to the pile of stones, retrieving the satchel containing the obsidian dragon egg and slinging it over his shoulder as he joined the other members of the Stone Spear, departing the site. In the days to come, he would be part of their collective endeavors. Chapter 7. The Prime Minister Jon Arryn has yet to depart this world. A few individuals led Arthur to rendezvous with the other Stone Spear mercenaries in their makeshift camp, clearly explaining Arthur's background and his intention to join their ranks. The mercenaries had recently suffered a devastating defeat and were in a state of unrest. Yet no one voiced opposition to the inclusion of this unfamiliar face. They rested by the banks of the river known as the Quinn, setting off on their journey only when the sun had fully risen. According to the slender monkey, their destination was the nearest city-state of Kohor for recuperation and to deliberate their future course of action. The steeds of the mercenary company suffered equally grievous losses in that one-sided slaughter, to the extent that among the dozen or so mercenaries, half were forced to share a single mount. Arthur and the lanky figure rode together on the same horse, with the latter holding the reins at the front while Arthur sat behind. As they traversed the long road, their conversation meandered. From the lips of the lanky figure, Arthur gleaned fragments of information regarding the continent of Westeros. The reigning monarch remained the same, King Robert Baratheon, with Jon Arryn still serving as the hand of the king and the king's chief advisor. This Jon Arryn was the foster father of Eddard Stark, the Warden of the North, and had already perished by the onset of A Song of Ice and Fire. In other words, the temporal juncture in which Arthur found himself was presumably prior to the commencement of the main narrative of A Song of Ice and Fire. The use of presumably is warranted, as this was indeed the continent of Essos, separated from Westeros by a narrow sea. News from the other side would take time to traverse, and it was possible that Jon Arryn had already succumbed to illness, unbeknownst to the remnants of the Stone Crows. Arthur did not dwell excessively on this matter, but instead shifted to other topics of interest. Who was the call that vanquished your forces? Arthur inquired with curiosity. He merely asked in passing, as there were numerous khalasars across the Dothraki Sea, and he could hardly remember them all. To his surprise, the lanky figure mentioned a name that resonated with Arthur, Khal Drogo. Enlightenment dawned upon Arthur. If the Stone Crows had indeed encountered Khal Drogo, their near annihilation in battle was hardly surprising. Khal Drogo could be considered the most formidable Khal in the Dothraki Sea, undefeated in combat and warfare. The khalasar he commanded was the largest, boasting over 40,000 warriors and countless slaves. Thus, the ambitious schemers plotting to restore the Targaryen dynasty sought to use Daenerys as a bargaining chip to secure Drogo's support. The notion that a mere 500 cavalrymen of the Stone Crows could contend with Drogo's khalasar was akin to striking a rock with an egg, an utterly fanciful delusion. The lanky figure, however, self-deprecatingly remarked, "It turns out our commander was indeed mad, though not mad enough to lead us into trouble with Khal Drogo. Our true objective was actually another, smaller khalasar. Yet once we arrived, we discovered that this khalasar had already been conquered and absorbed by Khal Drogo's forces. Before we could even react, Drogo ordered an assault on us, personally leading his khalasar into the fray, and in an instant, our formation was shattered. Our commander was slain amidst the chaos by Khal Drogo, and our main force had scarcely any means to retaliate. Ultimately, it was likely only we who managed to escape." As the lanky figure recalled the bloody scene of that day, he could not help but tremble. Their group had effectively traversed a circle of hell, and it was a hard-won escape. The survivors of the Stone Group profoundly understood why, for centuries ago, the mercenaries who were meant to defend the city-state of Kohor crumbled before the Dothraki. In the present day, the majority of mercenary companies would refrain from opposing the Dothraki. More than half of the 9 free trade city-states, along with the 3 city-states of Slaver's Bay, regularly pay tribute to the Dothraki in exchange for peace. If it were within his power, the lanky monkey would wish never to confront such an adversary again. Clattering hooves echoed as the Stone Group approached the city-state of Kohor, its formidable walls rising in the distance. This was the site of the Dothraki invasion, where 2 great mercenary companies disbanded in flight. Yet 3,000 unsullied valiantly defended the city during the Battle of Kohor. The disheveled mercenaries of the Stone Group dismounted before the city gates, walking forth to submit to the inspections of the unsullied guards. Arthur carefully scrutinized the unsullied. Clad in spiked helmets and wielding spears and shields, they were robust figures. Their faces obscured, yet their gazes remained devoid of warmth. Notably, the spears of these unsullied bore bundles of braids, a remnant of the valiant defense from 400 years prior. The Dothraki had a custom of binding braids and bells upon victory, only to sever them in defeat, when they invaded Kohor and were repelled by the unsullied. The surviving Dothraki offered their braids to the unsullied as a sign of submission. The braids upon the unsullied spears clearly commemorated the heroic battle that had repelled the Dothraki and solidified the status of the unsullied as a formidable military force. Albeit their individual status remained lowly, even beneath that of some ordinary slaves, they maintained a disciplined watch at the city gates, their vigilance unwavering even amidst the routine of their duties. Should any member of the Stone Group exhibit peculiar behavior, the tautly coiled unsullied would swiftly raise their spears and shields, poised for action. At that moment, one unsullied discovered a black dragon egg within Arthur's satchel and coldly inquired, "What is this?" "Stone," Arthur replied, delivering the answer he had meticulously prepared. His dragon egg bore little resemblance to the 3 that Daenerys would later acquire. It appeared rather mundane, while hers exuded an aura of pricelessness. Once more, Arthur wove a tale with earnest conviction. "My comrade perished in battle. We hail from the same homeland, yet I am unable to return his body for burial. There is a custom whereby, if one cannot bring the deceased back home, a nearby stone must be taken for burial. The larger the stone, the better, for it guides the soul of my companion back to our homeland, allowing it to rest in eternal peace." The brown bear and the lanky monkey, having initially been puzzled by the appearance of the black oval stone from his satchel, comprehended the explanation with dawning clarity. The continent of Westeros is comprised of 7 kingdoms, each with its own unique customs and traditions. It is entirely reasonable for a town to exhibit such diverse cultural practices. Arthur, discarding his superfluous possessions and retaining only a singular stone, performed this act to grant peace to the souls of his companions. Such a disposition is indeed rare and admirable. It is evident that he is a person of deep loyalty. As both the brown bear and the lean monkey subtly nodded in acknowledgement, the Unsullied retrieved the obsidian dragon egg, glancing around in vain, unable to discern any significance. It appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary stone, and thus returned it to Arthur. Shortly thereafter, the stone circle, comprising 17 individuals, successfully passed through the gates and was granted entry. The atmosphere within the city of Kohor is notably intricate, embodying both the openness of a free trade hub between the eastern and western regions of Essos and the presence of eerie, peculiar beliefs. It is the closest of the 9 free trade cities to Askai, predominantly worshipping the deity known as the Black Goat. There are also adherents of the Lightbringer, Lawler. Though they are in the minority, the worship of the Black Goat subjects the people of Kohor to blood sacrifices of both the living and livestock, intermingled with sorcery and magic, elements that are distinctly unsettling. As Arthur traversed the streets, he observed individuals moving with hurried, peculiar motions, exuding an aura of madness. Among them was the mercenary leader, Goat Waghort, who would one day order the severing of Jaime Lannister's right arm, a product of this very place. Waghort represents a microcosm of Kohor, where witnessing countless blood rituals from a young age would naturally foster a proclivity for torment and slaughter. Had the stone circle consisted of 500 cavalrymen, they would have been unable to enter the city directly. However, with only 16 remaining, plus Arthur, the situation was markedly different. As they sought a place to rest within Kohor, Arthur suddenly noticed a stranger approaching them. Chapter 8. The nuances of Kohor's nobility. After a brief exchange, the stranger engaged with the brown bear and the lean monkey. Following their conversation, the brown bear and the lean monkey summoned the group and decided to accompany the man. It turned out that he was a noble representing the city of Kohor, extending an invitation to them. The brown bear and the lean monkey appeared to be acquainted with this noble, and given their predicament regarding accommodations for the night, they deliberated for a moment before accepting the invitation. The stone circle followed the stranger, navigating through wide and bright streets, as well as dark and narrow alleys, until they finally arrived at a grand entrance. Upon pushing open the doors and stepping into the courtyard, Arthur beheld 2 lines of Unsullied stationed on either side, who, without orders, regarded their entrance with indifference. The doors slammed shut behind them, and the stranger led the stone circle onward. At that moment, Arthur felt a sudden warmth emanating from his satchel. Upon checking, he confirmed that the source of this heat was indeed the obsidian dragon egg. He quietly lifted a corner of his satchel and indeed spotted the pitch-black dragon egg emitting a faint crimson glow, akin to molten lava. Gradually, the radiance diminished, and the temperature returned to normal. Another ominous sign? He recalled the ferocious tiger he encountered at dawn. Had it not been for the searing heat of the dragon egg waking him from his slumber, he might have become the beast's next meal. Reflecting on this, he wondered if the egg's warmth was a forewarning, much like his earlier encounter, signaling impending misfortune. The more Arthur pondered, the more he sensed something amiss. He cast his gaze towards the unfamiliar man not far off, along with the innocents standing on either side, and an air of suspicion enveloped him. Thus, he hurried over to the thin monkey, sharing his unsettling thoughts. The thin monkey, however, shook his head in astonishment. How could that be? This nobleman is the benefactor of our Sharp Stone Group's current endeavor. Why would he wish us harm? It turned out that the benefactor persuaded by the Sharp Stone Group's leader was indeed the noble residing here. Arthur had no concrete evidence to support his musings. Just as he contemplated whether the egg's heat was mere coincidence, he witnessed the strange man suddenly quicken his pace and slip into the nearby shadows. In the next moment, applause echoed from above. Instantly, the previously motionless innocents, resembling statues, raised their spears in unison, their tips aimed menacingly at the 17 members of the Sharp Stone Group. The innocents remained silent, yet their fierce presence was enough to intimidate the mercenaries. Arthur's eyelids twitched uncontrollably as he swiftly unsheathed the sword of Gryffindor. The brown bear and the thin monkey were a step behind, but they too drew their weapons and alerted the others to be on guard. The remaining members finally roused from their stupor to brandish their swords and knives. At that moment, on the second floor of the courtyard, the previously guiding stranger was bowing before a portly man clad in the opulent garments of the Koa city-state. With a wave of his hand, the rotund noble dismissed his attendants. Clearly, he was the one who had invited the Sharp Stone Group to this place. The brown bear had already taken note of the corpulent noble, pursing his lips and glaring with fury. The thin monkey, on the other hand, shouted directly at the nobleman. "What is the meaning of this?" The plump noble, stroking his ample belly, replied, "Several days ago, your sharp stone group was defeated by the Carassa of Dragoko, nearly annihilating your forces. This news reached the Kohor city-state this morning, and you are the last remaining survivors, the most likely to divulge our secret. I did not foresee you provoking Dragoko, inciting his wrath. This was entirely outside my initial plans. I do not wish to take risks by allowing Dragoko to discover our connection. Thus, I have no choice but to ensure that you all become corpses, safeguarding my secret." 400 years ago, the nobles of the Kohor city-state still dared to muster troops to defend against the Dothraki. For centuries hence, the nobility of the city-state of Kohor would increasingly rely on tributes to maintain their peace, especially with the unsullied, masters of defense, at their disposal. This corpulent aristocrat merely sought to finance the spearheads, hoping they might vanquish a feeble Khalasar and thereby achieve fame, with future plans to follow. Regardless, this clandestine benefactor would remain shrouded in the shadows. However, plans often falter against the tides of change. It was unforeseen that the spearheads would directly encounter the lethal edge of Dragoko's weaponry, resulting in a mere 17 survivors. Dragoko was no ordinary Khal, for he commanded the most formidable and vast Khalasar, invincible in battle. Should the other nobles of Kohor discover that the elite warriors he funded had dared to offend Dragoko, they might very well offer him up as a sacrifice, akin to a living offering. He was compelled to reconsider, deeming it prudent to discreetly eliminate these 17 mercenaries to avert future repercussions. The portly noble uttered no further words, clapped his hands once more, and with unmistakable intent spoke in Valyrian, "Unsullied, slay them." With precision, 2 cohorts of Unsullied raised their shields in unison, encircling the remaining members of the spearheads, and thrust forth their long spears. 5 mercenaries were swiftly felled by the Unsullied strikes, and another Unsullied promptly delivered a decisive blow, extinguishing the life of the prostrate mercenary. Throughout this grim ordeal, the fallen mercenaries had no time to scream or plead for mercy before they breathed their last. The remaining mercenaries soon realized the unwavering resolve of the Unsullied to fulfill their master's command, knowing they would not relent. At this moment, only 12 members of the spearheads remained, ensnared in chaos under the relentless assault of the Unsullied, each fighting in a state of terror. The disparity between the mercenaries and the Unsullied became starkly apparent. The former lacked the latter's discipline and composure. The brown bear and the lean monkey endeavored to command loudly. Yet they had only recently assumed control of the remnants of the spearheads and commanded little respect. In mere moments, the scattered remnants of the spearheads found themselves embroiled in disarray, divided into smaller groups, and besieged. The lean monkey drew his crossbow and, with great effort, struck an Unsullied, piercing his leather armor and embedding the bolt in flesh. The Unsullied merely grunted, unfazed by the arrow lodged in his armor, maintaining formation and filling the gaps. The brown bear, leveraging his towering stature and strength, managed to topple one Unsullied with his mace. Yet, he could not deliver a finishing blow before being repelled by the steadfast formation of the other Unsullied, as comrades fell one after another into pools of blood. Overwhelmed by the Unsullied, their swords and arrows were repeatedly thwarted by the shields that shielded the Unsullied from harm, instilling a sense of despair in the mercenaries. The lean monkey, seizing a moment, unleashed a torrent of curses, denouncing the Unsullied as spineless wretches and the nobles above as dogs bred by the Dothraki. He had come to terms with the grim reality that today might be his last, so he thought it would be better to indulge in some verbal sparring. Perhaps it would entice that corpulent noble to descend, allowing him to pin this wretched pig to the ground with a single arrow. Alas, that rotund noble was unwilling to fall for such a base provocation. Thus, it seemed likely that he was destined to meet a tragic end beneath the suffocating onslaught of these blameless warriors. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, he turned his head and was astonished to see Arthur pierce through the helmet of one of the blameless with a single stroke. Blood splattered forth. Arthur had no intention of perishing so easily. Chapter 9. The brown bear and the lean monkey willingly surrender command. The blameless, after all, were still human, and immediately collapsed to the ground, curiously not struggling, resembling a stone statue as it lay motionless in the pool of blood flowing around it. The lean monkey gaped in astonishment. How did you? The fallen blameless, caught completely off guard before Arthur, had simply dropped down, stiff and lifeless. A sight that was utterly bizarre to the lean monkey. However, Arthur found it quite normal. With appropriate application, the sword of Gryffindor could easily penetrate armor, especially since he could wield magic. Help me, Arthur urged, lacking the time for further explanation. We must unite and fight our way out. The lean monkey immediately felt a shiver run through him, snapped to attention, nodded vigorously, and called out to the brown bear, "Brown bear, let us support Arthur." The brown bear struck down another blameless with his mace. Hearing the lean monkey's voice, he did not hesitate. He raised his shield to push aside one blameless and quickly made his way to join Arthur and the lean monkey. By this point, only 6 mercenaries remained, 3 of whom were surrounded and likely had no chance of survival. Arthur, the brown bear, and the lean monkey gathered together, unable to turn the tide, merely engaging in a desperate struggle. However, Arthur's next action left both the brown bear and the lean monkey astonished and elated. Arthur concealed himself behind the brown bear's shield, wielding the sword of Gryffindor, and pointed at a blameless, chanting a spell, "Petrify all." Instantly, the blameless was compelled to drop his shield and spear, clasping his hands together at his legs, and toppled to the ground like a pillar. The brown bear and the lean monkey exchanged bewildered glances, their astonishment converging upon Arthur. Given the prevailing atmosphere of the Essos continent, they swiftly considered the possibility of magic and sorcery. Could it be that Arthur was a sorcerer from Asha or some other realm? Yet, wasn't blood magic said to require a blood sacrifice for successful activation? Lean monkey. Arthur called out at that moment, "Shoot him." The lean monkey, jolted back to reality, did not ponder further and immediately raised his crossbow, aiming for the unarmored neck seam of the rigid blameless on the ground, and loosed an arrow. The bolt pierced through the blameless throat, delivering a fatal blow. The remaining unsullied rushed forward without hesitation, and the brown bear pushed them back with his shield while wielding a mace to prevent their advance. Both the brown bear and the lean monkey realized that it mattered not whether Arthur was indeed a sorcerer. Their survival today hinged entirely on him. He had better truly be a wizard. Arthur again employed his magic, using Petrify all to immobilize one of the unsullied, then brandished the sword of Gryffindor to sever several spears that were thrusting toward him. The continuous use of magic drained his energy significantly, especially in the currently low magic state of a Song of Ice and Fire. However, the dark dragon egg nestled in his arms quietly served as a reservoir of his magical power, continuously replenishing him and enabling his spells to succeed in succession. This time, the lean monkey did not need to be reminded. He swiftly employed his crossbow to finish off the unsullied that Arthur had ensnared with his magic. As they coordinated their efforts, the brown bear stood guard beside them with his shield and mace. Even though he had been pierced by several spears, he uttered not a single word. With their relentless onslaught, they managed to slay 6 unsullied. Yet only the 3 of them remained alive among the mercenaries of the Sharpstone Company. The unsullied continued to surround them tightly, a veritable wall. Arthur could not help but curse under his breath. This group of unsullied bore no resemblance to the Dothraki he had encountered previously. The Dothraki, while boasting of their bravery, would quail at the sight of strange sorcery and flee when necessary. The unsullied, however, had no concept of fear of death or magic instilled in them during their training. The magic Arthur wielded appeared to them merely as a sharper weapon, akin to the Dothraki's curved blades and bows, or the mercenaries' swords and crossbows. The unsullied, facing this sharper weapon, showed no inclination to retreat. Even as comrades fell, they did not falter. Until new orders were received, the unsullied accepted only 2 outcomes. Either they would slay all members of the Sharpstone Company, or they would perish in the attempt. Well trained, they continued to execute their tactical maneuvers meticulously, surrounding the last 3 members of the Sharpstone Company with relentless precision. At this juncture, Arthur, the brown bear, and the lean monkey were all wounded, bloodied, and battered. Their combination had indeed proven effective in swiftly dispatching many unsullied. Yet it did little to diminish the overall morale of the unsullied. The 3 of them felt as though they were trapped in a vortex of sand, sinking deeper and deeper, their breaths becoming increasingly labored, inevitably leading to suffocation. Arthur could not accept such a fate. Having just escaped the lair of the Dothraki in the Sea of Dothraki, how could he perish in the den of wolves in the city-state of Kohor? In a moment of urgent contemplation, he suddenly lifted his gaze, locking eyes with the corpulent nobleman leaning over the railing above. Originally, the corpulent nobleman exhibited a keen interest in Arthur's magical prowess displayed during the skirmish. Had he not been reluctant to leave behind incriminating evidence, he might have endeavored to recruit Arthur. Alas, even a sorcerer, devoid of appropriate rituals and mediums, could not contend with the Dothraki. Otherwise, those ferocious Khalasars would have long been vanquished by curses. The paramount concern now remained their demise. Only then could one find solace in slumber. Why had they not perished yet? What were the unsullied doing? The nobleman began to feel a growing agitation. In that moment, Arthur conceived the pivotal strategy for their escape. Regardless of how many unsullied were slain, it would be futile unless they were annihilated entirely. The invasion of the Dothraki 4 centuries prior had seen the majority of the 3,000 Unsullied sacrifice themselves while steadfastly defending the city, a testament to this reality. The key to breaking through the encirclement lay with that portly nobleman above, the man issuing commands. He needed to draw this man within the range of his spell. He immediately instructed the bear and the thin monkey, "Let us move a bit closer. I will bring that fat man down. And bear, you catch him." The bear had already tacitly ceded command to Arthur and nodded without hesitation. In such a life-and-death moment, the thin monkey naturally raised no objections. Thus, Arthur, the bear, and the thin monkey coordinated their efforts to stealthily approach the corpulent nobleman on the second floor. Then, Arthur raised the sword of Gryffindor and intoned a spell towards the nobleman above. All petrify. Upon completing one incantation, he proceeded to utter a second. Wingardium Leviosa. At that moment, the nobleman, resting his hands on the low railing and peering down, was being attended to by a servant. Observing the remaining 3 from the stone circle still unscathed while the Unsullied suffered increasing casualties, he felt a surge of ire and snapped at the servant. "Look at the Unsullied you personally selected from Astapor. They cannot even dispatch 3 mercenaries. What have you been doing?" The servant, bowing submissively, dared not utter a word. Infuriated, the nobleman was about to berate him further when he suddenly found his body unresponsive, his mouth sealed tight, unable to produce any sound. He stiffened against the low railing as if frozen solid, with only his eyes able to move. Terror gripped the nobleman, yet he could not seek help from the servant. Before the servant beside him could perceive his distress, he witnessed his ornate garments suddenly lift as if caught by an unseen force. His hands, still resting on the low railing, were immobilized by the all-petrify spell, while his clothing was tugged aloft by Wingardium Leviosa. Losing his balance, he toppled over the low railing. Chapter 10. Arthur's command to break through the encirclement master. The servant shouted from behind, reaching out to grasp him. But it was too late. The corpulent noble, witnessing the ground rush towards him, was seized by a panic that threatened to consume him. He had braced himself for the imminent shattering of his neck, only to find himself cradled in the arms of a towering man, who caught him deftly. The one embracing the noble was none other than the brown bear. With his powerful arms encircling the noble, he lifted him off the ground, serving as a shield against the onslaught ahead. Despite holding a spiked hammer and a shield, along with the weight of the corpulent noble, the brown bear moved with remarkable agility, showcasing his immense strength. With a mighty roar, the brown bear propelled the noble towards the spears thrusting forth from the purity. While the noble himself, rendered speechless, could only scream internally, pleading, "Do not stab, it is I," as if in response to his unvoiced despair. The purity paused, momentarily bewildered by the sight of their master inexplicably ensnared by the enemy, now serving as a living shield. Confusion reigned among them. What were they to do now? The purity stood at a loss, but the thin monkey quickly approached, positioning himself back-to-back with the brown bear. His eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance, sweat and blood adorning his face. After a brief interlude, the male servant hurriedly descended from the second floor, joining the ranks of the purity, yet uncertain of the next steps. "Release your master," he blustered, attempting to project authority, "or you shall not escape this place. Let him go, and you shall be even less likely to escape." Arthur and his companions understood the gravity of the situation, instinctively forming a triangle around the corpulent noble, utilizing him to maintain control over the tense standoff. It was not until the magical bindings on the noble began to wane that he could finally move. Arthur swiftly placed the sword of Gryffindor against the noble's throat, commanding, "Order them to lower their weapons and clear the way." The corpulent noble, regaining a semblance of composure, attempted to negotiate. Yet Arthur, offering no further words, drew blood with the blade across the noble's face. The noble, pale and trembling from the pain, dared not utter another word, urgently shouting, "Purity, lower your weapons and clear the way." Without question, the purity complied, immediately discarding their spears and shields with a clatter. They opened a path for Arthur and his companions to proceed. The purity, adhering to their orders as if it were a natural law, displayed no adaptability in this moment of crisis. Thus, Arthur, the brown bear, and the thin monkey traversed the blood-stained path, stepping over the fallen comrades and enemies alike. As they escorted the corpulent noble towards the exit, the male servant and the purity followed, helplessly watching as they approached their mounts. "Leave your servants and the purity behind," Arthur commanded, the sword of Gryffindor still poised at the noble's throat. "Once we are out of the city of Kohor, we shall release you." The corpulent noble's flesh quivered in fear, reminiscent of fluttering wings. He turned to the servants and the pure ones, commanding them weakly, like a feeble patient recovering from a grave illness, "You all stay, do not move." The pure ones complied immediately, standing rigidly in place, motionless. the male servant, caught in a dilemma, could only watch helplessly as the three mercenaries abducted his master, mounted their steeds, and galloped away into the distance. He turned back to the Pure Ones, aware that only the master could command them. They would not heed his instructions. The servant, in frustration, stomped his foot and hurried off to seek assistance from the nobles of the city-state of Kohor, hoping to rescue his master, even at the risk of exposing the master's dealings with the Shard Collective and incurring the wrath of Zagakeo. Meanwhile, Arthur, the brown bear, and the lean monkey, riding on 3 horses, sped towards the city gates with the plump noble in tow, attracting the attention of numerous residents of Kohor. Curiosity and anticipation filled their gazes as they peered from windows, alleyways, street corners, and doorways, as if awaiting a spectacle of bloodshed. The city gates loomed ahead. Yet the station Pure Ones, armed with spears and shields, rushed forward, attempting to obstruct their passage. Regardless of entering or exiting the city-state of Kohor, all were subject to their scrutiny, and they staunchly upheld such regulations. Arthur, responsible for the capture of the overweight noble, shared a mount with him. He pressed the sword of Gryffindor against the noble's throat, commanding, "Make way for us." However, the noble found himself powerless. I cannot command them. The Pure Ones had their own masters, and this contingent stationed at the gates evidently would not heed the noble's orders. With no alternative, Arthur turned to the brown bear and the lean monkey, stating, "We must force our way through." The brown bear and the lean monkey, having already accepted Arthur as their leader, nodded in agreement without hesitation. "Very well, let us break through." With that, Arthur spurred his horse forward. As a Pure One lunged with a spear from the side, he pushed the corpulent noble towards it. The noble's weight hindered their speed, and the command he had issued to eliminate 14 mercenaries of the Shard Collective had fueled Arthur's desire for vengeance. The noble, taken by surprise, found himself unceremoniously thrust into a cluster of sharp spears. Before he could scream, multiple points pierced his flesh, and he struggled briefly before succumbing to death. The noble's corpulent body fell like a meat shield, dragging a multitude of spears down with him. The Pure Ones could not swiftly extract the spears from the noble's blubbery form, creating a gap in their tightly formed ranks. Arthur, the brown bear, and the lean monkey's greatest advantage over the Pure Ones was their status as cavalry. Once the steed galloped a certain distance, the Unsullied, with their 2 legs, could never catch up to the 4-legged creature. The trio, mounted on horseback, burst through the gap in the formation, evading the arrows that flew from the battlements, and raced out of the city. They had no time to discern their bearings, riding towards a different path than that which they had come. As long as they could escape the confines of the city-state of Kohor, all else would be manageable. By the time the servant led the Kohor noble and a band of Unsullied to the city gates, the 3 mercenaries had long fled, their whereabouts unknown. The servant prostrated himself upon the bloodied corpse of his master, weeping inconsolably. His grief was genuine, for with his master's death, his own demise would soon follow. The nobles of Kohor exchanged bewildered glances, while the Unsullied appeared equally perplexed. Most of the Kohorians were oblivious to the underlying events, merely observing the sanguine spectacle with morbid curiosity, some already beginning to chant the prayers of the Black Goat. However, one thing was clear: soon enough, a bounty for the 3 mercenaries would spread along the major trade routes, reaching other free city-states in the Slave Bay. The city-state of Kohor would not let the murderers of their noble class escape unpunished, save for the Dothraki, of course. Arthur, the brown bear, and the slim monkey galloped furiously, unaware of how far they had traveled until they noticed the absence of pursuers behind them, prompting them to ease their pace and erupt into laughter. They had narrowly escaped death and vanquished the rotund noble responsible for their plight, filling their hearts with immense relief. After riding for a while longer, they sought refuge in a dense thicket, dismounting in a concealed area to tend to each other's wounds. Along the way, the slim monkey wished to inquire about Arthur's true origins and the magic he had just wielded, but was halted by the brown bear's firm grip. "Do not ask." The brown bear shook his head. The slim monkey quickly understood and refrained from pursuing the matter further. What Arthur had been was of little consequence. What mattered was that their lives today had been spared by him. Both the brown bear and the slim monkey expressed their gratitude to Arthur, who, of course, offered polite words in return. At that moment, he sensed an unusual tremor emanating from the sword Gryffindor as it was sheathed once more. A new form of magic was upon them. This time, it was flashing luminescence. Chapter 11. Contemplating future directions as dawn broke after a night of turmoil, Arthur, the brown bear, and the slim monkey set forth once more, soon arriving at the banks of a rushing river. The Quen River. The brown bear's deep voice resonated. The slim monkey elaborated. "This river is a tributary of the Lorne River. If we follow the Quen River southwest, it will lead us to the main channel of the Lorne River that traverses the western part of Essos. In truth, Arthur had little knowledge of either the Lorne or Quinn rivers. Even if he had once perused A Song of Ice and Fire, he had long since forgotten much of it, as it was only natural to struggle with the multitude of place names and river titles. He turned to the brown bear and the slim monkey and inquired, setting aside the question of which river they were discussing, about their plans moving forward. Arthur, with his wounds still tenderly bandaged and throbbing, awaited the response from the two mercenaries who had shared life and death with him. The brown bear and the slim monkey exchanged startled glances, then the brown bear nodded, allowing the slim monkey to speak. The stone group had irrevocably become a relic of the past in the city-state of Kohor. The slim monkey's tone was tinged with sorrow and despondency as he stated, "We can no longer hope to rebuild it." Arthur shared this sentiment, feeling a sigh of relief within him. Had the two mercenaries insisted on resurrecting the stone group, he would have had no choice but to politely decline and part ways with them. He was willing to take the risk of traversing the continent without a native guide. The extermination in the city-state of Kohor had made it abundantly clear that the name of the stone group had become a target. Should they publicly raise the banner of the stone group again, they would undoubtedly become the focus of hidden arrows. The identity of the archer, the timing, and the location of the strike would all remain uncertain. They had already slain a noble from Kohor, leaving no path for retreat. Thus, discretion was paramount. At the very least, they needed to maintain a low profile for a month or two. The brown bear and the slim monkey had likely conferred privately on this matter. Their ability to reach a mutual understanding was a significant relief, given that they would not pursue the path of reconstructing the stone group. Arthur found himself curious about the direction they would choose instead. Soon, the slim monkey revealed the answer. "Your life is one we owe our survival to. We have yet to repay your kindness, so we would prefer to follow you. However, we are uncertain of your intentions." The slim monkey's response was not unexpected for Arthur. He had anticipated such a possibility. But what was he intending to do? That question caught him off guard. Upon arriving in this world, he had been compelled to flee. He had evaded the Dothraki, beasts, and the Unsullied's pursuit, and now that he had found a semblance of stability, he had the opportunity to contemplate his future. His long-term aspiration was to traverse the world of A Song of Ice and Fire, particularly the continent of Westeros, to satiate his curiosity. If fortune favored him, he sought to become the lord of a castle and its lands, the guardian of a region, a king of a nation, or even a conqueror of the entire continent of Westeros. It was likely that every reader enamored with A Song of Ice and Fire or viewer of Game of Thrones had entertained such thoughts. However, he was acutely aware of the need to first confront reality. How would he address the impending issues of sustenance and stability? Especially now that the brown bear and the slim monkey had declared their intention to accompany him. He needed to devise a plan to ensure the well-being and future of all three of them. After thoughtful consideration, Arthur discerned that their most suitable identity at present was indeed that of mercenaries, for each of them possessed commendable skills in this domain. However, the previous dilemma remained. They could neither resurrect the Sharpstone Guild nor establish their own mercenary group, at least not at this moment, as it would attract undue attention. Perhaps they could join an existing mercenary company. By initially operating as mercenaries and observing the unfolding events, they could accumulate resources to leverage their involvement in a mercenary group as a springboard for social advancement. Thus, Arthur inquired, "Are you aware of any notable mercenary companies on the continent of Essos? We might consider joining one together." The slender monkey, with a glint in his eye, quickly responded, "The most renowned is undoubtedly the Golden Company. Beyond that, there are the Cat Company, the Windblown, the Longspear Company, the Second Sons, and the Bloody Mummers." He rattled off the names of several mercenary groups, revealing to Arthur the intricate web of power on the continent of Essos. Among them, Arthur was particularly struck by the Golden Company. This was largely due to the unresolved narrative at the end of A Song of Ice and Fire, where a character suspected to be the son of Rhaegar Targaryen led the Golden Company in a counteroffensive against the continent of Westeros. This individual, named Aegon Targaryen, bore a name that evidently referenced Aegon I, the founder of the Targaryen dynasty, known as the Dragon and Conqueror, allegedly of Targaryen blood. Aegon, alongside the Golden Company and the former hand of the king, Jon Cunnington, aimed to restore the Targaryen dynasty. They landed in the Stormlands of Westeros, with their sights set on Storm's End. Intriguingly, this Stormlands region was ruled by the Baratheon family, the very house that had usurped the throne. Jon Cunnington's former territory also lay within the Stormlands. Nevertheless, the question of whether Aegon Targaryen was indeed the son of Rhaegar remains uncertain, as does whether Jon Cunnington, once a close friend of Rhaegar, will witness Aegon ascend to the throne. Upon further contemplation, Arthur realized that aside from Aegon, there were only two other figures on the continent of Essos currently deserving of attention. The first was Illyrio Mopatis, the governor of the city-state of Pentos. Illyrio and Varys, The Master of Whispers in King's Landing could be regarded as some of the most enigmatic characters in A Song of Ice and Fire. Their apparent goal seemed to be preparing for the restoration of the Targaryen dynasty, a pursuit they have been actively promoting. The marriage of Daenerys to Khal Drogo, as well as the dispatch of Barristan Selmy and Tyrion to Daenerys, alongside the Golden Company's landing in the Stormlands under Aegon, all bore their fingerprints. The second individual of note was Rhaegar's sister, Daenerys Targaryen. She was most likely journeying with her brother, the beggar king Viserys, through the free cities, seeking opportunities to reclaim the throne. Perhaps she has already been taken into the residence of the governor of Illyrio, kept as a future bargaining chip. If all goes as anticipated, this mother of dragons will wed Khal Drogo. After Drogo's demise, she will hatch 3 dragon eggs in the flames, bringing forth 3 young dragons and gradually establishing her foothold in the vicinity of Slaver's Bay. Coincidentally, Arthur possesses a pitch-black dragon egg, which heats up in his embrace whenever a crisis looms, serving as a reminder to him. This indicates that within the dark egg lies a living creature imbued with magic, though the nature of the dragon that will emerge remains uncertain. From this perspective alone, he should seek an audience with Daenerys. However, Daenerys is still too frail at present, likely no more than 13 or 14 years old, and her character has yet to develop the strength it will later possess. If Arthur were to approach her recklessly, he might end up serving as her caretaker for 2 or 3 years, which would be a waste of time that could be devoted to many other pursuits. As for Illyrio, his intentions are difficult to decipher. He maintains a close connection with Drogo and once sought to utilize him to further his plans with Varys. The alliance between Viserys and Drogo to invade the continent of Westeros may well have been a ruse concocted by him and the Master of Whispers, Varys, to create chaos. However, after Viserys was slain by Drogo, they were compelled to seek alternative means, and it is likely that they clandestinely incited the subsequent War of the Five Kings. What, then, is their true objective? Aegon's identity may very well hold the key. He could genuinely be the son of Rhaegar, or perhaps a descendant of the supposedly extinct Blackfyre lineage of House Targaryen. After all, the Golden Company shares a profound connection with the Blackfyres, and the fate of the legendary sword, Blackfyre, wielded by Aegon I, remains a mystery. Numerous signs suggest that this suddenly emerged young Aegon possesses an extraordinary heritage. The well-informed governor of Illyrio is likely to soon learn of Arthur's slaying of several Dothraki warriors. He will also discover that the bear and the monkey are survivors of the Sharpstone Company, having escaped Drogo's onslaught, and that Arthur, alongside them, has eliminated the nobles of the city-state of Kohor. Should Arthur and his companions choose to seek refuge with Illyrio, and if Illyrio recognizes their true identities, it becomes exceedingly difficult to predict how he would ultimately decide to handle them. Merely having offended Drogo could significantly influence Illyrio's disposition towards them. After much contemplation, Arthur concludes that seeking allegiance with others is merely a temporary measure. Ultimately, reliance on oneself is paramount. If he commands a force of arms, why could he not become the Commissar of Drogo and the Golden Company within Illyrio and Varys' schemes? Chapter 12. The long journey to the disputed lands. Arthur rode along the banks of the River Rhoyne, sharing his thoughts with his 2 companions. At present, we lack the strength to establish a mercenary company. However, it is imperative that we possess one in the future to gain entry onto the chessboard of Essos. Dothraki may seek us out, as might the nobles of the city-state of Kohor, yet none can guarantee our safety, for all are unreliable. Only we can be trusted. Our aspiration should be to form a mercenary company that rivals the Golden Company. Until then, we might join an existing one to amass capital. The Lean Monkey recently mentioned various groups such as the Golden Company, the Cats, the Windblown, the Long Spear Company, the Second Sons, and the Storm Bros. All of which we could explore, but the question remains, where shall we find them? The bald head of the brown bear glimmered in the sunlight as he succinctly stated a location, the Disputed Lands. Indeed, the Disputed Lands. The Lean Monkey's eyes sparkled. This territory is contested by the 3 free cities of Lys, Tyrosh, and Myr, where numerous mercenary companies, including the Golden Company, fight for their employers. We could venture to the Disputed Lands and choose an appropriate mercenary company to join. It is a land of opportunity, rich with the 3 free cities and rife with conflicts among mercenaries. Arthur recalled the Disputed Lands. It lies in the southwestern corner of Essos, nestled between the Narrow Sea and the Summer Sea, and is quite close to the continent of Westeros. Legend has it that long ago, the land of Dorne in Westeros and the Disputed Lands in Essos were once contiguous, referred to as the Arm of Dorne. However, due to the magic of the Children of the Forest, the rising sea levels submerged the Arm of Dorne, evolving into the present-day Stepstone Islands, severing the connection between the 2 continents at sea level. The origins of this region's status as a disputed territory can be traced back to the reign of the Valyrians. At that time, the land between Myr, Tyrosh, and Lys was under the dominion of the Valyrian freehold, renowned for its mastery of dragons. Yet, calamity struck unexpectedly. A sudden apocalyptic disaster obliterated the Valyrian freehold, thereby ending their dominion over Essos. Subsequently, the cities colonized by Valyria declared independence, including Myr, Tyrosh, and Lys. Upon achieving independence, all claimed sovereignty over this territory, resulting in centuries of conflict, which is the genesis of the disputed lands. How shall we reach the disputed lands? Arthur inquired. The lean monkey pondered for a moment before responding. We can travel southwest along the Kono River until we reach the confluence of the Kono and Rhoyne rivers at the Lake of Knives. Crossing the Lake of Knives and traversing the Golden Fields and the Larue River, we shall journey a bit further to arrive in Myr. The disputed lands lie between Myr, Tyrosh, and Lys. Arthur nodded. Let us proceed along this route. The three of them continued their ride along the Kono River, heading southwest, and spent the night at the ruins of the city of Aenir. Arnor, originally one of the city-states of the Rhoynar, was inhabited by the indigenous people residing near the banks of the Rhoyne River on the continent of Essos. However, the invasion and subsequent domination by the Valyrians led to the city-state's destruction and the decline of Rhoynar civilization. Eventually, the Valyrians came to rule over most of Essos, establishing a vast empire that garnered global attention. It was only when a catastrophic disaster befell their homeland that the Valyrian reign abruptly ceased. The last surviving dragon lords of Valyria, the Targaryens, foresaw the impending calamity and migrated to Dragonstone, thereby escaping the devastation. Their descendant, Aegon Targaryen, would go on to unify all but Dorne among the 7 kingdoms of Westeros. A branch of the Rhoynar, led by the legendary Queen Nymeria, crossed the narrow sea and arrived in Dorne. She entered into a union with the Martell family of Dorne, initiating the unification wars that would allow House Martell to govern Dorne to this day. In the not-so-distant future, Arya Stark, the youngest daughter of House Stark, will adopt a direwolf, named after this legendary queen who united Dorne and the Rhoynar. It was the Martells who led the Dornish people in repelling Aegon's invasion, even managing to slay the dragon Meraxes, which indirectly led to the demise of Aegon's sister and wife, Rhaenys. The circumstances of Rhaenys' death are shrouded in controversy, yet it is undisputed that she met her end in Dorne. The animosity between the Targaryens and Dorne was already intense, and this incident only fueled the fire. Their feud would only conclude with the union of their descendants, marking Dorne's formal incorporation into the unified kingdom. Today, the monarch who rules over the 7 kingdoms of Westeros proudly claims to be the king of the Undals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men. The mention of the Rhoynar serves to assert dominion over Dorne. Furthermore, the Undals, Rhoynar, and First Men are, in essence, all outsiders, having introduced various peoples and beliefs to the continent of Westeros. For instance, the renowned faith of the Seven was brought by the Undals, while the predominant belief in the north still adheres to the traditions of the First Men and the Old Gods. The true indigenous inhabitants of Westeros are believed to be the children of the forest, who are said to be extinct. The ruins of the city-state offer little of interest, with crumbling walls neglected and in disrepair. They appear so fragile that Arthur and his companions opted to camp in the wilderness rather than risk being crushed by collapsing stone walls in their sleep. Arthur, no longer concealing his intentions in the presence of the brown bear and the slim monkey, utilized glimmering light to illuminate their path through the darkness of the night. The brown bear and slim monkey never inquired further. At the break of dawn, they continued their journey, and after an indeterminate number of days, they finally beheld the confluence of the Green and Rhoyne rivers at the site known as the Lake of Dagger. The reason why Dagger Lake is so named is, of course, due to its resemblance to a dagger, with its sharp end pointed towards the southern free trade city-state of Volantis. It is said that Volantis was established as the first colonial city-state during the invasion of the Valyrians, who came from even further south. After the cataclysm that befell Valyria, Volantis grew ambitious, believing itself to be the rightful heir of the Valyrians and attempting to annex other city-states. Consequently, while Volantis successfully absorbed Lys and Myr, it suffered a catastrophic defeat against Aegon and his dragons while attacking Tyr. Simultaneously, Volantis sought to conquer 2 other free trade city-states, Kohor and Norvos, but was vanquished by the allied forces of these 2 states at Dagger Lake. Eventually, taking advantage of the chaos, the Dothraki raided Volantis, leading to the complete dissolution of its ambitions, from which it took a long time to recover. However, it was precisely due to the Battle of Dagger Lake that this region became a buffer zone between Volantis and Kohor, an area that neither belonged to Volantis nor Kohor, thus becoming a no-man's land. Such unclaimed territories are favored by river pirates, especially since it fortuitously obstructed the vital route of the Lorne River. making ambushes and plundering quite successful. Later, Tyrion and the Griffin's sons, Jon Cunnington, the former hand of the king, and the suspected son of Rhaegar, Aegon Targaryen, traveled by boat through this area. They successfully navigated Dagger Lake and proceeded to Volantis, preparing to embark from there to rendezvous with Daenerys, who was then at Slaver's Bay. However, unforeseen events transpired along the way. Tyrion was captured by Jorah Mormont, and both became enslaved, while young Aegon led the Golden Company to retaliate against Westeros. Aware of the rampant river piracy in the area, the nimble Tyrion suggested, "Let us circumvent Dagger Lake. Even if it means a longer route upstream along the Lorne River, it is preferable to encountering those river thieves." The Brown Bear nodded in silence, sharing his agreement. Arthur, curious, inquired, "Are the river thieves quite formidable here?" "It is not merely a question of strength," Tyrion grimaced, explaining. "If we were still the well-equipped stone men, we would certainly not fear them. These river thieves often exploit the waterways and terrain, preying on solitary and poorly protected individuals or vessels. Among them, two factions are particularly notorious, one led by the unbathed Yuho, and the other by the ruthless Kola. The former is infamous for his aversion to bathing, reeking of filth, while the latter harbors a deep disdain for men, vowing to castrate every man they capture." Arthur turned to Tyrion from his horse, asking, "Kola detests men. Are they female river thieves?" "Indeed." Tyrion shuddered involuntarily. "It is said that their ships are manned by beautiful female pirates, perhaps once scorned by some man. Yet, Arthur remained skeptical of the beauty of those who became female river thieves. "We might just encounter them." The slender monkey shook his head and remarked, "I believe it is best not to meet her. Although I possess 2 eggs, it is uncertain whether they would be inclined to spare one for me." Chapter 13. The ship protection deal. Amidst the pitch-black night, the campfire crackled with the sound of splintering wood, sparks flying in all directions. The slender monkey continued to chatter nervously to the brown bear, casting anxious glances at the surrounding shadows. He feared that the fierce Kola might appear alongside her female pirates, seizing him and severing his most vital part. The brown bear, however, harbored no such concerns. Even if he did, he would not betray them outwardly, silently tending to his spiked hammer and shield. Ultimately, Arthur acquiesced to the slender monkey's suggestion. They hired a boat to transport themselves and 3 horses across the Chenan River. Proceeding westward, they navigated to the northern side of Dagger Lake, arriving at the eastern bank of the Lorne River. By dawn, they would endeavor to cross to the western shore and enter the Golden Plains. The slender monkey mumbled to himself, realizing that neither Arthur nor the brown bear acknowledged his unease. Reluctantly, he continued to roast the fish he had caught from the river. Arthur set the sword of Gryffindor beside him and reached into his satchel, caressing the cold, dark dragon egg. Its texture was indeed akin to that of an oval stone. Unlike Daenerys, the mother of dragons, this egg differed from the 3 others she was about to possess. Thus, the method of hatching it might also be distinct. The prerequisite was that this egg could indeed hatch. He was even uncertain of the dragon it belonged to. During the moment he was whisked through time and space with the egg, he scarcely had the opportunity to hear his brother Ron's description of it. For now, Arthur could only preserve it with utmost care until the day it undergoes some transformation. They dined on roasted fish for dinner, and then the 3 took turns keeping watch while the others seized the opportunity to rest, spending the night in silence. The following morning, Arthur and his companions rowed along the eastern bank of the Lorne River, attempting to locate a ferry across this deep and wide stretch of water. Crossing on horseback was impossible. Their swimming abilities were not particularly commendable, and even if they abandoned their horses to swim to the opposite bank, they would likely exhaust themselves and drown midway. However, this area was sparsely populated. As they rowed along the river, they found no towns or boatmen. "Why is there not a single small town here? Only the ruins of the Loina people," the slender monkey lamented, scratching his head in frustration. "As we continue upstream, we will inevitably reach one of the free trade city-states, Pantos, Bravos, Lorith, or Norvos." His mention of these cities illustrated his concern. While it was an exaggeration to claim that the journey from here to those 4 free trade city-states was straightforward, it nonetheless reflected his apprehension. The slender monkey worried that his suggestion might lead the trio to take a lengthy detour to reach the contested territory. However, traveling downstream along the Lorne River would be even worse. Below Dagger Lake lay the Weeping Lands, rumored to be infested with individuals afflicted by the grayscale disease. Grayscale's disease is a contagious and fatal affliction, characterized by the hardened skin of the infected resembling grayscales. Presently, there exists no definitive, universal, or effective remedy. Those aware of the disease certainly prefer to keep their distance, avoiding it as much as possible. Arthur gazed at the rushing waters of the Lorne River, blinked, and suddenly had a thought. He turned around and suggested, "Perhaps we could follow the riverbank upstream and see if there are any bridges or passing boats." The lean monkey immediately grasped Arthur's intent. Indeed, the Lorne River is one of the principal trade routes for the 9 free city-states. Nophos, Kohor, and Volantis are situated along its main course or tributaries. For the other city-states wishing to trade with them, or with the Slave Bay, navigating the Lorne River is the quickest option aside from the Valerian Avenue and maritime routes. Boats traverse this river nearly every day. We simply need to negotiate with one of the captains for passage across. The Brown Bear had no objections to this plan. Resolute, the trio continued their upstream journey along the Lorne River. As dusk approached, they indeed discovered a vessel. The ship was quite large, yet bore an ancient appearance, being a single-masted sailboat that had furled its sails and was anchored at the shore, seemingly taking a rest. Upon noticing 3 strangers emerging on horseback from the dense forest, the crew became tense, grasping their sticks as makeshift weapons. "We are not adversaries." The lean monkey dismounted, raised his hands in a gesture of peace, and approached. He intended to represent the trio in negotiations, urging them to relax. "I wish to speak with your captain." Arthur and the Brown Bear also dismounted, observing from a distance to avoid inciting fear or resistance among the crew. They watched as the lean monkey successfully boarded the ship, engaging in conversation with a middle-aged man of dark complexion, presumably the captain. After a while, the lean monkey hurriedly returned. No, I fear it will not suffice." He began shaking his head and muttering as he rejoined Arthur and the Brown Bear. Arthur inquired, "What makes it unfeasible? Do they refuse to allow strangers on board? Or do they disdain our horses?" "Not at all," the lean monkey replied, his face contorted in distress. "The terms they proposed require us to escort them across the Dagger Lake. They chose to dock here to avoid crossing the lake at night, fearing the river bandits. Yet daylight is not entirely safe either. The captain, presumed to be from Loyner, stated that if we protect them and ensure a safe passage across the Dagger Lake tomorrow, they will take us to the western bank of the Lorne River." No wonder the lean monkey was shaking his head. The deal would necessitate traversing the very lake that instilled fear in him. "Arthur, you must not agree to this." However, Arthur replied, "Yet, I have no desire to continue upstream nor to await another vessel. That would consume far too much time and energy. Moreover, however formidable the river bandits may be, can they truly rival the Dothraki or the Unsullied? We have engaged with both and have no reason to fear a mere band of river thieves." Presently, he wields a sword of Gryffindor, accompanied by 2 companions and armed with 3 spells. Adding to that, the 4 crew members of the ship, there is little cause for trepidation regarding the river bandits. Even if the bandits were to successfully board the vessel, it is uncertain whether they would resort to murder to silence witnesses. Their business is one of plunder. Extinguishing all who pass would be akin to fishing a stream dry. It was with this understanding that Arthur resolved to accept the deal and assist the ship in traversing the Lake of Daggers. The thin monkey, wearing a distressed expression, wished to offer further counsel but noticed the Brown Bear shaking his head. Arthur is now our leader, and the Brown Bear, known for his bluntness, asserted that we ought to respect and obey his commands. "It is not quite so grand as to be termed an order." Arthur waved his hand dismissively. "I merely believe that as mercenary knights we should not be cowed by river bandits shrinking in fear." Upon hearing the words of Arthur and the Brown Bear, the thin monkey pondered for a moment and sighed. "Very well. However, we must ensure that the ship navigates along the western shore, so that in the event of danger, we can at least leap into the river and swim to the golden fields." Arthur chuckled. "Rest assured, if the merciless Cora and her female bandits truly approach, we shall not allow them to castrate you." "I hope that proves to be the case." The thin monkey deflated visibly. Ultimately, the newly added terms of the agreement received the captain's nod of approval, and he extended his olive-toned hand to shake with Arthur. "I am Yidari, the captain of the Shy Maiden, and I am truly grateful for your assistance. You have been an immense help. The Shy Maiden has 4 cabins, one for my wife and me, one for 2 sailors, leaving 2 for the 3 of you to share. As for your horses, they can be tied alongside the mast. We shall set sail tomorrow morning, crossing the Lake of Daggers, and will rely on your protection." Chapter 14. Crossing the Lake of Daggers, infested with bandits the following morning, the Shy Maiden glided across the shimmering surface of the Lorne River, entering the suddenly expansive Lake of Daggers. As per the arrangement, Arthur stood at the bow of the ship, the Brown Bear at the stern, while the thin monkey patrolled the rails, vigilantly surveying the lake's surface and shore, prepared for any eventuality. Captain Yidari's diminutive and dark-skinned wife, Yelia, steered the ship, while 2 crew members wielded the oars, and Captain Yidari stood beside Arthur. The couple possessed a notable lineage. Captain Yidari hailed from Dorne on the continent of Westeros, with blood ties to the Royner, often referred to as the Orphans of the Green Blood. In times past, Queen Nymeria led the Rhoynar from Essos to Dorne. Among those who followed, not all were willing to assimilate into Dornish culture. This group preserved their Rhoynar customs, regarding the Lorne River, their ancestral river, as their homeland. Their descendants now inhabit the Greenblood in Dorne, thus they identify as the orphans of the Greenblood. Captain Yedley is one among them. However, he and his wife have returned to the mother river of the Loina people for certain reasons, engaging in their livelihood. According to Captain Yedley and his wife's account from last night, they hired Arthur and his companions merely as a precaution, as the modest vessel, the Maiden of Shyness, is unlikely to encounter river pirates. This very ship frequently traverses the Lorne River, transporting gems and spices from the city-state of Pantos to Volantis, and bringing back beets and glass from Volantis to Pantos. The bustling trade along this route has made the couple well acquainted with the river and its pirates' habits. Thus they seldom face piracy or plundering. It was a simple matter for them to ferry Arthur and his companions across the Lorne River. However, since they fortuitously encountered them by the Dagger Lake, why not allow these 3 mercenaries to protect the vessel? This is the basis of the transaction. Should Arthur possess an impeccable memory, he would recall that the Maiden of Shyness had an appearance in A Song of Ice and Fire. Tyrion, the false griffin, and his sons, embarked from Pantos and, through various twists of fate, boarded this very ship to make their way to Volantis. Their goals varied, yet their ostensible purpose was to reach Slaver's Bay and assist Daenerys, who commands 3 dragons. Standing at the bow of the ship, Arthur gazed ahead as the Maiden of Shyness glided forth, while Captain Yedley adhered to their agreement, ensuring that the western shore of Dagger Lake remained within their sight. On the opposite side of the Maiden of Shyness, numerous scattered islets appeared in the heart of the lake. It is said that the river pirates conceal countless plundered treasures within the caverns of these isles. However, such tales of treasure are seldom verified by anyone. As the Maiden of Shyness sailed on, gently rocking, the shores of Dagger Lake began to narrow, signaling that the vessel was about to exit the lake. Captain Yedley relaxed considerably, sensing that this journey would be uneventful. Indeed, river pirates typically preferred to target vessels laden with goods traveling upstream from Volantis, as they often returned with bountiful spoils. Arthur, once we emerge from Dagger Lake, we shall honor our agreement and dock, allowing you to disembark onto the Golden Fields. We are in no hurry, Captain Yedley remarked. Arthur, smiling, replied, perhaps we could have lunch before departing, while his hand remained poised on the hilt of Gryffindor's sword. Captain Yedley let out a hearty laugh, his Westerosi dialect infused with a distinctive lilt. Indeed, we have the exquisite wines of Pantos to share. Let us forge a friendship. Perhaps there will be opportunities for future encounters. Just as Arthur was about to respond in kind, he noticed the lean monkey approaching hurriedly, an expression of alarm upon his face. What is it? Arthur inquired. They're coming. The lean monkey gulped nervously. I saw a ship emerging from those islets in the lake. Raising its sails, it must be pirates. Captain Yedley's expression shifted upon hearing this. Arthur approached the ship's railing and gazed in the direction indicated by the thin monkey's finger, indeed spotting a vessel swiftly approaching. Damn it! Captain Yedley cursed under his breath. Our ship is perfectly aligned with the wind. We are going to be overtaken. Arthur, however, remained composed and inquired, Captain Yedley, can you identify which river pirate that is? The Lorne River was infamous for harboring bandits, particularly at Dagger Lake, where their presence was most rampant. Distinguishing them required a seasoned eye. After a moment of scrutiny, Captain Yedley furrowed his brow and replied, it resembles the unkempt Yuho. Though I am not entirely sure, I've only seen them once before. Arthur chuckled upon hearing this and turned to the thin monkey, saying, did you hear the captain? It's not the ruthless Korra. Your precious hide is safe. Go inform Brown Bear and the others to prepare for an impending attack. Over the past few days, Arthur had seemingly paid no heed to the thin monkey's incessant chatter, yet he had been quietly listening and observing. He keenly discerned that the thin monkey's fear was not of the river pirates themselves, but rather of the female bandits, implying that he was afraid of fierce women. Arthur's light-hearted jest visibly relaxed the thin monkey, who sheepishly took his leave to relay the message. Captain Yedley, however, did not share the same sense of ease. He noticed his wife at the helm, casting a worried glance his way. He raised his voice to comfort her, then turned to Arthur. Arthur, do your best. But do not push yourselves too hard. We can offer them the cargo aboard. They will likely spare us. He continued, surviving is not overly difficult. Arthur spoke thoughtfully, casting a glance at Captain Yedley's wife, yet he added, sometimes, living can be more excruciating than dying. The couple immediately understood the ominous implication in Arthur's gaze, their brows knitting with anxiety. Surely not, my wife. At their age, they wouldn't stoop to such depths, Captain Yedley protested. Yet Arthur shook his head, responding, Aside from the brutal Korra, the river pirates at Dagger Lake are predominantly male and often go long stretches without encountering women. Their thirst is beyond our comprehension. It wouldn't be surprising if they captured us just to have someone to cook and wash for them. The color drained from Captain Yedley and his wife's faces as they grasped the plausibility of Arthur's deduction, especially considering the unkempt Yuho had arrived. The thought of being taken to their island and living in a fetid cave sent shivers down their spines. "Arthur, what should we do?" Captain Yedley implored, looking to him for guidance. Arthur replied, unhurriedly, "We have two options. Either we steer ashore and abandon the ship, making our escape on horseback, or we continue sailing. Deter them from boarding and then shake them off. But there are so many of them, can the three of us hold them off?" Captain Yedley questioned, skepticism lacing his voice. "Do not worry," Arthur assured him. Arthur slowly unsheathed the sword of Gryffindor, its blade gleaming brilliantly under the sunlight, ready to strike down any foe that dared approach. Having spent considerable time in this world, he gradually unraveled its truths. In Chapter 15, the stench of the unbathed Yuho assaulted the senses. A river pirate ship sailed swiftly, drawing alongside the Shy Maiden. A dozen rugged men aboard, clad in tattered and filthy garments, seemed eager for a confrontation. They shouted boisterously, casting ropes that landed with a splat, the hooks at their ends catching onto the hull of the Shy Maiden. The Shy Maiden appeared to transform into a bashful maiden, ensnared by the arm of a ruffian and pulled into his foul embrace. As the two vessels drew closer, the gap between them narrowed to a distance that could be crossed in a single stride. The river pirates, driven by greed, eyed the occupants of the ship with intense anticipation. One of the pirates, missing an eye, stood poised on the ship's railing, ready to leap onto the Shy Maiden as the vanguard. Suddenly, a swift arrow whistled through the air, striking the one-eyed pirate, who staggered momentarily before plummeting into the lake with a splash. The archer, of course, was the slender monkey wielding a crossbow. The pirates momentarily froze, then erupted into a cacophony of shouts, brandishing their swords and, disregarding their safety, leaped towards the Shy Maiden. They were not devoid of fear, but they understood that no matter how skilled the crossbowman, one arrow could only fell a single man. Their collective assault rendered the archer's prowess moot, as they had already bested many a self-important knight, mercenary, and assassin, figures that ought to have been immortalized in bardic tales, now all resting at the lake's bottom. The slender monkey furrowed his brow, hastily knocking another arrow and firing, yet he only managed to topple one pirate. The remaining marauders surged aboard the Shy Maiden, laughing uproariously, revealing their grimy, broken teeth, their blades raining down like a silver storm, intent on dismembering the slender monkey. In a moment of furious defiance, a massive figure resembling a brown bear charged forth like a battering ram, wielding a shield and exhibiting unnatural strength. He toppled two pirates simultaneously. They screamed as they toppled into the frigid waters below. The remaining pirates, startled by the brown bear's ferocity, hesitated, leaving the slender monkey momentarily unthreatened. He, shaken yet resolute, crouched behind the brown bear, drawing his crossbow once more to accurately shoot down another pirate. The pirates, now awakened to the reality of their predicament, realized that this group of mercenaries was not to be trifled with. It was a fight for survival. They began to curse in Valyrian mixed with other tongues as they encircled their foes. The river bandits harbored ambitious plans, seeking to flank the brown bear's shield, believing that two fists could not contend with four hands, and that his shield could not possibly guard against assaults from all directions. To their astonishment, the brown bear, from behind his shield, brandished a mace and, without uttering a word, struck down one of the advancing bandits, splattering his brains upon the deck. The bandits were taken aback, and, as they were further ambushed by arrows from the lean monkey hiding behind the brown bear, another fell. They exchanged glances, feeling the sting of their predicament, hesitating to advance. Suddenly, a gale swept across the lake, bringing with it an overwhelming stench that assaulted the senses, an odorous blend of halitosis, body odor, and foot odor, all fermented in a confined space for an indeterminate duration, now unleashed by the favorable winds. The crew aboard the Maiden of Modesty felt nauseated. Even the brown bear and the lean monkey, accustomed to the acrid smells of camp and blood, found it intolerable. Captain Yedley and his wife, along with two sailors, covered their mouths and noses, squinting against the noxious fumes, tears streaming from their eyes as they retreated to a safe distance. In stark contrast, the river bandits, having long been accustomed to the foul aroma, grinned and made way. From the bandits' vessel emerged a burly man, his stature rivaling that of the brown bear. With wild hair and beard, clad in tattered, filthy black robes, and barefoot, he strode forward with confidence. It was clear without further ado that he was the infamous unbathed Yuho. Yuho cast a sidelong glance at the wrinkled noses of the brown bear, and the monkey emitted a grotesque sound from his throat. and spat a thick gob of phlegm upon the deck. His grimy feet squelched upon the gooey mess, and his stout fingers reached for his waist where several throwing axes were sheathed. Without so much as a glance, Yuho drew one of the axes and, with a swift motion, hurled it toward the brown bear. The axe soared through the air, and in the blink of an eye, it was mere meters from the brown bear, who was momentarily paralyzed with terror. He quickly turned to avoid a fatal blow, but it seemed his right ear was doomed to be severed. Unexpectedly, a voice rang out, invigorating him. "You get him, Leviosa." The throwing axe halted in midair, mere inches from the brown bear's head, and then, with a soft thud, it fell onto the deck. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, questioning their own perception. Only the brown bear and the monkey, having witnessed similar phenomena before, exchanged knowing glances towards the young man casting the spell. Following their gaze, the crowd turned to notice a dark-haired youth wielding a drawn sword nearby, who had remained silent until now. Arthur lowered the Gryffindor sword, pinching his nose as he regarded Yuho, the unbathed leader surrounded by the river bandits. Yuho turned his gaze, managing a dry, mirthless chuckle. "Ah, another display of the arcane wizardry, is it? Huh. This time, there shall be no need for offerings of flesh and blood, no more grandstanding before us." He leapt onto the ship, the Maiden of Modesty, causing the very deck to tremble beneath him. This cunning river pirate was quick on his feet. Before he had even steadied himself, he drew 2 throwing axes from his belt and hurled them forth. Whoosh! One axe flew towards the brown bear and the lean monkey, while the other was aimed at Captain Yetley and his wife, both strikes fierce and unyielding. "Let us see whose life you intend to preserve," he cackled deviously, striding boldly towards Arthur, brandishing his final axe. Was he so reckless as to disregard his own life? "Fear not," the brown bear bellowed, alerting Arthur. "I shall take this." Having anticipated Yuho's leap onto the Maiden of Modesty, he had already raised his shield, and at that precise moment, he successfully blocked the incoming throwing axe with a resounding thud. With that, Arthur needed only to deflect the axe aimed at Captain Yetley and his wife. He raised the sword of Gryffindor, intoning the incantation, Expelliarmus. Meanwhile, Yuho charged forward with a malevolent grimace, aiming the axe at Arthur's neck. Die. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Yuho suddenly realized he had lost control over his hands, feet, and indeed his entire body, becoming rigid and unable to bring the axe down. All shall be petrified. Arthur completed the spell, sweeping the sword of Gryffindor horizontally, producing a peculiar sound followed by a spray of crimson. Yuho froze, witnessing his hands neatly severed and tumbling onto the deck, still gripping the axe tightly. He yearned to scream in agony, but no sound escaped his lips, and even his tremors were reduced to a mere quiver. Is this sorcery? Why does it differ so vastly from the magic of the wizards of old? Then, he observed Arthur raising one hand with the sword of Gryffindor while the other opened palm upward, as if awaiting something. In the next moment, one of the axes Yuho had thrown at the Yetley couple, intercepted mid-flight by Arthur's spell, floated languidly into Arthur's grasp. Yuho had hoped to distract Arthur by throwing axes in rapid succession, but one was blocked by the brown bear's shield, allowing Arthur to focus entirely on the other. Arthur lifted the retrieved axe and hurled it back at Yuho. Thud! The axe struck Yuho's eye socket, shattering one of his eyeballs and falling with a clang onto the deck. Yuho wished to scream in terror, to staunch the blood gushing from his severed arm and ruined eye, to plead for mercy, but at that moment, only his remaining eye could still move. The aim was not precise. Arthur thrust the sword of Gryffindor into Yuho's chest, the blade piercing deep and spilling his hot blood. "I aim for your heart," he declared. Chapter 16. A desire to witness the enchanted Valyrian steel sword. Arthur drew the sword of Gryffindor and delivered a swift kick to Yuho's chest, causing the foul-smelling river pirate to collapse onto the deck of the Maiden of Shyness. Yuho's eyes widened, one filled with blood and the other with terror. And after a moment, the light faded from his singular eye, extinguished of life. The unbathed Yuho, notorious as the most despicable river pirate of Dagger Lake, met his demise. As Arthur held the sword of Gryffindor, it trembled in his grasp, and to his astonishment, he discovered that he had regained his once-favored spell, Disarm. This was certainly an intriguing turn of events. The pirates looked on in shock, unable to comprehend the swift series of events that had just transpired, bewildered by how easily their leader had been subdued. Then, one of the pirates cried out in terror, "It is wicked sorcery. It is malicious magic. He is a monster. He will slaughter us and offer us to the Dark God." This outburst seemed to unleash a pandemonium of panic. The horde of pirates that had surged onto the Maiden of Shyness now turned and fled back to their ship, abandoning Yuho's lifeless body without a second thought. The bear and the lean monkey seized the opportunity to strike at the retreating foes, one wielding a mace and the other brandishing a crossbow, picking off the slowest of the pirates. Even the 2 sailors took up wooden clubs, delivering blows to a couple of the pirates. Most of the pirates, however, leaped back onto their vessel, hastily retrieving their grappling hooks and hoisting sails, swiftly fleeing across the lake. Within moments, their ship transformed into a mere black speck, vanishing amidst the shattered isles at the heart of Dagger Lake. The Maiden of Shyness did not pursue. On one hand, it is wise not to chase a desperate foe, for it may lead to unforeseen complications, and on the other, their objective had already been fulfilled. Arthur sheathed the sword of Gryffindor and gestured towards the bodies of Yuho and the other pirates sprawled on the deck, saying, "Let us cast them into the lake." With that, he turned and hurried toward the stern of the ship. The stench emanating from Yuho was overwhelming. He was compelled to endure the discomfort and expedite the disposal of the brute, now hastily seeking fresh air at the rear of the vessel. As for the sword of Gryffindor lodged in Yuho's body, there was no cause for concern. The enchanted blade possessed a self-cleaning ability, ensuring that blood, grime, and foul odors would leave no trace. Coincidentally, there exist similar weapons in this world, crafted from Valyrian steel. It is said that Valyrian steel is an enchanted metal originating from the freehold of Valyria, with weapons forged from it being unparalleled in sharpness. However, the art of enchantment has largely been lost since the cataclysm that befell the freehold, with only a handful of individuals possessing knowledge of the incantations. The previously mentioned sword of Aegon I, Blackfyre, is indeed a Valyrian steel sword, uncertain of which would prevail in a clash between the sword of Gryffindor and a Valyrian steel blade. Arthur was intrigued by the secrets that the Valyrian steel might hold. With Arthur departed, the grim task of handling the corpse fell upon the bewildered brown bear, Slim Monkey, Captain Yedley, and his wife, along with 2 sailors. Unable to endure the overpowering stench emanating from Yuho, they unitedly pushed his lifeless body into the lake. As soon as Yuho was cast into the water, Slim Monkey hurried to the opposite side of the ship, retching over the edge. This was no exaggeration. In truth, every living soul aboard the Maiden of Modesty felt both physically and psychologically unwell due to Yuho's foul odor. It was said that Yuho's stench alone could slay anyone who encountered him. Of course, this claim appeared rather exaggerated in light of present circumstances. After disposing of the remaining river bandit corpses into the Dagger Lake, Captain Yedley summoned a sailor to scrub the deck. He earnestly requested Brown Bear as assistance, while another sailor took to the oars, and Slim Monkey remained vigilant, observing the lake for any signs of trouble. Yedley's wife, Yelia, returned to the helm. Once these tasks were completed, Captain Yedley approached the stern to express his gratitude to Arthur. "I am profoundly thankful for your assistance," he said sincerely. "Had you not been aboard, not only would this vessel have been plundered, but we might have been reduced to slaves of the river bandits." "It was but a trifling effort," Arthur replied. "This is the essence of our transaction, as well as the law of mercenaries." Although he had recently embarked on the path of a mercenary, he had already developed a nascent understanding of the profession. Yet, Captain Yedley could not regard Arthur's actions as trivial. The peril they had just faced weighed heavily on his mind. Without Arthur's intervention, he and his wife could have lost their lives or found themselves in an even graver predicament. Thus, he expressed his thanks repeatedly, and after a moment of hesitation, cautiously inquired, "Did you employ sorcery in vanquishing Yuho?" "Almost," Arthur replied, harboring no intention of concealment. The secret he bore was akin to a dagger, with only the tip revealed while the blade remained hidden. He understood the need for a delicate balance between visibility and discretion, for he sought a modicum of renown. If Captain Yedley could promote him, it might yield unforeseen benefits. Captain Yedley, hesitating to speak, finally voiced his curiosity. "As far as I know, sorcery requires rituals and mediums. Yet your magic seems to manifest instantaneously after incantation?" Arthur glanced at him, realizing that the understanding of magic among those present might still reside in a rather primitive stage. A priestess named Millimazder had used blood magic to transform Drogon into a white, leading to the demise of Daenerys' unborn child. Another priestess, Melisandre, cursed and killed Balon Greyjoy, Robb Stark, and Joffrey Baratheon. They all required a ritual, a medium, and certain flesh and blood to complete their magic, a common understanding of practitioners among the populace. However, Arthur was evidently different. By merely uttering incantations and wielding the Gryffindor sword, he performed magic, which was extraordinary. In truth, Captain Yedley was unaware that Arthur's magical prowess also relied on the inexhaustible power supplied by the obsidian dragon egg. Within the worldview of A Song of Ice and Fire, magic indeed exists, though it initially belonged to a low magic realm, gradually evolving to allow more individuals to wield advanced sorcery. This signifies a resurgence of magic. Thereafter, wildfire became increasingly easier to produce, and the Red Priestess, Melisandre, could glimpse the future within flames, making prophecies and even resurrecting the deceased. As the plot of A Song of Ice and Fire has yet to unfold, what the entire world will ultimately become remains uncertain. But magic will undoubtedly hold a significant place. Merely trivial tricks, after all. Arthur did not delve deeply into the topic of magic with Captain Yadari in this regard. He himself had yet to discern the true essence of this world. Captain Yadari could discern Arthur's evasive demeanor and did not pursue the matter further, instead dedicating himself to preparing a sumptuous lunch for the three mercenaries. At that moment, the shy maiden had already sailed out of the Dagger Lake, heading downstream towards the Lorne River, when Arthur and his companions, along with their horses, boarded the Golden Plains as agreed. Captain Yadari earnestly tried to persuade them to share another stretch of the river, but to no avail. He could only provide them with provisions and coin. Watching as the three mercenaries rode away, disappearing along the riverbank, his wife, Yelia, approached and inquired, "That mercenary named Arthur is indeed quite peculiar, isn't he?" "Very peculiar." Captain Yadari pondered for a moment, stating, "Upon our return to the city of Pentos, we must pay a visit to Governor Illyrio. He must know. He must know." Chapter 17. The prosperity of slaves in Meereen. Arthur, alongside the brown bear and the thin monkey, galloped past the shallow golden grass mounds in the Golden Plains, the hooves splashing through the muck. They followed an existing path, preparing to circumvent the forthcoming tributary of the Lorne River, the Lalaurie River. It must be noted that the Lorne River is rightfully dubbed the Mother River of the Loinans. It not only traverses the western part of Essos, but also has numerous tributaries, each river akin to its offspring. Along the way, Arthur teased the thin monkey from atop his steed. "Surely you must be disappointed that you didn't encounter the ruthless Korra at Dagger Lake?" "Not at all. Even if I had, it would have ended the same way as with the unwashed Yuho," the thin monkey retorted defiantly. "Besides, they might be more interested in you." "Why?" Arthur inquired with curiosity. The thin monkey said with great seriousness, "Of course it's because you are more handsome than any of us. You will surely be regarded as a heartbreaker. I suspect they will treat those hung on the wooden poles as trophies. When the time comes, Arthur, yours will undoubtedly be placed at the highest point." Arthur and the thin monkey laughed heartily, while the brown bear smiled but refrained from interjecting. The slave masters of the Innocents and Astapor should truly entrust the matter of castration to this group of female river bandits. They would surely comply and monopolize the task thereafter. Arthur's concluding remark infused a sense of merriment into the atmosphere as they prepared to journey northwest from the Golden Plains, circumventing the route of the Lalaurie River. Once they departed from the realms of the Golden Plains and the Lalaurie River, they turned their horses southwest, their destination now being the city-state of Myr. The distance ahead was no less than that from the city-state of Kohor to the Dagger Lake. However, this particular stretch was markedly more stable and pleasant. As they approached the city-state of Myr, the scenery transformed rapidly, evolving from wild hills to woodland cottages, and then to riverside villages, with human presence becoming increasingly dense. The ancient and well-maintained Valyrian road quickened the pace of their steeds. At last, the majestic walls of the city-state of Myr loomed before the three mercenaries, evoking an involuntary sense of insignificance within them. This marked Arthur's entry into his second free trade city-state, which, in comparison to Kohor, was remarkably wealthier, more open, and considerably more civilized. Within the city-state of Myr, he encountered the locals, most of whom possessed olive-toned skin, black hair, and dark eyes, reminiscent of the people of Loinor. Some scholars assert that the original inhabitants of Myr were descendants of the Loinor, while others claim that the early Myrons and the Loinor were equals in status, sharing a common ancestry, with opinions varying widely. Subsequently, the infusion of Valyrian genes complicates matters further. Nevertheless, the bustling vibrancy here is undoubtedly beyond the reach of the current Loinor. Upon entering the city-state of Myr, they sought lodging at an inn, securing their horses in the stable before venturing out to explore this free trade city. They had a sum of money at their disposal, sufficient for a period of expenditure in Myr. The wealth that the brown bear and the thin monkey had accrued during their time as mercenaries in the Sharp Stone group had naturally been exhausted. However, Captain Yedley had graciously bestowed upon them a substantial amount of money in gratitude for saving his life. Along their journey, they had encountered numerous highway robbers. Although these brigands possessed little wealth, they were still able to extract a modicum from them. The handicrafts of the city-state of Myr flourished remarkably, with its carpets and lace being highly sought after across the continent of Westeros, favored by many nobles. Though Arthur could neither afford nor wish to purchase mere carpets or lace, he was drawn to a more practical monocular telescope, which he acquired and tucked away in his pocket. The thin monkey, in an exuberant mood, purchased a specialized crossbow that could fire 3 arrows in succession. He had long desired this upgrade, finding it far superior to his previous crossbow. The brown bear was selective in its choices, ultimately purchasing nothing at all. The merchants, upon encountering the imposing and stern figure of the bear, dared not utter a single word to promote their wares. Arthur soon observed a common phenomenon. The vendors selling carpets, lace, telescopes, and crossbows were under the watchful eyes of individuals stationed nearby. These watchers either leaned against the walls or perched upon elevated steps, coldly scrutinizing the merchants. When their gazes met Arthur's, they exhibited no inclination to avert their eyes. Instead, they appraised him from head to toe, only diverting their gaze once they deemed him a non-threat. These were the sentinels. The brown bear, noticing Arthur's gaze, explained in a deep voice that they monitored these merchants to prevent any illicit profits. Arthur found this odd. What did it mean to profit illicitly? Did not the proceeds from these goods belong to the merchants themselves? Not quite. At this juncture, the thin monkey joined the conversation, placing his 3-shot crossbow aside, revealing that these merchants were slaves, and all the profits they garnered belonged to the wealthy merchants and nobility. The brown bear elaborated. The affluent and the noble constituted the ruling council of the city-state of Mill, and naturally, all present were their spies. Are all these merchants slaves? Arthur inquired, slightly taken aback. Not entirely, replied the thin monkey, but in the city-state of Mill, the number of slaves is approximately 3 times that of freemen. And artisans are predominantly of slave origin. Arthur paused, his mouth half open, ultimately swallowing back the words he wished to express. After all, this was not the modern world. The prevalence of slavery was indeed commonplace. On the continent of Westeros, the faith of the Seven brought by the Undulls had abolished slavery, yet on the continent of Essos, it persisted unchecked. Aside from the city-state of Braavos, the remaining free trade city-states openly and covertly promoted the slave trade. And the 3 major slave cities of the Slave Bay were particularly notorious. Braavos abstained from this practice as it was founded by former slaves of Valyria who had collectively escaped. Since then, Braavos had adhered to the principle of abolishing slavery, even attempting to pressure the neighboring city-state of Pintos to follow suit. However, as the adage goes, the higher the road, the more cunning the magic. Although Pintos publicly abolished slavery due to Braavos' might, it continued the slave trade clandestinely. Similarly, despite the explicit prohibition of slavery in Westeros, many found ways to circumvent the law, one of whom was Jorah Mormont. Jorah sold poachers to the slave masters of the city-state of Lys, exchanging them for wealth to satiate the vanity and greed of his wife, only to have his crimes exposed. Eddard Stark, the Guardian of the North, promptly sentenced Jorah to death for violating the laws of the realm. Thus, Jorah, burdened by guilt, fled with his wife, crossing the narrow sea and ultimately escaping to the continent of Essos, leading to the subsequent events that unfolded. It is worth noting that the current commander of the Night's Watch, Jorah Mormont, is indeed the father of Jorah. He voluntarily relinquished the title of Lord of House Mormont to Jorah, donning the black attire himself, believing it to be the most prudent choice. One can only ponder his feelings upon learning of Jorah's transgressions and subsequent flight. Chapter 18. The Golden Company departing for reasons unknown. Arthur and his companions strolled leisurely to the bay of the city-state of Meereen. This locale marks the western coast of Essos, where crossing the narrow sea leads to the city-state of Tyrosh and the Stepstones. Continuing westward from Tyrosh, one traverses the strait to arrive in the Stormlands, ruled by House Baratheon, where young Aegon is poised to land with the Golden Company. To the northwest of the Stormlands lies the capital of the Seven Kingdoms, King's Landing, underscoring the strategic significance of this region, aptly described as the throat of the kingdom. Arthur leaned against the railing, gazing out at the tranquil bay, as if he could already envision his long-lost homeland. After a moment of reflection, he turned to his companions, the brown bear and the slim monkey, and suggested, "Let us return and rest. Tomorrow, we shall explore the mercenary companies here, as there are surely worthy ones to join." The trio planned to first assess the Golden Company. Mercenary groups typically lack fixed employers, and the Golden Company is no exception. Presently, they have entered into a contract with the governor's office of Meereen to fight on its behalf. The Golden Company derives its name from 3 significant reasons. Firstly, their services command a steep price. Secondly, their motto is as reliable as gold. Thirdly, their battle cry proclaims, "Gold above, cold iron below." The high cost is justified by the Golden Company's reputation as the largest and most renowned mercenary group within the free trade city-states, boasting an army of 10,000 warriors, whose movements incur substantial expenses. Nevertheless, the Golden Company has consistently adhered to their motto of reliability. Once a contract is established, they diligently fulfill their obligations, earning them an impeccable reputation. In essence, should one be willing to pay the hefty fee, the Golden Company will execute the terms of the contract with grace and precision. The singular instance of contract breach occurred in the future when they were employed by Meereen, Yet the Golden Company unilaterally rescinded the contract, heeding the counsel of Illyrio. They departed from Meereen to greet Daenerys, subsequently pivoting to support young Aegon in his quest for the Iron Throne of the Seven Kingdoms. As for the battle cry gold above, cold iron below, it can be traced back to the founder of the Golden Company, Aegon Rivers. The term cold iron refers to Aegon, his nickname. The surname Rivers is a common designation for bastards from the Riverlands, which are currently ruled by House Tully, the family of Catelyn Stark, wife of Eddard Stark. However, Aegon is not a bastard of House Tully, but rather of House Targaryen, being the son of Aegon IV. Later, he supported Daemon Blackfyre, a half-brother from the same Targaryen family of bastards, in seizing the Iron Throne. However, the first Blackfyre rebellion ended in failure, Daemon perished, and Aegon fled to the continent of Essos. After a time as a mercenary, he established the Golden Company. Yet, despite Daemon's demise, the Blackfyre lineage did not vanish. They continued to covet the Iron Throne. In addition to the Second Blackfyre Rebellion, Aegon provided support for several subsequent Blackfyre uprisings through the Golden Company, all of which ultimately ended in defeat. The aged and weary Aegon met his end in a land of contention, unwilling to accept his fate. Before his death, he requested that his skull be gilded, to be preserved until the day the Blackfyres and the Golden Company could reclaim Westeros. This is the origin of the phrase gold above, black iron below. However, with the demise of the last member of the Blackfyre family, Meleys, in the Battle of the Ninepenny Kings, during the Fifth Blackfyre Rebellion, Aegon's wish seemed destined to remain unfulfilled. Arthur and the others returned to their inn to rest. And the following day, they mounted their horses and departed from Mill, heading towards the encampment of the Golden Company beyond the city walls. A mercenary band of thousands could not possibly be accommodated within Mill. It would pose a significant destabilizing factor. Hence, with the permission of the governor of Mill, the Golden Company established their camp on the nearby plains. Arthur and his companions had inquired about the location of the camp the previous night before riding over. However, upon their arrival at the encampment, they found only around 100 individuals present, with the rest seemingly absent. Had there been a recent battle that required the Golden Company to mobilize entirely? The mercenaries guarding the camp, upon noticing the approach of three strangers, raised their bows, swords, spears, and shields in a display of vigilance. They were evidently more disciplined than the average mercenary group. A small squad approached while the remainder remained stationary within the camp. Arthur dismounted and conveyed their intentions to the mercenary squad. "You have arrived at an unfortunate time," one of the soldiers stated, lowering his longsword. "Our commander has passed away, and the rest have gone to the funeral." "Dead?" Arthur blinked in surprise. "How did he die?" The soldier spoke with a tone of respect for their late commander. Blackheart Misto, adopting a serious demeanor. After years of fighting in the disputed lands, he had sustained various old wounds, which ultimately led to his demise. Until a new commander is elected, we must attend to the necessary rituals, so you may find it difficult to join us during this time. Arthur had not anticipated such a turn of events. He did not recall the death of the Golden Company commander, which must have occurred prior to the onset of the main storyline. He remembered that the commander who later accompanied young Aegon in the reclamation of Westeros was named Harry. In truth, the commander soon to be elected was fully named Harry Strickland, a name Arthur recalled thanks to the Golden Company's support of young Aegon. Through the connection between young Aegon and the Golden Company, he naturally remembered the commander's name. Arthur immediately inquired, and the squad sergeant confirmed that their financial officer was indeed named Harry, which likely meant this was the Harry in question. "Harry again? It seems I am destined to encounter a Harry in every world I traverse. Let us hope this Harry is as amiable as the last." As Arthur pondered this, his curiosity piqued. "You mentioned those rituals. What do they entail?" The squad sergeant scoffed and shook his head, seemingly unimpressed by Arthur's eagerness to join as a new recruit. "Are you not aware of our Golden Company's traditions?" "What traditions?" Arthur asked with a smile, unashamed to inquire further. The sergeant continued without reservation. "Upon the death of each Golden Company leader, we emulate the first leader, Agar Heaven, by gilding their skull and displaying it on the banner. The new leader is born amidst the witness of these golden skulls. You mentioned Horace Treclon. Do you support him?" Arthur's curiosity deepened. "That is not surprising. Harry is the financial officer and always knows how to secure profitable ventures for us. Contracts he oversees are invariably advantageous." "I see." Arthur nodded, then asked, "Do you know how long they will be gone?" "How should I know?" The sergeant replied. "It could be as short as a week or as long as half a month." After some further conversation, Arthur led the brown bear and the lean monkey to change course towards the nearby city-state of Mill. "Are we joining the Golden Company?" the lean monkey queried. Arthur shook his head. "No rush. After all, they are currently attending to the funeral of the former leader. The core members will return with the new leader in due time. We should compare our options. Let us observe other mercenary companies first." If the Golden Company does not return within 2 weeks, we will consider joining another. Mercenary companies allow for contract fulfillment and switching allegiance as long as the terms are met. Arthur had no qualms about loyal subjects choosing their masters based on financial incentives. Chapter 19. The primary, secondary, and tertiary choices of the Mill Mercenary Company in the evening. The tavern of the city-state of Mill was alive with the clinking of glasses and flickering lights. Arthur and his companions gathered around a long table, enjoying a meal that, while not exquisite, was sufficient to satiate their hunger. "I have inquired," said the lean monkey, taking a sip of his drink and licking his lips. "Currently, there are 2 notable mercenary companies serving Mill, the Wolf Pack and the Second Sons. What are they like?" Arthur inquired. "The Wolf Pack is not suitable." The brown bear interjected unexpectedly. Arthur valued the opinion of this robust man, who either spoke little or always delivered astonishing insights. He asked, "Why is that?" "I once served in the Wolf Pack. It is predominantly composed of individuals from the north of Westeros and tends to be quite insular," the brown bear explained. Arthur detected an underlying message in the brown bear's words. The bear, unusually verbose, conveyed a series of implications that led Arthur to a realization. During the journey from the city-state of Kohor to the city-state of Meereen, Arthur quietly learned the common tongue of Westeros, the Valyrian dialect, from the lean monkey. Arthur exhibited a notable aptitude for languages, having acquired such skills amidst the daily life at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. His ambition to master magic necessitated a deep understanding of language, particularly the intricacies of spells. By the time he arrived in Meereen, he could be regarded as a true Westerosi, having also gained proficiency in the Valyrian dialect. He had just overheard a lengthy discourse from the brown bear when he suddenly discerned that the brown bear's accent closely resembled that of the common tongue spoken in Westeros. Typically, the brown bear spoke sparingly, preferring short sentences and consciously masking his accent, thus deceiving many. However, at this moment, he chose to reveal his origins to Arthur in the lean monkey. "I am also from the north of Westeros, a snow. The north is harsh. My biological father sent me with a group of northerners to Essos to seek our fortunes, and I later joined the Brotherhood of the Wolf. The name Snow signifies a surname for bastards in the north, akin to Jon Snow and Ramsay Snow, both of whom are illegitimate children. Jon Snow, much like Daenerys, is destined for greatness as long as he draws breath. Ramsay Snow is infamous for his cruel nature and is often referred to as Little Bastard. Nevertheless, Ramsay's status as a bastard was later legitimized by King Tommen Baratheon, and he became known as Ramsay Bolton. This was the first time Arthur and the lean monkey had heard the brown bear recount his past. Mercenaries typically refrained from discussing their histories. Yet, the fact that the brown bear spoke of it indicated his trust in them. The two exchanged glances and listened intently. "I spent a year with the Brotherhood of the Wolf, and I know they will not accept you. They only embrace northerners, those who follow the old gods. Subsequently, I departed from the Brotherhood and joined the Stone Crows, severing all ties with them. The old gods refer to the deities of the children of the forest, the ancestors, and the beliefs surrounding the weirwood tree. In contrast, the new gods, introduced following the invasion of the Undulls, comprise the faith of the seven, represented by the father, the mother, the warrior, the maiden, the smith, the crone, and the stranger. If the brown bear speaks truthfully regarding kinship and faith, the Brotherhood might indeed be reluctant to accept Arthur and the lean monkey. Intrigued, Arthur inquired, "Why did you not continue with the Brotherhood?" The brown bear cast a glance at Arthur, took a bite of his bread, and replied, "The contract for renewal offered by the Stone Crows was more lucrative than that of the Brotherhood. Thus, it became clear, to ensure the loyalty of mercenary subordinates, mere emotional ties are insufficient. One must also provide tangible benefits that they can foresee in following one's lead." Observing the brown bear's robust physique and the extraordinary strength he often displayed, Arthur felt he was indeed deserving of more. After this, the brown bear reverted to its former demeanor, becoming taciturn once more. Arthur then inquired with the lean monkey regarding intelligence about another mercenary group, the Second Sons. Unbeknownst to him, he had encountered this mercenary band in Game of Thrones. However, the Second Sons in Game of Thrones are not the same as those in A Song of Ice and Fire. The former represents a fusion of the Second Sons and the brave companions from the latter, aimed at eliminating numerous subplots. Such adaptations are not uncommon in Game of Thrones. Yet they remain relatively sensible, as these side stories are not of paramount importance, since A Song of Ice and Fire remains unfinished, apart from the author Martin. No one knows the future significance of these characters, making it more pragmatic to excise them. This amalgamated Second Sons was then in confrontation with Daenerys' unsullied army. Among the Second Sons was a man named Dario Naharis, who fell instantly in love with Daenerys. He directly killed the Second Sons' leader, Mero, along with another officer, and defected to Daenerys. The point of fusion here is that Mero is indeed the leader of the Second Sons, albeit with a modified portrayal, while Daario is one of the 3 leaders of the Brave Companions. Daario killed the other 2 leaders of the Brave Companions, not Mero. However, his betrayal for Daenerys remained unchanged. Ultimately, Mero met his demise while attempting to assassinate Daenerys. Do you recall the tale of the 3,000 Unsullied from the city-state of Kohor? Upon seeing Arthur nod, the lean monkey continued, the Second Sons are, in fact, one of the protagonists. At that time, the Dothraki launched their assault, and the 2 major mercenary companies hired by Kohor included the Second Sons. After suffering initial defeat, they promptly fled, abandoning the city-state of Kohor, fortunate that 3,000 Unsullied remained to defend it. Thus, those 3,000 Unsullied became legendary, while the retreat of the 2 mercenary companies became a subject of jest. Of course, the Second Sons, with their centuries of illustrious achievements, have long since redeemed their former disgrace, though this old tale is occasionally resurfaced for mockery. Arthur was taken aback by this history, laughing. So the Second Sons must have at least a 400-year legacy. Their scale must be quite substantial, then? Not quite. The lean monkey shook his head. Under the leadership of the current commander Mero, the Second Sons have been declining in recent years. He then glanced around furtively and whispered to Arthur, I have also heard that the city-state of Meereen seems poised to sever its contract with the Second Sons, as Mero's reputation is rather unfavorable. This is not the first time the Second Sons have faced contract termination from a free trade city-state, if such a severance were to occur. The Second Sons would likely find it exceedingly difficult to secure future employment in free trade city-states. Arthur furrowed his brow slightly, realizing that the situation of the Second Sons appeared worse than that of the Wolf Pack. The Wolf Pack merely did not accept individuals from beyond the north, whereas the Second Sons seemed on the verge of disbandment. After much contemplation, it became evident that the Golden Team remained the premier choice. However, the return of those in charge of the Golden Team remains uncertain. Nonetheless, seeing is believing. He resolved to investigate the Wolf Pack and Second Son teams the following day. Chapter 20. The Second Son team, whose first impression is rather dismal. The next morning, Arthur and his companions were swiftly expelled from the Wolf Pack camp by its members. They were met with hostility as outsiders. Arthur and the Slim Monkey were unwelcome, and the Brown Bear, who had defected from the Wolf Pack to the Sharpstone team and now sought to return, was scorned. The trio endured a considerable amount of humiliation at the hands of these northerners. The Slim Monkey, nearly choking with indignation, was restrained by the Brown Bear, while Arthur shook his head in disapproval, leading the 3 to comply and exit the camp. Why bother to be upset with them? As they stepped outside, Arthur chuckled, patting the Slim Monkey's shoulder, gesturing toward the Brown Bear. Look, even after being insulted, the Brown Bear remains unperturbed. Some insults won't cost you a pound of flesh. The Brown Bear succinctly replied. The Slim Monkey took a few deep breaths before admitting, I lack the composure you 2 possess. Thankfully, you restrained me, otherwise, we would have struggled to break free from the encirclement of hundreds. Upon entering the Wolf Pack's encampment, Arthur and his companions conducted a brief assessment of their numbers. They boasted at least 300 cavalrymen, all of a shared lineage, united in purpose, making their encirclement of the trio quite formidable. Escaping their grasp was feasible, albeit at an unknown cost. Had the mercenary band, established during the Blood Dragon rampage, not exclusively recruited northerners, it could have grown significantly larger. Yet, the stubbornness of the northerners prevailed. The Brown Bear commented, 1 northerner is worth 10 southerners. Here, southerners refers broadly to the 6 kingdoms of Westeros, encapsulating the proud and aloof nature of the northerners. This is unsurprising, given that the Northland area is only slightly smaller than the combined territories of the other 6 kingdoms, and most northerners steadfastly adhere to the old gods, in stark contrast to the southern faith in the 7. The Brown Bear was genuinely indifferent to the insults hurled by the Wolf Pack, dismissing them with a derisive grunt. Arthur, however, maintained a light-hearted demeanor, yet silently registered the affront, perhaps anticipating an opportunity for retribution in the future. 7 years prior, when he entered Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the Sorting Hat had contemplated placing him in Slytherin before ultimately designating him to Gryffindor. This illustrates that Arthur harbors a darker side, albeit one more suited to the values of Gryffindor. They ceased to dwell on the Wolf Pack and mounted their horses, proceeding to the encampment of the Second Son team. Upon arrival, the disparity between the Second Son team's camp and the previously observed Golden Team and Wolf Pack camps became starkly apparent. The mercenary camp, lacking the regimented order of a formal army, appeared particularly disheveled, even amongst mercenaries. Tattered tents were haphazardly erected, and the banners of broken swords fluttered in the wind. Sparse in number, the mercenaries either polished their swords or strolled past with camp followers, casting only fleeting glances without engaging. The first impression of Arthur and his companions regarding the Second Sons was decidedly unfavorable. After meandering through the camp for a while, they were finally accosted by someone. "Who are you? What brings you here?" questioned a middle-aged man with a head of gray hair. His brown skin and dark eyes evoked a sense of familiarity in Arthur and his companions. A member of a Lazarene? No, wait. Dothraki. Arthur concluded silently in his mind, deducing that this man bore Dothraki blood. The lean monkey answered on their behalf. The gray-haired man scrutinized them, then broke into a smile, a benevolent grin characteristic of an elder. "I am Ben Plum, the second in command of the Second Sons, though most refer to me as Brown Ben." He gestured to his brown-hued skin, the origin of his moniker. Upon hearing the name Brown Ben Plum, a spark of recognition ignited in Arthur's mind. He suddenly recalled the man's background. The characters in A Song of Ice and Fire were numerous and their relationships complex, making it impossible for him to remember them all. However, the protagonists, Daenerys, Jon, Tyrion, Sansa, Arya, Bran, and others, were certainly etched in his memory. While he could not claim to know every detail of their journeys, he retained a general understanding. Thus, characters connected to them were the most easily remembered. Brown Ben was indeed associated with Tyrion. At one point, Tyrion was en route to the Slaver's Bay to meet Daenerys when he was abducted by Jorah Mormont, and both found themselves unexpectedly enslaved. As they approached Daenerys, she flew away on a dragon, leaving them in silence. To save himself, Tyrion led Jorah and others to the nearby camp of the Second Sons, offering to join their ranks. At that time, the leader and commander of the Second Sons was none other than the man standing before them, Brown Ben. As Arthur recalled Brown Ben's origins, he also remembered Tyrion's assessment of them. In summary, Brown Ben was a figure who appeared benevolent and mild-mannered on the surface, yet harbored a shrewd and greedy nature, perhaps one of the reasons he ascended to power after the disappearance of the commander Marrow. Arthur, now wary, introduced himself alongside the bear and the lean monkey. "Follow me," said Brown Ben, setting off and gesturing towards the largest yet still dilapidated tent nearby. "The commander Marrow is there. I will take you to meet him." Upon entering the tent, they beheld a tall man with a bushy red beard, who was entangled with two scantily clad camp followers, engaged in jovial revelry. Upon noticing the brown-skinned man leading three strangers into the tent, the Titan's bastard, Marrow, did not cease his caresses upon the camp followers, though he did restrain his laughter and directed his gaze towards them. He bore the moniker of Titan's bastard due to his origins from the city-state of Braavos, whose hallmark architecture is the colossal statue of the Titan. His imposing stature further solidified this epithet. The brown-skinned man conveyed their purpose for visiting. Marrow, seemingly disturbed by the interruption, roughly pushed away the camp followers he had been embracing, instructing them to pour drinks for the newcomers, and gestured for Arthur and the others to find a place to sit. His pale green eyes swept over Arthur and his companions, and he chuckled, remarking, "You are aware that our company of Second Sons boasts a venerable history. Not just anyone can join, correct?" Arthur was tempted to retort with the tale of how the company of Second Sons had once been routed by the Dothraki 4 centuries ago, but ultimately opted for a smile instead. "We would be most eager to hear you recount the illustrious history of the company, Commander Marrow." He was genuinely curious about how Marrow would embellish the tale. Marrow, indeed, became animated after downing a drink, launching into his narrative. "Let me tell you, many notable figures have served in the company of Second Sons." He began with distant history, mentioning the likes of the famed Ironborn Egan, who, prior to founding the Golden Company, spent a year with the Second Sons. He then cited more recent figures, such as Oberin Martell, the Red Viper, and the Prince of Dorne, who also had served in the company before establishing the Windblown. Arthur was taken aback to hear familiar names from the rosy-faced Marrow, especially that of Oberin Martell. Observing the expression of the brown-skinned man, he realized that Marrow was indeed speaking truthfully. These were not mere fabrications. It appeared that those illustrious individuals favored the company of Second Sons as a stepping stone. Perhaps he could do the same. Chapter 21. The wise and valiant Commander Marrow. "Little one, do you comprehend?" Marrow roared with laughter, playfully groping the rear of the camp follower who had poured him a drink. "If you wish to join the company of Second Sons, you must prove yourselves worthy of our ranks." Arthur reflected on the disarray that permeated the camp, likely stemming from the indolent management of the commander before him. He could not fathom how the three of them might demonstrate their worthiness to the company. Before Arthur could voice his query, Commander Marrow reached for a cloth bag on a nearby table. He extracted a handful of coins, displaying them briefly to Arthur before letting them cascade back into the bag. Arthur noted that the bag contained a plethora of currencies from various regions: the golden dragons of Westeros, silver stags, the oval iron coins of Myr, the diamond-shaped iron coins of Lys, and the elongated iron coins of Karth, among others. Marrow revealed a greedy smile, inquiring, Do you understand? Regardless of your methods. First, prove that you can bring profit to the Sons of the Second before discussing membership. Profit? Arthur found it utterly absurd. It was his first encounter with the notion that joining a mercenary band required such proof. At least the brown bear and the thin monkey had not mentioned it. Both the brown bear and the thin monkey shared his astonishment, while only the brown man sat calmly to the side. He had witnessed countless negotiations like this and had seen Merrow's insatiable greed manifest itself on numerous occasions. Merrow's words hinted at the necessity of either securing a lucrative employer for the Sons of the Second or finding some special means of generating wealth. Or else they would have to finance themselves. This was preposterous. It was no wonder the Sons of the Second found themselves in their current predicament. With such an avaricious leader, no matter how rich their history or their ties to prominent figures like Prince Oberin of the Red Viper, the band would inevitably decline. In fact, Arthur was not mistaken. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the city-state of Mill would soon terminate its contract with the Sons of the Second due to Merrow's excessive greed. Following that, the 9 free-trading city-states would be reluctant to employ them. Merrow would be compelled to lead the Sons of the Second elsewhere in search of work, only to be met with disdain and a tarnished reputation. Under his leadership, the Sons of the Second's reputation had deteriorated to the extent that it was comparable to that of the Goat Ward's warriors, commonly known as the Bloodplay Troop. It was easy to imagine the dire situation. Eventually, Merrow and the Sons of the Second found themselves in Slave Bay, serving the city-state of Kai, only to encounter the advancing forces of Daenerys and her unsullied army. During negotiations with Daenerys, Merrow foolishly believed himself to be in a position of strength. Demanding a substantial bribe of gold in exchange for his potential defection, he dismissed the unsullied army, indulging in the fine wine sent by Daenerys with his men, only to be ambushed by the unsullied. Consequently, the Sons of the Second suffered a devastating defeat, leading to the newly appointed leader, the Brown Man, pledging fealty to Daenerys. Although Merrow narrowly escaped death, he later sought to assassinate Daenerys out of spite. At that time, the fearless Barristan Selmy was already at Daenerys' side, rendering Merrow's assassination attempt doomed to failure, resulting in his own demise. Such a leader, capable of leading a mercenary band with centuries of history and connections to numerous influential figures down a path of ruin, was hardly surprising. Arthur would certainly not acquiesce to such extortion. Rather than confronting Merrow directly, he engaged in light-hearted conversation for a time before politely suggesting his departure. Merrow's expression clearly betrayed his displeasure. The Sons of the Second had recently been struggling financially, and rumors from Mill hinted at a potential contract termination, making Merrow's desperate attempt to seize an opportunity all the more understandable. To his astonishment, this young lad was impervious to reason, yet he was the leader among the trio, with the other 2 willingly following his lead. When he decided to depart, the other 2 rose silently to accompany him, which was quite peculiar. Apart from his countenance, it was difficult to discern any remarkable qualities in him. Nevertheless, he thought, let these 3 impoverished souls go on their way. Meiluo had no intention of detaining Arthur and his companions, but the previously quiet figure of Brown Ben, who had been sipping his drink, suddenly stirred. He first attempted to persuade Arthur and his companions to stay, then leaned in close to Meiluo's ear, whispering intently. At first, Meiluo maintained his composure, but as he absorbed the information, his brow furrowed deeper, nearly splitting his forehead in distress. Is it true? He shot a displeased glance at Brown Ben and then at Arthur and the others. Brown Ben nodded with a smile. But the news he had just imparted was far from good. It appeared that several soldiers within the Second Sons Brigade were considering leaving due to rumors of an impending dissolution with the city-state of Mill, intending to join other mercenary groups. Given Brown Ben's assertion, it was clear that he had already gauged the sentiments of those individuals, making their departure virtually inevitable. Soldiers were the backbone of any mercenary band, and the loss of several would undoubtedly exacerbate the already precarious situation of the Second Sons Brigade. Although Meiluo doubted that the addition of Arthur and his companions could compensate for the loss of those soldiers, it was indeed essential to infuse new blood into the ranks. Otherwise, the brigade, which might have managed to weather the storm, could face a chain reaction of talent drain, leading to dire consequences. However, having just expressed skepticism about their capabilities, he was reluctant to invite them to join directly, fearing he might lose face before the young lad. After some contemplation, he stood up and cleared his throat. If you wish to join the Second Sons Brigade, then let me see what you are capable of. Without waiting for a response, Meiluo swept aside the curtain and strode purposefully out. Such self-centeredness was rare indeed. Arthur silently shook his head, but saw Brown Ben approach him with that amiable smile once more. Let us give it a try, shall we? He was the complete antithesis of Meiluo. Since they were already here, Arthur pondered, and the phrase "since we are already here" resonated within him. After considering, He glanced at Brown Bear and Slim Monkey, ultimately arriving at a decision. Then let us venture out and give it a go, since we are already here, Arthur said with a smile. Thus, Arthur and Brown Ben exited the tent together, laughing as if they were longtime friends, leaving Brown Bear and Slim Monkey puzzled in their wake. Upon hearing that the brigade leader wanted to test the newcomers, many mercenaries from the Second Sons Brigade gathered around, chattering excitedly about the unfolding scene. Arthur, Brown Bear, and Slim Monkey possessed distinct skills, thus they would be evaluated separately. The Slender Monkey brandished a crossbow and skillfully loosed 3 arrows at the target, each striking remarkably close to the bullseye, a testament to his exceptional archery skills, which garnered nods of approval from the mercenaries. Following him was the Brown Bear, whose imposing stature surpassed even that of Captain Melro, a clear indication of his formidable strength. Yet, it was his subsequent feat of almost overturning a nearby cart with his bare hands that left the onlookers utterly astonished by his incredible might. Finally, there was Arthur, who entrusted the satchel containing the obsidian dragon egg to the Slender Monkey before stepping forward. The brown man stood silently within the crowd, observing intently. Melrose surveyed the surroundings before singling out one individual. Gasparo, you come forth and engage in a contest with this young lad. Chapter 22. The mercenaries defeat in the dance of the rapier. Upon hearing Captain Melrose's summons, a lean man clad in a pink robe and sporting a pointed beard emerged, adorned in leather armor. He was a soldier of the Second Sons and one of their elite members. In the future, following the defeat of the Second Sons by Daenerys' unsullied army, Melro would flee and vanish, leaving the brown man to ascend as the new leader and commander. Gasparo, as the vice commander, evidently possessed sufficient capability. He mockingly waved his hand, grinning, my dear captain, I shall, of course, heed your command. Though I fear I might frighten our newcomer. Arthur had not yet joined. Melro stroked his bushy red beard that hung at his waist, insisting, you must allow him to witness the prowess of a Second Son soldier, lest he be underestimated. Very well, Gasparo replied in near unison with Melro, drawing a rapier and tossing it playfully between his hands. A rapier shall suffice for me. The surrounding mercenaries erupted in laughter, though Gasparo's tone suggested he might hold back. Those familiar with him recognized him as an assassin, one who often wielded a rapier as his weapon of choice. Clearly, he intended to impart a lesson to the newcomer. Melro could not help but display a satisfied smile. The Slender Monkey, overhearing Gasparo's words and the laughter of the crowd, felt a surge of indignation, stepping forward as if to retort. However, the Brown Bear restrained him, stating, in the world of mercenaries, one must fight to prove their worth. Otherwise, no one will regard Arthur with respect. He cannot best Arthur. The Slender Monkey, contemplating this, relented and fell silent. Meanwhile, within the deliberately cleared circular arena, Arthur paid little heed to the provocations spewing from Gasparo's lips, slowly drawing the sword of Gryffindor. As the long sword was unsheathed, it emanated a chilling aura, and those knowledgeable immediately recognized it as a legendary blade. The bearer of such a sword typically held an extraordinary status, prompting the mercenaries to speculate about Arthur's background. Melrose's eyes gleamed with avarice, a yearning to seize the sword of Gryffindor and return to his tent for a closer examination. Why do I not possess such a magnificent sword? The brown-haired man furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating inwardly, could this sword possibly be a Valyrian steel blade? It is said that only a few thousand Valyrian swords have survived to this day, with over 200 located on the continent of Westeros, while the remainder are scattered throughout the world. Might the sword in Arthur's possession be one of them? He resolved to see for himself. Gasparo, upon gazing at the sword of Gryffindor, ceased his provocations, refraining from showcasing his nimble sword dance, and instead adopted a serious stance. He was keen to avoid any missteps that might lead to public embarrassment. Your sword appears quite sharp, but I wonder how proficient you are in your swordsmanship? His words, though lacking direct challenge, inevitably carried an air of provocation. Arthur, cautious, angled his body toward Gasparo, moving with careful and steady steps, his eyes keenly observing every motion of his opponent. Why not come forward and test it for yourself? He suggested. With a chuckle, Gasparo took a few tentative steps closer. Then I shall give it a try. Arthur, not feeling compelled to resort to magic unless absolutely necessary, understood that refraining from magic did not equate to being defenseless. As he had previously mentioned, during his time at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, he had participated in numerous significant events against Voldemort and his Death Eater followers. He shared a profound connection with the Sword of Gryffindor, frequently drawing it from various sources, including the Sorting Hat, to confront adversaries, to enhance his proficiency with the sword. Arthur had even taken the initiative to study swordsmanship. Although his skills did not rival those of formidable figures like the fearless Barristan or the Kingslayer Jaime Lannister, he was nonetheless regarded as competent among mercenaries. It is worth noting that within the diverse ranks of mercenaries, only a select few had received formal training in swordsmanship. The majority had learned through the trials of battle, with those unable to adapt inevitably being weeded out. During their journey to the disputed land, Arthur did not solely focus on the road ahead. The trio would periodically pause to rest. In these moments of respite, he would seek out the brown bear to practice his swordplay, particularly to acclimate to the fighting styles prevalent among mercenaries. Thus, even relying solely on his swordsmanship, Arthur felt no trepidation when facing Kasparo. Kasparo circled Arthur with his slender sword, and Arthur mirrored his movements, the two men swirling like a vortex, stirring the atmosphere into a fervent excitement. "Kasparo, what are you waiting for?" Mero suddenly shouted. "Has your fine blade dulled? If so, come down and let another take your place." The assassin, unable to find any flaws in Arthur's stance or movements and hearing Mero's impatient urging, devised to employ a few underhanded tactics. He understood that Mero intended to instill a sense of intimidation in the newcomer. Arthur, the leader among the trio, was momentarily taken aback, naturally commanding the respect of the other two, a tactic often employed by meleeer. In a sudden shift, Kasparov altered the rhythm, disrupting the harmonious dance shared with Arthur. He lunged forward, appearing as if he intended to collide with Arthur. Arthur stepped back slightly, preparing to exploit the advantage of Gryffindor's sword, when Kasparov deftly kicked a stone towards him. Lowering his lean frame, he moved with the grace of a leopard, ready to dart in front of Arthur. Seizing the moment when Arthur blocked the stone, he aimed the tip of his slender sword at Arthur's chest for a decisive strike. This maneuver had proven effective against adversaries time and again, as his agility as an assassin far surpassed that of ordinary folk. In this manner, he sought to undermine Arthur, fulfill meleeer's desires, and secure a swift victory for himself. However, to his surprise, Arthur saw through Kasparov's ruse and swiftly slashed with his sword. The sound of clashing metal rang out, sparks flying as the stone was cleaved in twain. Following the momentum of his strike, he executed a sweeping arc with his blade, its cold light reminiscent of a waning moon. What a sharp sword, what precision in the strike. Kasparov, witnessing the flash of the sword and the shattering of the stone, felt a chill run down his spine, halting his advance. Had he pressed forward recklessly, he would have unwittingly delivered himself to the tip of Arthur's blade. He was uncertain whether Arthur could halt his sword in time. Even under the best circumstances, he risked injury. Seeing Kasparov pause, Arthur moved forward with the grace of a dancer, the tip of his sword aimed at Kasparov, compelling him to respond with his slender blade. The clash of metal echoed as Kasparov lost his initial advantage, being relentlessly pressured by Arthur's aggressive swordsmanship, causing him to become flustered. At that moment, there was a crack, and a segment of his slender sword broke off, clattering to the ground. The sword, a prized possession acquired in Bravos, had succumbed to Gryffindor's blade after several strikes, now reduced to a broken weapon. In his astonishment, Kasparov was compelled to continue the duel with his fractured sword, yet he had lost the resolve to confront Arthur directly. Onlookers, particularly the brown-skinned individuals, were convinced they were witnessing a Valyrian steel sword in action. Meleeer and the mercenaries observed in astonishment. Kasparov, having lost his edge, was soon exposed as Arthur pinpointed the flaw in his disarrayed stance, thrusting his sword towards him. Kasparov instinctively aimed his broken sword at Arthur's chest. But the advantage of Gryffindor's sword became apparent as Arthur's tip reached its mark first. Kasparov glanced down at the blade, mere inches from his heart, swallowed hard, and, flipping his broken sword, raised his hands in surrender, a sheepish smile on his face. "I concede. A wise man knows when to retreat. You must be Arthur indeed. You possess remarkable skill." Chapter 23. Your move is impressive. Now it is my turn. Arthur remained steadfast, the tip of his sword teasingly brushing against Kasparov's chin. Akin to a flirtation with a beauty, he could not bring himself to accept the mercenary's verbal surrender. Indeed, he left no room for leniency. Kasparo, with a resigned smile, sheathed his broken sword at his waist and raised both hands in submission. Was this satisfactory? Only then did Arthur lower the sword of Gryffindor, slowly returning it to its scabbard. A splendid maneuver. I have now mastered it as well. He referred to the technique Kasparo used to flick a pebble with the tip of his foot. Kasparo chuckled awkwardly, somewhat unwilling to concede. This time, I was careless. Next time, victory shall be mine. However, I must first acquire a new sword. Mero had not anticipated Kasparo's swift and decisive defeat. Arthur, the young swordsman, exhibited commendable skill, wielding a sharp blade with cool and agile thought and action. No wonder the two companions who accompanied him heeded his command. With the prospect of asserting dominance extinguished, Mero, reluctant to intervene personally, scratched his red beard and proclaimed loudly, "Arthur is the victor." The surrounding mercenaries erupted in raucous cheers. Upon Kasparo's return to the crowd, He was met with a few jests. Yet, he retorted defiantly, claiming that today was merely a moment of unpreparedness and that he would reclaim his honor next time. Arthur retrieved his satchel from the slender monkey-like figure, taking just a few steps when he suddenly sensed a rise in temperature emanating from the bag. He recognized it as the dark dragon egg. However, this time the warmth was not akin to the alarming heat he had previously experienced as a warning of impending danger. It was merely comforting. After a brief period, the temperature subsided. In the midst of the bustling crowd, Arthur refrained from inspecting the source of the warmth and maintained a composed demeanor while conversing with Marrow and the others. As the excitement waned, the mercenary group swiftly dispersed. Marrow, accompanied by the brown-skinned man, led Arthur and his companions back to the earlier encampment, where the two camp followers rose to attend to Marrow. The brown-skinned man gestured for Arthur and his companions to take a seat, his perpetually gentle smile concealing a scrutinizing gaze upon them. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Marrow sought to persuade Arthur and his companions to join the Sun's Guild. Yet, Arthur politely declined the offer. Their visit to the guild was intended for assessment, after which they would decide whether to enter into a contract, a matter that should be mutually agreed upon. Marrow, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of displeasure. He had assumed that by mentioning the illustrious figures who had once joined the Sun's Guild, these young men would be swept away by enthusiasm to enlist. To his surprise, Arthur remained composed, insisting on further contemplation. Marrow, feeling somewhat discontented and lacking in civility, eventually allowed the brown-skinned man to personally escort Arthur and his companions to the outskirts of the Sun's Guild encampment. As Arthur and his companions prepared to depart on horseback, the brown-skinned man approached, grasping the reins of Arthur's horse. They were now alone, just the four of them. Arthur, from atop his steed, leaned down to inquire of the brown-skinned man, "Is there something else you wish to discuss? I understand that your impression of the Second Sun's Guild is rather unfavorable." Brown said earnestly. "However, I sincerely hope you will consider joining us." Arthur sensed an underlying message in Brown's words and mused aloud, "Your leader seems rather whimsical. There is no need for such delicacy." At that moment, Brown winked at Arthur, revealing his true disposition, for he feared the Second Sons might be led into an abyss. Intrigued, Arthur dismounted. The brown bear and the lean monkey exchanged glances and followed suit. "Since you acknowledge his unreliability, why do you still follow him?" Arthur inquired curiously. Brown chuckled. "Marrow enjoys boasting, yet he did utter a truth. The Second Sons boast a long and storied history. Even if this mercenary group is on a decline, given the right opportunity, who can say it won't regain its former glory or even soar to new heights? Among the many mercenary groups on the continent of Essos, each experiences its own rises and falls. What is needed is a cadre of guides who know the paths to ascend." From Brown's sudden shift in demeanor and his words, Arthur sensed his ambitious nature and couldn't help but smile. "Do you wish for our assistance in elevating you to the position of leader of the Second Sons?" "Why us? We have only just met today." Brown was pleased by Arthur's quick understanding, feeling increasingly assured that he had found the right allies. "In truth, I have already discreetly garnered the support of several within the guild. However, the majority of the soldiers still back Marrow. My supporters are insufficient." "How can someone like him have so much backing?" Arthur questioned. "It is precisely because he is such a man that he attracts such support," Brown replied. "Those who disagree with him have been driven away, and those who align with him appreciate his avaricious ways. After all, mercenaries pursue wealth. And while Marrow is arrogant and greedy, he can deliver tangible benefits to his supporters. As for why I seek your assistance, it is twofold. First, I perceive your capabilities and ambition. Second, I recognize you." At this point, he reached into his garment and produced 3 rolled-up papers, handing them to Arthur. As Arthur unfurled them, he discovered rough sketches of 3 individuals. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that the figures depicted were, in fact, himself, the brown bear, and the lean monkey. The drawings were quite hasty, featuring only a few distinguishing traits. But Arthur connected Brown's peculiar behavior with the images and deduced they represented the 3 of them. "This is a wanted notice that just arrived from the city-state of Kohor to the black market," Brown explained with a slight smile. "Though the likenesses may be lacking, the 3 of you congregating here in the city of Mill to join a mercenary guild suggests I have not erred in my recognition." It was only then that the brown bear and the lean monkey realized the sketches were indeed of them, particularly the lean monkey, who gasped in shock as he took the paper for a closer inspection. The bounty was quite substantial. It was conceivable that someone might take action for it. Upon witnessing the expression of the lean monkey, the once 7/10 assured brown man could hardly be oblivious to the accuracy of his conjecture. He sighed and remarked, "They remain unaware of your true identities, resorting instead to sketching wanted posters from memory. You have indeed committed a significant act." The noble from the city-state of Kohol who was slain, though not of the highest rank, was nonetheless a nobleman. Kohor cannot simply disregard the occurrence as if nothing has transpired. The wanted images traverse the free trade routes, taking considerable time to arrive in Myr. This is one of the prices I have paid. Brown man, with his hands clasped behind his back, strolled around them for a few paces. The Second Son's band was filled with fugitives, murderers, and robbers. I suspect that one more would hardly be surprising. Were I the leader, I would certainly shelter you. Though other mercenary leaders might not be so inclined. They may, like Melro, seek to exchange you for a bounty, or in fear of attracting the ire of Zagakeo, drive you away. Only I require your presence, and you require mine. Moreover, the city-state of Kohor has bestowed upon you a moniker, the swordsman who wields sorcery. I would very much like the opportunity to witness how you differ from the red-robed monks of the Volanta city-state. Ponder this. We could indeed forge a partnership. After delivering this discourse, Brown Man resumed his benign demeanor, greeted Arthur and his companions, and turned to depart. On their return journey, Arthur took a moment to glance at the obsidian dragon egg nestled in his satchel. It exhibited remarkable changes. The once murky shell now adorned numerous patterns reminiscent of molten lava. Although the hues remained dull, it appeared significantly more appealing. Since leaving the Dagger Lake, Arthur had not acquired any new spells, nor had the dragon egg undergone any changes. Yet today was different. It was likely a consequence of the battle with Gasparo, where quantitative shifts had precipitated qualitative transformations. He recognized that the contested lands indeed represented a realm of opportunity, one in which he required further chances to facilitate his ongoing metamorphosis. Chapter 24. A long life for the Golden Team leader. A little over a week later, the majority of the Golden Team returned to the encampment near the city-state of Myr, and the newly appointed leader was none other than the spirited Harris Triclan. He was stout and Mediterranean in appearance, with only a scanty tuft of hair atop his head, yet at that moment he radiated vitality, as if rejuvenated by a decade. Upon hearing that 3 wandering mercenaries sought to join the Golden Team, Harris waved his hand in annoyance, declaring, "I have no time to meet them. I must enter the city to confer with the dignitaries of the Myr governor's office, and tomorrow we must break camp to advance to the front lines of the contested lands. There is no time for such frivolities. Besides, the Golden Team now boasts over 10,000 members, all forged in the crucible of battle. Who would take in 3 newcomers without merit? Not a chance. Not a chance." Harris, with sharp words, dismissed his subordinates, who then treated Arthur, Brown Bear, and the lean monkey with a similarly dismissive arrogance. After all, it was not uncommon for dreamers to aspire to join the most powerful and renowned mercenary band, the Golden Team. The 3 individuals in question are merely ordinary members among this group of dreamers. Arthur and his companions were taken aback when they discovered that the leader of the Golden Brigade was unwilling even to grant them an audience, let alone send a soldier to converse with them. Even the Wolf Pack had previously welcomed them for a detailed discussion, only to part ways on less than amicable terms. Thus, it was the Second Son Brigade that truly extended an olive branch to them. Furthermore, throughout this week, Brown had consistently sought them out, inviting them for meals and conversation, displaying remarkable enthusiasm. Although Brown harbored his own motives in reaching out to them, his cordial demeanor was nonetheless quite comforting. At this juncture, Arthur had already made up his mind. He turned to Brown Bear and Slim Monkey and said, "Since Lord Harry is so unwelcoming towards us, let us seek another venue. I wish the Golden Brigade victory in all their battles, and may he himself enjoy a long life." Brown Bear and Slim Monkey, being well acquainted with Arthur, recognized his sarcasm and could not help but laugh, understanding his sentiments. The trio mounted their horses and traversed the plains, soon catching sight of the tattered sword banner of the Second Son Brigade fluttering in the wind. After notifying the appropriate parties, Brown warmly emerged to greet them, embracing each of them before leading them into the camp of the Second Son Brigade. Once again, he introduced them to Marrow. This time, Marrow did not pose any challenges to Arthur and his companions. Instead, he readily nodded in agreement and entrusted Brown with the responsibility of managing their induction into the brigade. Marrow himself had more pressing matters to attend to. As Arthur and his companions departed from Marrow's tent with Brown, they exchanged puzzled glances and inquired, "Why is he so accommodating today?" Brown winked at Arthur and replied with a smile, "3 soldiers terminated their contracts with the Second Son Brigade yesterday and left. The city of Mill has issued an ultimatum, and Marrow is under considerable pressure. He requires fresh recruits to invigorate the Second Son Brigade." Understanding dawned upon Arthur, and he paused before asking, "What does the ultimatum from the city of Mill entail?" Brown raised an eyebrow, his weathered wrinkles easing as he explained. "The governor's office of Mill has ordered Marrow to mobilize the Second Son Brigade to the disputed territory. There is likely to be some minor skirmishes there soon, and Marrow, along with the Second Son Brigade, must demonstrate their worthiness to secure a renewal of their contract with the city of Mill. Arthur's interest was piqued. Minor skirmishes? What do you mean by that? As they walked, Brown elaborated. As you know, there are 3 factions involved in the disputed territory: Mill, Tylosi, and Lys, with Volantis occasionally stirring the pot as well. Ultimately, the territorial boundaries among the free trade city-states in the disputed area are quite ambiguous, with no party willing to acknowledge the actual territories held by others. The main force on Mill's side is the Golden Brigade, but recently, their former leader passed away, and a new leader has taken the helm, marking a transitional period. Tyrosh and Lys perhaps perceived an opportunity, believing that with the new leader's ascension, the Golden Brigade would be engulfed in chaos for a time, allowing them to seize territory. They each dispatched mercenary groups to the disputed lands, likely aiming to appropriate a portion of Mill's occupied territory for themselves. The Mill Governor's office has already instructed the Golden Brigade to prepare for deployment to the front lines. As long as the Golden Brigade remains undisturbed, the situation in the disputed territories should stabilize. A full-scale war among the 3 free trade city-states is impractical. However, minor skirmishes and probing actions are to be expected. This is what one might call a minor spectacle. As Arthur and his companions mulled over the information provided by Bronn, he led them into another tent. This tent was filled with stacks of scrolls, and seated at a long table was a man who bore a striking resemblance to the current leader of the Golden Brigade, Harry, also stout and bald. Coincidentally, Harry had previously served as the financial officer, and this man was also a financial officer, as if all mercenary financial officers were cast from the same mold. His name was Tiberwaong, the financial officer of the Second Sons. Bronn introduced him, though everyone preferred to call him Inkpot. Inkpot extended his hand to Arthur, who noticed the ink stains on his fingers, thus understanding the origin of his nickname. After their introductions, Inkpot matter-of-factly produced a pile of documents, including 3 contracts, an extraordinarily large leather-bound ledger, 2 quills, one filled with scholarly ink and the other with red ink. You may peruse the contracts if there are no issues. Please sign your names with the scholarly ink. Additionally, this leather-bound book is the roster of the Second Sons, with every member duly recorded, including you. This has been a tradition of the Second Sons for over a century. New members are required to inscribe their names and the date of joining in the roster with their blood. However, we no longer require blood after signing the contracts. You may use a quill to write your names and the date of joining with the red ink. Arthur, Bronn, and the Slim Monkey first examined the mercenary contracts, unwilling to sign themselves away without understanding. Being seasoned mercenaries, both Bronn and the Slim Monkey confirmed that there were no issues and the compensation was reasonable before all 3 affixed their signatures. They then inscribed their names in the roster, ensuring that as long as the Second Sons endure, their names would be known to future generations through the tradition of the Second Sons. This notion likely originated from the individual who proposed the roster over a century ago, intending to solidify the camaraderie within the Second Sons and enhance the members' sense of honor. Much like the Kingsguard's roster, the White Book in Westeros, many sought not only to earn power and wealth in the present, but also to secure a commendable legacy for posterity. This was especially crucial for those ambitious individuals who aspired to leverage their mercenary experiences within the Second Sons as a stepping stone to ascend to higher positions. Chapter 25. Young Jaime of Essos. Arthur was roused from his slumber by the sounds of footsteps and conversation outside the tent. Rising from his rather uncomfortable bed, he beheld the sleeping figures within the canvas confines. The brown bear and the lean monkey slumbered peacefully on either side of him. The brown bear, due to his substantial physique, occupied the space of 2, lying flat as he slept. The lean monkey, conversely, lay on his side, turned away from Arthur. Other mercenaries filled the tent, some sprawled upon carpets and makeshift beds. The symphony of snores, the chaotic postures of sleep, and the presence of vacant bedding painted a lively scene. This was the journey of the Second Sons, departing from the outskirts of Meereen, heading towards the disputed lands. According to the soldiers of their small detachment, they had already set foot upon the contentious territory. Arthur lifted the flap of the tent and stepped into the dim, bluish light of dawn, encountering a multitude of mercenaries, stable hands, blacksmiths, cooks, and camp followers bustling about in the early morning. He splashed water on his face, awakening his senses, and upon raising his gaze, he found a one-armed man standing before him. Arthur, the soldier of their band, a wiry figure even slimmer than Casparlo, called out, his bony arms and unshaven chin evident. Yet, the most striking feature was indeed his severed arm, replaced by a hook. Arthur silently vowed that if fate brought him to the one-armed Jaime Lannister in the future, he would affectionately refer to him as the Little Deceiver of Westeros. Alternatively, he could address the man before him as young Jaime of Essos. The Deceiver led a band of mercenaries, including Arthur, the Brown Bear, and the Lean Monkey. He appeared rather displeased with Arthur's entourage, feeling overshadowed by the presence of two companions, and thus resorted to mockery. Arthur, ever vigilant, kept his sword close. Even during the morning routine. In response to the deceiver's taunts, he calmly rested his hand upon the hilt of his sword and stated, "I have no attendants. They are my companions, willing to share both life and death with me, just as you do, correct?" The deceiver chewed on a sprig of sour grass, which stained his already uneven teeth with crimson, lending him the appearance of a grievously wounded man. Indeed, he conceded with a sidelong glance at Arthur. Acknowledging the camaraderie expected among soldiers, he then turned to depart. "Enough with the banter. Rouse those lazy hawks. We must set forth shortly." Thus, the deceiver and Arthur returned to the tent, awakening the mercenaries. Though lacking the strict discipline of soldiers, the mercenaries were nonetheless inclined to obey commands. The tent quickly filled with the sounds of chatter as the mercenaries, brimming with energy after rising, donned their clothes and prepared for the day. By the time Arthur had donned the light armor issued by the second sons, the brown bear and the lean monkey had also completed their morning routines. They returned, donning their armor and seizing their weapons along with other personal belongings. Although Tyrion described the equipment of the second sons as mere scrap metal, it nonetheless provided them with at least some armor, preventing them from entering battle unarmed. This was thanks to the relentless scavenging of corpses by the second sons, as well as the diligent efforts of blacksmiths and apprentices. By the time the sun had fully risen, even the most disorganized among them had dismantled their tents, stowing them away in the accompanying wagons. Then, the mercenaries raised the iconic banner of the second sons, a broken sword, and commenced their march. Within the ranks of the Golden Company, which boasted thousands of members, each knight typically possessed 3 horses, and their retainers had one as well. In stark contrast, the second sons numbered just over 500 and were considerably less equipped. Most of them had only a single horse, riding towards the direction indicated by the broken sword banner. Mercenaries such as Arthur, Brown Bear, and Skinny Monkey followed closely behind the leader. Their group provided protection alongside the supply wagons. A horse approached from the front, ridden by none other than the second son's second-in-command, Brown Ben. His brown skin rendered him almost invisible in the sunlight. After surveying the situation behind him, he exchanged a few words with the leader and nodded towards Arthur and the others before riding away. He did not overly emphasize his regard for Arthur and the others, at least not at this moment. The second son set out in the morning, traversing mountains and rivers, resting intermittently, and finally established camp in a plain by dusk, under the blood-red sunset. As Arthur and the others set up their tents and spread out their carpets, they listened to the leader's incessant chatter not far away. He waved his hook hand, which glinted in the twilight. "I've heard that the Golden Company has clashed with the Windblown and is now in a standoff with the Cats. I've always maintained that with over 10,000 in the Golden Company and several thousand in both the Windblown and Cats, this is not a battlefield where a mere 500 of us can intervene. In any case, the Golden Company will likely stabilize the situation, reclaiming and holding the territory of Myr, while we simply follow behind to reap some benefits. Remember, first ascertain that those corpses are truly dead. I don't want anyone raising a false alarm about the others returning, scaring themselves unnecessarily. Dispose of any mercenaries feigning death, strip them of their armor and weapons, and send them to the blacksmith. As for any treasure found, it should be delivered to the quartermaster, Inkpot. Keep this in mind." Though the words were stated, the discipline within the mercenary band was not particularly strict. When the men searched the corpses, they would often pocket a trinket or two. As long as it was not excessive, the leader would turn a blind eye. After all, this group was astute enough to understand that when they scavenged valuables, a portion would find its way into the leader's hands. Consequently, he would have no objections. Their camp was established not far from the supply wagons that required guarding. After the crowd had satisfied their hunger and thirst, they all shed their armor and nestled into their warm beds to sleep. However, Arthur was abruptly awakened from his slumber by an intense heat. As he opened his eyes and sat up in bed, he felt the now-cooling dragon egg nestled in his satchel. Had it grown hot again? It was no longer the pure black dragon egg it once was. Now it shimmered with a molten red and black hue, emitting a faint glow that was gradually fading. Instantly, he became alert. It was rare for the dragon egg to become so scorching, but each occurrence heralded impending danger. Indeed, just as he was about to rise, he heard commotion outside, accompanied by the sounds of neighing horses and the rapid pounding of hooves, followed by the clanging of metal against metal. Finally, a loud shout pierced the night, rousing most of the sleeping camp. "Enemy attack!" Arthur's breath caught in his throat. He echoed the warning of an enemy assault while shaking awake the brown bear and the slender monkey beside him, urging them to don their armor and arm themselves. The brown bear and slender monkey, momentarily dazed from their slumber, quickly regained their senses and hastened to obey Arthur's command. The commotion outside had also stirred the others in the camp. Seasoned soldiers, they were all too aware of the gravity of the situation. Their faces turning pale as they rose. One of them cursed as he hastily donned his trousers with a hook, shouting, "Get up, you bunch of fools. Grab your weapons and protect the supplies, or you'll end up as dead pigs." Chapter 26. In the Sea of Flames, the ravenous night assault as Arthur, the brown bear, and the slender monkey emerged from their tent. They were greeted by a scene of flames soaring high in the air within the supply camp of the Second Sons. A troop of patrolling cavalry was engaged in combat with the enemies attacking the camp, having been the first to detect the threat and raise the alarm. However, the assailants appeared to number around 200, while the patrol could only repel a portion of them, with the remainder surging into the camp. These foes galloped through the encampment, committing 2 heinous acts, setting fire to the wagons and tents, and severing the flagpole bearing the Second Son's broken sword emblem. They also proceeded to slaughter the mercenaries emerging from their tents one by one. In an instant, the cacophony of battle, the clash of steel, anguished screams, the thunder of hooves, and the roaring flames melded into a chaotic and terrifying symphony. Arthur and his companions had no time to secure their horses in the makeshift stable when they heard shouts and the sound of galloping hooves approaching. A squad of armored cavalry charged toward them, one of whom brandished a flag aloft. The banner bore the image of 2 intersecting, twisted lightning bolts, with a black raven sewn into each empty space surrounding it. The ravenous brigade. Cursing under his breath, Arthur drew his left-hand sword and brandished his hooked weapon in tandem, ready to strike. These scoundrels were now in the employ of the Tyrosians. Damn it! How dare they launch a surprise attack on us, foolish swine! Do not let those wretches escape! The mercenaries of the Second Sons Brigade shouted in unison, drawing their weapons in response, only to have their formation shattered in an instant by the charging cavalry. The blades of the Vulture Brigade mercenaries descended from horseback, severing the skulls of the Second Sons mercenaries or slitting their throats before they galloped away. Only one of the Vulture Brigade's horses had its leg broken by a spiked mace wielded by a bear, letting out a mournful whinny as it fell to the ground. The enemy gasped as they tumbled from their mounts into the mud, only to be met by Arthur's sword piercing their throat. They struggled briefly before succumbing to death. After the Vulture Brigade's cavalry charged through, they regrouped and struck again with astonishing speed, swiftly returning to confront the disarrayed Second Sons mercenaries. The poor soldiers of the Second Sons Brigade, having just been scattered, were thrown into further chaos as they were struck again, causing their formation to completely collapse. And panic ensued among them. In the midst of this turmoil, an arrow whistled through the air, only to be deflected by the bear who raised his shield, producing a dull thud. The slender monkey, crouched behind the bear, lifted a crossbow and returned fire, but missed entirely, the arrow arcing and embedding itself in the mud. They rode too swiftly, he lamented, watching as the enemy cavalry dashed past like the wind. It is nearly impossible to hit them. The slender monkey's words sparked a realization in Arthur. He shouted, "We must mount our horses. Otherwise, we will either be slaughtered or forced to cower in a corner." Watching them wreak havoc, their brigade, already in disarray from the Vulture Brigade's initial charge, was now fighting individually. As a sergeant, he was too far away to command his men, and he could not control the situation. The bear and the slender monkey trusted Arthur immensely, and with a nod of agreement, they followed him towards the makeshift stable. However, the humble stable was already engulfed in flames. The horses once tethered there had either been slain by blades or had broken free to escape. The keen-eyed slender monkey scanned the area and pointed, "Look, there are a few horses over there." Arthur and the bear turned to see several horses that had bolted from the camp's enclosure, now standing on a slope. Watching the inferno unfold, they dashed towards the slope, navigating through the chaotic camp before emerging from the sea of flames. Upon reaching the group of horses on the slope, they mounted 3 steeds, which initially resisted slightly, but soon acquiesced to their riders. "What shall we do now?" The slender monkey's face was illuminated by the flames rising from the camp, turning it a deep red, his body trembling slightly. Should we simply flee towards the Second Son's main camp? The nightmarish vision of the hellfire before him, with the body strewn about, stirred haunting memories within the slender monkey. He recalled how the Sharpstone Brigade was shattered by the Colossi of Drakar. The blood of the Sharpstone mercenaries had stained the entire plain a vivid red, like a sea of fire. "We cannot run." Arthur resolutely declared that the headquarters must have already detected the ambush here and would undoubtedly send reinforcements, arriving swiftly. "If we aspire to achieve great deeds, we cannot afford to cower in fear." He completely discerned the thoughts of the slim monkey. This time, in order to survive, we abandoned our resistance and fled. However, when we confront the Karasa of Zragoko and the Ravenous Brigade next time, we will be overwhelmed both in spirit and morale. leaving us little chance of recovery. Brown Bear, Slim Monkey, come with me. Let us slay a few foes. And do not let the mercenaries of the Second Sun Brigade underestimate us, for if they do, even if we descend into hell, we will be ridiculed. Upon hearing this, the Slim Monkey felt Brown Bear's massive hand pat him, instantly calming him, and he began to regulate his breathing. Very well, let us proceed. We must not appear weak. Gathering his courage, he shouted, "Wait a moment." Arthur restrained the Slim Monkey's reins, retrieving a monocular telescope purchased from Mill, gazing towards the distant headquarters for a while before releasing his grip. My instincts were correct. The cavalry from the headquarters is approaching, at least 300 strong, and they will arrive in no time. Let us go. The moment has arrived. The three of them spurred their horses down the slope and rushed into the camp, which was still echoing with the sounds of battle. They witnessed the ravenous brigade's cavalry rampaging through the encampment, surrounded by fallen corpses, flames raging, and choking smoke pervading the air. From afar amidst the inferno, Arthur spotted a contingent of the ravenous brigade riding in, led by 3 individuals. One of them had long hair and a trident-like blue beard, wielding a Dothraki arak in his left hand and a slender sword in his right. On the arak hung a severed head, blood still fresh, the lifeless eyes belonging to a soldier from the Second Sun Brigade. The man who had slain this soldier was none other than Daario Naharis, one of the 3 commanders of the ravenous brigade, who would eventually betray the other 2 commanders, surrendering the entire brigade to Daenerys. Flanking him were his 2 lieutenants, one named the Widow and the other named Joquin. The ravenous brigade boasted over 500 cavalry, and Daario had brought 200 to launch a night raid on the rear encampment of the Second Sun Brigade, successfully incinerating their supplies. Now, with the cavalry reinforcements of the Second Sun Brigade yet to arrive, it was time for them to depart. The mercenaries stationed here were rather feeble. Daario discarded the severed head from his arak into the mud, scoffing. This was far too easy. His lieutenants, the Widow and Joquin, along with the mercenaries behind them, laughed derisively in agreement. Daario tightened his grip on the reins, urging his horse to kick the severed head with its hooves, treating it like a ball, before bellowing, "Gather the brothers, it is time to leave." At that moment, from the flames and smoke ahead, 3 horses suddenly charged forth, carrying 3 armed mercenaries from the Second Sun Brigade. Clattering hooves echoed as they galloped swiftly, weapons gleaming, instantly enveloping the scene in a palpable aura of menace. Chapter 27. The disarming spell of the wizard mercenaries is quite effective. Do you seek vengeance for your brethren? Daario, upon witnessing 3 cavalrymen from the Second Sons charging towards their ranks, was momentarily taken aback, only to quickly draw a conclusion. With a light-hearted chuckle, he waved his left hand, which clutched the curved blade of his yerrick. "Then let your arrows fly." His deputy and archery commander, Joaquin, echoed the call. "Loose the arrows." The cavalry behind them swiftly unsheathed their crossbows, aiming at the 3 fleeting shadows that raced toward them, and released a volley of arrows that whistled through the air. The arrows fell like a torrential downpour, disappearing into the darkness of night, occasionally revealing themselves in the moonlight, akin to fleeting apparitions. A burly brown bear, exceeding the height of a horse, let out a thunderous roar, raising its shield to stand resolutely at the forefront. Clang, 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 the straight-flying arrows were all deflected by the shield, their tips snapping upon impact and cascading to the muddy ground. Daario furrowed his brow, pulled on the reins, and maneuvered his steed to veer left while commanding, "Spread out and encircle them. Strike swiftly." The Widow and Joaquin immediately reiterated Dario's orders, acting in concert with the cavalry of the ravenous crows. The cavalry dispersed to the sides, rendering the bear's shield somewhat superfluous. However, from the darkness, Daario suddenly heard 3 consecutive sounds of slicing air. His exceptional horsemanship allowed him to nearly instantaneously press down against his mount, only to hear 3 muffled thuds. Turning his gaze, he beheld 3 arrows embedded in a nearby tree trunk. He had narrowly evaded them. Meanwhile, the lean monkey gritted his teeth, having to slow his horse's pace ever so slightly to load his repeating crossbow. Several cavalrymen from the ravenous crows surged forth from the side, brandishing swords, knives, and spears. Lacking any unified weaponry, they shouted curses as they bore down upon the lean monkey. Suddenly, the foremost assailant stiffened abruptly, tumbling from his mount into the mud, where he was trampled to death by the hooves of his comrades. The brown bear charged from the side, wielding a spiked mace that sent one of the ravenous crows flying off his horse, lifeless upon impact, his skull shattered. Finally, the lean monkey successfully loaded his arrows, unleashing a trio of projectiles that felled the remaining 2 cavalrymen. Arthur, lowering the just-released sword of Gryffindor, seized the reins and declared, "Do not engage them. Their numbers are overwhelming. Our target is their leader." Amidst the cacophony of the battlefield, his mind remained remarkably clear. reminding his companions to avoid prolonged conflict as he spurred his horse towards Daario. From the earlier display of command, it was evident that the man with blue hair and a beard was the leader of this cavalry and likely held significant rank. The brown bear and lean monkey promptly pursued him, while the cavalrymen of the ravenous crows followed closely, their arrows flying but missing their mark. As Arthur approached Daario on horseback, two cavalrymen suddenly emerged from the side, Widower and Joquin. The lean monkey, disregarding the unfolding chaos, finished firing his crossbow and unsheathed his longsword. After a brief exchange of glances with the brown bear, they both spurred their horses toward Widower and Joquin. Arthur, aware that they were buying him time and recognizing the urgency of the moment, said nothing and silently rode toward Daario. Daario chuckled, his trident-like beard quivering with amusement. This show of courage intrigued him, yet he lamented the lack of time to indulge in their antics. He first urged his steed forward, gripping the horse's mane, with his left hand wielding an arachne scimitar and his right hand brandishing a rapier, both charging toward Arthur. As the two horses closed the distance to merely 15 paces, Arthur shouted a swift command, pointing the sword of Gryffindor at Daario, and uttered the incantation, Disarm. At this range, Arthur was at the very limit of the spell's reach. The lava dragon egg nestled in his satchel suddenly radiated warmth, infusing Arthur with magical energy that surged toward the blade's tip and unleashed forth. With a crack, Daario felt a jolt of numbness shoot through his left hand, and to his astonishment, his arachne scimitar inexplicably slipped from his grasp, soaring overhead before crashing to the ground. Bewildered, he soon sensed a chilling wave wash over him, followed by a spasm in his right hand, causing the rapier to escape his control and embed itself in the muddy earth. Daario, dazed and confused, found himself weaponless within mere paces of the fully armed Arthur. What the hell just happened? Daario thought frantically, scrambling to regain his composure as he grasped the reins, attempting to turn his horse. However, mere moments later, he had entered the range of Arthur's Petrify All spell. His breath caught in his throat, his limbs involuntarily stiffened, drawing close to his body. The two horses passed each other, and as Daario lost his balance, he fortuitously met the sharp edge of Arthur's sword, which was slicing through the air. Daario's eyes widened in shock as he caught a glimpse of the shimmering blade reflecting the moonlight, feeling an odd pang of pain in his throat, followed immediately by a fountain of blood. Like a statue, he crashed heavily to the ground, sliding forward a short distance before finally coming to a halt. Immersed in his own pool of blood, Arthur reined in his horse, sensing the sword of Gryffindor resonate with a low hum. A new spell returned to its master, Shrink Rapidly. As the name suggests, this incantation could reduce the size of beings or objects. Instead of hastily testing it, he turned his horse around and rode back. The cavalrymen of the raucous crows, who had just encircled the area, were left aghast as they witnessed their commander, Daario, inexplicably disarmed and subsequently slain by Arthur. In stark contrast, the brown bear and lean monkey rejoiced, having achieved their objective, now merely awaiting the reinforcements from the second sons. Widower and Joquin, held back by the brown bear and lean monkey, were thrown into a state of panic. Who could have foreseen that the initially smooth night raid would take a sudden turn with the emergence of these three mercenaries, culminating in the death of their very commander? What could possibly explain this turn of events? To make matters worse, a series of prolonged horn blasts echoed in the air, and in the next moment, a formidable cavalry unit surged forth from the opposite side of the inferno. They were the reinforcements from the Second Sons Regiment, charging with battle cries towards the mercenaries of the Ravenous Crow, inciting chaos among their ranks. Guafu and Xiao Jin were taken aback, their minds racing past the mystery of Commander Daario's demise and the peculiar trio of mercenaries as they sought to flee on horseback. In a moment of distraction, Guafu was struck on the head by the spiked mace of the brown bear. Despite wearing a helmet, it offered no protection, and he was jolted from his mount. Xiao Jin, drenched in cold sweat, urged his steed to retreat, barely able to command his subordinates to withdraw. He sensed the brown bear and the slim monkey pursuing him, forcing him to turn and attempt to halt his pursuers with his crossbow. However, he was unprepared for the fate that befell Daario to befall him as well. Arthur, wielding the furthest-reaching spell in his arsenal, Disarm Your Weapon, galloped forward while brandishing the sword of Gryffindor, rendering Xiao Jin weaponless. A sudden numbness gripped Xiao Jin's fingers, and after a wave of excruciating pain, he realized he had flung his crossbow away. In a state of shock, he was struck thrice by arrows from the slim monkey, coughing blood before tumbling from his horse. The mercenaries of the Ravenous Crow were thrown into a state of panic. Their leaders had fallen one after another, and with the arrival of the Second Son's reinforcements, uncertainty loomed. No one had an answer, nor did anyone attempt to regroup the remaining forces. Thus, the reinforcements pursued the disordered mercenaries of the Ravenous Crow like ducks driven from their pond, cutting them down mercilessly. The tide of battle had completely shifted. Chapter 28. The rewards are ours. The troubles are yours. As the morning mist lingered, delicate rays of sunlight began to probe the expanse of the plain. Beside the charred remnants of the Second Son's camp, now reduced to smoldering ashes with the occasional flicker of flame, the brown bear and the slim monkey sat on the ground, receiving treatment from the camp's physician. Although they had swiftly dispatched Dario, Guafu, and Xiao Jin, they too bore several arrows and cuts, yet their injuries were not grave. Arthur, unscathed, stood nearby, surveying the 3 severed heads laid out before him, from left to right. They were Dario, Guafu, and Xiao Jin, each one seemingly unable to find eternal rest. Flies buzzed around their faces, landing on their noses, mouths, and eyes. Is it truly Dario? Mero mused, scratching his red beard, yet reluctant to bend his towering frame to inspect the heads closely. It was indeed him. The brown man smiled faintly and remarked, among the 3 commanders of the Ravenous Crow, he was the most valiant. I have encountered him on several occasions. He paused, and with a sigh of resignation, remarked, I never imagined that Dario would perish at Arthur's hands. What significance does any past valor hold once one is dead? Kasparo spat disdainfully upon Dario's severed head and cursed, to dare ambush our camp. He deserves to die 100 deaths. Mero snorted, turning to Arthur and inquired, how did you manage to kill Dario? In the chaos of the night, Arthur replied, his eyes unwavering. Their nocturnal raid had indeed succeeded. Perhaps due to a sense of complacency, they failed to regard the 3 of us as a threat. The Black Crow Brigade's assault had been effective, with half of the supplies of the Second Son's contingent reduced to ashes, and casualties were grievous. The loss of several soldiers due to deception pained Mero, the commander. However, the Black Crow Brigade had also suffered considerable losses, with Dario, one of their 3 leaders, alongside 2 of his subordinates, meeting their end here. Nearly 100 of the 200 cavalrymen he had brought were either slain or captured in the absence of leadership. Had Arthur not killed Dario, and Dario alongside his men escaped, the Second Son's venture into this contested territory would have been a source of ridicule. Mero, displeased by the losses endured by the Second Sons that night, cast a glance at Arthur, acknowledging, you performed admirably. It is time to confer rewards. Brown, who had been grinning beside them, added, indeed. Yet, Mero was reluctant. Arthur's loyalty was questionable, and winning him over would require time. Moreover, the previous night's losses meant the mercenary force tasked with guarding the supplies bore some responsibility. Brown leaned closer and whispered a few words of persuasion, prompting Mero to respond nonchalantly, then elevate Arthur to the rank of soldier, grant him a contingent of cavalry, and let him collect his reward at the ink bottle. After all, Arthur's slaying of Dario was pivotal in the Second Son's counterattack against the Black Crow Brigade. The morale of the Black Crow Brigade plummeted, rendering them incapable of mounting an effective resistance, and they were thus pursued and scattered by the Second Sons. As the commander, Mero could not overlook such accomplishments. Otherwise, his subordinates would lack the motivation to strive for glory. After announcing the rewards, Mero pointed to the 3 severed heads on the ground and commanded, Kasparo, affix these heads to the banner. Shall we, like the Golden Company, send them to the hammer for iron plating? Suggested the lean Kasparo, stroking his pointed beard. The hammer was the blacksmith of the Second Sons. Fool, Mero rebuked. The Golden Company's gilded trophies are the skulls of their fallen leaders, a mark of honor. We seek to humiliate the Black Crow Brigade. Kasparo grinned slyly, and then ordered someone to dispose of the heads as per Mero's wishes. After Mero and Kasparo departed, Brown remained, patting Arthur on the arm. Well done, he chuckled, acknowledging your remarkable abilities. Yet he did not anticipate your swift triumph in vanquishing a commander of the Raven Brigade. I had initially intended to grant you more time to acclimate to the pace of the Second Son Brigade, but it seems my assumptions were misguided. Such a consideration was utterly unnecessary. Arthur, you are now a sergeant, and the brown bear and lean monkey shall continue to accompany you. Strive diligently, and upon our return to Mill, I shall treat you to drinks. Perhaps one day, I could offer you even more. The brown man subtly winked at Arthur, both of them tacitly aware that he was expected to defeat Dario using magic. Very well, let us return to Mill for a drink, Arthur replied with considerable enthusiasm. However, once the ambitious brown man departed, Arthur's fervor waned, replaced by a calm demeanor. He harbored doubts about the grand promises made by Brown Man. The wounds on the brown bear and lean monkey had been tended to, and the trio proceeded toward the headquarters of the Second Son Brigade. They traversed the charred remnants of the camp, past tents filled with the injured, and moved past the wretched captives kneeling on the ground. Eventually, they beheld 3 severed heads hanging from the flag before the headquarters, a testament to the ruthless efficiency of the assassin, Kasparo. Within the main tent, they found the clerk, Ink Bottle, overwhelmed with his duties, beads of sweat dotting his plump round face and balding head. In his fluster, he accidentally knocked over an ink bottle. Causing a dark spill, he scrambled to clean it while muttering curses and complaints. Food, tents, carts, horses, clothing, shoes, and medicine. We have lost so much. Damn the Raven Brigade. Are you here to claim your rewards? I know. Captain Marrow has commanded it. Alas, we have suffered such losses. No matter what he did or faced, he ultimately circled back to the disastrous toll on the Second Sun Brigade from that night. As the treasurer, Ink Bottle found it impossible to remain calm under such pressure. After receiving their reward, Arthur, the Brown Bear, and Lean Monkey could not help but inquire. With so many supplies lost, what shall we do next? We can only await the supplies arriving from Mill, Ink Bottle lamented. The daily consumption of the Second Sun Brigade is substantial. We cannot keep those captives. Oh, I must remind Captain Marrow, we cannot hold on to those captives. Suddenly, he contemplated ways to save and earn money, feeling a slight relief, yet the situation remained dire. Arthur inquired further about how long the current provisions could sustain the Second Sun Brigade. Ink Bottle hesitated before providing an uncertain estimate, perhaps half a month. As long as we can hold out until the supply convoy arrives. Exiting Ink Bottle's tent, Lean Monkey expressed his unease, saying, Arthur, will the Second Sun Brigade be unable to continue this fight? The Brown Bear also looked to Arthur. It is possible, Arthur replied. However, this is not our concern. It is a matter for Marrow and Brown Man to worry about. Let us proceed and discover what companions Melro has assigned to us, Arthur, newly promoted to sergeant, added. Chapter 29. The diminished dragon egg and the horn of counterattack. Arthur borrowed a shovel from the stableman and, along with the Brown Bear and the Lean Monkey, began to dig a grave in the open field. In full view of the onlookers, he placed his satchel and the black stone contained within into the deep pit. My brother, I apologize. There is no way to bring you back to the continent of Westeros. May your soul traverse the narrow sea and find rest in your homeland. He uttered solemnly before picking up the shovel to fill the pit with the surrounding earth. The Brown Bear and the Lean Monkey lent their assistance. Arthur's peculiar behavior of burying the stone was consistently explained as a custom from his homeland, and he felt it was important to see it through to the end. They covered the satchel and stone with soil and erected a small stone tomb over it, mourning in silence before turning away. As for the true lava dragon egg, it had been magically reduced to the size of a chicken egg by Arthur's rapid diminution spell and was now tucked away with a monocular in his possession. He mused that perhaps one day he could procure an ornament akin to the egg of a tyrant, hollow it out, and place the shrunken lava dragon egg inside. That would surely be an amusing endeavor. Upon returning to the newly established camp, Arthur once again beheld the cavalry unit he now commanded. This mercenary cavalry, which included Arthur, the Brown Bear, and the Lean Monkey, comprised a total of 13 men, all remnants of the Second Sons who had been vanquished in the previous night's raid by the Stormcrows. Melro had entrusted 10 of these men to Arthur, appointing him as their new sergeant. These 10 mercenary cavalrymen were acutely aware of the perils of the Stormcrows' night assault. Thus, they could fully appreciate the valor displayed by Arthur and his companions in slaying one of the 3 captains of the Stormcrows, Dario. In the mercenary world, power and wealth are paramount, and upon learning they were now under Arthur's command, they exhibited complete submission. As Arthur stepped into the tent, one of his subordinates hastily approached him, eager to please. Captain, the commander just sent word that all sergeants must report to his tent immediately. I was just about to seek you out. Thank you, Arthur replied curiously. Did he mention what the matter was? No, it seems urgent. You should hurry, the subordinate urged. Very well, I shall go at once. Arthur turned to the Brown Bear and the Lean Monkey, instructing them to manage the tent and keep the men from lingering at the camp's brothel in his absence. After issuing his reminders, Arthur departed from the tent housing his cavalry unit and made his way to Melrose quarters. Along the way, he encountered several soldiers from other small squads, most of whom he did not recognize, save for the familiar figure of the mustachioed assassin, Caspero. Without regard for Arthur's willingness to engage, Caspero began recounting how he would have dealt with Dario had he been present that night, all while casually draping an arm around Arthur's shoulder as they entered the commander's tent together. Their demeanor suggested a camaraderie forged over many years. Within the tent, Marrow, Brown Man, and Ink Bottle had been waiting for quite some time. Upon the gathering of people, Brown Man announced a piece of news. The Cat Brigade, currently employed by the city-state of Tyrosh, had formed a temporary alliance with the Windblown Brigade, hired by the city-state of Lys, to engage in battle against the Golden Brigade. Arthur noted the collective intake of breath from many within the tent. Although the combined forces of the Cat Brigade and the Windblown Brigade amounted to only slightly more than half of the Golden Brigade, mercenary warfare is not solely determined by numbers. The Golden Brigade had recently changed its commander, leaving its foundations shaky. Thus, the alliance between the Cat Brigade and the Windblown Brigade posed a significant threat to the Golden Brigade's victory. Brownman paused before continuing. The Golden Brigade emerged victorious. Albeit not without reservations, they have indeed claimed a victory. Consequently, the situation in the disputed territory is likely to stabilize once more. Just as the crowd was about to exhale in relief, Marrow rose from his seat. His towering stature made him resemble a Titan's illegitimate offspring. He sauntered to stand before Brownman, who, with an understanding nod, retreated to the side of Ink Bottle, silently watching Marrow's back. Marrow then took it upon himself to complete Brownman's unfinished statement. We have another piece of news concerning the Wolf Pack Brigade. Among the mercenary groups employed by the city-state of Mill, the most renowned are, of course, the Golden Brigade, followed by the Sun's Brigade and the Wolf Pack Brigade, all of which have arrived at the front lines of the disputed territory. Marrow continued. The Ravenous Crows Brigade, hired by the city-state of Tyrosh, not only launched an attack on us that night, but also targeted the Wolf Pack Brigade, with the intention of incinerating their supplies. At the mention of the Ravenous Crows Brigade, tension and ire filled the tent. The losses from that nocturnal raid represented a profound humiliation for them. Arthur recalled his previous attempt, alongside the Brown Bear and the Lean Monkey, to assess the Wolf Pack Brigade, only to be driven away. He had harbored thoughts of retaliating against the Wolf Pack Brigade one day, yet it was the Ravenous Crows Brigade that struck first. In contemplating this, Arthur mused whether the Ravenous Crows Brigade strike against the Sun's Brigade was akin to his own vendetta against the Wolf Pack Brigade, considering he had eliminated Daario. Marrow scratched at his red beard, which hung at his waist, glanced at Arthur, then shifted his gaze, stating, the leading assault on the Wolf Pack Brigade was executed by two of the three commanders of the Ravenous Crows Brigade, Plandana Jason and Bald Salo. As Marrow recounted the events, the soldiers of the Sun's Brigade gradually pieced together the full narrative of the nocturnal raid. It turned out that the Ravenous Crows Brigade, emboldened by prior reconnaissance that revealed the encampments of both the Sun's Brigade and the Wolf Pack Brigade, conceived a daring plan. They sought to avoid direct confrontation with the Golden Brigade, as well as with the comparatively weaker Sun's Brigade and Wolf Pack Brigade. Yet they also required military achievements. With such accolades, the city-state of Tyrosh would provide funding. Otherwise, their expedition to the disputed lands would be in vain. Consequently, the three leaders of the Ravenous Crow Band conferred and resolved to divide their forces to stealthily assault the camps of the Second Sons and the Wolf Pack, aiming to incinerate the provisions of both mercenary groups. Once successful, the ensuing chaos within the Second Sons and the Wolf Pack would undoubtedly ensue, thereby allowing the Ravenous Crow Band to secure two significant victories, paving the way for whatever actions they deemed necessary thereafter. Planda and the Bald Salo executed the attack on the Wolf Pack's camp with remarkable efficiency, successfully burning the supplies with minimal loss to their cavalry, achieving their objective and retreating unscathed. However, they were unprepared for the audacious Daario, who, typically braver than they, met an untimely demise at the hands of the Second Sons. His death shrouded in mystery. The soldiers within the tents soon grasped the implications of the Ravenous Crow's ambush, feeling a mix of anger and urgency. Kasparo's face reddened, nearly matching the hue of his pink robe. Only Arthur remained largely unresponsive, standing amidst the crowd, inconspicuous as a mere bystander. At this juncture, Marrow revealed the true purpose of summoning them. With the Golden Band's victory, the failures of the Second Sons and the Wolf Pack would be starkly highlighted. Of course, we do not consider ourselves defeated, for Daario fell at our hands. However, the wealthy merchants of Mill City may not share this perspective. They have long viewed us with disdain and may seize upon this opportunity to exploit our shortcomings. We must demonstrate some achievements. And now we stand before a chance for retaliation. Marrow raised his voice, declaring, the Ravenous Crow did not anticipate our counterattack, resulting in the loss of a commander and numerous elite cavalrymen. They could not foresee that even while they hide behind the Cat Band, we would dare to cross into their territory for vengeance. We have already forged an alliance with the Wolf Pack, who seek retribution as well. The Second Sons and the Wolf Pack will each mobilize an elite unit to maneuver around the Cat Band's camp and strike at the Ravenous Crow. I shall lead this campaign while the Brown Man remains at the main base. This time, victory is imperative, and we shall make the Ravenous Crow pay for our losses. He announced his decision with fervor. After a moment, led by Kasparo, the soldiers within the tent erupted into enthusiastic cheers. The atmosphere electric as they vied to join this elite force. Arthur, however, maintained his composure. He was aware of the general positions of the Ravenous Crow and the Cat Band, and pondered whether launching this night raid would risk being cut off by the Cat Band. Yet, upon reflection, It was uncertain whether the cat band and the ravenous crow would operate with such coordination, given that neither was a conventional army. Furthermore, the fervent atmosphere within the tent did not permit him to voice any discouraging thoughts. Mero then pointed out several soldiers, including Kasparo, before fixing his gaze upon Arthur. "You and your cavalry shall join as well," Mero commanded. "If amidst the chaos you manage to eliminate one or two of the ravenous crow's commanders, I assure you, you will be handsomely rewarded." Chapter 30. Encountering an acquaintance amidst the night raid. Clang, clang, clang. The blacksmith's apprentice, Nail, was laboriously hammering away at a piece of iron. Beads of sweat glistening on his brow. With his fiery red hair and lean yet muscular physique, he moved with a rhythmic grace as he wielded the hammer. The blacksmith himself, brazenly shirtless, lounged on a nearby bench, indulging in drink to the point of inebriation. Arthur noted that no matter when he visited the blacksmith, he always found him in a drunken stupor, eventually coming to realize that the man was a hopeless alcoholic, utterly devoted to his libations. Nonetheless, the blacksmith was remarkably adept at his craft. Before him lay a set of armor stripped from Dario, the deceased leader of the Vulture Gang. The blacksmith gestured with his robust left hand towards the gleaming armor on the table, which shimmered in the sunlight. The Second Sons had a long-standing tradition of scavenging the battlefield for corpses, as they lacked the funds to procure new equipment. More often than not, the remnants brought to the blacksmith were mere scraps. However, on occasion, they stumbled upon quality armor, such as that of Dario. After making repairs and removing the insignia of the Vulture Gang, replacing it with the broken sword emblem of the Second Sons, the blacksmith summoned Arthur. This armor was one of the rewards Arthur earned for slaying Dario. "Take it," he said, his left arm disproportionately larger than his right, giving him the appearance of a crab. "May you achieve victory tonight." With that, he burped and, disregarding Arthur, reclined on the bench, slipping into a deep slumber. Arthur had no desire to engage the blacksmith in conversation. He simply retrieved the armor and returned to his cavalry camp to don it. Instantly, he appeared more gallant. With his inherent stature enhanced by the splendid armor, he exuded the aura of a noble knight. His subordinates in the tent erupted in praise. Even the usually stoic brown bear nodded in approval, while the loquacious slim monkey could hardly contain his enthusiasm. Arthur smiled and urged them to quiet down. At that moment, he commanded considerable respect, and soon silence enveloped the tent, all eyes fixed upon him. "We shall be among the vanguard for tonight's raid. Let us steel ourselves and follow me, not only to earn our own glory, but also to avenge our fallen brothers." The cavalrymen in the tent responded in unison, their spirits soaring. In the afternoon, the 200 cavalrymen of the Second Sons, rejuvenated and ready for the assault, gathered under the direct command of Mero, who spurred his horse out of the camp. Given the nature of the raid, Mero opted not to mobilize the entire force, but rather to lead only 200 men, supplemented by over 100 from the wolf pack, which was deemed sufficient. The remaining 200 cavalry stayed behind in the camp, led by Brown Man, prepared to provide reinforcements if necessary. Upon reaching the designated rendezvous point with the elite of the wolf pack, the boundary between dusk and twilight had become quite blurred. In some areas, darkness reigned, while in others, light prevailed. Under the boughs of a tree, Mero and the leader of the wolf pack convened, exchanging a few words before parting ways, each leading their cavalry into the encroaching twilight. Kasparo, shedding his usual flamboyance, donned a black cloak that melded seamlessly with the night, guiding a contingent of cavalry to flank Mero's side. Arthur, at the forefront of his cavalry, galloped on the right flank of the Second Son-S formation, affording him a clear view of the wolf pack-S riders in the distance. He refrained from advancing to mock the wolf pack's recent defeat by boasting of his own victory over Dario. Do not misunderstand. Arthur relished such petty antics. Yet he understood the gravity of their alliance and the necessity of restraint. However, being in proximity, he could not resist stealing glances, eventually furrowing his brow. Among the throng of the wolf pack, he discerned a familiar figure. Bathed in the dying light, the individual cradled a helmet, ruffling his tousled hair and weathered visage, as if striving to regain his composure and clarity. Uncertain, Arthur retrieved his monocular, scrutinizing through the finely crafted lenses, only to lower it after a moment of contemplation. What was amiss? The lean monkey noticed Arthur's peculiar behavior. Was there something unusual among the wolf pack? Nothing. All is well, Arthur deflected, maintaining a calm demeanor while tumultuous thoughts swirled within him. It truly was a familiar face. Jorah Mormont. What brought him here? He was meant to remain in the Khalasar of the Dothraki, enamored with Daenerys during her union with Khal Drogo. Yet, in a bid to absolve himself of his past transgressions, he had returned to Westeros, accepting the royal order to assassinate Daenerys, a remnant of the fallen dynasty. Why was Jorah here now? Arthur recalled their first encounter, pondering whether his presence had subtly altered Jorah's trajectory. Nevertheless, he had no time for further reflection, as over 300 horsemen continued their rapid advance. Once Jorah donned his helmet, he swiftly vanished amidst the ranks of the wolf pack. After a considerable interval, the scouting party ahead returned, confirming the path was clear, devoid of sentinels from the Cat Brigade or the ravenous ravens. Thus, the raiding party circumvented the Cat Brigade's encampment and patrols, taking a lengthy detour to a wooded hillside. At that moment, the moon hung high, surrounded by a cacophony of birdsong. Gazing downward, they beheld the faint flickers of light from the ravenous ravens' camp. After regrouping, the Second Son's contingent and the wolf pack noted that the raiding party had lost several riders during their nocturnal gallop, a common occurrence given their non-regular status. Time was of the essence. If they hesitated any longer, they would soon attract the attention of the ravenous ravens. After a swift regroup, Marrow and the leader of the wolf pack commanded their forces to charge down from the wooded slopes towards the encampment of the ravenous ravens. In an instant, the air was filled with cries of battle, and the thunderous sound of hooves echoed as if the earth itself trembled. This sudden assault, reminiscent of a thunderstorm, quickly summoned the alarm of the Raven Brigade's patrol, awakening the mercenaries from their slumber. Clearly, they were more seasoned than the sons of the Second. Upon hearing the horn, the patrol raced against time, while the other mercenaries hastily donned their armor, seized their weapons, and mounted their steeds for combat. Thus, the raiding parties of the Sons of the Second and the Wolf Pack collided with the Raven Brigade's patrol like a hammer striking an anvil, swiftly shattering it to pieces. Arthur's cavalry was not at the forefront, but was nonetheless quite near. They traversed the already chaotic battlefield and made a beeline for the Raven Brigade's stronghold. Suddenly, Arthur's gaze fell upon a familiar figure. Jorah Mormont, mounted and charging towards the Raven Brigade's cavalry, appeared before him. Clad in a helmet, he would have been unrecognizable amidst the turmoil. However, his knightly demeanor stood out starkly among the mercenaries, complemented by his exceptional swordsmanship and horsemanship. As Jorah cleaved through foes with ease, it became nearly impossible for Arthur to overlook him. With little time for nostalgia, Arthur directed his cavalry, charging towards the oncoming mercenaries of the Raven Brigade. Chapter 31. A flurry of assaults crash. Someone had toppled the braziers, and the embers fell upon the tents, igniting them into a blazing inferno. The intensifying flames painted a vivid backdrop against the flickering swords and glistening blades within the Raven Brigade's camp. Crack! Arthur severed a flagpole belonging to the Raven Brigade, allowing the banner adorned with 4 crows and crossed lightning to fall into the mud, trampled by the galloping hoofs. Turning around, he observed that the members of his cavalry were engaged in fierce combat with the enemy, none having fallen behind. The ability to maintain formation and stay together was his expectation of this newly formed cavalry, and they had accomplished it. Raising the sword of Gryffindor, its blade shimmering in the moonlight and firelight, Arthur called out, "Follow me, do not linger in battle." The brown bear and the lean monkey, closest to him and most trusted, echoed Arthur's command to the other mercenaries. "Follow the captain, do not linger." Thus, the 13-member cavalry regrouped, breaking through the burning tents and pushing deeper into the heart of the camp. This was the mission entrusted to him by Marrow, to penetrate as far into the Raven Brigade's encampment as possible and sow chaos. If the opportunity arose, they were to eliminate the 2 captains. Amidst the pandemonium of the battlefield, Arthur noticed the banners of the Sons of the Second, the Wolf Pack, and the Raven Brigade, resembling shark fins emerging from the depths, fluttering in the night. It was impossible to discern who held the advantage. Waves of mercenaries clashed, leaving the ground soaked in crimson, with bodies piled high and cavalry units interwoven, rendering it difficult to differentiate friend from foe. In such a scenario, locating the remaining 2 leaders of the Ravenous Crow Brigade proved to be no simple task. However, Arthur did not press the matter. He led his cavalry, slicing through the enemy ranks with the precision of a knife-cutting tofu, deftly penetrating the formation of the mercenaries. They did not engage in prolonged combat, but rather aimed to muddle the situation and divide the enemy forces, continuously pressing forward. Yet, being a newly formed cavalry unit amidst the brutality of the battlefield, 2 mercenaries were ultimately unseated from their mounts and surrounded by the enemy, meeting their demise. Arthur refrained from ordering a rescue. By the time they fell, it was too late, and halting the cavalry would only result in further casualties among his own ranks. He contemplated the necessity of leveraging the cavalry's swift advantages and urged his steed onward. A rider from the Ravenous Crow Brigade charged forth, brandishing a spear in an attempt to unseat Arthur with a fierce thrust. However, Arthur evaded the blow with remarkable agility, not even resorting to magic, simply shifting his body to avoid the spear. As the two riders passed each other in an instant, the sword of Gryffindor struck the adversary's armor with a resounding clang, cleaving it as if an axe had struck a wooden post. The mercenary barely had time to comprehend his predicament before he felt a searing pain in his abdomen. Losing his balance and tumbling from his horse, he fell to the ground like a ragged doll, a pool of crimson seeping from his wound. His cries of agony echoing in the air. Had Arthur possessed the strength of Mount Magma, combined with the razor-sharp Gryffindor, that single strike would have severed the enemy in two, ensuring his immediate demise. Fortunately, the mercenary's suffering did not last long. A charging steed, resembling a brown bear, trampled upon his head, crushing it like a ripe tomato, extinguishing his life entirely. The cavalry continued its relentless assault. Suddenly, a swift arrow whistled through the air, striking Arthur's armor with a metallic clang before falling to the ground. Turning, he spotted the archer responsible and, pulling on the reins, charged forth, raising Gryffindor high. The archer, intent on knocking another arrow to target the clear leader of the small contingent, was unprepared for the searing pain that shot through his arm as he fell victim to Arthur's spell, Disarm You, involuntarily casting aside his longbow. In the moment of astonishment, Arthur closed the distance, delivering a swift strike that sent the archer sprawling to the ground. He did not deliver a finishing blow, but surged forward instead. The agile monkey followed closely behind, raising his crossbow to fire 3 bolts, ensuring the archer's lifeless eyes stared into the void. This was their strategy. The foremost warriors shattered the enemy lines, while those behind struck down any remaining threats, ensuring the cavalry remained in constant motion, never lingering too long in one place. With the rhythmic sound of hooves, Arthur's cavalry ventured deeper into the encampment, their ranks now reduced to a mere 10. Following the recent demise of one of their own at the hands of the mercenaries of the Black Raven Guild. At that moment, he was suddenly drawn to a cacophony of shouts ahead, where he beheld a dozen Black Raven cavalry encircling an individual. Upon closer inspection, he swiftly recognized the figure to be Jorah. Jorah, a knight renowned for his formidable prowess, having once matched the Kingsguard's Jaime Lannister to a standstill at a tournament, remained valiant amidst the encirclement. Now in his 40s, with a receding hairline, he nevertheless retained his robust physique, wielding his sword to unseat one of the Black Raven cavalry. Yet, blood-stained and gasping for breath, he appeared to have sustained injuries, gradually succumbing to exhaustion against the relentless onslaught of his foes. In a moment of despair, a surge of rage ignited within him, compelling him to consider a reckless confrontation with his adversaries, even at the cost of his own life. Just then, Jorah heard the urgent clatter of hooves approaching, and suddenly, a cavalry unit collided fiercely with the encircling Black Raven riders. Amidst the mingling shadows and flames of the night, the clashing of weapons rang out as the assailing cavalry, comprising 10 formidable riders, shattered the formation of those besieging Jorah. One, clad in armor and wielding a magnificent sword, surged forth to Jorah's side, though the helmet obscured his identity. "Follow us," the rider commanded assertively, directing his cavalry to press forward. Instinctively, Jorah spurred his horse to join this newfound band, and once they had traversed a safe distance from the encirclement, he began to realize the familiarity of the young voice, yet could not place it. Before he could comprehend further, the cavalry plunged deeper into enemy territory, engaging another squad of Black Raven riders. Jorah set aside his chaotic thoughts and fought alongside this group, which he surmised to be mercenaries from the Second Sons, battling fiercely against the Black Ravens. Strangely, this cavalry unit did not linger to entangle themselves in prolonged combat. They swiftly dispatched several foes and dashed through the enemy lines with remarkable agility. As the Black Raven cavalry attempted to pursue, they were met head-on by a formidable coalition of the Second Sons and the Pack of Wolves, forcing them to confront a formidable opposition. Jorah immediately grasped the intent of this cavalry unit, though he could not suppress his astonishment. The trio leading them exhibited astonishing prowess, particularly the one wielding the sword, who seemed utterly unassailable in combat. Their sharpness cleaved through the enemy formation, and with the dual pressure of the Second Sons and the Wolf Pack's main assault, they maneuvered adeptly within the depths of enemy territory. Jorah galloped alongside them, slaying adversaries while observing Arthur, having never before heard of such valor among the Second Sons, eager to discern the identity of these remarkable warriors. At that moment, a great host of cavalry burst forth from the flank, their banners unmistakably bearing the insignia of the Black Raven Guild. The leader of the group, drenched in blood, was a bald man with a long, twisted scar etched across his face, rendering him exceptionally menacing. This man was none other than Salo, one of the 3 commanders of the Blood Crow Brigade. Chapter 32, taking the life of an enemy general amidst the chaos from a distance. Salo had already taken note of Arthur's cavalry. The relentless charge of the Blood Crow Brigade left him with no choice but to act. He He was acutely aware that this night raid was a retaliation from the Sun's Brigade and the Wolf Pack, but that did not mean he would simply endure the affront. He sought vengeance for the fallen Daario. Moreover, such a conspicuous group of riders seemed to disregard his authority as a commander. Did they presume that by slaying Daario, they could also eliminate the other two commanders? He was determined to vanquish this impudent cavalry from the Sun's Brigade and then rendezvous with Pranda to devise further plans. Additionally, an inexplicable intuition guided him to this very moment. Hailing from the city-state of Quirus, situated east of the Slave Bay and in close proximity to Asha, Salo was aware that, like Asha, Quirus was also steeped in magic and sorcery, purportedly wielded by the male witches of the Hall of Immortality. However, in recent times, the male witches of Quirus had failed to demonstrate the powers they claimed to possess, leading many to believe that their strength had long since faded. Yet, magic and sorcery undeniably existed within the Hall of Immortality, as evidenced by Daenerys' vision of her prophecy regarding her impending betrayal thrice. Being a Quirus native, Salo had been exposed to the enigmatic male witches with their blue lips who had partaken of the waters of the Nightshade. Perhaps due to this background, he possessed an unusual sensitivity to figures such as male witches, red-robed monks, and alchemists. Amidst the turmoil of the battlefield, Salo felt a semblance of familiarity. And following this instinct, he spotted Arthur. Was he a male witch, a red-robed monk, an alchemist, or something else entirely? Salo no longer cared. He understood that regardless of their origins, even the male witches of Quirus could die if slain. There was nothing immortal about them. It was precisely because he was familiar with male witches that he would not be ensnared by their so-called magic. Whatever secrets this man harbored, he would succumb to death if killed. With a swift motion, Salo urged his steed forward, clad in armor and wielding a specially crafted iron rod, charging towards Arthur. This iron rod, resembling a spiked mace at both ends, was stained with the viscous blood of countless foes, having cleaved through the flesh of those who had ambushed the Blood Crow Brigade under the cover of night. Arthur, keenly aware of the rapidly approaching cavalry, sensed the malevolence radiating from their leader. He raised his sword, Gryffindor, intending to employ his magical prowess once more to strike down the enemy commander. Unexpectedly, the instinct, tainted by contact with the male sorcerer of the Immortal Hall, compelled the bald-headed Salo to instinctively pull the reins, urging his steed to gallop swiftly in a diagonal direction. In an instant, the magical energy emanating from Arthur's sword tip shot forth like a barbed arrow, yet Salo narrowly evaded it, resulting in the spell striking a cavalryman behind him. The unfortunate soldier was immediately ensnared, petrified by the incantation All Stone, causing him to topple forward from his mount with a resounding thud. After hastily fleeing on horseback, Salo turned to glance at the direction indicated by Arthur's sword tip, only to find one of his subordinates inexplicably sprawled in the mud. A knowing expression crept onto his face, affirming his suspicions. These male sorcerers would never cease their theatrical antics. While initially daunting, familiarity with their methods revealed them to be mere mortals. Salo promptly summoned several cavalrymen from the Raven's Claw, positioning himself behind them while brandishing an iron rod, hastening forward. Thus, the unsuspecting cavalrymen served as his shields. Arthur raised the sword of Gryffindor, casting a spell, while the brown bear wielded a spiked mace and shield, and the slender monkey readied a crossbow, launching their combined assault. However, as they felled the obstructive few in front of them, Salo and the remaining cavalrymen of the Raven's Claw emerged before them. In an instant, the two factions clashed fiercely. Jorah watched in disbelief as Arthur raised his sword. The enemy had not yet been touched, yet they rigidly tumbled from their horses. This eerily familiar scene had played out before him, and coupled with the recognizable voice, he swiftly recalled the identity of the young man before him. It was the very youth who had escaped his grasp over a month ago on the shores of Dothraki Sea, though perhaps escaped was not the right term, as the young man had spared his life. In truth, it was Jorah himself who had narrowly evaded disaster. Yet, it was also this young man who had irrevocably dashed Jorah's prospects under the command of Khal Drogo. How had he come to be here? And how had he become a mercenary for the Second Sons? Amidst a whirlwind of thoughts, Salo galloped past Jorah, swinging his iron rod. Jorah quickly raised his sword in defense. The clang resonated as Jorah felt a tingling in his hands, nearly losing grip on his weapon. Yet, years of experience steadied his hold. This man possessed immense strength. Just as he prepared to engage Salo in combat, he realized that Salo was merely using the rod to drive him away, and after achieving his aim, he charged forward on his steed. Jorah observed Salo's trajectory and realized he was heading straight for Arthur. Having sensed Arthur's sorcerous nature in advance, Salo skillfully maneuvered through the melee, gradually closing the distance while ensuring that a body lay in his path. As they drew to within 2 paces, he no longer concealed his intent. Spurring his horse directly towards Arthur, raising the iron rod to strike him down, Bald Salo discerned that Arthur was casting a spell, needing to direct the tip of that enchanted sword. With this realization, he understood how to counter him. Simply evade the point of his sword. Clang, clang, clang. He brandished his iron rod, engaging in combat with Arthur atop their steeds. Each clash of their weapons sent sparks flying, despite his strength seemingly giving him the upper hand. Bald Salo soon recognized that the reality was quite different. The sharp points of his iron rod had been significantly dulled through their encounters, the cause being the relentless strikes against the sword of Gryffindor. Remarkably, the sword exhibited no signs of wear or fracture. Bald Salo's earlier enthusiasm was abruptly doused. Akin to being splashed with cold water, an ominous feeling washed over him. He bellowed fiercely, summoning all his might, hoping to dislodge Arthur's sword with his next strike to secure victory. Unexpectedly, at that critical moment, the tip of Arthur's sword erupted with a blinding brilliance. A flicker of light. Bald Salo was too close, his focus entirely on Arthur's movements, and in an instant, the radiance pierced his eyes, causing him to squint involuntarily. He had successfully deflected the tip of the sword of Gryffindor multiple times, preventing the magic from aligning with its intended target, yet he had not anticipated this tactic. By the time he realized his folly and opened his eyes, it was too late. Arthur had lowered his body, sliding beneath the iron rod raised high by Bald Salo. And as they passed each other, he deftly plunged the sword of Gryffindor into Bald Salo's throat. Gurgling, Bald Salo emitted a painful groan, blood choking his throat. And as the blade was withdrawn, it gushed forth anew. His horse, bearing him, galloped a short distance before gradually coming to a halt. The iron rod slipped from his grasp, and he slumped over the horse's back, blood staining its coat and dripping to the ground. Arthur had slain the second leader of the ravenous crows. The sword hummed, and he regained a semblance of a magical incantation, manifesting the human form. Chapter 33. Mercenaries acting in accord. After Jorah beheaded a ravenous crow cavalryman, he turned to witness Bald Salo lifelessly sprawled across his mount. In astonishment, he regarded the fallen Bald Salo, and then glanced at Arthur not far away, the sword dripping with blood. Was he truly dead? How long had I averted my gaze? 2 breaths? In merely 2 breaths, one of the 3 great leaders of the ravenous crows had perished? By the old gods, what transpired in between? I only recall a sudden flash of light when I was turned away from them. Could that have been it? Jorah had witnessed the burning sword of Soros, the red-robed monk from the city-state of Mill, but he was certain that was merely a trick. Arthur, however, was different. He genuinely wielded magic. And Jorah could attest to this through his own experience and the grim demise of Bald Salo. Arthur rode his steed to the side of the Bald Salo, decisively removing the helmet from the deceased, revealing a face with the characteristic pale complexion of a citizen from Quarrels. With a swift motion, he swung his sword, severing Salo's head, and after a brief glance left and right, tossed the head to the nearest Jorah. Jorah instinctively cradled the severed head, and upon looking down, he noted the expression of despair that lingered on Salo's features. Hung upon a flagpole, Arthur declared, "It shall serve as our passport." Jorah comprehended his intent, but found himself questioning why he felt compelled to obey Arthur's command, prompting him to open his mouth to refuse. However, Arthur had already turned his horse to engage a cavalryman from the Raven Brigade entangled with a thin monkey, dismounting him with his sword, while the thin monkey swiftly followed up with an arrow. Observing Arthur's relentless maneuvers, Jorah was slowly reminded of the profound terror he had felt under Arthur's magic and blade. It mirrored the fear that the severed head must have experienced in life. He recalled Arthur's words, "Remember, you owe me a life." If he included the recent rescue from the cavalry's encirclement, he owed Arthur 2 lives, a notion that seemed utterly absurd. With a heavy heart, he unwittingly thought of his homeland across the narrow sea, of his father far away at the great wall of despair, and of that woman. Overwhelmed by this sudden surge of emotion, he busied himself to mask his feelings, diligently following Arthur's orders. He hoisted Salo's head upon the flagpole, raising it high, while the original banner of the Raven Brigade was cast into the flames to burn. In the midst of this unexpected turn of events, the mercenaries fought in disarray, many still oblivious to Salo's demise. A strange light had flashed, but it was distant, swallowed by the surrounding inferno, rendering it insignificant. Yet, as Salo's head was raised by Jorah, and with the thin monkey shouting that Salo was dead, the reality could no longer be ignored. Many mercenaries of the Raven Brigade appeared to awaken from a stupor, gazing in horror at the head upon the flagpole. Indeed, it was the head of Captain Salo. Just days after the death of Captain Dario, the demise of Captain Salo, one of the 3 leaders, had occurred on the battlefield, leaving only Captain Pranda. The Raven Brigade having fought for so many years, had never experienced such a series of calamities. They could not help but ponder whether this signified the impending doom of the Raven Brigade, akin to the inescapable catastrophe that had befallen the free city of Valyria. In that moment, the morale of the Raven Brigade mercenaries visibly waned. Conversely, Arthur's forces became invigorated. Their captain had slain yet another leader of the Raven Brigade. Arthur decisively eliminated the bald Salo, an undeniable fact that would soon become their shared glory. Perhaps, by nightfall, they would emerge as the heroes responsible for the downfall of the Ravenous Crow Brigade. Arthur raised the Gryffindor sword high and commanded the mercenaries of the Sun's Guild to advance. Immediately, they followed suit. The severed head of bald Salo atop the flagpole indeed served as their passport, preventing any Ravenous Crow cavalry from hindering their advance. Jorah, holding the flagpole, became the object of protection among the Sun's Guild riders, as the flag bore their emblem of honor. This ostentatious display of cavalry not only threw the ranks of the Ravenous Crow mercenaries into disarray, but also attracted many more Sun's Guild mercenaries like a whirlwind. The approaching Sun's Guild members, drawn by the sight of bald Salo's severed head, were those who had become separated from the main force during the battle. Now, that head of the Ravenous Crow's leader stood like a lighthouse on the coast, guiding more and more towards their cause. As Arthur and his companions burst into the heart of the Ravenous Crow camp, their cavalry, originally numbering just 7, surged to over 40. They charged forth, and the sight of bald Salo's head sent the nearby Ravenous Crow mercenaries fleeing in terror, scattering in all directions. Simultaneously, atop his steed, Arthur beheld a scene not far away. The 4 crows, emblematic of the Ravenous Crow Brigade, along with their crossed lightning banner, were taken down, replaced by the broken sword banner of the Sun's Guild. From the throng of the Sun's Guild, Arthur spotted 2 men approaching. One was Maro, the Titan's illegitimate son with a fiery beard, and the other was Kasparo, the assassin with a pointed beard, who was carrying a severed head in his hand. That head belonged to Pranda, the last of the 3 leaders of the Ravenous Crow Brigade. Just moments ago, Maro and Kasparo had joined forces to slay Pranda, and next, they were to seek out the final leader, bald Salo. That was the plan, at least. However, they were taken aback when they heard the thunder of hooves approaching and were astonished to see bald Salo's head displayed on the flagpole. Arthur, who had slain bald Salo, sat upon his horse, his face obscured by shadows cast by the flickering flames, rendering him indistinct. Lord Maro, Arthur imitated Kasparo's tone, in accordance with our agreement. I have brought you the head of bald Salo. He should be quite dead. If you have doubts, you may engage with his headless corpse. Maro stood frozen, his fiery beard singed in parts by the flames, a testament to the struggle of breaching here and slaying Pranda. If he was in such a state, how was it that Arthur appeared unscathed, presenting the head of bald Salo? How could this be? How could such a thing occur? After a peculiar silence, Maro remained silent, while Kasparov beside him tossed Planda's severed head to the ground, erupting into laughter. Ha ha ha, Lord Maro, he truly accomplished it. How amusing, how delightful. We should establish a custom for the Ravenous Crow Brigade akin to that of the Golden Brigade, hanging the heads of their 3 leaders from the flagpole. Chapter 34. An unfathomable longing stirs the nerves beneath the frigid moonlight as the 3 leaders of the Ravenous Crow Brigade met their demise. The nocturnal raid on their encampment transformed into a massacre. The disoriented mercenaries of the brigade, now leaderless, began to scatter, abandoning a significant cache of supplies as they fled into the shadows, vanishing without a trace. The Second Sons and the Wolf Pack also lost their desire to pursue. Having satisfied their thirst for vengeance, their inherent greed as mercenaries reasserted itself, they began to scramble for all the wealth left behind in the Ravenous Crow's camp: gold, horses, armor, food, and even the camp followers who had failed to escape became objects of contention. Arthur witnessed a group dragging a screaming camp follower into a tent to commit heinous acts. In that moment, they bore no distinction from the Dothraki. He understood that the camp followers engaged in their trade, but this group had patently crossed the line, indulging in a grotesque display of brutality. The intoxicating thrill of life and death, blood and fire, propelled the mercenaries into a state of frenzied madness. Unable to bear it any longer, he drew his sword to intervene, commanding them to disperse. Do not forget, these camp followers are now the property of the Second Sons. First, consult Lord Maro. Brawn and ink bottle less opinions, shall we? After returning, they will open their doors for business. Such matters can be settled with a little coin, can they not? Upon hearing him invoke the names of leaders like Maro, the mercenaries begrudgingly retreated, their spirits dampened. The camp follower, however, was taken as a captive to Maro's side. To be fair, as long as it did not exceed reasonable bounds, Arthur permitted his subordinates to engage in certain actions, such as scavenging the dead and collecting valuables from the tents. Mercenaries were unlikely to maintain strict discipline. Even the majority of regular troops could not achieve such. Pillaging, arson, and slaughter were the grim realities following warfare. Such occurrences, even in his world and era, were still unfolding in the present tense. Arthur had no expectation for his cavalry to behave like true knights or high priests of the Seven. He merely wished for them not to transgress humanity's fundamental limits. His stance was, in fact, justified, for shortly thereafter, a conflict erupted between the mercenaries of the Second Sons and the Wolf Pack as they scavenged for anything they could carry away. Arthur, Jorah, the bear, and the thin monkey observed from a distance as the two factions clashed, refraining from intervening. Ultimately, it was the leaders from both sides who galloped forth, exchanged a few colorful insults, then managed to regain control of the situation and agree upon a method for dividing the spoils. At this moment, Arthur turned to Jorah and remarked, "Do you see how fervently they are contending over a sword, a woman, and a horse?" He continued, "Come with me. It is far better to align oneself with me than to toil with the pack of wolves." Jorah pondered the irony, recognizing that he too was part of the Second Son's mercenary group. Thus following Arthur was akin to following the very same band, rendering his distinction from the wolves rather moot. It was only after a moment's reflection that he grasped Arthur's intent to join him personally. Not merely the Second Sons or the man named Marrow, revealing a certain ambition in Arthur. Jorah remained uncertain of what benefits Arthur could offer him. His future appeared nebulous at best. After resigning himself to the reality that he could not return to Westeros, he found himself adrift in an unfamiliar land. Nevertheless, he yearned to return, not as a criminal, but in a manner that would not bring disgrace to House Mormont. He could not fathom why, upon hearing Arthur's words, he felt a flicker of hope, as if some magical influence had stirred within him. With nothing to lose, he decided to accompany Arthur and discover what he wished to convey. In the latter part of the night, the pack of wolves set off first. Jorah had already bid farewell to the wolf pack. He had never truly joined them, but had instead been roaming as a free mercenary, seeking quick fortune. For many years, he had wandered through the free cities and the Bay of Slaves in this manner, rarely committing to a mercenary company. As a lone wolf, he had gained some renown in the free trade cities. The wolf pack understood his nature, hence they did not impede his departure, allowing him to take his due and leave unencumbered. Had Jorah not hailed from House Mormont of the North, his acceptance into the wolf pack would have been significantly more arduous, as it was predominantly comprised of northern men. Upon returning to Arthur, Jorah found the cavalry already prepared for their return, the spoils they had gathered being easily transportable. Should they encounter armor superior to what they wore, they would simply exchange it. The same applied to weapons and armor, while the camp followers were of no interest. Among the spoils, the most conspicuous was a bear named Bronn, who clutched the thick, long iron staff of the bald Sallow, intending to take it back. However, much of the wolf's teeth had been ground away by Arthur's sword, leaving Bronn to plan on bringing it to a blacksmith for repairs, thus fashioning it into his new weapon. Arthur nodded as Jorah approached on horseback, and Jorah silently melded into the ranks of his cohort. They readied themselves. Yet the main body of the Second Sons lingered, delaying their retreat despite the reluctance of many to depart from the camp. Along the journey, the mercenaries of the Second Sons reveled in their triumph, basking in the glory of their decisive victory over the Ravens. Yet Arthur, one of the key figures in this ambush, remained vigilant, acutely aware that the Cat-S company might have already learned of the Ravens' plight. Should they attempt an ambush, another fierce battle would surely ensue. However, the Second Sons successfully navigated around the Cat clan's camp and patrol range, drawing ever closer to their own encampment, where Brown and his companions awaited their arrival. The dire scenarios that Arthur had envisioned did not materialize. Brown brought them news that elucidated the smoothness of their journey. It turned out that the Cat clan had indeed sensed the ambush by the Second Sons and the Wolf Pack against the Raven clan, and had organized a unit to intercept the mercenaries on their return. However, the Cat clan's ambush targeted the Wolf Pack, who had set out first. They lay in wait and swiftly dealt a crushing defeat to the unsuspecting Wolf Pack, which had fallen into their trap. With the wolf pack ensnared, the Cat clan focused on collecting the spoils raided from the Raven clan, paying little heed to the Second Sons, allowing them to return to their camp unscathed. Merlot and the others soon realized they had narrowly escaped disaster, but quickly set aside their concerns to celebrate their grand victory. Merlot, Casparo, and Arthur, who had been instrumental in breaking into the Raven clan's stronghold and slaying their leader, Planda, as well as Arthur's valiant efforts in the camp against the formidable Bald Salo, were all deemed deserving of commendation. Consequently, Arthur was awarded a fine shield, a substantial monetary reward, and a contingent of cavalry, increasing his command to over 40 men. After discussions, Mullo and Brown granted Arthur authority to appoint 3 sergeants, allowing him to oversee this cavalry unit of more than 40 warriors as their captain. Chapter 35. The rising morning star of the Second Sons. The jubilant and raucous celebrations outside the tents persisted throughout the day, though inside, the long table had fallen into a tranquil silence. The night was thick and the candlelight flickered gently. As the quartermaster of the Second Sons, Inkbottle also took on the role of scribe, for any written task was best directed to him, while others reveled in drink and feasting, or sought pleasures in the tents of the camp's courtesans. He diligently wiped the beads of sweat from his bald head with a cloth and wielded a quill pen to write. Before him lay the leather-bound ledger of the Second Sons, meticulously recording every mercenary who had joined their ranks, their names, dates of enlistment, battle locations, service durations, and the manner of their demise were all documented with precision. In the aftermath of the great battle, Inkbottle needed to update the entries, whether for the living or the deceased. Flipping to a certain page, he found the name Arthur Avalon inscribed in red ink. Beneath this name, the latest entry detailed the slaying of the Raven clan's leader, Dario, in the disputed lands. Inkbottle dipped his quill once more and added another line. The execution of the Raven clan's leader, Bald Salo, in the same contentious territory. It was truly astonishing. He had joined the Second Sons for less than half a month and had already achieved feats that others had not managed in years. Inkbottle silently marveled. After completing his task, he gazed at the densely filled ledger, focusing on the name Arthur Avalon, and suddenly felt a strange premonition. The Swan Novel Network may require a dedicated page to chronicle the illustrious individuals within the history of the Second Sons, much like those renowned figures of yore. The likes of the wild wolf Roderick Stark, the cold iron Aegon River, the blazing flame Aelian Targaryen, the red viper Oberin Martell, and the ragged prince. These are the individuals whose exploits demand more than mere lines to encapsulate their legacies. Will Arthur Avalon emerge as the next luminary in the annals of the Second Sons? Will he overshadow contemporaries such as Marrow, Brown Ben, and Casparo? The Inkbottle is most intrigued. Arthur possesses a commendable tolerance for alcohol, honed during his adventures at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, often accompanied by Ron's mischievous twin brothers. The twins, finding delight in Arthur's spirited nature, would occasionally share the contraband liquor they stashed throughout the castle. Their motivation was not merely the enjoyment of drink, but rather the thrill of defying school regulations. At a modest celebration among his newly formed cavalry of over 40, Arthur indulged in copious amounts of wine. His face flushed, yet his mind remained relatively lucid. After a brief toast and some jovial exchanges with the brown bear and the lean monkey, he surveyed the surroundings before retreating into the night. Little did he expect the spell to manifest here. Muttering to himself, he unsheathed the sword of Gryffindor and uttered the incantation for human form revealed. An ethereal area encircled him, enveloped in a grayish hue, as several fiery red outlines of human figures emerged. After a moment of scrutiny, he sheathed his sword, restoring the scene to its ordinary state, and approached a solitary figure. Jorah sat upon a wooden stump, warming his hands by the flickering flames. Upon hearing footsteps, he looked up to find Arthur emerging from the shadows. "Why aren't you reveling in your victory with your comrades? I imagined you would celebrate until dawn, thoroughly inebriated," Jorah remarked, retracting his hands and stroking his shaggy beard to project an air of toughness. Arthur tossed a flask of wine towards him. "I believe I have spent sufficient time among those raucous brutes. Any longer, and others might mistake me for a kindred spirit of the axeman Booker. A mercenary of the Second Sons, is adept with his axe, but he is more famously known for his proclivities. He favors men, with his partner residing within the ranks of the Second Sons. Such relationships are not uncommon in this era, spanning from nobles to slaves, although certain deities may frown upon them." Jorah caught the flask, recalling the previous night when Arthur had treated him to a similar display, tossing the severed head of the bald Salo with the same gesture. Fortunately, this time it was not a head. The aromatic scent of the wine escaping the cork attested to that. "What brings you to the wolf pack?" Arthur inquired, seating himself beside the fire. Cutting straight to the chase, Jorah cast a glance at him and retorted, "How is it that you find yourself among the Second Sons?" Arthur, unperturbed by Jorah's method of responding with a question, succinctly recounted his journey from the Dothraki Sea to the disputed lands. Naturally, he withheld certain secrets pertaining to himself, such as the dragon eggs and enchantments. As Jorah sipped his drink, he listened intently, and once Arthur concluded, he nodded in realization. "So it was you who murdered a minor noble in the city of Kohor." He had indeed seen the wanted posters released by Kohor, but the disparity between the illustrations and reality was vast, with only a few features preserved. Upon Arthur's mention, he recognized that Arthur, the brown bear, and the slender monkey indeed matched the descriptions of the wanted trio. "Now it is your turn," Arthur said, taking a swig from his flask. "Are you also being sought after?" Jorah was indeed wanted, though by the continent of Westeros. He rolled his eyes and paused, letting out a sigh as he began to narrate his tale. After Arthur had escaped from him in the Dothraki, he felt a sense of shame for not retrieving his blood oath and deemed himself unworthy to return to Khal Drogo. Thus, he mounted his horse, intent on leaving the Dothraki Sea in search of a different path. At that time, Khal Drogo was preoccupied with subjugating a small khalasar and had recently annihilated the Spiked Company, riding high on his victories. It was only after the fleeing Dothraki returned that he learned of the incident. Consequently, his enthusiasm was dampened, and he dispatched troops to pursue the fleeing Arthur and Jorah. With the forces divided, the remnants of the Spiked Company seized the opportunity to escape into the Kohor forest, where the brown bear and the slender monkey encountered Arthur. As for Jorah, he galloped southwest towards the city of Volantis, hoping to find new employment, as survival was paramount. If that proved futile, he considered taking a ship eastward to the Slavers' Bay, where he might choose from the three major slave cities, Meereen, Yunkai, or Astapor. It struck Jorah as ironic that his flight to Essos was due to the slave trade, only to find himself compelled to serve a master in Slavers' Bay. Unexpectedly, in the port city of Volantis, he heard a name that was all too familiar, one that filled him with loathing: Jorah Mormont, the Prince of Trade from Lys, whose goods had arrived in Volantis, and whose sailors sang his praises. Jorah's animosity towards Prince Trago stemmed from his wife, the woman he had sacrificed everything for, Lynesse Hightower, who had fallen into the embrace of this man. Chapter 36. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river at that time. In order to make a living, Jorah had left his wife Lynesse in Lys while he took up the life of a mercenary, clashing with the men of Braavos. However, upon accumulating a modest fortune and returning to the city-state of Rhys, he was struck by a thunderbolt of misfortune. His vain wife, unable to endure the hardships of their life together, had abandoned him during his absence, taking refuge in the embrace of Prince Trig. At that time, Jorah found himself ensnared in a web of debt, which Trig exploited as leverage, demanding that Jorah relinquish Lynesse. The will of Lynesse herself proved to be the final blow. Humiliated, he fled from the city-state of Rhys, never to return, until he heard the name of Prince Trig once more in the city-state of Volantis. Consumed by rage and sorrow, Jorah, driven by an inexplicable force, soon found himself aboard a vessel heading to the island of Rhys. There, he quickly sought news about Lynesse, information he ought to have left buried, yet he could not restrain himself. What could he learn? Lynesse had become the favored concubine of Prince Trig, and in Rhys, the art of seduction reigned supreme. The implications were all too clear. Once again, he departed from Rhys, landing in a disputed territory, where he learned of the current tensions brewing in the region, his pent-up fury seeking an outlet. Ultimately, he joined the mercenary group known as the Wolf Pack, comprised largely of northern men, where he fought both for survival and as a means to unleash his wrath through bloodshed. For a time, he was so carried away by the violence that he felt indifferent to the prospect of dying on the battlefield. In the recent nocturnal raid, he encountered Arthur. After a series of twists and turns, he decided to accompany him, having no particular destination of his own. His life had become a tumultuous journey, wandering from place to place, and perhaps the future would mirror this transient existence unless a turning point emerged. Could Arthur be that turning point? Jorah was uncertain, unsure if he should grasp this fleeting opportunity. Growing increasingly despondent, he tilted his head back and drained the last of the wine from his flask, tossing it aside with a rough gesture, then lowered his gaze to the ashes in the campfire. Would I, like this pile of ashes, burn away all that I am, only to be met with indifference? Suddenly, Jorah found it astonishing that he revealed his long-hidden, unhealed scars to Arthur. Despite their brief acquaintance, merely a case of not knowing each other well enough. Why was that? He yearned for an answer. Thus, he spoke. "All right. I've had my fill of jokes. Might I, this humble mercenary, inquire what brings you, esteemed wizard, to seek me?" Arthur remained silent for a moment, prompting Jorah to take a deep breath and listen intently. Jorah had anticipated that Arthur would deliver some scathing remarks, questioning his masculinity, along with a cascade of admonishments. Why could he not discern Lynence's true nature? Why did he not slay Prince Trig and Lynesse? Why did he not seek to remarry and have children? Surely, anyone familiar with his past would offer such rebukes. He simply cannot do it, and his unwillingness to listen has led him to evade the truth. However, Arthur refrains from uttering such words. He possesses a keen interest in Jorah's past and present, yet he harbors no desire to assume the role of a bishop or nun instructing others on the virtues of life. He delights in offering choices, at least allowing others to feel as though they have options before them. Have you ever contemplated the day when you could ascend to greatness? Riding into the city of Meereen, welcomed personally by Prince Traegar, and inadvertently let your ex-wife learn of your fortunes? Have you envisioned a time when you could achieve success and return across the sea to Westeros, erasing the stain of your past, and restoring the honor of your family name? Jorah Mormont. It is said that even when you could no longer satisfy your wife's insatiable desires, you did not betray your family's ancestral Valyrian steel sword, Longclaw. When you fled the north to protect Eddard Stark, you left Longclaw behind in your family's ancestral lands on Bear Island. Where is that sword now? Don't speak yet. Allow me to guess. Does it rest in the hands of the current head of House Mormont, Meej Mormont, or perhaps in the grasp of your father? Jorah's expression flickered like the flames, turmoil churning within him, nearly compelling him to draw his sword and silence Arthur. Yet, he ultimately refrained, a certain impulse urging him to listen further. It seems to be in the possession of the current Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, Jorah Mormont. Arthur observed with a smile directed at Jorah, in your father's hands. Jorah had witnessed many of Arthur's smiles, yet this one was the most unwelcome. For Arthur not only gazed at the wounds beneath his scars, but also sought to inflict further anguish. Arthur's voice slithered into his ear like a devil's whisper. Jorah, since the architect of your turmoil, your wife, has departed, you could have returned to Westeros, for there is nothing left here to bind you with your noble lineage, as long as a few highborn lords advocate for you, and should you be willing to don the black and become a Night's Watchman. I dare say Eddard Stark would not insist on your execution. Why do you not return? Is it due to lingering obsession with your wife? Do you still harbor hopes for reconciliation? Must you witness that scene before you can relinquish your heart? Why do you not don the black? Is it fear of encountering your father at the wall, of facing Longclaw, of being unable to hold your head high? Are you afraid that your very existence would render your father a laughingstock at the wall? I believe Jorah Mormont fears not death, however, to perish in a foreign land, to die in disgrace, to succumb to a life of chaos and mediocrity. This should not be the fate of Jorah Mormont. Suddenly, Arthur rose, drawing the sword of Gryffindor with a resounding clang, and slowly thrusting its blade into the campfire. Jorah's spirit was shaken, his eyes wide with disbelief as the impossible unfolded before him. Wherever the sword of Gryffindor touched, the flame seemed to retreat gently, as if cloaked by an invisible sheath. Arthur recited like a wandering bard. The sword requires no polishing. The Fae's silverware repels dust. The sword requires no polishing. The Fae's silverware absorbs venom. The sword requires no polishing. The Fae's silverware retreats from flames. He pried open the charcoal with the sword of Gryffindor, stirring the ashes, allowing them to scatter into the air with a sudden gust of wind. The death of Jorah Mormont should be as grand as this sword, flames, ashes, and wind, composing a magnificent spectacle. The world refers to him as Jor, the suffering one, the prodigal returned. If you follow me, I shall make this a reality, allowing you to reclaim your longsword with peace of mind, enabling you to stride proudly into the city-state of Lys. Arthur's impassioned words caused Jorah's blood to quicken, his pupils to constrict, the melody of magic resonating in his ears. It is said that the red-robed monks of the Red God, the King of Light, can glimpse future specters amidst raging flames, thereby rendering prophecies. Within Arthur's verses, Jorah seemed to truly perceive a future, a certain future, unfolding from the campfire. Chapter 37. Merely a trivial trick like the Sword of Flames. Arthur lifted the tent flap, revealing that all the key figures of the Second Sons had already gathered. He was surprisingly the last to arrive. Come, Arthur, sit beside me. Kasparo had donned his flamboyant pink robe once more, patting the space beside him with a grin. We have been waiting for you. It had been half a month since the Second Sons, alongside the Wolf Pack, had launched a nocturnal assault on the Vulture Band, resulting in the demise of 3 of its leaders and the annihilation of the Vulture Band, which boasted 500 cavalry. This tremendous victory, along with the supplies transported from Mill to the disputed lands, had gradually stabilized the Second Sons' footing. Following this, the Second Sons encountered various skirmishes with other mercenary bands in the disputed territory, yet the intensity of these conflicts was gradually declining. They had not achieved another grand victory akin to the eradication of the Vulture Band, nor claimed any leader-level achievements. This can be attributed to the numerous mercenary bands congregating in the disputed lands, who, whether intentionally or not, had controlled the scale of conflicts, rendering daily patrols as routine as official duties. The significant shift in events stemmed from the Golden Band's several victories, which solidified the situation in the disputed lands for Mill. Following deliberations, the city-states of Telosai and Lys, realizing that further hostilities would not yield favorable outcomes, began to contemplate peace, intending to restore previous borders. The annihilation of the Vulture Band directly propelled the peace negotiations, with numerous rumors suggesting that the three major city-states were engaging in secret communications, all wishing to avert an escalation of hostilities. Since the financial backers had no intention of continuing the conflict, many mercenary bands lost their zeal for combat, as they were all driven by profit and had no desire for needless bloodshed. Ultimately, mercenary bands frequently change employers. It is not uncommon for two factions that once battled fiercely to eventually serve the same city-state. As mercenary bands pulled back, the scale of conflicts and skirmishes diminished correspondingly, especially the Wolf Pack, which suffered significant losses during the ambush by the Cat faction that fateful night. Now, they find themselves with a moment to catch their breath and recuperate. Nevertheless, even in the midst of such minor skirmishes, Arthur and his cavalry demonstrated remarkable valor. Akin to a dazzling new star in the firmament, his three subordinates, the lieutenants, Brown Bear, Slim Monkey, and the newly joined Jorah, each displayed their own fierce courage, having earned accolades in battle. Particularly noteworthy is Jorah, in his 40s, at the prime of his life, whose strength and stamina have slightly waned. However, his extensive experience and fearless demeanor in combat remain unmatched. During the rebellion led by Balon Greyjoy, the Ironborn leader of Westeros, he fought alongside the Stark family, earning the knighthood from King Robert for his gallant efforts. Thus, his prowess in the heat of battle is beyond question, though he has matured, becoming more astute. This evolution does not reflect timidity, but signifies the transformation into a more lethal weapon. Moreover, Arthur's own bravery is evident, rivaling Jorah's, for he commands the respect of those beneath him. Rumors circulate within the Sons of the Harpy, suggesting Arthur is a male witch, a red priest, an alchemist, or a sorcerer with abilities bordering on the arcane. Many of his adversaries inexplicably fall before him, meeting their demise at the edge of his blade. Such frequent occurrences naturally give rise to these whispers. Marrow, concerned, personally inquired of Arthur, who merely chuckled in response, attributing it to mere tricks akin to the faceless men of Bravos, donning different visages, similar to the red priests of Meereen, wielding flaming swords, like the alchemists of Lys, concocting poisons, or the warlocks of Karth, crafting illusions, nothing more than that. Arthur's indirect admission inadvertently solidified these rumors, leaving Marrow quite unsettled. Consequently, he found himself compelled to bestow greater rewards upon Arthur and his cavalry during commendations, seeking to win his favor. Thus, Arthur became increasingly indispensable within the ranks of the Sons of the Harpy, swiftly ascending to their inner circle. Even today, the meeting could not commence until Arthur's arrival, underscoring his significance. Arthur took his place beside Kasparo, exchanging pleasantries with the overly enthusiastic man before surveying those gathered within the tent. Present were Marrow, Brown Ben, Inkbottle, and a soldier named Dahan. Once Marrow noted the assembly was complete, he cleared his throat and broached the matter at hand. A messenger from the city-state of Meereen had arrived, bearing news that the three great city-states had resolved to negotiate peace, with the venue set for Tyrosh. The attendees exchanged glances, though none were surprised. After all, they were well aware of the sentiments expressed by the three city-states over the past fortnight regarding the contentious territory. The initial objective of Tyrosh and Lys was to seize the opportunity presented by the recent change in leadership of Mill's Golden Legion, capitalizing on the new commander's precarious position. However, the Golden Legion, consisting of over 10,000 troops, steadfastly maintained control over the contested territory. In contrast, the Ravenous Legion, having lost all three of its leaders, faced an unforeseen collapse, a development that took the three city-states by surprise. With no benefits to be gained, their focus shifted towards stabilizing the situation, aiming to restore the former equilibrium of the three powers. A peace negotiation was inevitable. The disintegration of the Ravenous Legion merely expedited this process, awakening the three city-states to the necessity of preventing any escalation, lest they suffer greater losses. Marrow stroked his fluffy red beard and continued. During this upcoming negotiation, envoys from the three city-states will converge in Tyrosh, and we, the Legion commanders, have also received invitations to attend the peace banquet. Upon hearing this, Arthur pressed his lips together. In the land of Westeros, there exists the concept of guest right, which dictates that when a guest is received and partakes of the host's food, both parties must refrain from harm against one another, or face the wrath and curses of the old and new gods. Though Westeros does not adhere to this principle, similar traditions prevail. For instance, when Daenerys' unsullied army attacked the city-state of Yunkai, she intended to negotiate with several mercenary groups serving Yunkai, the leaders of the Second Sons and the Ravenous Legion. Upon entering the ranks of the Unsullied to negotiate with Daenerys, were guaranteed safety by her. In the same vein, The mercenary commanders embroiled in conflict within the contested territory were invited to the banquet in Tyrosh. Hence, the host of the banquet must ensure the safety of the commanders, and past grievances must not incite violence among them. I was initially planning to go with the brown men and bring along 2 others. Mero's gaze swept among the crowd. Kasparo, stroking his pointed beard, volunteered, let me go. I miss the women of Tyrosh's brothels terribly. Then you shall go, Mero replied, turning his attention to Arthur. You must attend as well. The Lord of Tyrosh has specifically requested to meet you. He has heard of your valor and wishes to see the one who slayed Dario and the bald Salo. Chapter 38. Plans always fall behind change. Every time Arthur encountered the title of Lord of Tyrosh, he mistakenly interpreted it as the Tyrosh Grand Duke. Though they are evidently distinct, the term Lord refers to the ruler of Tyrosh, who differs from the ruler of Mel. As Tyrosh has only one leader elected through a process rife with bribery and political maneuvering, a fact well known and even celebrated throughout the city-state. The safety of the peace envoys and the mercenary commanders is guaranteed by this very Lord of Tyrosh. To his astonishment, this lord had also heard of Arthur and desired to meet him. The brown-skinned man explained with a smile, perhaps you are unaware, but one of the leaders of the ravenous crows, Dario, hails from the city-state of Tyrosh. The Lord of Tyrosh is well aware of Dario's valor and wishes to see the visage of the one capable of bringing him down. After all, he possesses merely 2 eyes and 1 mouth. Arthur pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement, considering a visit to Tyrosh to be quite appealing. Kasparo immediately threw his arm around Arthur's shoulder and laughed heartily. Wonderful. I know Tyrosh like the back of my hand. I could navigate it with my eyes closed. I shall lead you on a delightful tour. His words rang true, for mercenary bands often wander between various city-states, and with the wealth earned, mercenaries naturally seek to explore every corner of these realms. Thus, the matter was settled. Mero decisively stated, prepare yourselves, we shall embark tomorrow. Upon returning to his cavalry camp, Arthur promptly shared the news with Jorah, Brown Bear, and the Slender Monkey, his 3 vice-captains. While I am away, you must maintain order here and train the men. I expect to return within half a month. Arthur assigned Jorah, Brown Bear, and the Slender Monkey to oversee different squads and conduct training. He did not demand the strict discipline of a knightly order, but a basic level of camaraderie was essential. Jorah, Brown Bear, and the Slender Monkey readily agreed. Having followed Arthur thus far, they held him in absolute esteem. Even the captain's orders could not eclipse his authority. They would certainly adhere to Arthur's directives. Jorah, being a recent addition, harbored a certain hope for Arthur, albeit not yet fully trusting him. Nonetheless, he was willing to obey his commands. His motivations were twofold. He wished to see if Arthur could truly fulfill his promises, and he had no desire to venture into Tyrosh, the free trade city-state he least wanted to visit afterless. The reason being, Jorah had once sold poachers to the Tyroshans as slaves, thereby transgressing the laws of the 7 kingdoms of Westeros. Unless absolutely necessary, he wished to avoid Tyrosh. Thus, the following morning, Arthur set off on horseback with Mero, the brown-skinned man, and Kasparo, heading towards the port nearest to the disputed territory. For the time being, the affairs of the Second Sons would be managed by Inkbottle and Dahan. The quartet rode northwest until they reached the port city, where they stabled their horses and boarded a grand sailing vessel, setting sail into the Sea of Myr. On the swaying ship, Arthur initially felt quite unwell due to seasickness, yet gradually adapted, prompting him to question the plans of Governor Illyrio. The governor had orchestrated the union between Daenerys and Khal Drogo, intending for King Viserys to acquire tens of thousands of Dothraki warriors. At that time, Viserys would lead these warriors alongside the Golden Company, awaiting the opportune moment to launch a counteroffensive against Westeros. This is the initial commitment made by the governor of Illyrio regarding the Golden Company. However, if Arthur is prone to seasickness, how could the Dothraki, who have scarcely seen the sea in their lives, fare any better? Arthur surmises that a significant number of Dothraki will suffer from discomfort upon crossing the narrow sea, and will be unable to engage in combat for a period after landing. This window of vulnerability, if exploited by adversaries, could lead to dire consequences. Thus, Arthur increasingly suspects that Viserys was likely not Illyrio's first choice, with Aegon being the preferred candidate from the outset. Another testament to this is the differential treatment shown by Illyrio. He allowed Viserys and Daenerys to wander among the free cities while dedicating resources to cultivate Aegon, indicating a stark contrast in investment. Of course, this may also stem from the fact that the ambitions of Viserys and Daenerys were so grand that providing them protection would easily attract the attention of King Robert Baratheon and Prime Minister Jon Arryn. Perhaps, all along, Viserys was merely a shield put forth by Illyrio to clear the path for Aegon's ascendance. Notably, Prince Doran Martell seemed to genuinely place his bets on Viserys, once seeking to marry his daughter Arianne to him. Unfortunately, Viserys died too swiftly, thwarting this union and consequently derailing the plots of Doran Martell, Master of Whisperers Varys, and Governor Illyrio. During his time aboard the ship, aside from socializing with Merrow, Bronn, and Kasparo, Arthur dedicated his remaining time to mingling with sailors and merchants, engaging in conversation. He bore no airs and quickly acquainted himself with several traders and seamen, from whom he gleaned a wealth of information. Currently, the king of Westeros remains Robert Baratheon, with Jon Arryn, his foster father, serving as hand of the king. Arthur sought tidings regarding the Stark family of the North, yet regrettably, information concerning the North was scarce. However, there were rumors about pirates from the Iron Islands operating nearby. A pirate known as Crow's Eye commanded his ship, the Silence, wreaking havoc across various ports of Essos, committing unspeakable atrocities. Sailors reported that the ports of Bravos, Pintos, Myr, and Tyrosh had suffered, with the next target likely to be Lys. Merchants countered that this news was outdated, as Crow's Eye and his Silence had already plundered Lys and were now bound for Volantis. Others claimed that these pirates intended to raid eastward, with the Slave Bay and Karth not escaping their grasp, their ultimate destination being the farthest east, Asshai. Arthur treated them to some wine as a token of gratitude, then stood at the ship's rail, lost in thought. That Crow's Eye was most likely Euron Greyjoy, the brother of Balon, known for his eye patch covering his left eye. The ship's name, Silence, referred to the crew, comprised either of mute individuals or foreign sailors who spoke no common tongue. He and the ship Ningjing likely appeared here after being banished by Balon, an exile prompted by his dalliance with Balon's other brother, Victarion's concubine. Arthur pondered that if Euron was not merely boasting, he might indeed encounter this brutish individual upon his return from Essos. He was curious to ascertain whether Euron had truly acquired the fabled horn of Valyrian, the Valyrian steel armor, and whether he had genuinely possessed a dragon egg. Should that be the case, these treasures would rightfully belong to Arthur. Chapter 39. I wish to die this thing green. The sailboat glided across the waters of the narrow sea towards the east, swiftly approaching the Stepstones. The city-state of Tyrosh resided on an island in the northeastern part of the Stepstones. The Stepstones are in close proximity to Dorne, rumored to have once formed a contiguous land bridge known as the Arm of Dorne. The ancient settlers of Essos traversed the Arm of Dorne to reach the continent of Westeros, igniting a protracted conflict with the Children of the Forest. According to later legends, the Children of the Forest utilized magic to raise the sea level, shattering the Arm of Dorne and creating the fragmented stepstones we see today. With their retreat cut off and armed with more advanced production techniques, the settlers compelled the Children of the Forest to forge a covenant of peaceful coexistence. As their cultures intermingled, most of the settlers adopted the worship of the old gods. Later, the invaders from Essos, known as the Undulls, introduced the faith of the new gods. Regardless, the Stepstones stand as the closest maritime connection between Westeros and Essos, bestowing Tyrosh with significant geographical advantages. To the northwest lies the Stormlands Griffin's Roost, to the northeast the city of Myr, to the southeast the city of Lys, and to the southwest the Dornish city of Sunspear. Thus, the Tyroshi, regardless of their navigational direction, could engage in trade, facilitating the flourishing maritime commerce of the Tyroshi city-state. However, the laden merchant ships, the Shattered Islands, and the open sea routes have also attracted a swarm of flies. Countless pirates have long made this place their haunt. Arthur, Merrow, and Brown Ben, having embarked on a ship with Kasparo, were fortunate to arrive at the port of Tyrosh without encountering any pirates. The four mercenaries caught their first glimpse of the imposing walls of Tyrosh from afar. As they disembarked and stood at the base of the towering walls, they felt as diminutive as ants. "Let us enter the city," Merrow said with a grin. "The Lord of Tyrosh has prepared accommodations for us. We need only to move in and indulge in feasting and merriment." He strode purposefully towards the gaping city gates, his tall stature and striking red beard quickly drawing the attention of the guards. The guards were set to conduct an inspection when he forcefully pushed one aside and, before any aggression could ensue, imperiously declared, "I am a guest summoned by your sovereign, the illustrious illegitimate son of Titan, the second son and leader of the second sons. Merrow, go swiftly and deliver my message." Merrow, having just arrived, had already offended a considerable number of Tyroshi with his arrogance. However, he possessed the sovereign's invitation, and the guards dared not treat him with disdain. Consequently, one guard dashed into the city, while the captain of the gate detail approached personally to receive Merrow, guiding him and Arthur into the city. "Lord Merrow shall never disappoint us," the brown-skinned man remarked, his brown wrinkles unfurling, revealing a soft, rosy complexion as he whispered to Arthur with a smile. Arthur offered a slight smile in return, but refrained from responding. The title of Lord Marrow, ostensibly a mark of respect, harbored an undertone of sarcasm that the entire second son cohort relished. As they walked under the protection of a contingent of guards, the captain busily engaged in conversation with Marrow and the brown-skinned man, leaving Arthur and Kasparo trailing slightly behind. Arthur's gaze wandered, taking in the sights. This was the third free trade city-state he had visited, and he was curious to discern the distinctions between the Tyroshi city-state and those of Kohor and Mill. His first observation, of course, was the vibrant Tyroshi populace. The Tyroshi seemed to possess an ardent affection for bright colors. Not only were their robes resplendent, but their hair and beards were also dyed in an array of vivid hues. In life, Dario had dyed his trident-like beard a striking blue, epitomizing the essence of Tyroshi individuality. Kasparo, well acquainted with the Tyroshi city-state, provided commentary on the nearby establishments while playfully tugging at his pointed beard. "I think I shall dye this thing green," he declared, gesturing to his hair and beard, claiming he wished to emulate the very Tyroshi they had just seen. Arthur observed Kasparo's flamboyant pink robe and mused on the classic clash of red and green, simply nodding in agreement with his sentiment. "If it pleases you. As long as I like it, heh, I will do it when I have the time," Kasparo confidently asserted. As they proceeded, they passed numerous temples and shrines. Owing to the traditions of the Tyroshi city-state, there was no official religion. Various deities were worshipped here. The Triumvirate, the Lord of Light R'hlloro, and other deities, whether renowned or obscure, had their temples and sanctuaries standing tall. As they walked beneath the colossal statue with 3 heads, they encountered the Tyroshi military coming forth to greet them. After the captain of the guard transferred his duties, he led the small contingent back the way they came. Subsequently, an armed Tyroshi battalion escorted the 4 mercenaries into the opulent palace where the Tyroshi sovereign resided. Arthur noted that, alongside the regular army, there was also a contingent of the Unsullied present. His ability to recognize the Unsullied was not, of course, due to their lack of trousers for identification. It was their pointed helmets, lightweight leather armor, spears, and shields, all of which unmistakably testified to their identities. Yet, these details were not the focal point. The crux of the matter lay in the audience with the ruler of this domain. When Arthur encountered the Grand Duke of Talasai within the palace, he was unexpectedly struck by the discrepancy between the man before him and the image he had conjured. He had anticipated that the opulent Grand Duke would resemble a corpulent figure, akin to King Robert or Governor Illyrio. To his surprise, the Grand Duke was robust and powerful, walking with a steady gait, his golden curls and beard either dyed or naturally occurring. Even someone as haughty as Marrow felt compelled to approach the Grand Duke with alacrity and pay his respects. After all, he was once a benefactor who readily rewarded good service, and Marrow contemplated the possibility of one day returning to the city-state of Talasai with his second son. Arthur, emulating Marrow, along with Brown and Kasparo, offered their salutations to the Grand Duke and then stood quietly to the side, listening to the conversation between the Duke, Marrow, and Brown. He scrutinized the Duke for a while, until the Duke's gaze suddenly fell upon him, accompanied by a smile. "If I am not mistaken, you must be Arthur." The Duke remarked, "You appear quite youthful. I did not expect you to have vanquished Dario." The straightforwardness of the Duke's words rendered the atmosphere somewhat awkward, considering that the Ravenous Company had once served the city-state of Talasai. Among the 4 present, 3 had directly participated in the obliteration of the Ravenous Company. Of the 3 leaders of the Ravenous Company, 2 had perished at Arthur's hands, while another fell to Marrow and Kasparo. Uncertain of the Duke's stance on the matter, Marrow and Brown found themselves at a loss for words, leaving Arthur to respond. "The governors of the city-state of Mill have long harbored dissatisfaction towards us. If we fail to achieve further victories, we may very well face termination of our contracts. We are powerless in this regard." The Duke regarded Arthur in silence for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. If they were to act thus, they must surely be blind. Were I to possess such valiant warriors, I would be eager to bestow even greater rewards. Chapter 40. The Slave of Rollo in the Temple of the Red God. The dialogue with the Grand Duke continued for the duration of a tea light, after which the Duke summoned an attendant to guide Arthur and his companions to their accommodations within the palace. The Duke's servants then presented a series of gifts, one box after another, each containing unique and precious treasures, ensuring that every attendee at the banquet received a bounty. Naturally, the nature of the gifts varied according to the recipient statuses. Typically, the envoys representing the city-states of Mill and Lys received the most substantial rewards, followed by the leaders of various factions, and then others. However, Marrow noticed that the gift bestowed upon Arthur was of equal measure to his own. His initially joyful and greedy expression, born from the receipt of a reward, swiftly darkened. With a disdainful huff, Marrow waved his robe and pushed open the door. retreating into his chamber. The brown-clad man, who had been smiling amiably as if oblivious to the unfolding events, clasped his hands behind his back and remarked, "I shall pay a visit to the peace envoy from the city-state of Mill. Lord Marrow was supposed to accompany me, but it seems he is reluctant to venture out. How about you all? Will you join me?" Kasparo waved his hand dismissively, replying, "I shall not go. I nearly dozed off while you were chatting with His Majesty." Yawning incessantly. "Now, to meet the envoy from Mill? Spare me that. The ladies of the Tylos brothel must already be aware of the illustrious return of Kasparo. They are surely eager for my company, and I cannot disrupt the merriment of those who adore me." The brown-clad man smiled faintly, recognizing Kasparo's haughty demeanor reminiscent of Marrow's upon entering the city. He excused Kasparo from accompanying him and turned to Arthur, inquiring, "And you?" "I wish to wander about Tylos and shall return before nightfall," Arthur replied. "Do not bother returning by night," Kasparo interjected, attempting to embrace Arthur once more, only to be evaded. "Come with me to the brothel. I assure you, you will be in ecstasy and won't return until the break of dawn." Arthur, however, had no desire to visit the brothel and never engage with the camp followers of the Second Sons. He believed that should he contract any ailments, there would be no cure. He had heard of many notable figures in contemporary Europe who took pride in their infections, even seeking out women already afflicted in a reckless pursuit of such diseases. Arthur had no intention of succumbing to fashion's folly for a fleeting pleasure, and thus he politely declined Kasparo's invitation. Kasparo pouted, finding Arthur somewhat dispiriting. It was perhaps better that he did not accompany him, and so he exited with enthusiasm. Before departing, the brown-clad man reminded him to return early, for the Duke of Tylos had stated that the banquet would take place the following evening, and failing to attend would be quite impolite. Kasparo nonchalantly assured him that he would surely return by noon when the sun was at its zenith. The brown-clad man harbored no such concerns for Arthur. After exchanging a few more words, he set off alone to meet the peace envoy from the city-state of Mill. After all, the governors of Mill were still the employers of the Second Sons, and it was imperative for him to meet with the envoy. Arthur emerged from the Duke's palace, bearing only the sword of Gryffindor, the diminutive lava dragon egg, and the soft armor concealed beneath his robe. The shield he had acquired for vanquishing the crows of oblivion, shaped like an iron, was left behind in the camp of the Second Sons due to its unwieldy nature. He approached the temple of the three-headed god once more, the tower of the temple visible from afar, along with the statue of the three-headed god standing before the grand entrance. The deity possesses 3 heads. One head devours the deceased, another breathes life into the newborn. Yet the central head remains the most enigmatic, understood by but a few. Arthur observed a multitude of ragged individuals kneeling in reverence, fervently whispering their prayers, their voices barely audible. He also noticed a couple placing the lifeless, emaciated body of a child before the statue of the three-headed god, allowing flies to swarm around. While the onlookers remained undisturbed, accustomed to this grim ritual, did they wish for the three-headed god to consume him, only to grant him rebirth? Arthur pondered silently, watching for a moment before hastening toward his destination, the Temple of R'hllor, the Lord of Light, in Tyrosh. Myr had its own Temple of R'hllor, the very one where the Red Priest Soros had once resided. However, Soros had since departed for the continent of Westeros. Arthur had briefly visited that temple before, finding little of note, and now intended to explore the one in Tyrosh. Unsurprisingly, he was halted at the entrance by the temple guards. This group, known as the Sons of the Harpy, had been trained since childhood to protect the sacred site. Their brilliant armor, orange capes, and flame-shaped spears exuded an imposing presence, even more so than typical knights. After a thorough search, a red priest approached him, becoming notably cordial upon learning of Arthur's interest in the Lord of Light. Clad in a loose crimson robe, the red priest stooped slightly as he guided Arthur through the temple, simultaneously extolling the tenets of R'hllor. Arthur feigned earnest attentiveness, nodding occasionally to maintain the priest's enthusiasm. At that moment, he caught sight of several red priests leading a small troop of gaunt, filthy children emerging from a corner and proceeding deeper into the temple. Curiosity compelled Arthur to inquire, "Who are these children?" The red priest glanced over and replied with a smile, "They are slaves purchased by the Temple of R'hllor from the slave masters of Tyrosh. Reportedly children of the free folk." Free folk? Those wildlings beyond the wall who refer to themselves as such. Arthur was taken aback. The Tyroshi can venture beyond the wall and return with wildlings as slaves? Indeed, the red priest affirmed. The wall may obstruct the passage of people on land, but it cannot hinder the ships of Tyroshi slavers. Their vessels sail north, circumventing the wall, reaching the treacherous coast with ease, and thus arriving at the homes of the wildlings. Arthur nodded, refraining from probing further into that matter, and instead asked about the purpose of the children brought back by the temple. What purpose does the Temple of R'hllor have for them? Certainly, They are to serve the great R'hllor, the Red Priest answered with palpable pride. They shall convert to the worship of the Lord of Light, becoming one of us. They will no longer be the wayward wildlings, nor will they belong to any other place in this world. They shall be slaves of R'hllor. Those chosen from the servitude of R'hllor will ascend to become Red Priests, Hands of the Light, or temple prostitutes, provided their devotion is profound enough. The Red Priests and Hands of the Light require no elaboration. The term temple prostitutes refers to the women residing within the Red Temple, offering solace to the faithful worshippers. The hunchbacked Red Priest lifted his hood, revealing the flame tattoo upon his visage, signifying his allegiance to R'hllor. Here, none bear shame in this. Those who have reached such heights in the service of R'hllor take pride in their devotion to the Lord of Light, accepting even the roles of servants or concubines. Arthur had previously viewed the narrative of A Song of Ice and Fire and its television adaptation through the perspectives of its prominent characters, often distracted by other matters. It was only now that he realized the faith in the Lord of Light, R'hllor, was not at all obscure on the continent of Essos, though it remained relatively rare in Westeros. The followers of R'hllor, such as the sword-wielding Melisandre and the ruby-adorned sorcery, could, in a sense, be seen as missionaries to Westeros. Chapter 41. The direction of A Song of Ice and Fire. Adherents of the Lord of Light, R'hllor, are profoundly enamored with flames, believing they can glimpse echoes of the future within the fire and hear divine prophecies. The hunchbacked Red Priest deliberately ignited a bonfire in the dimly lit central hall of the Red Temple for Arthur. This bonfire was arranged in a circular fashion with uneven stones, filled with kindling, and a long sword was slanted into the pile. The hunchbacked priest poured some oil onto the wood, and when he ignited it with a torch, the flame surged dramatically, illuminating the entire hall of the Red Temple, dispelling the darkness and cold. The sword was engulfed in flames, yet it shone brilliantly. Behold, how bright and warm this fire is. The hunchbacked Red Priest, holding the torch, turned to Arthur and earnestly inquired, "Do you feel anything? From the flames, do you sense the warmth bestowed upon you by the great R'hllor? Have you heard his gentle whispers?" In response, Arthur solemnly approached the bonfire, closed his eyes, and extended his hands, feigning a careful attunement. The hunchbacked Red Priest awaited with earnest anticipation, hoping for the emergence of a devout follower of R'hllor. After a considerable time by the fire, Arthur opened his eyes and addressed the hunchbacked Red Priest. "Perhaps I am not destined to connect with the Lord of Light, R'hllor. I heard nothing." The hunchbacked Red Priest appeared somewhat disheartened, but remained undeterred. "You may visit the Red Temple often, especially in the evenings, to recite verses before the flames. It will surely be different. Can even a mercenary like me, who lives by the sword, become a follower of the Lord of Light, R'hllor?" Arthur queried. "The Lord of Light does not shun conflict," the hunchbacked Red Priest replied. "On the contrary, the Red God permits martial judgment. He will protect the side of justice." Indeed. Under the witness of the hunchbacked Red Priest, Soros, the Hound Sandor Clegane engaged in a trial by combat against the leader of the Brotherhood without banners, Beric Dondarrion. Sandor struck down Beric. However, Beric was resurrected by the Red Priest Soros through the power of R'hllor, a revival that has occurred more than once. This might be what the hunchbacked Red Priest refers to as the protection of the Lightbringer, R'hllor. Beric's true death came only when he sacrificed himself to resurrect Lady Stoneheart, Catelyn Stark, who subsequently took command of the Brotherhood. These events exemplify the power of R'hllor, capable of affecting reality, at least in terms of bringing the dead back to life. Arthur remained non-committal. After exchanging a few more words with the hunchbacked Red Priest, he took his leave. Yet before departing, he offered the Red Priest a glimmer of hope, stating that he would return, perhaps not to this very Red Temple, but return nonetheless. He did not speak falsely. Within the worldview of A Song of Ice and Fire, it is impossible to regard matters without the influence of R'hllor. There exists a notion that fire likely refers to the Red God R'hllor, while ice denotes his mortal enemy, the god of winter, the Other, who is also known as the Children of the Other. Numerous clues point towards these two legendary deities. Of course, alternative interpretations exist, such as ice and fire symbolizing the long winter and the long summer, the Stark family and the Targaryen family, among others. Regardless of the interpretation, Arthur deemed it essential to comprehend the intricacies of this world in which he found himself. Upon exiting the Red Temple, Arthur noticed the sky darkening, nearing dusk, with the setting sun resembling blood, perfectly contrasting with the red bricks of the temple, creating a peculiar beauty. An inexplicable chill ran down his spine, prompting him to turn away and depart. Upon returning to the residence prepared for the members of the Second Sons by Lord Tyrell, he discovered that Brown Ben Plum had indeed returned from his meeting with the envoy of Milt, yet Casperio was still absent. He suspected he would not see Casperio until the following afternoon. Brown Ben, with a resigned expression, pinched the bridge of his nose, clearly unable to discern the gravity of the situation. "What of Lord Marrow?" Arthur inquired with curiosity. "He has stepped out," Brown Ben replied with a smile, explaining that, according to Marrow, he had ventured into the social circles of the Second Son's leader, likely to drink with acquaintances. It became evident that Brown Ben possessed a far superior understanding of Marrow and Casperio compared to Arthur. Casperio did not return throughout the night. When Marrow made his appearance later that evening, he was indeed reeking of alcohol. He stood at the entrance to the dining hall, his flushed face and disheveled red beard giving him an imposing presence. The commander of the Second Sons approached Arthur, who was savoring honey-roasted sausages infused with garlic and chili. Without uttering a word, his towering figure exuding an air of intimidation. Noticing Marrow's advance, Arthur set down his knife and fork. "Is there something amiss, Lord Marrow?" he asked. "Stand up." Marrow's voice soared, nearly lifting the red-bearded man off his feet. "I command you to stand." The brown-skinned man across the dining table quickly rose and approached, inquiring, "What is the matter?" He placed his hands on Marrow's chest, attempting to quell the brewing conflict, but Marrow forcefully shoved him aside. "Is it that, even as the leader, you cannot heed my commands?" Marrow glared at Arthur with a fierce countenance. Arthur, bewildered by the sudden confrontation, pushed back his chair and stood to face Marrow. "My dear leader, perhaps you have had one too many drinks." Marrow, towering in stature, leaned slightly forward, fixing his gaze on Arthur. "I ask you, have you ever truly regarded me as your leader?" This was indeed the case, yet Arthur refrained from admitting it. "How could that be?" "I have always held you in high esteem, my dear leader." Marrow furrowed his brow. "During my commands, your three subordinates, Jorah, Brown Bear, and Slim Monkey, they only decide to follow my orders based on your cues." Arthur replied, "After all, I am their direct superior. It is only natural for them to fear offending me. However, when faced with significant matters, they would undoubtedly side with the Second Son's faction." Marrow narrowed his eyes. "Many within the Second Son's faction assert that the credit for vanquishing the Vulture Gang should belong primarily to you, as you have executed two of their leaders, substantially diminishing their morale." Arthur smiled. "People often focus on the most striking visuals while overlooking the underlying truths. It is no easy task for a leader to command the entire Second Son's faction and sustain so many lives." Marrow continued his interrogation. "The sin of alcohol heavily wafting from him. And what of the reward from King Tyrosh? The honor bestowed upon you seems to hold equal weight to that of your leader. What does this signify?" Arthur retorted, "That is something you should inquire of the king. However, I suspect it bears no particular significance, akin to spotting a beautiful cat on the street and simply petting it." Marrow, still seething with anger, pointed towards the pitch-black exterior and shouted, "Follow me. Others may fear your sorcery, but I do not. Today, I shall teach you a lesson." Without waiting for Arthur or the brown-skinned man's response, he strode purposefully towards the door. Arthur lightly tapped his fingers on the dining table, lamenting the unfinished meal. The brown-skinned man approached, his mixed Dothraki heritage evident in the slight anger upon his face, though he quickly regained his composure. "Marrow must have been drinking with others, and after some provocation, he seeks you out to settle a score. Once he has made a decision, not even the rest of us can sway him, especially with Caspero absent. Be cautious, do not get hurt. It is best to concede in the end." The brown-skinned man did not doubt Arthur's ability to contend with Marrow. Rather, he believed that conceding at this juncture would be the wisest course of action. Arthur, resting his hand on the hilt of the Gryffindor's sword, replied calmly, "Very well." Chapter 42. The battle begins with you and ends with me. Arthur stood beneath the moonlight, unsheathing the sword of Gryffindor. The blade, bathed in silvery luminescence, sparkled with exquisite radiance, while the ruby encrusted in the hilt resembled a captivating eye, ensnaring all who gazed upon it. Marrow stood across from him, wielding a double-bladed axe, his expression still one of fierce anger. The expanse between them was ample for their duel. Brown Man, observing Marrow's serious demeanor, suddenly felt a pang of regret for the words he had exchanged with Arthur. He contemplated warning Arthur, aware that a single blow from the inebriated Marrow could prove fatal. However, before Brown Man could announce the commencement of the duel, Marrow bellowed and charged forward. "Take this axe," he shouted, half drunk, rushing toward Arthur with his weapon raised high, eyes wild with fury. His stance bore no resemblance to the lessons he had previously mentioned. Instead, it appeared he intended to cleave Arthur in two and subsequently blame his drunkenness. "Be careful," Brown Man called out, powerless to intervene. Yet, the battle commenced swiftly and concluded just as rapidly, both outcomes surprising Brown Man. Arthur raised the sword of Gryffindor, its tip emanating the spell of disarm, pointing directly at Marrow. In an instant, Marrow felt excruciating pain in his hands, causing the axe to slip from his grasp and fly away, clattering to the ground. Stunned, his eyes widened in disbelief, Before he could react, the blade of Gryffindor was already poised against his neck. Arthur gazed coldly at him and stated, "Perhaps you have misunderstood one crucial matter. The Second Sons is a mercenary group, not deities and their followers, nor kings and their vassals, nor lords and their knights, nor masters and their slaves. We are merely a captain and mercenaries. I heed your command because following you yields benefits. I respect you because of your merit, not because you demand my respect." With a slight movement of the sword, Arthur grazed Merrow's shoulder, leaving a faint crimson line, a shallow wound from which blood oozed forth, accompanied by a sharp sting. Merrow's senses jolted awake, and he found himself swallowing hard. The numbness that had begun in his hands now coursed through his entire body. Arthur continued, "When I do not respect you, you shall gain nothing from me. I have slain 2 captains before. I would not hesitate to make it a third and then appoint a new one." After delivering this statement, he sheathed the sword of Gryffindor. Merrow remained in an awkward, rigid stance for a time, as though Arthur's blade still lingered at his throat. It was not until Brown Man approached and inquired Merrow that he was jolted back to reality. His towering stature was unexpectedly overshadowed by Arthur, who, despite being shorter, exuded an imposing presence that left him breathless, gasping for air. Frustration welled within him, a futile attempt to mask the fear gnawing at his heart. As he gritted his teeth in anger, despicable magic, ambitious deputy commander, none of them are virtuous. Merrow shot a venomous glare at Arthur and the Brown Man before turning away. He picked up the double-bladed axe from the ground and left the residence prepared for him by Lord Tyrosh without a backward glance. The Brown Man sighed in resignation. "You are openly opposing him now. Once you return to the Second Sons group, he will not let you off lightly. He will not ease your burden either," Arthur interjected, perceiving the underlying desire for his position. "I have refrained from exacerbating conflicts until all was prepared. Why did you act so recklessly?" Arthur replied, "Surely you noticed? He wished for my demise just now. I cannot pretend that nothing has transpired. That is my bottom line. That axe was indeed aimed at your life." The Brown Man remarked, wiping his broken nose, realizing there was no other course of action left. He was already contemplating strategies for seizing power upon returning to the Second Sons group. Arthur chuckled, "Rest assured, at least he cannot afford the faceless men of Bravos. I've heard that hiring a faceless man to kill a merchant costs enough to support 2 ordinary mercenary companies." The Brown Man was taken aback by Arthur's ability to jest at this moment, but after a moment's thought, he nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is the going rate for hiring faceless men. Once Arthur parted ways with the Brown Man and returned indoors, the sword of Gryffindor remained silent. And the shrunken magma dragon egg showed no signs of reaction. Clearly, the fight with Merrow had been too effortless to awaken the magical memories within him, rendering him unable to acquire new spells for the time being. He was not surprised, after all. It had been over half a month since he had received the new spell manifestation of form during the annihilation of the ravenous crows. In the weeks that followed, while leading the cavalry on patrol, he had engaged in brief skirmishes with the enemy, winning each time, yet gaining no spells in return. Perhaps it was time to devise a new strategy. He reached into his collar and retrieved a black pendant box, which he had consistently worn around his neck. Opening the box revealed the shrunken magma dragon egg, still emitting a dim red glow. He sensed that acquiring a new spell was crucial. But the eventual hatching of this magma dragon egg was of even greater significance. The following day, Merrow was nowhere to be found. As dusk approached and night quietly descended, the banquet hosted by Lord Tyrosh was about to commence. The Brown Man, no longer willing to wait, set off for the banquet with Arthur. Curiously, Kasparo had not returned either. The Brown Man donned his finest robe, his brow furrowed as he walked, his usual cheerful demeanor replaced by concern. What is he doing? Surely he hasn't met his end in the arms of a courtesan? Damn it, I cannot tell Lord Tyrosh that both Merrow and Kasparo have fallen ill. Arthur pondered for a moment. Had Kasparo entered the brothel yesterday afternoon and not left since, it was indeed possible he could have met an untimely end there. He chuckled lightly, suggesting, then we could simply say they infected each other. However, such a notion was untenable. The diseases transmitted could vary in severity, especially considering they had both encountered the Grand Duke. Are you not at all concerned? Arthur blinked and replied, because this is a matter for you to fret over. Not me. It was only then that Brown realized why Arthur remained so composed. He cursed softly under his breath as he noticed Kasparo's unexpected arrival. Kasparo had changed into a new robe, still pink but in a lighter shade, which remained quite eye-catching. In fact, in the city-state of Telosai, many donned similar attire, making Kasparo seem somewhat assimilated into the local culture. He hurried towards Arthur and Brown, but both could see his unsteady gait and swaying form, as if he were walking on cotton. Sorry for being late, Kasparo managed a dry laugh, lacking his usual shamelessness, appearing somewhat strained. Where is Melro? He asked. He is unwell, Brown planned to explain to Kasparo later how he had ended up in such a state and whether he could truly attend the banquet. Kasparo, placing a hand on his chest, weakly asserted, "No problem." Brown felt uneasy, but there was no turning back that could not send Kasparo away. Thus, the three of them proceeded together to the evening feast. Chapter 43. Who are the allies of the present? And who the enemies of the future? The Grand Duke's banquet in Telosai was held within a resplendent palace, filled to capacity and buzzing with lively conversation. At the head of the table sat the corpulent Grand Duke, raising his goblet to the emissaries of Mill and Riss seated on either side. The two emissaries smiled in response. Below them were long tables adorned with candle holders, each hosting an array of exquisite delicacies from around the world. The attendees comprised the leaders of various mercenary bands and their followers, who might be adversaries in disputed territories but here embraced each other warmly, indulging in food and drink. Colorfully dressed maidens flitted between the long tables, pouring wine for the mercenaries and replenishing their dishes, some even playfully fleeing after having been teased by the mercenaries. After all, before the Grand Duke, no one dared to disregard decorum. The trio from the Second Son's faction traversed the lengthy corridor, noting the curious gazes directed at them, which left them somewhat perplexed. When they bowed to the Grand Duke and the two emissaries, explaining Melro's absence due to illness, the Grand Duke responded with a peculiar yet understanding smile. "He is ill," he mused, stroking his golden beard, and after a brief contemplation, he remarked, "Then he should focus on his recovery." Brown, representing Melro, graciously declined the Grand Duke's offer to send the finest physician in Telosai to attend to Melro. It was only as he turned to take his seat alongside Arthur and Kasparo that the realization struck him. He lightly tapped the table twice with his fingertips, furrowing his brow, and remarked, "It appears that what transpired last night has already circulated, which is hardly surprising given that it occurred within the Grand Palace, brimming with his informants." "What happened last night?" Kasparo inquired with curiosity. It was then that Brown Man recounted the clash between Arthur and Mero from the previous night, including Mero's abrupt departure, in meticulous detail. Kasparo twirled his pointed beard, casting a sidelong glance at Arthur, and suddenly broke into a cunning smile. "You truly possess audacity. Lord Mero is unlikely to forgive you easily." Arthur felt a surge of surprise. He had not anticipated that Kasparo would not speak up in Mero's defense. Their relationship had indeed been less than amiable. However, Kasparo often accompanied Mero, and they had previously joined forces to eliminate the last leader of the ravenous gang, Pranda. At this moment, not only did Kasparo refrain from defending Mero, but he also appeared unconcerned about Mero's predicament or the future of the Second Sons Guild, maintaining an air of casual ease. After pondering for a moment, Arthur quickly grasped the situation, glancing between Brown Man and Kasparo. "You too?" "Indeed," Brown Man replied, recognizing that Arthur had deduced the truth. He then laid his cards on the table. "Thanks to you, Kasparo has agreed to side with us." He gestured towards Kasparo, who was savoring a piece of slightly charred bacon, and added with a grin, "Initially, he intended to remain neutral, and I had no success in swaying him. However, after you decisively eliminated Dario and Bald Salo, I informed him of your support for me, and he changed his stance." Kasparo, adopting his usual stance of wielding a rapier, speared another slice of bacon with his fork and remarked with a smile, "I merely wish to align myself with the victor. I previously believed Brown Man had little chance of success, but your backing of him as guild leader alters the equation." "Indeed, it seems so." Arthur nodded, smiling as he asked, "You place such importance on my opinion?" "Of course," Kasparo exclaimed, his eyes widening, his neck straining slightly as he continued. "Though I lost to you due to my own carelessness, I must concede your strength. Denying it would be futile, after all. Both Dario and Bald Salo fell by your hand, and you possess an elusive magic about you. Moreover, Mero has indeed become increasingly reckless over the years. For the sake of immediate gain, he has repeatedly breached contracts, thereby offending several employers. His arrogance prevents him from heeding our counsel. If he continues this way, the Second Sons Guild may well descend into a third-rate mercenary group, and I shall gain nothing." Brown Man nodded in agreement and then divulged to Arthur, "Now that we have severed ties with Mero, I shall candidly share the names of our allies within the Second Sons Guild." He proceeded to enumerate several names to Arthur, some expected and others surprising, before finally mentioning Inkpot and Ahan. "Having tested the waters, I discerned that they remain aligned with Melro for the time being. However, I believe the ink bottle can be persuaded, though persuading Ahan may prove more challenging. It appears your scheme has been unfolding. So allow me to preemptively congratulate you on your forthcoming ascension to the position of leader," Arthur remarked with a smile. Brown Man chuckled in response, rising deliberately to pour wine for Arthur and Kasparo, though Kasparo merely sipped once before setting his glass down. "What troubles you?" Arthur inquired curiously after downing his drink. Do not tell me you have taken to sobriety, vowing to abstain from all alcohol henceforth. Kasparo shook his head, a pained expression crossing his face. I simply cannot drink anymore. I have been imbibing since yesterday afternoon without pause. I wager that my veins now pulse with nothing but liquor. Arthur and Brown Man laughed heartily, not wishing to pressure Kasparo, allowing him his own preferences. Their attention then turned to the mercenaries who had cast them curious glances earlier, now averting their eyes. They have likely received word of your conflict with Melro, Brown Man observed. We must resolve this matter swiftly upon our return. We are not the Golden Company. Brown Man referred to the Golden Company, which had recently undergone a leadership change yet remained firmly established as the most formidable mercenary group among the 9 free trade city-states, owing to its solid foundation. Subsequently, Brown Man introduced Arthur to the various leaders attending the banquet, having previously encountered the leader of the Wolf Pack. Arthur did not dwell on that introduction. After introducing several others, Brown Man finally spoke of the significant figures present at the gathering. A man dressed in a rather old-fashioned manner, resembling a cobbler and speaking somewhat indistinctly, was the leader of the Long Spear Company, commanding 800 cavalry and several siege engines. Nearby stood a towering man with a red beard, a figure even more imposing than Melro. He was the leader of the Cat Company, Bloodbeard, who had over 3,000 followers. Bloodbeard and his Cat Company were the main force in this endeavor against the Golden Company, while the principal faction on the side of Rhys was led by the Ragged Prince and his Windblown Company. The relationships between mercenary groups are quite intricate. Although the Cat and Windblown companies have allied against the Golden Company this time, they would eventually harbor a blood feud within 2 years. As long as they continue to battle over contested territories, mercenary groups cannot remain eternal allies. Brown Man continued his introduction. That elderly gentleman with silver-gray hair in his 60s is the Ragged Prince. His title carries weight. Ragged pertains to his cloak, which is sewn from fabrics of various colors. The title of prince stems from his former status as a prince of the Pantos city-state. Arthur had a vague recollection of the Ragged Prince, though not enough to be substantial, as it is difficult to remember figures one seldom encounters. He thus inquired, given that he was a prince of Pantos, why does he choose to lead the Windblown Company? Chapter 44. The unbroken cause of the Battle of the 9 copper coins as the candlelight flickered and goblets clinked. Brown Man took a sip of wine and replied, this brings us back to an old tale from decades past. You see, the political structure of the Pantos city-state differs significantly from that of Kohor, Mill, and Tyrosh. In theory, the Prince of Pantos holds the highest status. However, in practice, he merely serves as a symbol, with genuine power residing among numerous governors. This situation is not inherently problematic. A life of wealth and luxury without true authority can be quite agreeable. Yet, Pantos adheres to a peculiar tradition. Should Pantos lose an external war or experience a year of poor harvests, the prince is offered as a sacrifice to the gods, which entails a public execution. Historically, Pantos engaged in a series of 6 wars with the northern city-state of Braavos, losing 4 of them, resulting in the beheading of 4 princes. After finally securing a victory against Braavos, the 5th prince, not wishing to meet a similar fate, persuaded the governors to negotiate peace. They acquiesced to Braavos' demands, leading to the complete abolition of slavery and the slave trade in Pantos. This was intolerable for the Braavosi, who descended from Valyrian slaves. They would not permit such an abomination to occur in a neighboring realm. As for cities like Myr, Tyrosh, Lys, Volantis, and the more distant Slavers Bay, they were of no concern to them. Naturally, the governors of Pantos, particularly the governor of Illyrio, found ways to engage in the slave trade clandestinely without violating the treaty. The situation with the Prince of Rags was different. At that time, the reigning prince had just been executed by the governors due to poor harvests, and the young Prince of Rags was to be elected in his stead. Reluctant to assume such a sacrificial role, he fled Pantos and never returned. The governors were compelled to select another prince, fortunate to have a plethora of noble families to choose from, with heirs from as many as 40 families available. The Prince of Rags ventured into contentious territories, joining various mercenary companies such as the Second Sons, the Iron Shields, and the Brave Companions, ultimately founding the Windblown. Thus, the Prince of Rags shares a historical connection with the Second Sons. However, no one within the Second Sons would truly seek to align themselves with him. Firstly, the members of the Second Sons that the Prince of Rags once knew have long since perished. Secondly, as the leader of the Windblown, his priorities lie with the interests of his own company, rendering any favor towards a rival like the Second Sons impossible. Under his command, the Windblown boasts 2,000 warriors. Brown Man continued, stating that the combat prowess of the Windblown is not inferior to that of the 3,000-strong Cat Company. Even so, Despite the recent reinforcements bringing the Second Sons back to over 500 cavalrymen and the disbanded Vulture Company, they pale in comparison to the Windblown. Nevertheless, even with such seasoned warriors, the combined forces of the Windblown and the Cat Company cannot stand against the Golden Company. Brown Man gestured toward the long table closest to the High Lord, where the leaders of the Golden Company and their subordinates were seated. Among them sat the unassuming man with Mediterranean features, the new commander of the Golden Company, Harish Triclan. Arthur gazed at Harry's bald head and inquired. I have heard that he was previously the treasurer of the Golden Company, much like an ink bottle. Why would the Golden Company support him as their new leader? Brown Ben explained. Aside from his remarkable skills as a treasurer, there is also his family lineage. Are you aware of the Golden Company's connection to House Blackfyre? I have a general idea, Arthur replied. The founder of the Golden Company, Igor Rivers, was a supporter of House Blackfyre. Throughout several rebellions against the Iron Throne in Westeros, the Golden Company provided support until the last of House Blackfyre fell in the War of the Ninepenny Kings. The War of the Ninepenny Kings, also known as the Fifth Blackfyre Rebellion, originated in this disputed land. The last surviving member of House Blackfyre allied with 8 other ambitious claimants to seize control of Tyrosh, using it as a springboard to launch an offensive against Westeros. At the time, a Targaryen prince remarked that 9 crowns could be bought for merely 9 pennies, leading to these 9 individuals being dubbed the Ninepenny Kings. Ultimately, they met with failure, culminating in the death of the last Blackfyre and the restoration of the Tyroshi city-state's lord. This conflict had far-reaching consequences, particularly as it gave rise to several prominent figures: the future King Aerys, Tywin Lannister, Balon Greyjoy, Stephen Baratheon, and Brynden Tully, all of whom gained renown in this battle. The last Targaryen king, the Mad King Aerys, and the father of Viserys and Daenerys, along with Tywin, the father of the West's protectors, Jaime, Cersei, and Tyrion, require no further introduction. The fearless Balon Greyjoy was hailed as the hero who killed the last of House Blackfyre, later earning his place among the Kingsguard. Stephen Baratheon would become King Robert's father, and Brynden Tully is now the uncle of Lady Catelyn Stark. Discontent with his brother's arranged marriage, he pledged his service to the current Hand of the King, Jon Arryn, guarding the Hand's domain. Truly, a constellation of stars shining brightly. To quickly acclimate to this world, Arthur diligently sought information from mercenaries, grooms, merchants, sailors, and slaves, thus gaining an understanding of these histories. Brown Ben nodded and remarked, Harry's forebear was among those who rebelled alongside House Blackfyre, attempting to wrest the Iron Throne from House Targaryen. They served in the Golden Company for generations, and after the complete downfall of House Blackfyre, following the death of the former leader, no one was more qualified than him to inherit the tradition. Arthur comprehended that to become the leader of the Golden Company, capability was crucial, reputation was significant, and family background was equally important, akin to a political vetting process. The Golden Company boasts thousands of warriors and even raises a few elephants, provided Harry does not issue reckless commands and maintains composure. He indeed has the potential to prevail against 2 opponents. Just as Arthur and Brown Ben were engaged in conversation, the Lord suddenly rose to his feet. The serving maid, pouring wine, struck her goblet, producing a crisp chime that captured everyone's attention, revealing the Lord standing there. The mercenaries became aware that the Lord was about to speak, and thus they respectfully fell silent. The Lord then commenced his address, beginning with standard pleasantries, emphasizing the smooth progress of peace negotiations between Tyrosh, Mill, and Rhys, painting a picture of flourishing harmony. The crowd echoed their agreement, yet each was acutely aware that this peace would not endure for long. Would it last a few months? Half a year? A year? In any case, peace would not persist here, as it was a historical issue of the disputed lands. As long as the 3 factions maintained a balance of power, a complete resolution would remain elusive. However, this was advantageous for the mercenaries. If the disputed lands were devoid of conflict, they would lose a lucrative source of income. The Lord continued with a few more words of cheer, his gaze sweeping over Arthur before he suddenly declared, I know that all of you present are champions among champions. Since it is a rare occasion for us to gather, I am eager to witness your valor and assess your strength. I have heard that in the lands of Westeros, whenever there is a celebration, there is a tournament where knights compete to determine a champion. This evening, as we celebrate the peace of the disputed lands, why not emulate this tradition with a small tournament? I shall provide some incentives and arrange a space for the event. What do you say? Chapter 45, The Group Tournament. Winner takes all. Creak. 2 servants clad in crimson robes, one before the other, entered the banquet hall, struggling to carry a seemingly heavy chest. With a thud, they placed the wooden box on the ground and, following the Lord's instructions, opened the lid. The mercenaries, eager to discern the contents, crowded forward. As they beheld the contents, their eyes widened in astonishment. Inside the chest lay a suit of silver armor, reflecting the flickering candlelight and shimmering like a silent warrior. Resting at the bottom of the box, one of the renowned crafts of Tyrosh is the making of armor, which often balances intricacy with practicality. Helmets are typically fashioned in the shapes of birds or other animals. This suit of silver armor was a marvel, rare not only among mercenaries, but even among nobles and knights. Its worth was likely rivaled only by armor forged from Valyrian steel. Yet how many had even beheld such legendary craftsmanship? The mercenaries gazed greedily at the silver armor, as if beholding the form of a stunning beauty. With several unable to suppress the sound of swallowing, they reached out to touch it, only to be halted by the two crimson-clad servants, reminding them that this was the Lord's armor. The mercenaries quickly composed themselves, though their eyes remained fixated on the silver armor, gradually becoming entranced once again. In their hearts, they all thought, after so many years as mercenaries, having earned a fair share of armor, how could we possibly possess such a treasure? Arthur also approached, drawn by the commotion, and stood there in awe. The sight of that suit of armor was undeniably breathtaking, captivating all who laid eyes upon it. Particularly striking was the helmet, which increasingly resembled the form of his Patronus, a pure white spear falcon, summoned during his time at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed, rousing the mercenaries from their reverie. There stood the Lord, smiling as he withdrew his fingers from the table, resting his hands upon the armrests. I trust my offering is satisfactory? I believe you can discern its worth without further elaboration. I wonder if any of you might be inclined to participate in the tournament I am organizing. The mercenaries exchanged glances. One burly figure pushed through the crowd and stepped forward, his voice deep and resonant. My lord, how will the contest be conducted? This man was Bloodbeard, the leader of the Cat Brigade. He harbored a profound disdain for peace and relished conflict, feeling quite dissatisfied with the truce among the three city-states. His presence at the banquet was solely to honor the Lord. Now, upon seeing the shimmering silver armor and hearing of the impending duel, his interest piqued. The Lord replied leisurely, rather than having pairs compete, which would consume considerable time, I propose a free-for-all battle among those who wish to partake. The last one standing shall be declared the victor. What do you think? That sounds splendid. Bloodbeard responded with a wide grin, his shaggy red beard concealing a mouth full of jagged yellow teeth. I shall participate. The Lord nodded with approval and turned to the other mercenaries. Is there anyone else who wishes to join? Upon realizing Bloodbeard's intent to compete, some mercenaries, well aware of his ferocity, contemplated withdrawing. However, upon learning that the format would be a free-for-all, their hopes were rekindled. Each mercenary group attending the banquet could field a maximum of 4 members and a minimum of 1, effectively leveling the playing field among the brigades. The Golden Brigade, the Windblown Brigade, and the Cat Brigade could each send no more than 4 participants, thus making the outcome uncertain. The Cat Brigade quickly decided that Bloodbeard and 3 of his loyal subordinates would compete. The Windblown Brigade, led by the elderly Prince in Rags, opted not to enter due to his advanced age, fearing peril should chaos ensue. Consequently, they sent only 3 members, Cargo, the Enchanting Mellis, and a common mercenary, all fervently vowing to secure the silver armor for their prince. The prince himself remained impassive, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Harry, the leader of the Golden Brigade, was not a skilled fighter himself. Thus, he refrained from participating, instead sending 3 subordinates into the fray, instructing them to concede if the situation turned dire. While he was the head of the most formidable mercenary group, he did not possess an overwhelming desire to prove himself in this contest. Nor was he particularly fixated on the silver armor. Consequently, his approach was often perceived as a sign of weakness. The Longspear Brigade, including their leader Jillariha, entered the competition as a quartet. Brown Man turned to ask, what do you all think? Shall we participate? I have decided to join, Arthur replied. His eagerness was not driven by the allure of the silver armor, but rather by thoughts of his spell, the Lava Dragon Egg. Such a rare opportunity to compete against formidable opponents was surely bound to yield some reward. It would be a regretful misstep to let it slip away. For who knows when another chance would arise. Caspelo twirled his pointed beard and remarked, then I shall join as well. You indulged all night. Arthur sharply pointed out with a laugh, are you sure you can manage? I hope you won't need me to support you on the field. Caspelo snorted dismissively and retorted, just you wait and see. I will dominate the arena as I did in the brothel. Disregarding Caspelo's bravado, Arthur turned back to Brown Man. I shall participate too, Brown Man declared, offering cover for the 2 of them. In a short while, the mercenaries had made their decisions, both those who would enter the fray and those who would not. With a grand gesture, the Lord summoned a large contingent of servants and slaves to prepare the arena. while the participating mercenaries returned to their quarters to don their armor and arm themselves. When Arthur, Brown Man, and Caspelo returned fully equipped, they found that a space had already been laid out in front of the banquet palace. Torches blazed brightly, illuminating the area. Lord Tylos and 2 emissaries sat high above, observing the arena with keen interest, gesturing and whispering to one another. Those mercenaries not participating, including Captain Harry of the Golden Company and the Ragged Prince, stood at the sidelines to watch the spectacle. As Arthur and his companions entered, they noticed that most of the other competitors had arrived, totaling approximately 30. Once all the mercenaries ready for the melee were assembled, a servant stepped forward to announce the rules of engagement. In essence, they would battle within a designated area, and stepping outside the boundary would signify defeat. Surrender, unconsciousness, or even death would also count as loss. Only the last person standing would determine the end of the group contest. Though the Lord had initially suggested moderation, the fiery mercenaries were hardly inclined to heed such restraint. This was precisely the chaos the Lord sought to witness, the graphic spectacle of blood and flesh. Having heard of the group contests in the 7 kingdoms of Westeros and the arenas of Meereen, he wished to replicate that horrifying beauty this night. The Lord was willing to spend lavishly to witness such a scene. With a single command, the arena erupted with shouts, as the mercenaries clashed like war chariots, creating a cacophony of thuds. Chapter 46. Confronting Bloodbeard. Caspelo's fury through the limited visibility of his helmet's visor, Arthur swung his sword, severing the enemy's spear before sending him crashing to the ground. The adversary cried out for mercy. However, Arthur was not so naive as to consider this victory. More than half a month after the annihilation of the violent Crow Brigade, he honed his swordsmanship under Jorah's tutelage and learned cunning and mercilessness from other mercenaries. Arthur directed the tip of his sword at the throat of a mercenary, compelling him to raise his hands and surrender and step voluntarily outside the boundary, thus sparing his life. If necessary, he would not hesitate to carve away a few pieces of flesh to impress upon the man the harshness of reality, but fortunately, the mercenary displayed a modicum of sense. He understood, well, that most mercenaries' verbal admissions of defeat were often insincere. They could very likely take advantage of any momentary lapse in vigilance to launch a surprise attack. In this manner, Arthur methodically vanquished 3 mercenaries in succession. His companion, Bronwyn, and Casparo also achieved their own victories. Who shall claim that silver armor? Casparo whistled, exuding confidence that it was already theirs. I believe it should belong to me. The falcon helm suits my character perfectly. Bronwyn, with a smile, thrust a sword, bringing down an enemy amidst a pool of crimson, and remarked, to be honest, among the entire Second Sons Brigade, only Arthur and Jorah possessed the noble demeanor that matches that armor. I suggest it should go to Arthur. The defeated foe was dragged off the field, rendered incapable of further combat. I concur with Bronwyn's proposition. Arthur, having similarly dispatched another mercenary, chuckled, 2 votes to 1, Casparo. It appears I have emerged victorious. Casparo burst into hearty laughter. His agile sword danced, akin to a hummingbird in flight, and as the enemy staggered, he swiftly pierced the man's arm. Blood gushed forth, causing the axe to clatter to the ground as the man clutched his wound and proclaimed his surrender. The trio of the Second Sons Brigade formed a triangular formation, guarding each other's backs as they continued to defeat the surrounding mercenaries. In that moment, their valor was undeniable. They exerted their might, while the other mercenary groups did the same. Following a fierce melee, the originally 30-plus combatants dwindled to half. On the high platform, the Grand Lord and 2 emissaries were captivated, clapping in delight and frequently pointing at someone, laughing heartily. Meanwhile, the mercenaries observing from the sidelines exhibited a spectrum of emotions. Some cheered, others fumed, while many remained expressionless. After a while, members of the Wolf Pack Brigade and the Pike Brigade were eliminated in succession. The Wolf Pack, having sent only 3 representatives to the banquet, all chose to participate in the team combat, but their target was clearly not the silver armor. The trio of mercenaries charged directly at Bloodbeard, the leader of the Cat Brigade, clearly seeking revenge for the previous ambush by the Cat Brigade on the Wolf Pack. Bloodbeard, grinning broadly, showed no fear. Rather, his spirits soared as he met the 3 with his subordinates. Soon, they had disarmed the Wolf Pack trio, forcing them to retreat in defeat, while Bloodbeard seized the opportunity to humiliate them further. However, among the 4 from the Cat Brigade, one was knocked unconscious and thus counted as a loss, subsequently being discreetly dragged off the field by a clever servant. On the other side, the wind-blowing team's 3 members faced off against 4 members of the Spear team. Despite having 1 extra member, the Spear team was in disarray and ultimately suffered total defeat. Among the wind-blowing team, the most prominent was Kago, a loyal ally of the Ragged Prince. Not only was he remarkably brave, but his curved Valyrian steel blade, the Arak, was exceptionally sharp. This extraordinary weapon was imbued with magical powers, a rarity in the world. Arthur had silently taken note of this but remained unfazed. Meanwhile, the three members of the Golden Team held their ground, maintaining a tight formation and refraining from making unnecessary attacks. Their clear intention was to conserve energy, observe the unfolding situation, and wait for the opportune moment to strike. This was the strategy of their new leader, Harry. Unbeknownst to them, the arena for the team competition had dwindled to just 12 individuals, 3 from the Golden Team, 3 from the Wind-Blowing Team, 3 from the Cat Team, and 3 from the Second Sun Team. The victor would emerge from among them. Soon after, the Wind-Blowing Team proactively approached the Golden Team, while the Cat Team, led by Bloodbeard, charged towards the trio from the Second Sun Team. 2 emissaries observed the scene from a high platform, thoroughly entertained, and curiously inquired of the Sovereign, "Who do you believe will emerge victorious?" The Sovereign stroked his golden beard, contemplating for a moment before responding with a smile. "It seems the Golden Team is hesitant to engage decisively. I fear my silver armor lacks the allure to inspire their fervor. The victor will likely be determined between the Wind-Blowing Team and the Cat Team." "Likely?" Emissary Milt detected an implication and smiled faintly. "Do you believe the Golden Team or the Second Sun Team has a chance of winning?" If the situation were to be divided by factions, both the Golden Team and the Second Sun Team aligned with Milt, who would, to some extent, favor their success. "The Golden Team has the potential to triumph, being the most formidable mercenary group," Emissary List remarked. "However, the Second Sun Team may very well fall to the Cat Team. Bloodbeard is no trivial adversary." "Not necessarily." Sovereign Tylos narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the clash between the Cat Team and the Second Sun Team, particularly the young man with the dark hair wielding a sword. Arthur Avalon. Might he, like when he dispatched Dario, the bald Salo, and bested Melro, surprise me once more? I shall await the outcome. The 2 emissaries exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of the Sovereign's true intentions, and turned their attention back to the unfolding battle. The 6 members of the Cat Team and the Second Sun Team engaged in fierce combat. Bloodbeard laughed deeply, wielding a colossal sword that struck like a warhammer. With each powerful swing, he raised clouds of dust, aiming to incapacitate the trio from the Second Sun Team. Bloodbeard had already rendered several mercenaries' limbs useless with this brutal technique. As long as he did not take any lives, he would not be deemed defeated. The assassin, Casper, attempted several times to stab at the gaps in Bloodbeard's armor with his slender blade, but was continuously forced back by the sheer force of the great sword. He cursed vehemently. "Damn it, this blood-bearded man reminds me of Mello. In a daze, I can't even figure out how to strike." "Do you hold Mello in such high regard?" Arthur replied with a nonchalant smile. "Perhaps you've indulged too much in the pleasures of the flesh, leaving your mind in a haze, hallucinating." The brown-skinned man chuckled in agreement. "Does Mello resemble the woman you shared your bed with last night? Is that why you hesitate to act?" Arthur continued. "Just moments ago, you claimed that once you stepped onto the field, you would dominate them as if you were in a brothel. It seems this is how you perform in such establishments." "Nonsense," Kasparo retorted, enraged, as he thrust his sword forward, forcing the relentlessly attacking Bloodbeard to retreat a few steps. Seizing the opportunity, Arthur and the brown-skinned man struck simultaneously, toppling a mercenary from the Cat's clan to the ground. The mercenary bled slightly and soon lost consciousness, quickly being dragged off the field by a swift servant. The Second Sons formed a numerical advantage over the Cat's clan. Bloodbeard seethed with fury, wielding his great sword, causing Arthur, the brown-skinned man, and Kasparo to stagger back repeatedly. Arthur mused within himself, "Indeed, Bloodbeard is a formidable opponent, worthy of the title Great Mello." At that moment, Kasparo shouted in his ear, "Arthur, quickly use your invincible magic. Think of something. If we don't act soon, he will overpower us all alone." Chapter 47. The terrifying experience of being bound by magic. Bloodbeard swung his great sword like a whirlwind, seemingly invincible. Suddenly, upon hearing Kasparo's cry, he recalled certain rumors he had previously heard. Magic? It was said that the reason the Second Sons and the Wolf Pack were able to so easily annihilate the ravenous crows was due to a wizard joining the Second Sons. This wizard, employing dark magic, had cursed the 3 leaders of the ravenous crows. Without their leaders, the crows were ambushed and defeated by the combined forces of the Second Sons and the Wolf Pack, leading to their ultimate collapse and disbandment. Many surviving mercenaries who had clashed with Arthur's cavalry recounted in terror the horrifying prowess of their cavalry captain. Later, he learned the wizard's true name was Arthur and that earlier today, he had clashed with his own leader, Mello. Bloodbeard firmly etched this name into his memory. A sudden thought crossed his mind. Since they say he is peculiar, why not take advantage of this moment and strike him down? The armor can wait. I'll simply seize it from its owner later. This Arthur has already caused the deaths of 2 leaders under his cursed magic, and seems to intimidate even his own captain. Allowing him to live could one day make me a target. Rather than being haplessly cursed, it would be wise to strike first. Bloodbeard's scarred face shifted dramatically, a sinister determination transforming his thoughts into action. With a swift motion, the large sword swept through the air, forcing Kasparo and Brownman back several steps. In an instant, the wielder advanced, thrusting the sword toward Arthur as if it were a spear. Kasparo and Brownman, sensing the imminent danger, realized the murderous intent of the blood-bearded man and rushed forward. However, the tip of the sword had already reached mere inches from Arthur's chest. There was no time to spare. Both Kasparo and Brownman were struck with terror. At that moment, the blood-bearded man let out a fierce roar, attempting to pierce through Arthur. Yet, astonishingly, the blade halted just short of Arthur's heart. Not only that, but his limbs became uncontrollable. He first released his grip, allowing the sword to clatter heavily onto the ground. Then, his feet drew together, and his hands pressed against the outer sides of his thighs, rendering him as if bound by invisible ropes. Ultimately, he lost his balance and fell face first onto the ground, his reddened visage crashing into the gravel, breaking his nose and causing blood to flow. Dazed and seeing stars, it took him a moment to regain his composure. What just happened? Is this the infamous curse magic? Such sorcery can be executed so effortlessly? Have I truly fallen victim to it? The blood-bearded man was taken aback, realizing he could not even call out, lying there with wide eyes and labored breaths, drenched in cold sweat. A sword was thrust before him, its cold blade reflecting the light, and he beheld it clearly. Arthur, having just executed the full body-binding spell, crouched down before the immobile, blood-bearded man and remarked, "Considering your intent to take my life, I believe a minor punishment is in order. You have no objections, I presume?" Arthur paused for effect before continuing, not speaking. "Are we?" Just as I expected from the blood-bearded man, silent in the face of the blade. "Since you choose not to respond, I shall take your silence as consent." Arthur withdrew the sword of Gryffindor, pressing its edge against the blood-bearded man's face, quickly sensing the uncontrollable tremors coursing through him. Observing their leader's inexplicable collapse and the threat posed by Arthur, the blood-bearded man's subordinates instinctively moved to his aid. However, Kasparo and Brownman, realizing the situation, swiftly advanced to repel the subordinates. Together, they quickly overpowered one of the men, disarming him, forcing him to raise his hands and surrender, and retreating under the threat of dual swords. When they turned back, they found Arthur still crouched before the blood-bearded man, leisurely rising to his feet. As Arthur stepped aside, the onlookers finally discerned the deed he had performed. The once fluffy red beard, which enveloped the entirety of the man's chin and concealed his mouth, was now cleanly shaven, courtesy of the blade of Gryffindor. Certainly, Arthur is not a professional barber, and it is inevitable that a few traces of blood are left on the face of Bloodbeard. However, this is of little consequence. Bloodbeard, now stripped of his thick red beard, appears to have shed a decade from his age. The fierce and formidable aura he once exuded has vanished entirely, especially now as he lies incapacitated. His wide, fearful eyes add a layer of absurdity to his predicament, rendering him even more grotesque. Kasparo wished to mock Bloodbeard, but found himself unable to summon laughter after much deliberation. Earlier, he had urged Arthur to employ magic, and now that Arthur had indeed manifested such whimsical sorcery, his thoughts spiraled into darker realms. What if this magic were to be used against me? One can only hope that Arthur remains my ally forever. Fortunately, I had the foresight to jump ship before things escalated on that vessel, or I would have been the unfortunate one. Brown intended to inquire about the nature of this magic, but ultimately refrained. From various legends, it is evident that magic is quite sinister. The more one learns, the closer one draws to the wizard's enigmatic domain. Jorah, the brown bear, and the slender monkey likely knew of Arthur's capabilities, yet they chose not to delve deeper, wary of encroaching upon such forbidden knowledge. In this world, where the worship of deities is commonplace, people do not recklessly venture into the unknown, much like how most are aware of the peculiarities surrounding the Shadowlands of Asha. Yet few dare to investigate. The regions further east remain even more elusive. As the servant regained composure and dragged Bloodbeard from the arena, it signaled the definitive exit of the Cat Guild from this chaotic melee. The mercenaries gathered at the sidelines approached, fully aware of Bloodbeard's notorious valor, having often clashed with him in battle. Yet, here was a man who had fallen before Arthur, stripped of his pride, his beard shorn in a humiliating display. From their vantage point, it appeared as though Arthur merely raised the tip of his sword, and Bloodbeard, in surrender, discarded his weapon, collapsing like a pillar. Despite the loss of his beard and being hauled off the field, Bloodbeard remained eerily still, unable to resist, his eyes darting in humiliation under the scrutiny of the crowd. The onlookers approached and touched Bloodbeard's body, feeling a hardness that seemed more akin to stone than flesh, prompting astonishment and intrigue among them. They then turned their gaze toward Arthur, pondering in silence. Is this the extent of his magic? It seems utterly indefensible. Harry, the Ragged Prince, and other leaders of mercenary bands, though shocked, were also plagued with concern. How would they contend with this man should he become their adversary in the future? The two envoys on the platform, unaware of the underlying circumstances, simply found it comical that Bloodbeard had stumbled and was subsequently subdued by a sword, his beard shaved off in such a ludicrous manner. The Lord of Tylos laughed with even greater delight, clapping his hands as he mused. This magic appears far more reliable than the erratic spells of the red-robed monks and male witches. It seems the rumors are indeed true. The infamous wizard swordsman, wanted by the city-state of Kohor, is likely him. And he is also the individual the governor of Illyria from the city-state of Pantos seeks to locate in secrecy. How amusing it is that the men of Mill and Riss have yet to realize. This presents a splendid opportunity. If I can secure his allegiance in due time, I just might become the first Lord of Tylos to unify these contested lands. As the Lord of Tylos pondered, a commotion erupted among the mercenaries observing below, who hastily cleared a space. Bloodbeard had risen, regaining control over his body, and none dared impede his ascent. Once he collected himself, he glared at Arthur with resentment, though the absence of his beard rendered him less fearsome than before. Arthur remained oblivious to his presence. He acutely felt the scorching gazes, the gestures of derision, and the mockery that surrounded him. Unable to endure the scornful laughter of the mercenaries, Bloodbeard cursed his three subordinates as useless, then strode away, his companions hastily following suit. The quartet of the Cat Brigade, who were meant to serve Tylos, exited in silence, failing even to bid farewell to the Lord. Yet, the Lord of Tylos did not display anger outwardly. Instead, he contemplated within. The Cat Brigade's 3,000 warriors certainly boasted a formidable reputation. However, with my support, the Sons of the Second might well muster their own 3,000, especially with Arthur's genuine magical prowess, which should be sufficient to supplant the Cat Brigade's position. The Lord of Tylos was already weighing these details in his mind. He then recalled the nominal leader of the Sons of the Second, Merlo, and could not help but smirk in disdain. How fortuitous! I might present them with a token, a gesture of my sincerity. On the battlefield of their chaotic brawl, 3 members of the Sons of the Second remained, while 3 from the Cat Brigade had been bested, delineating the victor from the vanquished. On the opposite side of the arena, the situation became clearer. As Arthur sheared off Bloodbeard's beard, one of the ordinary mercenaries from the Windblown fell first. However, Cago and the lovely Melis remained in the fray. Although the Golden Brigade seemed to hold the upper hand, the tide soon turned. Cago and Melis suddenly unleashed their strength, swiftly defeating 2 members of the Golden Brigade, while the last, seeing victory slipping away, surrendered his sword in defeat. Captain Harry observed his subordinates retreating in disarray but did not cast blame, as he was never particularly invested in this victory. As for the Ragged Prince, his expression remained impassive even after witnessing his 2 subordinates triumph. Thus, only Cargo and Maris from the Windblown Brigade, alongside Arthur, Brown Ben, and Kasparo from the Second Sons remained on the field. The 2 mercenary groups had each triumphed over their respective adversaries and now stood in confrontation. Brown Ben introduced Arthur, stating that they were both loyal subordinates of the Ragged Prince, Cargo, his right-hand man, and Maris, the torturer. Cargo, scarred and imposing, held his chin high, brandishing a sleek, ebony Valyrian steel arak, a weapon Arthur had longed to encounter. This arak was the first Valyrian steel weapon Arthur had ever seen, and he yearned to clash it against his sword, Gryffindor, to determine which was sharper and to unravel the mysteries of Valyrian steel's enchantments. Beside Cargo stood the striking Maris. The moniker of beauty often carries an ironic connotation, and Maris was no exception. Her nose was broken, her cheeks adorned with a prominent cross-shaped scar, and both ears had been severed, concealed beneath her long golden hair. Her cold, piercing gaze scrutinized those around her. Although her body bore numerous old wounds, the most conspicuous were not scars from battle. It was said that she had been violated by nearly half the members of a mercenary group, leaving indelible marks upon her visage and form. Following that harrowing experience, Maris developed a fascination with torture. She relished inflicting pain, particularly upon men, often interrogating a victim for a full month before delivering the final blow. Ultimately, her motive shifted from extracting information to a mere enjoyment of the torment itself. Kasparo, aware of her proclivities, shivered involuntarily. She possessed an uncanny understanding of how to inflict suffering without leading to death, a skill that left her victims wishing for the release of death itself. Cargo was equally formidable, Brown Ben noted, particularly with his Valyrian arak, which could shatter ordinary weapons upon contact. While even superior arms could only withstand a brief encounter before fracturing. He cast a glance at Arthur's Gryffindor sword, recalling how Arthur had previously severed Kasparov's fine blade with it. Initially, Brown Ben had believed Gryffindor to be crafted from Valyrian steel, but now he harbored doubts. Yet, if one were to consider which weapon could stand against Cargo's arak, it could only be Arthur's Gryffindor. Arthur grasped Brown Ben's unspoken implication, coincidentally sharing the same thought. You two shall contend with Maris while I face Cargo. Kasparov had been reluctant to engage with Maris. Her mere presence unsettled him. However, he deemed it a lesser evil to confront her rather than Cargo. Setting aside Cargo's notorious cruelty, he was particularly concerned about his newly acquired fine sword. Should it be shattered once again, he would be a subject of ridicule within the Second Sons for a considerable time. Thus, both the brown-skinned man and Caspar nodded, then shifted their steps towards Melis. Cago exchanged a glance with Melis, and they immediately comprehended the intentions of the three individuals opposite them. They engaged in hushed conversation for a moment and, surprisingly, aligned with Arthur and the other's strategy, separating to engage in combat. This was a testament to their confidence. Cago, wielding the ebony arak curved blade, approached Arthur. Originally a weapon of the Dothraki, it was most effective when used from horseback. Yet, after swiftly dispatching several mercenaries, the invigorated Cago felt that using it to slay Arthur was now most fitting. He even extended his tongue to taste the blood of unknown origin that stained the arak blade, revealing a cruel smile. Arthur did not dare approach carelessly. Subsequently, he sensed the lava dragon egg within his pendant radiating heat, and the Gryffindor sword in his hand began to hum. Clearly, they both sensed the magic emanating from the arak blade. Did I not sense it as well? Arthur felt the force of magic seeping from the arak blade, gradually enveloping Cago. Being a muggle, Cago was oblivious to the magical energy clinging to him. Yet it undeniably existed. It was akin to a unique armor, encasing Cago and providing him protection while enhancing his physical abilities. Realizing a possibility, Arthur swiftly raised the tip of his sword, aiming at Cago, and uttered an incantation. It was the disarmament spell, Expelliarmus. A beam of light shot forth from the tip of the Gryffindor sword, darting like an arrow, striking Cago's weapon-bearing hand before he could react. Suddenly, the magical protection of Valyrian steel acted like an iron shield, deflecting the spell's magic and causing sparks to fly. Cago still held the arak blade firmly in his grasp, unaffected by the disarmament spell. Arthur's expression confirmed his suspicions. Upon sensing the flow of magic within the Valyrian steel, he had already formed this hypothesis. The presence of Valyrian steel was akin to bestowing the wielder a powerful magical armor capable of resisting spells. Chapter 49. Mercenaries have their own tactics. Cago perceived a white streak of light, striking his wrist like a bolt of lightning. Startled, he flinched. Yet the white light merely scattered upon impact, akin to raindrops bouncing off the floor. There was no pain, no discomfort. His arak blade remained firmly in his grip, and he felt no unusual sensations throughout his body. He could not help but wonder in astonishment. What peculiar trick is this? Is it merely a scare tactic akin to the fire sword of the Red Priest? Cago paused, his mind still processing the situation, when the ragged prince at the sidelines discerned the truth. So it was. He cast a glance at Arthur's gleaming Gryffindor sword before turning his gaze to Cargo's curved arak. His mind as clear as a polished mirror. Harry, lagging slightly behind, quickly caught on and observed the tattered prince stepping forward to shout at Cargo on the field. Cargo, press forward. Fear not, for Valyrian steel possesses magic that can withstand his sorcery. Harry touched the sparse hair on his balding head, silently remarking on the astuteness of the tattered prince, who had discerned the crux of the matter with a mere glance. He then turned his attention back to Arthur, who wielded the sword, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. The prince had pointed out that Valyrian steel could indeed resist your magic. What will you do now? The mercenaries watching from the sidelines, along with King Tyrosh of the high platform, reacted to the prince's shout, their expressions revealing a mix of astonishment. They were taken aback by the protective qualities of Valyrian steel and grew curious about how Arthur would navigate the impending situation. With magic stripped away as an advantage, could Arthur, armed solely with his sword, triumph over the battle-hardened Cargo? Only the two emissaries remained oblivious to the unfolding drama. However, Emissary Milt began to grasp the situation, albeit belatedly. He had heard whispers regarding the wizards within the Second Son's faction, but had instinctively assumed they were akin to the Red Priests. The Red Priests of Milt often wielded flame swords to mystify and attract followers. Notably, the Red Priest Soros had managed to thrive in the 7 kingdoms of Westeros with his fiery sword and formidable prowess. Following the rebellion incited by Balon Greyjoy of the Iron Islands, King Robert and Eddard Stark had personally led the assault to quell the uprising. Soros had fought under King Robert's banner, with Soros being the first to breach Greyjoy's castle, followed closely by Jorah Mormont. Milt had never laid eyes on Arthur, dismissing the tales of magic and wizards as exaggerated fabrications. He believed Arthur was merely employing tricks to confound his foes before relying on his valor to claim the heads of enemy commanders. Observing the mercenaries' reactions now, however, appeared to diverge from his initial assumptions, prompting Milt to ponder deeply. On the field, Cargo, enlightened by the tattered prince's remarks, suddenly broke into a grin directed at Arthur. It appears my Iraq not only boasts invincibility, but also serves as your peculiar nemesis. I shall unleash my full might now, lad. Let us see what you can truly do. Arthur, however, felt that the prince's assertion was not entirely accurate. Initially, he too believed that Valyrian steel could withstand magic. But upon further contemplation, he concluded that it did not resist, but rather negated and dismantled it. In the future, Sam Welty, the Night's Watchman of the Wall, unexpectedly discovers that daggers forged from dragonglass possess the ability to vanquish the undead wights. This dragonglass dagger effectively counteracts and dismantles the enchantments that bind the wights, causing their corporeal forms to dissolve into liquid. Although this material was primarily utilized by the children of the forest thousands of years ago, it has been found in abundant reserves on Dragonstone. Dragonstone, once the ancestral home of House Targaryen, witnessed the life and death of dragons upon its shores. It appears that the children of the forest, dragonglass, Dragonstone, the Targaryens, dragons, the freehold of Valyria, and Valyrian steel are all intricately interconnected. Arthur surmises that the existence of Valyrian steel's magic is akin to the way dragonglass daggers contend with wights, negating and dismantling their sorcery. However, be it in defense or destruction, Arthur does not perceive himself as ensnared in a hopeless situation, for he possesses more than mere magic to rely upon. The impatient Cargo has already advanced, knowing that his Eric blade can thwart the adversary's sinister magic, leaving him without further concerns. Chop, chop, chop. This is both his thought and his guiding principle. As Arthur sidesteps cautiously, he raises the sword of Gryffindor, tracing an arc through the air akin to a bee's dance. Colliding with the Eric blade, sparks fly as the elven sword and the Valyrian steel blade tremble, yet neither shows signs of cracking. Their hardness is remarkably matched. Nonetheless, Cargo, a seasoned warrior through many battles, has earned his reputation as the right hand of the Prince of Rags. In the blink of an eye, he skillfully employs the sickle-shaped hook of the Eric blade to ensnare the crossguard of the sword of Gryffindor, pressing the blade downward. Cargo's face lights up with the grin of one who has just hooked a fish. All he needs to do now is pull with force to seize Gryffindor's sword. By pressing the blade down in advance, he sought to preempt Arthur from thrusting the sword's tip towards his chest. Now that it hangs down, such fears have dissipated. Should Arthur cling tenaciously to the sword of Gryffindor, Cargo can simply twist the hook of his blade to sever Arthur's fingers from the hilt. In this scenario, Arthur, unarmed, becomes a lamb to the slaughter. Indeed, what a naive boy. Cargo, growing fierce, prepares to snatch the sword of Gryffindor, only to suddenly realize that Arthur's upper body has leaned back slightly, and his left leg has instinctively kicked upward. Attempting to strike me? Not a chance. Watch me evade. His eyes are suddenly blinded by a flurry of fine sand that erupts, causing him pain and tears to stream uncontrollably. It turns out that Arthur had no intention of kicking him. Rather, he used the toes of his foot to kick up the dust from the ground, sending it cascading into Cargo's face. As night enveloped the surroundings, even the fire pits could not dispel the pervasive darkness. Among the mercenaries taking the stage, many had their visors raised to secure a broader field of vision. It was this very circumstance that allowed Arthur to discern the scarred features of Cargo and Mellis, whose visors were indeed lifted. Seizing this opportunity, Arthur made his move. Nevertheless, even if Cargo's visor had been lowered, the narrow slit would have been insufficient to shield him from the fine grains of sand that would still find their way in. Not far away, Kasparo, who was coordinating with the brown-skinned Bens, remained vigilant not only against Mellis, but also kept an occasional eye on Arthur and Cargo. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, he paused in surprise before bursting into laughter, exclaiming to Bens, "That lad Arthur has truly mastered my little trick." Bens offered a slight smile, fully aware that Kasparo referred to the underhanded tactic he had employed during their sparring match on the day Arthur first joined the Second Sons. Arthur had boldly claimed he would learn that maneuver, and now, seeing him utilize it brought Kasparo a sense of pride in their mercenary band. Chapter 50. The sorcerous swordsman Arthur will achieve great renown once Cargo's eyes were blinded by the gritty sand. He felt as if dozens of ants were crawling within his eye sockets. unable to close his eyes or dare to rub them. He became acutely aware of the impending danger. He sensed Arthur encircling him like a ravenous wolf, patiently waiting for a moment of vulnerability, cursing profusely in his heart. He found himself increasingly agitated as Arthur did not approach. This prickling sensation persisted for quite some time until Cargo could no longer contain himself and let out a primal scream, a venting of his pent-up fury. Losing all patience, he swung his Yerick scimitar wildly, hoping to strike Arthur by sheer instinct. Observing this spectacle, the ragged prince held his breath, then exhaled deeply. He recognized the inevitability of defeat. Arthur had afforded Cargo no opportunity. He cautiously bent low and delivered a swift kick to Cargo's heel. Blinded and flustered, Cargo had focused solely on the threat above, neglecting the danger below. Arthur's forceful trip sent him sprawling backward. Thud! Cargo's back slammed heavily against the ground, and his skull struck the helmet, leaving him dizzy. Pain shot through his hand as the Yerick scimitar was knocked from his grip. Arthur kicked the scimitar away and pointed the tip of the Gryffindor sword at Cargo's throat, saying, "Do not move. Unless you wish to bravely sacrifice yourself and allow me to pierce your trachea, resulting in my loss in this duel. If that is your desire, I shall accept it. That armor will belong to your wind-blown band." Cargo felt the chilling touch against his throat, and in an instant, he envisioned the source of that deadly pressure. He immediately froze, unable to move, blinking incessantly in the hope that the tears streaming from his eyes would wash away the sand within. Maris cast a cold glance at Arthur and Cargo, furrowing her brow. Despite facing two opponents, she had not exerted her full strength, instead choosing to maneuver and stall the pair, biding her time for Cargo to defeat Arthur before coming to her aid. To her dismay, Cargo had not only lost but had done so in a most humiliating manner. What was she to do now? Should she single-handedly confront all three adversaries? At that moment, a shout rang out from the ragged prince on the sidelines. "No need to continue. We concede. Maris, assist Cargo off the field." The ragged prince recognized that the outcome had been determined the moment Cargo lost his composure. The lad on the opposing side was incredibly cunning, although Cargo was fierce. His volatile temperament allowed his emotions to dictate his actions, making him vulnerable to someone like Arthur. Once Cargo failed to establish dominance over Arthur from the outset, allowing Arthur to calmly exploit his weaknesses in retaliation, defeat was inevitable for Cargo. Upon hearing the command from Captain Ragged Prince, Maris hesitated for a brief moment before deflecting the sword thrust by Kaspero, stepping back to sheath her own weapon. Both Brown and Kaspero, upon hearing the prince's declaration and witnessing her actions, exchanged glances and ceased their pursuit. Maris turned towards Arthur and Cargo, her voice devoid of warmth as she stated, "I will take him off the field. I am the most agreeable person when it comes to heeding a lady's advice," Arthur replied, retreating to create space. Though he did not sheath his sword, Maris bent down to assist Cargo, guiding the disoriented warrior towards the exit. Along the way, she picked up Cargo's curved Yerick dagger, casting a cold glance back at Arthur before turning away. At that moment, Arthur's Gryffindor sword began to hum. "Ah, the long-awaited new spell returns to me." Arthur sensed that the spell returning to him was Healing Charm, restored to wholeness. This enchantment accelerated the healing of wounds, making it particularly useful for mercenaries who frequently engaged in combat. As Maris and left the arena to stand beside the Ragged Prince, it signified the wind-blown troop's withdrawal from the competition, leaving only the 3 members of the Second Son's troop on the field. Brown and Kaspero exchanged knowing glances and discreetly made their way off the field. As they walked, Kaspero remarked to Brown, "What do you think? If we were to suddenly backstab Arthur now, would it not feel quite theatrical? You may attempt it if you wish." Brown replied with a smile as he stepped outside the boundary. "I lack the Valyrian steel to defend against magic, so I shall not join you in folly." Kaspero erupted into laughter, following suit and exiting the arena. Thus, Arthur stood alone on the field, finally sheathing his Gryffindor sword. The esteemed Lord Tyrosh, standing upon the dais, radiated a smile as he proclaimed, "I hereby announce that the victor of the group tournament is the wizard swordsman, Arthur Avalon." The mercenaries, displaying their camaraderie, applauded dutifully. Only Kasparlo whistled, while Maris stood with her arms crossed, and Kago removed his helmet to rub his eyes. Yet, all present remembered the ebony-haired youth, his magic, and his sword, the wizard swordsman, Arthur Avalon. Removing his helmet, Arthur approached the arena's edge, where Prince Lanyi awaited him. The silver-haired nobleman graciously applauded Arthur. Maris did not deign to glance at him, while Kago fixated on Arthur with bloodshot eyes, whether from the dust or the emotions following his defeat remained unclear. After applauding Arthur, Prince Lanyi spoke somberly. "I, too, emerged from the ranks of the Second Sons, eventually founding the Windblown Guild. It brings me joy to see a successor of your caliber from the Second Sons. Prior to this tournament, Prince Lanyi had only heard of Arthur in passing, harboring a mild interest but refraining from engaging with him. However, the circumstances had shifted, and Arthur now presented a compelling reason for the prince to cultivate their acquaintance. We may cross paths frequently in the future. Feel free to visit my tent for wine and meat. The Windblown Guild will always welcome you as a friend. Following Prince Lanyi, Harry, the leader of the Golden Guild, known for his forthrightness as a former treasurer, spoke with candor. Arthur, I believe your talents are squandered among the 500 in the Second Sons. Should you choose to join us in the Golden Guild, I assure you my unwavering support for your ascension as the next leader. You are worthy of such backing. Observing Harry's demeanor, Arthur realized that Harry was oblivious to his past. Between the brown bear and the lean monkey, he had once sought to join the Golden Guild but was turned away. Indeed, not every Harry was a Potter. Arthur had no intention of enlightening him, nor did he possess the ambition to one day hoist his head upon a banner. And thus he politely declined Harry's offer. Yet, Harry remained unperturbed, smiling as if he believed that, despite Arthur's current stance, his resolve would eventually waver. He was confident that anyone aspiring to prominence in the mercenary realm could not resist an invitation from the Golden Guild, a legacy built since the inaugural leader, Cold Iron Yaich, instilled such assurance in him. Chapter 51. The Slow Betrayal. Half the loss as the various mercenary leaders extended olive branches to Arthur. The brown-haired man felt a twinge of anxiety. Compared to the Golden Guild, Windblown Guild, and the Lance Guild, the Second Sons indeed had little to offer. They lacked wealth, manpower, equipment, and even horses were scarce. He is not yet the leader and cannot offer any concrete promises. Should we merely stand by and watch as Arthur is taken by another mercenary group, causing the Second Sons Brigade to lose a great talent? Kaspero observed this scene, chuckling beside Zhong Renben, and remarked, "Are you afraid of losing Arthur?" Zhong Renben discerned the subtext in his words, turned to him, and inquired, "Do you have a plan?" Kaspero replied with a smile, "It's simply a matter of catering to one's preferences. If one wishes to retain my loyalty, it is, of course, through beauty and wealth. Arthur is no different." Zhong Renben shook his head. Arthur does not seem to have such inclinations. He never visits the camp's courtesans. And the plundered courtesans and wealth are always generously distributed among his men. This was indeed true. Arthur was impervious to such temptations, and it remained a mystery what he truly sought, Kaspero mused. Suddenly, Zhong Renben fell silent, as a thought struck him, and his eyes brightened. The notion that the plundered courtesans and wealth are often used to win over subordinates was significant. Consider his 3 vice-captains, Jola, Brown Bear, and Lean Monkey, all of whom he personally brought along. This suggests that what he truly desires is an environment that allows him to consolidate power without reservation, nurturing a loyal small faction. In this case, the Second Sons Brigade, with its over 500 members, holds a distinct advantage over the Golden Brigade with its thousands, the Windblown Brigade with its 2,000, and the Long Spear Brigade with its 800. As long as I am captain, I shall not interfere with Arthur and his small unit, nor will I forcibly insert individuals or siphon away his subordinates. This aligns with Arthur's needs and provides me with an advantage over Mello, Harry, Prince of Rags, and Gilo, the Long Spear Brigade leader. Having clarified the crux of the matter, Zhong Renben gradually calmed down, his countenance returning to its usual amiable demeanor. Subsequently, the great Lord Tyrosh publicly presented Arthur with a set of silver-white armor, a silver-white cloak, and a chest of gold and silver treasures. This naturally drew many avaricious and envious gazes from the mercenaries. However, they understood that Arthur rightfully deserved such honors. Upon returning to their quarters that night, Arthur, under Kaspero's urging, changed into the silver armor and cloak. Illuminated by candlelight, the cloak billowed and the armor gleamed, making him appear as if he had stepped out of an epic tale of heroes. Both Zhong Renben and Kaspero praised him profusely. Yet, what truly garnered their admiration was Arthur's decision regarding the box of gold and silver treasures gifted by Lord Tyrosh. This wealth was earned through our collective efforts and should be utilized together. How about we each take a share? And the remainder shall serve as the Second Sons Brigade's future operating expenses, allowing us to foster more friendships? Zhong Renben and Kaspero soon grasped the implication. The intent was to use the remaining gold and silver treasures to win the support of more key figures within the Second Sons Brigade. This brought considerable delight to Brown Ben and Kaspero. On one hand, they had both secured a position, and on the other, their prospects for seizing power upon their return had significantly improved. The banquet concluded, yet the negotiations among the 3 city-states continued. Though it was unlikely that any unforeseen developments would arise, with only minor details remaining to be debated. As for the mercenaries who had been invited, The Lord of Telosai had publicly declared that they could reside there for as long as they wished. Naturally, the mercenaries could not remain in Telosai indefinitely. Bloodbeard and his subordinates set out early the following morning to return to the Cat Brigade's encampment. Harry, the Ragged Prince, Gilo, and other captains, along with their men, departed in the ensuing days. Although negotiations were underway, the uncertainty lingered whether conflict would suddenly erupt over the disputed territories. These captains were certainly aware that they could not be away from their mercenary bands for too long, lest circumstances change unexpectedly. Shortly after Bloodbeard and the other members of the Cat Brigade departed Telosai, the Lord of Telosai privately summoned Arthur, Brown Ben, and Kasparo. The three followed a servant once more into the opulent palace. Unlike the previous occasion, they were without Marrow. Since that day, he had mysteriously vanished. And Brown Ben had inquired about him, but due to the lack of his informants in this place, no news had emerged. It was as if Marrow had evaporated into thin air. The Lord of Telosai reclined lazily upon a long bench, casually enjoying a cluster of grapes, exuding an air of affluence. Upon the entrance of Arthur and the others, he arched an eyebrow, straightened his posture, and greeted them with a smile befitting a sovereign. He seemed oblivious to Marrow's absence, as well as the internal discord within the Second Sons, and welcomed the trio to take their seats with customary pleasantries. After exchanging polite remarks, he broached the matter at hand. I am aware that the contract between the Second Sons and the city of Myr is nearing its expiration. However, the governors of Myr have shown no inclination to renew it with you in advance. This was hardly surprising. For Myr not only had to support its regular army, but also maintain the vast Golden Brigade comprising thousands. The governors themselves were not of a singular mind. I wonder if your Captain Marrow has established any rapport with any of them? Brown Ben remained silent for a moment before responding with a smile. I have not heard of Captain Marrow harboring such intentions or actions. Our Lord Marrow has his own uses for the wealth he holds. Kasparo could not help but twirl his mustache and chuckle sarcastically. Only Arthur remained silent, serving as a devoted listener. The Lord of Telosai laughed. Seemingly unperturbed, this indeed reflects Marrow's modus operandi. Were he not so avaricious, his reputation would not be so tarnished. While your Second Sons were still in service to Telosai, I fulfilled many of his desires, yet he remained insatiable, akin to an abyss. Later, when Marrow and your Second Sons worked for the city of Lys, did he not commit some foolish act? Indeed, he accepted the benefits from Mill and then betrayed them at a critical moment. This act of treachery left a profound impression on both Brown and Kasparo, as they were present at that time. Although it was Marrow who spearheaded the decision, they were nonetheless complicit, catching Rhys off guard before aligning themselves with Mill. This situation inevitably led to a sense of awkwardness among them. Arthur, however, found nothing peculiar about it, as this had almost become a true reflection of the Second Sons under the leadership of Marrow and Brown. When Daenerys' unsullied army advanced upon the city-state of Yunkai, Marrow, who was supposed to fight for Yunkai, instead presented his terms to Daenerys. He declared that should she acquiesce to his demands, he would lead the Second Sons in defection. With his vile insults directed towards Daenerys and her handmaidens being too numerous to recount. However, Daenerys did not comply. Rather, she ordered the Unsullied to mount a night raid on the Second Sons while Marrow and his men were inebriated, achieving a resounding victory. After Marrow fled, the Second Sons elected Brown as their new leader, who subsequently pledged the remnants of their forces to Daenerys. Yet, when Daenerys captured Meereen, she found herself unable to fully control her three mighty dragons or the precarious situation in Meereen, leading to yet another betrayal by the Second Sons. This time, Brown led them into the rebellion against Daenerys in the city-state of Yunkai. Yet, the saga was far from over. Upon realizing that Yunkai seemed unable to withstand Daenerys' forces, he, at the suggestion of Tyrion Lannister, defected once more. Such fickleness ran through the entirety of the Second Sons, a tradition of abandoning their post inherited at least since the Battle of Kohor. In truth, most mercenary groups have engaged in similar conduct. They invariably side with the victors, never truly exhausting their own forces for the sake of their employers. Perhaps the only group with a modicum of integrity in this regard is the Golden Company, whose words ring with the weight of gold. At this juncture, Arthur began to comprehend the reason for Lord Tyrosh's summons. Brown and Kasparo also quickly grasped the situation. Exchanging glances among the three of them, Lord Tyrosh, seated above them, observed their subtle exchanges with increasing amusement. In Mill, you shall never rival the Golden Company. They stand like a towering tree beside you, from which you cannot compete for sunlight or sustenance. Tyrosh is different, as the Stormcrows have just disbanded, and the Cats only number a little over 3,000. This place can readily support the Second Sons. You may even seize this opportunity to grow stronger. As the Lord, I have a certain advantage. Although I must cater to various demands, the power of distribution ultimately resides with me. In Mill, However, that power is fragmented among different governors. And only if they are willing to piece together the fragments can you receive the recognition you deserve. Should Arthur the Wizard Swordsman's reputation spread, Mill may regard you with newfound respect. The Second Sons faction is poised to gradually transform into a formidable entity. Yet, they remain steadfast in their unwillingness to relinquish the Golden faction and would not entertain the notion of simultaneously supporting two such behemoths. After all, you are not regular troops. You are not their direct lineage. The words of the great Lord Tyrosh reverberated through the vast palace, striking a chord of trepidation within the hearts of the three mercenaries. Brown, after a moment's hesitation, spoke on behalf of the trio, stating, "My lord, you speak with great insight. We shall certainly convey this counsel to Captain Melro. After all, Melro is still the captain, and they are not in a position to dictate the changes within the Second Sons faction." "Ah, Melro," the lord chuckled softly, though Arthur and his companions discerned an unusual undertone in his laughter. "I am not particularly fond of him. Do you know? The day before the banquet, he sought me out in private, earnestly requesting the Second Sons return to Tyrosh. However, I declined his proposal." Arthur and his companions were taken aback. The lord, adorned with rings of precious gems, plucked a grape and brought it to his lips, continuing, "The nature of mercenaries is one of greed. Yet they must possess some semblance of loyalty. Repeatedly breaching the rules is unacceptable. We in Tyrosh do not indulge in bribery lightly, nor do we take pride in achieving our aims through monetary means, but we are certainly not foolish fat sheep overflowing with wealth. To be candid, the sole impediment to my reconciliation with your Second Sons faction is Melro. He is like a scorpion, relishing the act of stinging his own master, which I find utterly repulsive." Upon learning that a return to Tyrosh was impossible, he stormed out in a fit of rage, seeking out a few of his dubious companions from Tyrosh and indulging in revelry at a tavern. The lord scoffed. During their festivities, it was inevitable that they would hurl insults at me and at you, while those dubious companions fanned the flames. Subsequently, that very night, I received word of your internal strife. It became clear to Arthur and his companions how the events had unfolded. Melro had presumptively approached the lord, presenting conditions that were wholly unacceptable. Coupled with his unchanging nature, the lord harbored no trust in him and decisively rejected all his terms. In his fury, Melro departed the palace and sought solace in drink outside. After a few cups, he became loose-lipped, spouting nonsense, and under the instigation of others, he sought to settle scores with Arthur. However, his attempts were thwarted, and instead, he was subdued by Arthur, leaving in a huff, his whereabouts subsequently unknown. Where could he have gone? The lord suddenly raised his hands and clapped several times. A nearby attendant immediately dashed out of the hall. In a short while, he returned, kneeling on the ground while holding a wooden box aloft. He might have been a mute slave, silenced since childhood, dutifully executing the lord's commands. Arthur, Brown, and Caspero detected a familiar, putrid stench, exchanging glances that hinted at a shared apprehension. "Open it," the lord commanded calmly. The attendant promptly placed the box on the ground and lifted the lid with both hands, revealing within it a severed head. Their suspicions had been confirmed. The severed head, eyes wide as if they might rupture at the corners, mouth slightly agape, once vibrant with a vivid red beard, now entirely dulled and matted together. Caspero was taken aback, nearly yanking out his own pointed beard in shock. Arthur pursed his lips, gazing coldly at the scene. Melro, the brown man, stared intently at the head of his missing second son, who had vanished nearly 2 days prior, now reduced to this grim manifestation. The head had fallen, and even in the legends of the red-robed monks, it could never be restored. Initially, a jolt of shock coursed through him, followed by a flicker of joy, then a wave of concern. The sovereign had already discerned the unease within the brown man's heart and spoke. For the past 2 days, he has consorted with unruly companions, plotting to find an opportunity to ambush Arthur and exact revenge for his previous defeat. Upon hearing this, Arthur remained unfazed, as though the matter bore no relevance to him. The sovereign continued, however. Melro learned of Arthur's triumph in last night's group tournament, where he bested numerous mercenaries and claimed the silver armor I bestowed upon him. Consumed by jealousy and anger, he and his raucous friends sought refuge in a tavern today, indulging in reckless revelry. In the midst of their drunken antics, Melro shouted, inciting a conflict with at least 10 onlookers from the tavern. In the ensuing chaos, he swung his dual-bladed axe, injuring one individual, who, in turn, retaliated and severed Melro's head. Our soldiers have apprehended the murderer and his accomplices and are currently interrogating them. As the sovereign of Tyrosh, I assure you, I will see to it that the perpetrator faces severe punishment. Arthur and his companions sensed that the situation was not as straightforward as the sovereign portrayed. There were surely deeper intricacies at play. Yet, if the sovereign stated it thus, the scene must have been orchestrated accordingly, and the witnesses' testimonies would remain unchanged. More importantly, Melrose's demise stemmed from a dispute with his companions, posing no connection to Arthur and his allies. Consequently, the subsequent matters would proceed smoothly. There would be no need for them to resort to armed rebellion or any other means. With Melrose's death, a new leader would inevitably emerge, rendering the transition seamless. Realizing this, the brown man, who had been squinting like a cunning fox, nearly broke into laughter. However, he silently cautioned himself against such mirth, reminding himself that it was not yet time to rejoice. Arthur and Caspero were acutely aware of the repercussions of Melrose's death. They had not anticipated that what should have been a considerable complication would unexpectedly find resolution here. They understood that the sovereign would not extend his favor without reason. This was an overture of goodwill from him. Thus, they pondered what they could offer in return for the sovereign's assistance. Chapter 53. The death of Jon Arryn unleashes a tide of change. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, the brown man immediately adopted a serious demeanor, casting a glance at Arthur and Caspero before stepping forward with determination. I express my gratitude to the sovereign for administering justice on behalf of the Second Sons Brigade. We shall return the remains of Commander Melrose to the camp, where a funeral will be held to mourn his contributions and sacrifices for the Second Sons. The sovereign nodded in agreement, affirming the necessity of this act. Arthur discreetly contemplated that indeed Melrose's demise would ultimately yield a greater contribution to the Second Sons than his years of life had. However, whether the brigade could improve remained uncertain. The sovereign concealed a smile within, solemnly stating that he should have protected his guests. He never anticipated that those close to Melrose would turn against him. The brown-clad man concurred, asserting that the sovereign had done all he could. The perpetrator's treachery was beyond anyone's foresight. The sovereign sighed, shaking his head, and remarked that Melrose was an exceptional commander. In life, he had earnestly requested my support for the Second Son's acceptance back into Tyrosh, to which I had acquiesced. Regrettably, before our contract could be signed, he met an untimely end, a lamentable circumstance indeed. The brown-clad man promptly responded that they would honor Commander Melrose's final wish. Once the Second Sons appointed a new leader, their first action would be to approach Tyrosh. Arthur and Caspar exchanged glances, both thinking that the two were quite engrossed in their performance before them. Nevertheless, they held no objections, believing that Commander Melrose would likely have no qualms either. That is well. Indeed, the sovereign nodded in satisfaction. Rest assured, the perpetrator will face swift justice for his heinous crimes. The brown-clad man bowed, expressing their unwavering faith in the sovereign's fairness. Days later, the trio escorted Commander Melrose's coffin, the head of the assailant, and a chest filled with gold and jewels. Departing from the city-state of Tyrosh, they boarded a ship specifically arranged by the sovereign for their return journey. Before their departure, Arthur jestingly reminded Caspar, "Did you not say you would dye your hair green in Tyrosh when you had the chance?" Arthur was genuinely intrigued, though he lamented that perhaps no one in this world would ever comprehend why this amused him so. Caspar laughed heartily, saying, "Let us not be hasty. We must show some respect for Lord Melrose. We are escorting his remains back, and if I were to dye my hair a vivid green, the mercenaries of the Second Sons would surely give me disapproving looks." "Are you truly concerned about the opinions of others?" Arthur questioned, eyeing Caspar's pink robe with skepticism. Of course, Caspar replied without a hint of hesitation. Arthur felt a tinge of disappointment, but understood the rationale, thus refraining from insisting further. The ship then set sail from the port of Tyrosh. As they departed the Stony Steps Islands and navigated the tumultuous waters of the Mill Sea, Arthur, unwilling to remain near the coffin, sought solace on the deck. During the return journey, he had acclimated to the tumult of the sea and no longer suffered from seasickness as he had on the way there. He was, as always, eager to engage in conversation with the sailors aboard the ship. Soon, apart from learning about the rampant piracy in the Stepstone Islands, he received a momentous piece of news. Jon Arryn, the hand of the king in the 7 kingdoms of Westeros, had suddenly succumbed to illness. It had finally arrived. Arthur felt as if the fierce winds of this era were brushing against his face. However, subsequent clues suggested that Jon likely did not die of natural causes, but rather from a poison known as the Tears of Lys, concocted by a certain alchemist. The perpetrator was none other than Jon's wife, Lisa Tully, incited by her lover, Peter Baelish, also known as Littlefinger. The demise of Jon Arryn could be seen as the heralding of the main narrative arc of A Song of Ice and Fire. News, after all, must travel. And if Jon had indeed passed away a fortnight prior, King Robert would likely be en route to the north. His elaborate preparations were aimed at persuading Eddard Stark to come south and serve as his hand of the king, the prime minister of the Seven Kingdoms. Unless unforeseen circumstances intervened, Eddard would likely acquiesce, and the Stark family would find themselves inexorably entwined in a web of chaotic intrigue, unable to extricate themselves. Meanwhile, in the city-state of Pentos and Essos, the union between Daenerys Targaryen and Khal Drogo was set to take place in the near future. The storm of House Targaryen would gradually unveil its ferocity in Essos. Arthur gripped the ship's railing, his fate akin to that of the sailing vessel, which followed a rough course toward a predetermined port. Yet the sea was merciless, its winds and currents shifted unpredictably, compelling the ship to adjust its sails lest it lose its way, drifting further from shore. He had resolved to carve out his own foundation in the contested lands before the blood and fire arrived from the east, and the specters and ice from the west. As winter approached and the long night loomed, too many signs indicated that after the long summer, there would be a brief autumn, followed by an even longer winter, compounded by the impending long night. Arthur could not articulate the exact circumstances that lay ahead. He only knew that possessing his own power would afford him some leeway. The ship sailed southeast, soon docking at a port along the shores of the narrow sea. Arthur and his companions disembarked, reclaiming their horses, and subsequently hired a carter along with a cart to transport the coffin of Malaro, the severed head of the perpetrator, and the treasures bestowed by the Lord. Deep into the contested lands. It was said that during the reign of the freehold of Valyria, the contested lands were quite prosperous. However, centuries of warfare had left them ravaged. Towns and villages still existed, yet mercenary bands, during times of peace, were tacitly permitted by the three city-states to plunder in these lands. It was difficult for them to find peace, let alone revive their former glory. Days passed, and Arthur rode forward alone, perched on a hillside with a single-tube telescope made in Meereen, catching sight of the banners of House Tully fluttering in the distance. The banner of the broken sword waved proudly. The entire camp remained as chaotic as ever, with tents, wagons, and horses seemingly forced into a makeshift enclosure, crammed to the brim. However, he found some solace in the sight of his cavalry, under the guidance of Jorah, the brown bear, and the lean monkey, training with a growing sense of coordination. Aside from this, he seldom observed mercenaries practicing formations. Instead, the tent of the camp followers was bustling with activity, likely steeped in debauchery. More importantly, despite Arthur's proximity, no scouts had detected his presence. After their departure 2 weeks prior, the Second Sons had become overly lax. Arthur pulled on the reins, turned his horse around, and urged it into a swift gallop along the path they had taken, soon encountering a leisurely approaching wagon. The Brown Man and Caspero were stationed on either side of the wagon, with the driver skillfully guiding the horses ahead. Upon seeing Arthur return, they all turned to look at him. Chapter 54. Brown Man elected as the new commander. How is it? Is the camp of the Second Sons still in the same place as before we left? Brown Man inquired. It remains unchanged, aside from some lethargy among the mercenaries. Everything is as it should be, Arthur replied. Brown Man and Caspero exchanged knowing glances, familiar with the internal dynamics of their own group. This was not their first time leaving the company on business, and they were well aware of what the Second Sons would become under such circumstances. As their small contingent boldly emerged at the edge of the plains, a scout from the Second Sons finally noticed them and approached to investigate. They were swiftly escorted back to the Second Sons camp and immediately sought out the quartermaster, Ink Bottle, and Sergeant Wuhan. During the absence of Commander Marrow and Deputy Commander Brown Man, they had been responsible for managing the internal affairs of the Second Sons. Upon seeing them, Brown Man gathered them, along with Arthur and Caspero, into the tent and conveyed all that needed to be said. Ink Bottle and Wuhong were taken aback by Commander Marrow's demise, but there was no time for shock. Brown Man promptly ordered the assembly of all mercenaries. Arthur, Caspero, and Wuhong received their orders and quickly set about executing them. Brown Man also entrusted Ink Bottle with a bonus for the driver who had transported the coffin back. After receiving his payment, the driver and his wagon happily departed once the cargo was unloaded. After a while, the horn sounded throughout the Second Sons camp. The mercenaries, whether diligently training or indulging in debauchery, were forced to cease their activities. They donned their armor and armed themselves, making their way to the main assembly point. A process that consumed considerable time before over 500 men were finally lined up. It was only then that most of the mercenaries noticed Brown Man, Caspero, and Arthur, who had returned from Telosai, standing beside the visibly conflicted Ink Bottle and Wuhan. Strangely, they did not encounter Captain Marrow, which led a few to harbor ominous suspicions, particularly his staunch loyalists. Subsequently, through the sorrowful narration of Brown Man, the mercenaries were informed of a shocking revelation. Captain Marrow had perished in a tavern in Teloshi, fatally struck down in a dispute. His lifeless body was now being escorted back to the camp by Arthur and his companions. The Lord of Tyrosh promptly dispatched officials to administer justice, swiftly adjudicating and executing the perpetrator, whose head was also brought back by Arthur and his companions. After a profound silence, a cacophony akin to a raging fire erupted. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, their expressions shifting, caught in a state of uncertainty. It took Brown Man considerable time to restore order among the mercenaries. He proclaimed, regardless of what the future holds, our immediate priority must be to arrange a proper funeral for Captain Marrow. This is of utmost importance, and I require everyone's assistance. With Captain Marrow deceased, Brown Man, in his capacity as the deputy commander, assumed full authority to act in the captain's stead, which was universally accepted by the mercenaries. In the following days, the Second Sons organized a rather grand funeral for Captain Marrow. The banner of the broken sword was lowered, and Brown Man solemnly honored the occasion with the head of the assailant, his demeanor steeped in grief as the crowd observed a moment of silence. The inkwell was retrieved from the Second Son's roster, and with a quill dipped in scholarly ink, Brown Man inscribed the final verdict for Captain Marrow's resting place. Captain Marrow, slain during a dispute in Tyrosh, the assailant has been brought to justice. Arthur stood silently amidst the throng, watching as the coffin and the body were interred. Flanked by Jorah, Brown Bear, Lean Monkey, and a cavalry contingent of over 40. This small faction within the Second Sons had undeniably transformed into a formidable force. Especially notable was the tale of how Kasparov had showcased Arthur's triumph before the Lord of Tyrosh, defeating numerous mercenaries and earning the famed silver spear falcon armor of Tyrosh. This event swiftly reverberated throughout the Second Sons. Arthur's vanquished opponents were not mere trifles but rather formidable figures, namely the Bloodbeard of the Cat Clan and Kago of the Windblown. Although their duel was merely a contest of skill rather than a life-or-death struggle, Arthur's valor, swordsmanship, and mastery of magic were undeniably worthy of respect and recognition. No one would wish to become his enemy lightly, for one might not even comprehend the manner of their demise. On the night of his return, Lean Monkey pestered him, inquiring about his experiences. Arthur recounted all that he could share, ensuring it aligned with the fact that Marrow had been killed during a dispute. Lean Monkey expressed jubilance at Marrow's demise, having long harbored disdain for the greedy, inept Titan bastard, who was the polar opposite of their former leader in the Sharpstone Company. Lean Monkey was unwilling to endure another catastrophic defeat and collapse akin to that of the Sharpstone Company. Brown Bear remained stoic, withholding his opinions, perhaps perceiving the underlying currents. Jorah, with a faint sense of foreboding, had already begun to piece together the underlying truths. He subtly inquired of Arthur, who responded with a blend of suggestion and caution, thus solidifying Jorah's suspicions. In essence, within the entire Sons of the Second Order, few genuinely mourned the demise of Marrow. Rather, there existed a pervasive anxiety regarding an uncertain future. Even Marrow's most steadfast loyalists shared this sentiment. Following the conclusion of the funeral, the conversation shifted to a topic that had been frequently broached in private yet remained untouched in public discourse. Who should be appointed as the new leader now that Commander Marrow had passed? Unlike the Vulture Brigade, which had lost 3 commanders and suffered heavy losses in elite forces and supplies during a night raid, the Sons of the Second Order had only lost 1 commander, with their elite troops and resources still intact. Thus, they merely needed to elect a suitable new leader to ensure their continuity. The question loomed, who would step into this role? Over 500 mercenaries convened, casting their votes in a cacophonous gathering, with the results meticulously compiled and announced by Ink Bottle and his subordinates. Ultimately, without any contest, the former deputy commander, Brown Ben, emerged with the highest vote count. Arthur and Kasparov were aligned with Brown Ben, and with the backing of the wealth from Duke Telos. Ink Bottle also chose to support Brown Ben. Given these circumstances, the outcome was hardly surprising. Trailing behind Brown Ben in the voting was Marrow's loyalist, followed by Ink Bottle, Arthur, Kasparov, and Ahan. Remarkably, Arthur, who had only joined the Sons of the Second Order a few months prior, had swiftly ascended to the rank of cavalry captain and subsequently received a nomination for the new commander, positioning himself in 4th place. An astonishing feat indeed. With Brown Ben's victory being unchallenged, Ink Bottle publicly declared him the new commander of the Sons of the Second Order. Brown Ben exhibited a fade of joy, engaging in conversation with those who came to congratulate him, particularly with key figures such as Arthur, Kasparov, Ink Bottle, and Ahan. Their relationships would be pivotal for Brown Ben as he assumed command. Meanwhile, the defeated loyalist, aware that his interests would be marginalized to cater to Brown Ben's factions, departed the group in indignation, taking with him over 100 confidants. After leaving the Sons of the Second Order, they swiftly aligned themselves with Bloodbeard of the Cat Brigade, perhaps harboring an obsession with the Redbeard. Brown Ben was not taken aback by this exodus. Rather, he perceived it as a fortuitous turn of events. With Merrow's loyalists and confidants gone, only his own supporters remained, along with the undecided moderates who could still be swayed, which simplified matters considerably. However, before he could enforce order within the Sons of the Second Order, Brown Ben first needed to fulfill the promises he made while rallying votes. He promptly elevated Kasparov from soldier to deputy commander, assuming his own previous position. While Ink Bottle and Uhan retained their roles, they discreetly received numerous advantages, and their influence would undoubtedly expand in the future. Arthur's cavalry expanded to 100 men, while the Second Sons only numbered a little over 300. He commanded a third of the armed forces, a force not to be underestimated. His subordinates, Jorah, Brown Bear, and Slim Monkey, naturally ascended in status and power. With the death of Merrow, everyone partook in the spoils, leading to a sense of collective joy. Chapter 55. The origin of the Second Sons traces back several centuries. Bang! Arthur raised his wooden goblet and clinked it against Kasparov's, both of them slightly inebriated. Kasparov's face and neck flushed red, while Arthur appeared as composed as ever. "Speak honestly," Kasparov exclaimed, his words slightly slurred. "Did you use magic? Why is it that I never see you drunk?" "It's unfair." The others at the table feigned discontent and joined in the revelry, merely seeking amusement at the new leader's celebratory banquet. Arthur played along, adopting a haughty tone, and replied, "Your poor tolerance is your own fault. Don't make excuses." "Ridiculous." Kasparov could hardly endure such an affront. Upon hearing Arthur's remark, the crowd eagerly rose to challenge him to a drinking contest. However, the evening's focal figure, Brown Bear, stood up to quiet everyone, signaling that he had something to say. The soldiers and officials of the Second Sons quickly hushed, eager to hear what their new leader had to share. "I imagine you are all familiar with the origin tales of the Golden Company and the Windblown," Brown Bear said, moving about the table with a smile and a goblet in hand. "But do you know the story behind the Second Sons?" The elite members of the Second Sons, including Arthur, were well aware of the tale. It would be quite embarrassing for anyone within their ranks to be ignorant of it. Nevertheless, this did not deter Brown Bear from recounting it. What does the term Second Son signify? In the realm of nobility, it is primarily the firstborn son who inherits the lordship and lands, while those who are neither firstborn nor bastards, those of lesser standing, are deemed second sons. Centuries ago, 40 noblemen, ranked low within their families and having been cast aside and neglected, came together to establish one of the oldest mercenary companies, the Second Sons. Since then, the Second Sons have become a refuge for landless lords, exiled knights, and adventurers. Many who were persecuted and hunted on the continent of Westeros would sail across the narrow sea to join the Second Sons, seeking a means of survival. Upon concluding his tale, Brown Bear smiled faintly and remarked, "We must admit, the Second Sons no longer possess the glory of yore. This is a fact. We are overlooked. To this day, no one from Myr has approached us to discuss renewal of contracts. Perhaps they do not regard us highly, for they have the Golden Company. The Golden Company is the firstborn that can inherit Myr, their preferred choice, while we, the Second Sons, remain the ever-despised second choice." The crowd, reflecting upon his words, found a sense of indignation rising within them. However, their achievements over the years have indeed been rather meager, and the Golden Group's dominance significantly surpasses that of the Second Sons. Presently, the Second Sons are reduced to a mere 300 members, particularly after the defection of Melrose confidants. From any perspective, as long as they remain in Mill, the Second Sons can only secure their position as the lesser faction. Of course, with the addition of the young hero Arthur, the Second Sons have not entirely begun their decline. Brown, having sensed the mercenaries' growing discontent, cautiously revealed his intentions. "Just as the Second Sons have found their home, there may now be a place that could serve as our refuge." Having discreetly collected gold and jewels, he inquired, "Captain, what place do you refer to?" "Tyrosh," Brown answered, under the watchful gazes of the crowd. "The great lord has heard of our valor and wishes to recruit us, provided we do not renew our contract with Mill." He succinctly conveyed the lord's generous hospitality towards the mercenaries attending the peace banquet, as well as the lord's sincerity. "The great lord is willing to provide funding to help the Second Sons expand, which undoubtedly serves as a potent tonic for their current plight." The mercenaries, upon hearing this, were momentarily taken aback, not expecting such enthusiasm from the wealthy lord far away on the Stairs Islands. Kasparov, already aware of the situation, shouted out, "What are we waiting for? We are in dire need of both men and money. If the lord can fulfill our needs, we shall undoubtedly support him." His candid and avaricious words elicited laughter within the camp, yet amidst the mirth, many secretly nodded in agreement. Mill is unwilling to renew their contract. And even if they did, the support they would receive could never compare to that of the Golden Group, with its deep roots in Mill-S soil draining all surrounding resources. Next to it, the financial situation of the Second Sons could only worsen. It would be far wiser to sign a contract with Tyrosh, as they would at least have the opportunity to grow rather than fall into a vicious cycle of perpetual decline. Thus, many within the tent began to echo this sentiment. Feeling no need to ingratiate themselves to Mill, Brown surveyed the room, carefully noting the number of supporters and dissenters, before concluding the discussion and resuming the festivities. After the banquet, Arthur, along with his 3 vice-captains, Jorah, Brown Bear, and Slim Monkey, returned to their cavalry camp. Arthur's cavalry now comprised 100 men, and their encampment was the most orderly in the entire Second Sons, appearing quite comfortable. The tents were strategically arranged with uniform spacing, lined up in rows, adjacent to an open stable where horses were tethered to wooden posts and tended by grooms. The cavalry's weapons and armor were prominently displayed within the tents, and there were always guards rotating to watch over the camp, ensuring that the presence of the Second Sons patrols did not diminish their vigilance. Every day, they undergo rigorous training under the guidance of Jorah, the Brown Bear, and the Lean Monkey, encompassing formations, equestrian skills, spear techniques, swordplay, shield work, and mounted archery, among other disciplines. It appears that within Arthur's cavalry, the mercenaries endure the most arduous training. Although not as intense as that of a regular army, it is still considerably more demanding compared to the other 2 cavalry units. The latter consist of over 100 cavalrymen each, led by Deputy Commander Kasparo and Sergeant Ahan, respectively, and they collectively command the 300 troops of the Second Sons Company alongside Arthur. The 3 cavalry captains are in turn subordinate to the Brown Man. As for the various logistical personnel outside of combat, such as blacksmiths, cooks, grooms, and camp followers, they fall under the purview of the Ink Bottle, who also answers to the Brown Man's commands. Nevertheless, the members of Arthur's cavalry receive the highest rewards. Arthur frequently distributes his earnings to his subordinates for various reasons. In other words, as long as one performs admirably within Arthur's cavalry, even if it is merely in routine training, they are rewarded financially. Consequently, while the cavalry under Arthur toil daily, their purses grow ever fuller. Moreover, Arthur does not restrict leisure. As long as the mercenaries complete their daily training without neglecting their duties, he allows them time to unwind. For the mercenaries under Arthur, this is a bittersweet experience. Under the witness of the moon and stars, Arthur, wielding a wooden sword, sparred with Jorah Mormont, who similarly held a wooden sword, engaging in a spirited duel upon the dry grass. Since Jorah consented to join Arthur's ranks, Arthur has sought him out nightly to practice swordsmanship in a secluded area outside the camp, except for a brief hiatus when they were bound for Tyrosh. Arthur has diligently pursued sword training with Jorah, regardless of the weather. With a foundational knowledge of swordplay and Jorah's meticulous instruction, Arthur has made significant strides in his technique, agility, breathing rhythm, and timing. Even after recently attending a banquet hosted by Commander Brown Man, reeking of alcohol and slightly inebriated, Arthur insisted on practicing swordplay with Jorah, claiming it was a means to sober up. With a swift thrust, Jorah struck Arthur's wrist with his wooden sword and paused to elucidate a few key points before they resumed their duel. Arthur grasped the concepts quickly, skillfully concealing the flaws Jorah had pointed out. Jorah marveled inwardly at Arthur's rapid advancement in swordsmanship. Even witnessing it daily, he found it hard to believe. Perhaps Arthur's talent is as remarkable as his prowess in magic. Once their sword practice concluded, both men, drenched in sweat, made their way back. Arthur seized the moment to share the information he had gleaned from sailors regarding the continent of Westeros. Jorah, having remained at the Second Sons Company camp to assist with training, was unaware of these events, prompting a sense of reflection within him. The Swan Novel Network portrays Prime Minister Jon Arryn as a figure deserving of respect. Jorah, with a heavy heart, remarked, "To be honest, I have encountered King Robert on several occasions, and I am well aware of his indulgent and extravagant nature. Were it not for Prime Minister Jon's diligent efforts, the continent of Westeros might not have enjoyed the peace it has known for the past decade. It is difficult to say whether the Honorable Lord Eddard Stark could have achieved the same." As he spoke, Jorah shook his head, recalling his time as a vassal to Lord Eddard, who had sent him fleeing to Bear Island, prompting him to hastily depart with his wife for the continent of Essos. He understood Lord Eddard's character all too well. King's Landing is a treacherous whirlpool, and a man of Lord Eddard's unwavering integrity might struggle to bear the weighty responsibilities of the hand of the king. I believe King Robert has made an ill-fated choice. It is possible that soon Lord Eddard may have to return to the north in disgrace, Jorah continued. Arthur blinked and replied, "Perhaps he may not have the chance to return to the north at all." "Not have the chance?" Jorah exclaimed, turning to Arthur in surprise. What do you mean? Did you not say it is a perilous whirlpool? Why do you believe that? Arthur countered. After a moment of silence, Jorah summarized his past observations from the tournaments held in King's Landing. Among those in the small council, aside from the fearless Ser Barristan, the others were all cunning individuals with ulterior motives. King Robert, with his disinterest in affairs of state, typically delegated troublesome matters to Prime Minister Jon, who alone could manage the motley crew. I do not think Lord Eddard could handle it, Jorah gradually realized. He asked, Arthur, do you mean to suggest that Lord Eddard's arrival could potentially disrupt the situation in King's Landing? Might it even affect the Seven Kingdoms? You cannot deny such a possibility. Arthur responded, just as you cannot dismiss another possibility. Could it be that Prime Minister Jon truly died of illness? Jorah's expression changed instantly, though the dim light obscured his features. The death of one prime minister is troubling enough, but if another were to fall, one must ponder the motives of the conspirators. If the hand of the king were to be severed, who were their true targets? What were their intentions? At this point, Arthur refrained from further discussion, knowing that all was mere speculation without evidence, yet it was enough to ignite Jorah's imagination with various possibilities. Afterward, Arthur did not broach the subject again. Instead, he devoted his days to training his cavalry, diligently inspecting every tent and conversing with his subordinates, only to seek Jorah in the evenings for sword practice. As time passed, a convoy of carriages sent by the great lord of Tyrosh arrived, bringing news of successful negotiations between the three great free cities and further treasures bestowed by the great lord. The reconciliation of Tyrosh, Myr, and Lys was not considered remarkable by the gathered crowd. This is the norm in the contested lands, a lingering issue inherited from the kingdom of the Three Daughters, known as the Freehold of Valyria. The term Three Daughters refers to the three daughters of the Freehold, Tyrosh, Myr, and Lys, whose alliance formed the kingdom of the Three Daughters, not a true kingdom. This indissoluble alliance was forged to collectively oppose the ambitious Valyrian city-state of Volantis, which proclaimed itself the heir to the Freehold, along with the pirates of the Stepstone Islands. At that time, Tyrosh served as the political epicenter of the alliance. However, no one desired to witness such a close-knit coalition, as it posed a threat not only to other city-states, but even to the distant continent of Westeros. Consequently, under various influences and circumstances, the kingdom of the Three Daughters ultimately disbanded, leading them to become adversaries, embroiled in a conflict over the contested lands that continues to this day. Given this legacy, it was not surprising for the Second Sons to find themselves once again extending their hands to the Three Daughters. What astonished them was the treasure of gold and jewels sent by the Lord of Tyrosh. The procession of wagons certainly captured the attention of many mercenaries passing by, their gazes filled with greedy fervor. The envoy dispatched by the Lord of Tyrosh expressed his earnest desire to forge a contract with the Second Sons. The brown man had not anticipated that the Lord would send an envoy. They had previously agreed that he would approach Tyrosh once he had secured the situation with the Second Sons. Yet, the Lord took the initiative to send someone, accompanied by a substantial gift, which delighted the treasurer, Inkpot. Consequently, more members within the Second Sons felt inclined to ally with Tyrosh, each eager to partake in the spoils. Meanwhile, there were still no signs of Myr's envoy arriving at the Second Sons' camp, despite the fact that the journey from Myr should have been shorter than that from Tyrosh. Kasparo mockingly remarked that the governors of Myr were likely still in deliberation, some agreeing, some dissenting, and others remaining silent, resulting in a cacophony of opinions. Perhaps after such an extended summer, autumn would soon arrive, at which point their envoy would finally make an appearance. The brown man retained the envoy from Tyrosh, instructing Inkpot to provide him with excellent hospitality, and then convened a meeting with the elite members once more. This time, the brown man discerned that there were no opposing voices within the tent. Recognizing that the moment had arrived, he proceeded to cast votes. As anticipated, everything unfolded as he wished. The Second Sons ultimately decided not to renew their contract with the city-state of Myr, but rather to sign an agreement with the city-state of Tyrosh. They were poised to change allegiances once more. Chapter 57. Signing the employment contract with Tyrosh in the end. The envoy from Myr managed to arrive at the camp before the contract deadline with the Second Sons expired, not waiting for the end of summer, nor the arrival of autumn, much less winter. Kasparo, along with Arthur, the brown man, Inkpot, and Dohan, engaged in a game of chance, resulting in his complete loss. The brown-skinned man greeted the envoy with a warm smile, respectfully ushering him into the tent. However, the envoy ultimately erupted in anger, flinging aside the curtain, muttering discontentedly in Valyrian while mounting his horse. The Second Sons had made a grave error in judgment. Perched atop his steed, the envoy looked down at the brown-skinned man and declared that the governors of Meereen would be furious, and soon they would realize that Tyrosh paled in comparison to Meereen. As an envoy of Meereen, Please convey my sincere apologies to the governors of Meereen, he added. The brown-skinned man remained as inscrutable as ever, unwilling to offend Meereen, yet resolutely refusing to yield. With the contract deadline approaching, they believed that renewing their agreement with Meereen was impossible, which led them to sign a contract with Tyrosh. They never anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent. It seemed a cruel twist of fate. Please explain the situation to the governors of Meereen accurately, he implored. We are mercenaries. We must eat. The envoy wished to say more, but upon turning, he noticed an increasing number of armed mercenaries, their expressions menacing, closing in around him. He hesitated, suppressing his next words. Particularly glaring was Casparo, who had lost so much that his eyes were bloodshot, glaring at the envoy like a feral dog. The envoy could only feign dignity with a cold snort before leading his men away, riding towards the northern city-state of Meereen. In truth, the brown-skinned man and the envoy of Tyrosh had only reached a verbal agreement. However, the future trajectory of the Second Sons was unalterable. They would proceed to the contested lands belonging to Tyrosh to finalize the formal contract. Thus, on the day following the departure of the Meereen envoy, the Second Sons broke camp and set forth towards the west. The cavalry of Ahan led the way, tasked with reconnaissance, gathering intelligence, and, when necessary, eliminating any incoming foes. Throughout the journey, the brown-skinned man engaged in lively conversation with the accompanying envoy from Tyrosh, while Casparo and Ink Bottle accompanied them, with Casparo's cavalry ensuring the safety of these important figures. Equally vital was Arthur's cavalry, who lagged at the rear, safeguarding the supplies, blacksmiths, cooks, grooms, and camp followers. During their march, Arthur frequently galloped from the front to the back and then back again, overseeing the situation and timely quelling any disorder. Clad in gleaming white armor and a matching cloak, adorned with a hawk-like helmet and the Gryffindor sword at his side, he appeared striking and resplendent. As for the armor scavenged from Dario's corpse, it was ill-fitting for either the stout brown bear or the lean monkey, prompting Arthur to gift it to Jorah. Jorah had long since sold the armor from his time with House Mormont on Bear Island and the Free Cities to satisfy his wife's avarice. Thus, receiving a set of fine armor now brought him great joy as a banished knight, and he wore it daily thereafter. Under Arthur's command, 3 soldiers were strategically positioned at the front, middle, and rear to direct the cavalry. As he patrolled from the front of the ranks to the rear, the first to catch his eye was the lean figure of the monkey, followed by Jorah, and finally, the brown bear. When Arthur rode forth and encountered them, he would nod slightly before resuming his inspection. They would approach only in the event of a truly extraordinary circumstance. Having just spotted Jorah indicated that he had traversed the central segment of the rearguard. Suddenly, a voice from a nearby cart called out his name. He pulled on the reins and turned to see a burly man emerging from the cart, a smith known as Hammer, a member of the Second Sons. With a left arm considerably more robust than his right, resembling that of a crab, he waved enthusiastically at Arthur. "Ah, I see that armor again. Come closer. Let me have a look," he exclaimed. As a master of forging and repairing weapons and armor, Hammer took a keen interest in the silvery armor that Arthur had won from Tyrosh, admiring its beauty. Arthur, with no intention of adopting an air of superiority, smiled and rode over, allowing Hammer's grimy fingers to explore the surface of his armor. Hammer had nearly made it a daily ritual to inspect this armor, which had fostered a close camaraderie between them. "Care for a drink?" the rotund smith offered, retrieving a jug of wine and a wooden cup from the cart. The aroma of alcohol wafted from him, suggesting he had indulged quite a bit already. Arthur couldn't help but chuckle. This inebriate seemed to be drinking every time they met. With many of the tasks being completed by his apprentice, a rather fortunate circumstance for such a master. "I shall refrain," Arthur replied, gesturing towards the cavalry nearby. "I must lead by example." Hammer reluctantly stowed the jug and cup, remarking, "You're not even a knight. Why so serious? You're not actually a knight, are you?" His incredulity was understandable, as the Second Sons were initially composed of nobles with little power or land, many of whom were knights. "I am not," Arthur shook his head, then tapped his silvery armor with his fingers, inquiring, "Hammer, tell me, could you craft such armor?" "Of course," Hammer answered without hesitation. "My skills are no less than those of the artisans in Tyrosh. It's just that the Second Sons are a collection of scrap metal. I've heard that the smiths of the city-state of Kohor possess the art of reforging Valyrian steel while preserving its inherent magic. Are you familiar with this?" Hammer's brow furrowed at this question. "I have heard that the smiths of Kohor retain many enchantments for reforging Valyrian steel, but they seldom share this knowledge. Even if I wished to learn, I would find it unattainable." Arthur nodded, gaining insight. It seemed that in the future, should he endeavor to melt down Eddard Stark's Valyrian steel sword, ice, to forge Widow's Wail and Oak Keeper, Hammer would struggle without the relevant enchantments. After exchanging a few more idle remarks with Hammer, Arthur rode away to continue his inspection of the ranks, ensuring that the entire rearguard felt his presence nearby, thereby discouraging any potential disorder. The entire contingent of the Second Sons Brigade, comprising over 300 individuals, departed from the contentious region under the control of Mill and proceeded to the territory governed by Tyrosh, swiftly passing the encampment of the Cap Brigade. Although the Tyrosh envoy had previously communicated their passage, ensuring their route skirted 2 mountain peaks away from the Cap Brigade's camp, rendering it not particularly close, the Second Sons Brigade remained on high alert. During his time in Tyrosh, Arthur had famously stripped the Cap Brigade's leader, adorned with a blood-red beard, of his facial hair in a tournament, thus tarnishing his reputation. Subsequently, a trusted confidant of Marrow had joined the Cap Brigade with 100 men. Given these circumstances, a rivalry had undoubtedly formed between the two mercenary groups. Fortunately, the Second Sons Brigade traversed the region without incident, and no conflict erupted between the factions. They arrived at the nearest port city to Tyrosh, where they finalized their employment contract with the Tyrosh. Thereafter, the Tyrosh sovereign provided additional funding to bolster the growth of the Second Sons Brigade, albeit with a stipulation attached. Chapter 58. My spear is coated with deadly poison. Creaking and groaning, a lavishly adorned carriage entered the camp of the Second Sons Brigade, flanked by 2 squads of guards. At the forefront, mounted cavalry held a flagpole aloft. The banner depicted a crimson sun pierced by a golden spear, an emblem of House Martell of Dorne, said to represent the bloodline of Queen Nymeria, while the spear symbolizes the ancient heritage of House Martell. Arthur, accompanied by the brown-skinned men, stepped forth to greet the arrival and found himself beside the carriage, where raucous laughter ensued, and several olive-skinned, long-legged women emerged from behind the curtain. Casparo emitted an indescribable wail of despair. Arthur glanced at Casparo, who, clad in a pink robe, was rendered speechless, his eyes glazed over, before he suddenly bent low in deference. After a brief interval, a hearty laugh emanated from within the carriage, accompanied by the sound of delicate clothing rustling. Prince Oberin Martell, a man in his 40s, pulled back the curtain, initially surveying the members of the Second Sons Brigade with a smile, before gracefully alighting from the carriage. He was referred to as a prince, rather than by the titles of Westeros, in keeping with the traditions of the Rhaenarians brought to Dorne by Queen Nymeria. Several of his mistresses remained within the carriage, still dressing, and it took a moment longer for them to emerge, each one an enchanting olive-skinned Dornish woman, exuding allure and charm. Aside from Casparo, whose awkwardness was palpable in the presence of beauty as he bent and recoiled, the others in the Second Sons Brigade approached with composed demeanor to pay their respects to Prince Oberin. The prince engaged in casual pleasantries before stating, I have journeyed from Dorne by ship to visit Lady Malerio in the city of Norvos. During my stop in Tyrosh, I engaged in conversation with the sovereign, who apprised me of the recent happenings within the Second Sons Brigade. On a whim, I decided to pay a visit, for I once counted myself among your ranks. I hope I have not caused you any trouble. Indeed, we warmly welcome Prince Oberin, Brown Ben said with genuine warmth. Your heroic deeds during your time with the Second Sons are still inscribed in our records, earning the admiration of the younger generation. They would certainly wish to meet you. Oh, that is splendid, Prince Oberin replied casually. Since Brown Ben had made such a statement, he decided to go along with it. To take me around the camp later. Brown Ben and the alchemist nodded in agreement. While Prince Oberin engaged in conversation with them, Arthur turned his gaze once more towards Casparo and quietly inquired, Who is Lady Malerio? Why does Prince Oberin wish to visit her? Casparo, still bent over, adjusted his pink robe to appear more comfortable, and responded softly, Are you unaware? The Prince of Dorne, Oberin's brother, Prince Doran Martell, is married to Lady Malerio. They met in one of the free cities, the city of Norvos. After marrying Prince Doran, Lady Malerio bore him 3 children, Arianne, Quinan, and Tristane. However, due to discord, she returned to reside in Norvos. Prince Doran cannot easily leave Dorne, and he is concerned about Lady Malerio's well-being, hence he occasionally sends someone to Norvos. It seems that this time, Prince Oberin has volunteered to visit her on behalf of his brother. With this information, Arthur grasped the situation. Norvos lay to the northwest of Kohor, northeast of Pentos, and southeast of Bravos and Lorith, enveloped by hills and rivers. He had not anticipated that Lady Malerio, Prince Doran's wife, would return to Norvos, a distance nearly comparable to that between King's Landing and Winterfell. In this era, witnessing a couple who had once enjoyed a rare romance end up in such circumstances was indeed disheartening. Subsequently, accompanied by the members of the Second Sons, Oberin and his paramour, along with his retinue, toured the camp. Despite Brown Ben and the alchemist's prior efforts to tidy up the Second Sons' encampment, the underlying state of affairs was such that mere superficial efforts would not suffice to effect true change. Oberin frowned as he surveyed the scene and could not help but remark with a hint of sarcasm. I never imagined that after so many years away from the Second Sons, there would be such a transformation. Brown Ben could only force a smile and respond. With the support of his grace, the king of Tyrosh, I believe the Second Sons will flourish. This was not mere rhetoric. The Second Sons had begun to recruit mercenaries on site, with an initial plan to amass up to 600 men, effectively doubling their numbers. Oberin nodded noncommittally, continuing to walk a short distance before suddenly halting, prompting the others to stop alongside him. Before them lay the encampment of Arthur's cavalry, where they could not only discern the orderly and distinct layout of the camp, but also observe the mercenaries training diligently under the guidance of 3 sergeants. Although they could not compare to the regular army of Dorne or the Golden Company, they were indeed quite remarkable within the entirety of the Second Sons. Upon witnessing this, Brown immediately summoned Arthur. He was the captain of this 100-man cavalry, Arthur Avalon. Oberin, upon hearing this name, raised an eyebrow, his eyes shifting towards Arthur like a serpent poised to strike. Are you the sorcerer so highly praised by his grace, the Prince of Tyros? Perhaps I am, Arthur replied with a hint of modesty. Oberin circled around Arthur, scrutinizing him from head to toe, and nodded approvingly. Your appearance and demeanor are indeed commendable. It is impressive how the cavalry in camp can be commanded in such a manner. However, he trailed off, his gaze fixating on the sword of Gryffindor that hung at Arthur's waist, the ruby on the hilt glimmering with an unusual allure under the sunlight. Oberin smiled slightly, lifting his head as he continued. I wonder if your magic and swordsmanship are as remarkable as his grace claims. I am quite intrigued. He clapped his hands, summoning a guard from House Martell, and commanded loudly, Bring me my spear and shield. I wish to challenge this sorcerer swordsman. Oberin, without soliciting Arthur's consent, took it upon himself to make this decision. Brown and Ink Bottle immediately grew anxious, eager to dissuade him. They were well aware of the Red Viper's prowess, yet they understood Arthur's exceptional skills even more. Oberin, however, paid no heed to their concerns, readily accepting the spear and shield offered by the guard. And with the spear's tip, he gestured for everyone to clear a space, as if this were his own domain. The members of the Second Sons dispersed accordingly. Arthur remained silent, not drawing his sword from Gryffindor, but instead, he scrutinized Oberin's spear with suspicion. Initially, Oberin assumed the young man was merely timid, reluctant to risk a duel with the Martell Prince. However, as he followed Arthur's gaze to his spear's tip, realization dawned upon him. Ah, you fear my spear is poisoned, do you? Oberin remarked, eliciting astonished looks from the onlookers. He raised the spear's tip and, with a flick of his tongue, assured, Rest assured. This spear is free from poison. Only then did Arthur smile, unsheathing Gryffindor with a decisive clang. Chapter 59. The base unites us as more and more people gathered. The atmosphere grew increasingly charged, akin to a pot on the verge of boiling over. Mercenaries, teamsters, blacksmiths, cooks, and camp followers all curiously peered in, chattering incessantly. Who would prevail in this contest between the former member of the Second Sons, the Red Viper of House Martell, and the current member, the cavalry captain and sorcerer swordsman? Kasparo. Who do you think will win? The smile that had once graced Brown's face had faded, and he inquired, A few months ago, you faced Arthur in a contest. Surely you have the most authority to speak on the matter? Let us not revisit that duel, Kasparo retorted, twisting his pointed beard in dissatisfaction. Initially, I believed I might have a chance to reclaim my honor after losing to Arthur. However, upon discovering that he is a sorcerer capable of wielding magic, I abandoned such notions. So, you believe it is entirely impossible for you to triumph over Arthur? Brown pressed further. Kasparo shook his head, not entirely. You see, I am an assassin. If I could approach him unnoticed, whether to strike or to employ poison, or perhaps orchestrate a volley of arrows from a group of archers, I could indeed prevail, for he is still flesh and blood. Brown nodded. Prince Oberin has not had the luxury of time to arrange such tactics, and he has pledged not to poison his spear. Thus, his remaining reliance lies solely upon his spear, shield, and experience. Oberin is known by the moniker Red Viper due to the crimson hue of House Martell's sun sigil, and he possesses a penchant for coating his weapons in venom, allowing his enemies to perish amidst agony and fear. In his youth, he engaged in an affair with a mistress, only to be discovered by her husband, leading to a duel in which he used a poisoned blade, inflicting a wound that resulted in the husband's agonizing demise after several days of suffering. Such tales are numerous, and even without the use of poison, his nature is marked by cruelty and cunning, akin to that of a serpent. The Red Viper is indeed a fitting name. What use does that serve? Kasparo chuckled softly. I believe Prince Oberin's path to victory hinges on either striking Arthur before his magic can take effect or relying on Arthur's reluctance to harm a prince of House Martell. Brown, with his hands clasped behind his back, regarded Kasparo. Do you think Arthur would hesitate? He certainly would not, Kasparo replied without hesitation. You may find my words incredulous, but I am convinced that Arthur possesses greater audacity than I. I have a persistent sensation that he is unbound by the constraints of nobility, kings, governors, commanders, or soldiers. Brown did not refute his assertion but fell silent, observing intently as the duel commenced. At that moment, Oberin moved forward, wielding his spear and shield, adorned only with a helmet and leather armor to ensure his agility. His choice to forego heavy armor stemmed from his confidence that Arthur would not dare to slay or maim him, a prince of Dorne, in public. Oberin had previously demonstrated his boldness during the tournament by unseating the heir apparent of House Tyrell, Willis, rendering him crippled, a decision driven by circumstance. It was an open competition, where injuries were to be expected, and Oberin's actions had indirectly led to Willis's condition. Witnesses could attest that Willis was struck down by a fallen horse. On the other hand, the long-standing enmity between House Martell and House Tyrell is well known. Each family governs Dorne and Highgarden respectively, enjoying a status of relative equality, neither fearing the other. Conflicts arise, and they endure the consequences. Varys himself bears no ill will towards Oberin. Perhaps he possesses a broad-minded disposition. Or perhaps he wishes to avoid instigating a feud between the two families because of his own actions. Although House Tyrell harbors considerable discontent, they would not resort to assassination against Oberin, as it could escalate into war, thus the matter faded into obscurity. Currently, the disparity in status between Arthur and Oberin is stark. Oberin is aware that Arthur would not maim or kill him in a mere contest. Otherwise, House Martell and all of Dorne would undoubtedly seek retribution. Consequently, he quietly contemplates. I must remain vigilant regarding the sorcery the prince mentioned. This lad requires that sword, and I must evade its point or prevent him from reciting his incantations. The prince had stated that the blood-bearded man was rendered immobile by this lad's magic, remaining frozen for an extended period before regaining movement. Magic, akin to a trick, loses much of its potency once exposed. If I proceed with caution, I shall surely evade its effects. Oberin then swiftly advanced, deliberately shortening the distance between himself and Arthur. Suddenly, he flicked his toes, sending loose gravel flying toward Arthur. At that moment, he noticed Arthur doing the same, propelling debris in his direction. Both quickly dodged, exchanging a glance filled with mutual disdain. This man is truly despicable, relying solely on such underhanded tactics. Then, Arthur took action, maintaining his grip on the shield shaped like an iron and directing the sword of Gryffindor toward Oberin as he recited an incantation. Now that it was known he was a wizard swordsman, there was no need for concealment. Wielding both sword and magic flowed more seamlessly. Oberin, perceptive to Arthur's intentions, deftly evaded, his movements akin to a dance, never granting Arthur an opportunity to aim. Arthur raised his longsword, employing his spell to unleash magic, akin to drawing a bow to strike a constantly shifting target, certainly more challenging than dealing with an unsuspecting foe. Seizing the moment, Oberin pressed closer, ultimately thrusting his spear with a swift motion. Thud. Arthur deflected the spear with his shield, the dull sound echoing as he staggered back slightly from the force. Suddenly, Oberin bellowed, "Huh?" His voice thundered, seemingly aimed at startling Arthur. Yet Arthur remained composed, steadying his shield as he countered Oberin's repeated thrusts, waiting for the opportune moment in Oberin's rhythm of attack, before retaliating with a slash from the sword of Gryffindor. Clang! The sword carved a silvery arc through the air. Although Oberin had adeptly maneuvered his spear out of the way just in time, Arthur nonetheless managed to score a notch along the shaft of the spear with the sword of Gryffindor. He had heard tales of the sword's sharpness, and now witnessing it firsthand, he was certain it was indeed a Valyrian steel sword. However, he was astonished that Arthur had managed to acquire such a rare treasure. Yet, Valyrian steel was not invincible. Otherwise, every encounter with a wielder of such a sword would be hopeless. These blades were simply sharper and more resilient, capable of enduring for centuries without rust or damage, remaining as pristine as ever. Ultimately, it was the wielder of the weapon who determined the outcome. Chapter 60. The true intent of the Red Viper. Oberin withdrew his foot, maneuvering his spear back, and suddenly, with a surge of strength, hurled his shield towards Arthur's head. Following this, he twisted his body, leveraging his entire form to sweep the spear along the ground towards Arthur's legs like a club. This reckless strike was timed perfectly. Arthur would first notice the shield hurtling towards him, whether he chose to block with his shield, slash with his sword, or evade to the side or rear. His attention would be drawn to the shield. Even a fleeting moment of distraction would suffice for Oberin to strike Arthur's legs with his spear. knocking him to the ground and subsequently aiming the spear's tip at his vital points. In such a scenario, even a sorcerous swordsman would have no choice but to surrender. However, just as he released the shield and pivoted to thrust the spear, he heard a chilling utterance from Arthur that resembled the Valyrian tongue. Oberin felt a shiver run down his spine but pressed on with his assault. Given the close proximity in which he hurled the shield at Arthur, he assumed Arthur would not have the time to target him with the sword's tip. Yet, he soon realized that although his assumptions were correct, he had not gained the advantage he had anticipated. The shield he had thrown did not crash into Arthur. Instead, upon Arthur's incantation, it floated in midair, swaying like a feather. Arthur showed no intention to block or dodge the incoming shield. Instead, he raised Gryffindor's sword, employing the levitation charm to keep it suspended aloft. His nightly sword practice with Jorah had instilled in him the composure to maintain clarity amid sudden, perplexing circumstances, allowing him to accurately discern Oberin's true intent. Jorah had been right. One should not focus solely on where the blade strikes or where the tip aims, but ponder the purpose behind the opponent's actions. The interplay of reality and illusion, the tangible and the intangible, often concealed lethal maneuvers within a shroud of ambiguity, necessitating instantaneous judgment. Only in this manner could one seize the opportunity amidst the chaos of combat. As Oberin's spear lashed out, Arthur leaped from the ground, planting a foot upon the spear's tip, effectively pinning it down. The Red Viper, Oberin, felt a jolt of surprise, attempting to retract the spear when a sudden pain shot through his shoulder. His shield had plummeted from midair, striking his shoulder with sufficient force to nearly make him relinquish his grip on the spear. However, retaining one's composure proved futile. For Arthur's sword of Gryffindor was poised menacingly at Oberin's throat, mirroring the very intent Oberin had harbored towards Arthur moments before. Oberin stood frozen, and the gathered crowd fell into an uncanny silence, their collective breath held in suspense. They neither dared to cheer for Arthur nor to sigh in despair, left only with the weight of silence. Among the onlookers, Jorah allowed himself a subtle smile, recognizing Arthur's remarkable progress. He then quietly turned and slipped away, merging into the throng. Uncertain whether Oberin would recognize him, he deemed it wiser to avoid unnecessary entanglements. "You have lost," Arthur reminded, casting his gaze down upon Oberin, who bowed submissively before him. Oberin first glanced at the sword before him, then at the spear tip beneath Arthur's foot. After a moment of silence, laughter escaped him. "Indeed, I have lost," he conceded, taken aback by his defeat at Arthur's hands. "You truly live up to your reputation. Sheath your sword." Yet, Arthur did not sheath his sword. Instead, he raised his shield, shaped like an iron, before him and declared, "Only when you lower your spear and step back a few paces shall this be considered over." Oberin paused, then chuckled again, this time with a hint of resignation. He reluctantly released his spear, rising to his feet and retreating. "This should suffice, then?" "I did not expect you to harbor such a strong prejudice against me." "You are mistaken. The Red Viper does not strike indiscriminately." At that moment, Oberin's mistress, guards, and allies, including the likes of Brown Man, Kasparo, Ink Bottle, and Uhan, approached him with concern, inquiring about his well-being. Oberin waved his hand, signaling that he was unscathed. It was only then that Arthur's sword of Gryffindor resonated with a hum, signifying that he had acquired a new spell. This time, it was the sonorous charm, enabling him to project his voice with greater resonance. He envisioned various applications for this spell, particularly on the chaotic battlefield, where his amplified voice could issue clear and precise commands, rousing those who were disoriented. Arthur then released the spear beneath his foot, took a few steps back, and sheathed his sword, responding to Oberin's earlier comment. "I have simply never fully trusted a person's words or actions. I only choose to place my faith in those whose words align with their deeds, for that is the most fundamental boundary." Words and deeds in harmony. Oberin squinted, then opened his eyes wide, chuckling. "What an intriguing sentiment. I can see why the prince holds you in such high regard." Meanwhile, he mused to himself, "I also understand why that rotund fellow, Pandos, asked me to give this lad a chance, should the opportunity arise." Over the years, Varys had served as the master of whisperers in King's Landing, reliant on his little birds, many of whom were nurtured and dispatched by his friend, Governor Pantos of Lys. Therefore, when a little bird approached Oberin, who had just arrived in Dorne, to convey Governor Illyrio's suggestion, Oberin felt no surprise. Initially, Oberin was skeptical of the claims made by the governor of Illyrio regarding the prowess of Arthur, but after conversing with the sovereign, he found himself increasingly convinced. Upon witnessing the shield levitate in the air moments ago, his belief was solidified. This figure known as Arthur Avalon truly possessed enigmatic magic that was remarkably effective. Perhaps he could indeed be of service to us, to our future endeavors, Oberin pondered. It was revealed that years ago, Jon Arryn, Robert Baratheon, and Eddard Stark had risen against the tyranny of King Aerys Targaryen, ultimately toppling the Targaryen dynasty. Robert, a cadet branch of the Targaryen family, ascended to the throne. However, during that tumultuous time, House Martell was bound by marriage to the Targaryens. Oberin's sister, Elia, had wed Rhaegar Targaryen, bearing 2 children, Rhaenys and Aegon. Tragically, shortly after Rhaegar's demise, the treacherous Tywin Lannister deceived the gates of King's Landing, allowing his armies to invade and massacre the city. Tywin's vassal, Gregor Clegane, and Amory Lorch brutally murdered Rhaegar and Elia's 2 children, while Gregor further violated and killed Elia herself. In the aftermath, neither King Robert nor Duke Tywin took appropriate action against the perpetrators of these atrocities, and instead, they concealed their crimes, inciting the outrage of House Martell. Nevertheless, House Martell chose not to openly oppose King Robert's reign. Instead, they covertly collaborated with Varys, the Master of Whisperers, and Governor Illyrio, who were purportedly loyal to the Targaryen lineage. They meticulously prepared, awaiting the day of the Targaryen restoration, when they could exact vengeance upon the Baratheons and Lannisters. Chapter 61. Schemes among conspirators. The conspirators' preferred choice for a king was none other than Viserys Targaryen, who had fled to the continent of Essos. No one was more suited to be a puppet king than he. However, unbeknownst to Prince Doran and Prince Oberin, Varys and Illyrio had secretly prepared another candidate, a young man claimed to be the son of Rhaegar, Aegon Targaryen. Varys asserted that following the fall of King's Landing, he had substituted the true Aegon with a nameless child who met a tragic fate, leaving only Varys and his accomplices aware of the actual circumstances. Of course, Prince Doran and Prince Oberin also withheld certain secrets from Varys and Illyrio, including a clandestine marriage pact made between Viserys and Doran's eldest daughter, Arianne. Yet, Viserys himself was oblivious to the existence of this contract, having perished so young, making its fulfillment all the more improbable. This illustrates the intricate webs of deceit spun among the conspirators. It was only after Oberin had witnessed Arthur's magic firsthand that he comprehended why Governor Illyrio insisted on his personal visit to evaluate Arthur's capabilities. He began to contemplate the potential role Arthur could play in their grand design. In the present day, Daenerys has become a bargaining chip in the alliance with Khal Drogo. Viserys is poised to acquire 10,000 Dothraki warriors, which would enable him to swiftly cross the Narrow Sea. Coupled with the rebellion brewing in Dorne to the south and Varys acting as an insider in King's Landing, the prospects seem bright. However, what if there existed a more effortless path to victory in this war? Oberin glanced at Arthur before him, a smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "Just now, my shield floated up. That was your magic at play, was it not?" "Indeed," Arthur replied candidly, revealing no hint of concealment. "I have heard from the king that you once used magic to render the leader of the Cadess Company, Bloodbeard, immobile. This implies you possess more than one form of magic, and you can accomplish many feats, correct?" Arthur neither affirmed nor denied this time. Oberin smiled, envisioning the potential role Arthur could play once he won him over. With a modicum of training, Arthur could evolve into an even more formidable assassin than the Faceless Men. If Robert, Tywin, Ned, and other significant figures were to perish silently under his enchantments, how could anyone unaware of the truth uncover any evidence? Moreover, the one responsible for intelligence is Varys. Consequently, the Seven Kingdoms would descend into a state of chaos, leaderless and rife with suspicion. When Viserys returns as the true dragon, backed by House Martell, everything would fall into place. At long last, Oberin could avenge his sister Elia's death. The more Oberin observed Arthur, the more he found him agreeable. He was far more reliable than that Soros Framir. Yet, how could he transform him into a deadly weapon for House Martell? Oberin resolved to gradually understand and cater to his interests. That night, Oberin, along with his mistress, sought lodging with the Second Sons. The brown man did not hesitate to clear a tidy tent for them. His cordial treatment of Oberin stemmed not only from his status as a prince of House Martell, but also from the amicable relations between House Martell and the Second Son's patron, Lord Tyrosh. Dorne and the Stepstones are in such close proximity that ships traverse between them day and night, fostering harmonious trade relations. The interactions between House Martell and Lord Tyrosh himself are frequent and intimate. On occasion, they even join forces to suppress the band of self-proclaimed pirate kings operating near the Stepstones. Curiously, not just House Martell, but also Governor Illyrio and Master of Whisperers Varys are intrigued by the potential of utilizing Viserys and Daenerys, as is Lord Tyrosh. Initially, when Viserys and Daenerys were wandering among the 9 free cities, Lord Tyrosh had contemplated supporting the last scions of House Targaryen for maximum gain. However, As King Robert's reign on the Iron Throne lengthened and Prime Minister Jon proved adept in governance, the Seven Kingdoms gradually stabilized. Lord Tyrosh realized that the opportunity had slipped away and decisively abandoned the Targaryen siblings. In truth, the sovereigns, princes, governors, nobles, and affluent merchants of the 9 great free trade city-states have all had interactions with this pair of siblings. Yet only a select few are genuinely inclined to shelter and protect them. The Golden Company looks down upon Viserys. For their founders and successive leaders have pledged loyalty to the Targaryen bastards, the Blackfyre family, whose very aim was to usurp the Targaryen dynasty. How could the Golden Company, then, extend assistance to the heirs of House Targaryen? Given that Oberin was not averse to spending a night in the camp of the Second Sons, it was only natural for Brown Ben Plum to extend his hospitality. He instructed the quartermaster, known as the Bowl of Ink, to host a banquet, presenting the finest food and drink that the Second Sons could muster to welcome Prince Oberin. Although the quartermaster felt a pang of regret, he understood the necessity of this gesture and promptly made arrangements. A banquet, rivaling the scale of the one held when Brown Ben was elected as the new commander, unfolded beneath the moonlit sky within the camp, enlivening the entire area with bright lights and lively chatter. Arthur first attended the gathering at the main camp to honor Oberin before returning to his cavalry camp, where he joyfully drank with his men. He constantly reminded himself not to forget those who followed him in moments of merriment, lest he ultimately face betrayal. As Arthur engaged in spirited conversation with his companions, a commotion erupted outside the tent, and soon a cavalryman burst through the flap. "What is it? Why the panic?" Arthur inquired calmly, turning to the soldier, who was one of those tasked with guarding the camp's entrance. The cavalryman stammered in response, "See, Captain, Prince Oberin. He is coming." Arthur finished his thought for him, prompting the soldier to nod eagerly. Contemplating the swift arrival, Arthur rose and sauntered outside the tent, where he indeed found Oberin standing at the entrance with 2 guards flanking him. "I did not expect your cavalry to be so strict," Oberin remarked, narrowing his eyes at the soldiers who barred his entry. "I announced my name, yet they insisted on waiting for your command to allow passage." Arthur chuckled. "Prince Oberin, do not frighten them. They are merely following orders. Step aside, gentlemen." The soldiers, witnessing Captain Arthur's approach, felt their tension ease and moved aside. Though they dared not offend Prince Oberin, they were even less inclined to defy Arthur's command. Oberin smiled slightly, feeling increasingly vindicated in having inquired about Arthur's preferences during the banquet with Brown Ben and the others. He had essentially grasped Arthur's thoughts and inclinations. Such discipline was hardly what a mercenary company required, and Arthur sought much more than that. Chapter 62. Oberin refuses to waste time on the indifferent. At around 40 years of age, Oberin was not without his youthful vigor, and he was well aware of the passionate fervor that accompanies such an age. To be candid, even at this stage of life, he remained susceptible to impulsiveness. What thoughts occupied Oberin Martell at the age of Arthur? At that time, Oberin was making his mark within the Second Sons, but soon felt that the company could no longer satiate his ambitions. He then departed to establish his own mercenary band, which garnered him a considerable reputation. Following this, he returned to the Martell family, where the name of the Red Viper grew increasingly renowned, from the words of individuals such as Brown Ben and the Inkpot. Oberin had already sketched a basic outline of Arthur's character. He perceived that Arthur bore a striking resemblance to his younger self in terms of ambition, albeit with a more subdued demeanor. Thus, he had a clear understanding of what Arthur desired. Pointing to the area outside the camp of the Second Sons, he smiled and said, "Arthur, would you accompany me for a short walk and engage in conversation?" After the duel with Oberin had concluded, Arthur sensed the prince's intention to recruit him, and there was no surprise nor hesitation in his response. "Very well, my prince, let us proceed." As they walked, their conversation unfolded casually. Brown Bear, Lean Monkey, and Oberin's guards deliberately fell behind, creating a comfortable distance. Oberin inquired with curiosity about the details of Arthur's victories over the Vulture's Eye and the Second Sons tournaments, while Arthur sought insight into the happenings on the continent of Westeros. After a moment of contemplation, Prince Martell remarked, "Before I departed from Sunspear, King Robert personally summoned Lord Eddard Stark from the north to King's Landing to succeed Jon Arryn as Hand of the King. To celebrate this occasion, a tournament was organized." "Will you not participate in the tournament?" Arthur asked. Ever since I left the eldest son of House Tyrell, Willis, crippled, I have refrained from entering tournaments. Even though Willis frequently writes to me, dismissing the past, it remains a matter of principle." Arthur's curiosity regarding Oberin's relationship with Willis piqued, in some ways. They resembled a friendlier version of Romeo and Juliet. "Does he not harbor resentment towards you? At least he does not express any bitterness in his letters. Instead, he shares with me much of his scholarly pursuits." I soon discovered that we have numerous common interests, leading to a regular correspondence. As Oberin spoke, he found the situation rather astonishing. Despite the age gap and the fact that he was the one who had indirectly caused Willis' condition, Willis did not despise him, but preferred to forge a friendship. This was indeed remarkable. Many deemed Willis overly gentle and rather dull, while they admired his brother, the Knight of Flowers, Loras, for his striking beauty and valor, embodying the essence of House Tyrell. However, Oberin held a differing opinion. Through their extensive correspondence, he felt that Willis was not as meek and timid as others believed, which was a significant reason for the combative Oberin's willingness to befriend him. He would not squander time on those he looked down upon, a principle he applied to Arthur as well. Arthur and Oberin strolled along the riverbank where the second sons were encamped, engaged in a leisurely conversation. Oberin made no mention of any intention to recruit Arthur. He understood that with someone as genuinely talented as Arthur, haste would yield no fruit, but rather unveil an anxious disposition. He needed to cater to Arthur's preferences. Many families trained assassins who merely gambled their lives on a whim, with the success of their missions left to fate. However, true assassins should approach their tasks with complete confidence, viewing their own lives merely as a resource to be utilized. Arthur was evidently of the latter sort. Oberin exhibited considerable patience, and before concluding their casual discourse and returning to the camp, he remarked to Arthur, "Today, you have bested me, and it would be remiss not to offer you a reward. Otherwise, the world would mock me for my stinginess and inability to lose gracefully. Tomorrow, I shall send word back to Dorne, from whence a gift will be dispatched for you. What is this gift? In due time, you shall discover." Oberin squinted his eyes and chuckled habitually. The following morning, Oberin and his entourage took their leave. They were to journey north by ship from Meereen to Pentos, and from there traverse the Valyrian road through the Nodhos Hills to reach Nodhos. The road ahead remained long for them. In the initial days, Arthur pondered the nature of Oberin's gift. However, as the second sons expanded their ranks of mercenaries under the patronage of the great Tyrion, his cavalry grew robust, and the responsibilities upon him multiplied, causing him to gradually forget about the gift. Until one day, a messenger from the Dornish arrived, summoning him to the headquarters. Oberin's present had arrived, prompting him to recall the matter. Upon his arrival at the front of the headquarters, he once again beheld the sigil of House Martell, adorned with a golden spear piercing through a crimson sun, as a contingent of Dornish stood beside the gifts they had escorted. The lively mercenaries gathered around. Arthur bypassed the chests brimming with gold and jewels, which felt secondary to him, and his eyes were immediately drawn to a flash of white amidst the crowd. It was a magnificent white horse. The messenger approached with a beaming smile, introducing, "These are the gifts from Prince Oberin. The gold and jewels need no elaboration. But this horse is a rare Dornish sand steed. The Dornish sand steed is renowned for its slenderness, agility, grace, and endurance, particularly the latter, as Dornish often claim that these horses can run for 2 days and nights without succumbing to fatigue, making them exceptional steeds." This silver-white warhorse was evidently a select choice from House Martell, and even Arthur, unversed in the art of horse evaluation, found it remarkably beautiful. Arthur stepped forward to the silver-white warhorse. It exhaled warm breath through its nostrils, and beneath its long lashes, a pair of lively eyes fixed their gaze upon him. He extended a hand to caress the silver-white steed, which showed no evident resistance. Thus, he stepped into the stirrup, gracefully mounted the saddle, and grasped the reins. The silver-white warhorse let out a piercing neigh, suddenly rearing up, its front hooves raised high, seemingly poised to unseat Arthur from its back. The onlookers were taken aback, their faces etched with shock. However, in the next moment, Arthur amplified his voice with an amplification spell, producing a sound akin to thunder rolling through dark clouds. "Halt! Do not move." This unequivocal command resonated instantly. Many felt a shiver run through them, momentarily halting in their tracks, only to realize that the order was not directed at them. Embarrassment flickered across their faces as they turned to see the once rearing silver warhorse obediently complying. It gracefully returned to all fours, bowing its head and pawing the muddy ground, as if it had never intended to throw Arthur off. Chapter 63. The resurgence of conflict in contested lands. Numerous spectators marveled at Arthur's sudden increase in volume and his swift mastery over the cunning silver warhorse. Yet, what truly captivated them was Arthur's gallant demeanor. Clad in silver armor and wielding a sword, he sat upon the silver steed like a hero returned from an epic of legends. Arthur deftly maneuvered the reins, galloping out of the camp amidst the envious and admiring gazes. He raced across the plains, ascended a hillside, then turned the horse around and sped back. Throughout the journey, the silver horse cooperated seamlessly, as if they were long-established comrades, showcasing its agility as it darted away from the camp and swiftly returned. The mercenaries remained, their eyes ablaze with anticipation for his return. Dismounting, Arthur addressed the guards of the Maytel family. Please convey to Prince Oberon that I am quite fond of this gift. Oberon had indeed struck a chord with him. This gift was to his satisfaction. The guards of the Maytel family beamed with pride, their hearts swelling at the commendation of the warhorses from their homeland. Brown, initially tasked with hosting the Maytel family guards, approached Arthur and his silver steed with a smile. Inquiring, "What name have you chosen for this splendid horse?" Arthur had initially considered names like Silver Blade or Silver Shaded, but one was a play on words and the other lacked gravitas. Finally, recalling a tale from his past, he settled on a name, Jaya. As he stroked the horse's silky coat, he explained, "I shall name it Jaya, meaning the silver light that illuminates the long night." Brown pondered for a moment, nodding repeatedly with a grin, responding, "A wonderful name indeed." The guards from the Maytel family departed early the following day, eager to return to Dorne and report back. Days later, Arthur rode atop the silver horse Jaya, moving steadily forward, accompanied by one of his 3 deputy commanders, Jorah Mormont, along with over 70 cavalrymen. In recent times, the Second Sons have significantly expanded their ranks. Originally, the Brown men aimed to recruit just 600 members. Yet they were taken aback by the overwhelming number of mercenaries eager to join. Their numbers surged from over 300 to more than 700, and Arthur's cavalry unit also grew to over 200. Presently, the 3 vice-captains, Jorah, the Brown Bear, and the Lean Monkey, are tasked with overseeing more than 70 cavalrymen each, making the training increasingly challenging. However, aside from their regular drills, patrol duties are equally essential. While Arthur does not lead every patrol himself, this time he received troubling news, prompting him to personally accompany Jorah and his troop out of the camp for this particular mission. They set forth from the Second Son's encampment, galloping southeast until they reached a small town situated in a disputed area. This was the location the scouts had mentioned. After confirming the information, Jorah turned his somewhat darkened face to Arthur and said, "The tragedy occurred here." Arthur nodded, slowing his steed as they navigated around a towering stone wall and steadily crossed an arch bridge over a stream, entering a tranquil little town. Jorah and the cavalrymen closely followed. Arthur had no intention of allowing his subordinates to disperse and investigate, for the scene was all too clear. Upon entering the town, they were met with a gruesome sight. The ground was a mire of mud and congealed blood. Torn fabric scraps and broken wooden sticks littered the area. The buildings had been set ablaze, the remnants charred beyond recognition, with collapsed walls and scattered rubble obstructing half the road. Yet, conspicuously absent were any signs of life. Soon, however, the grim truth would unveil itself. As they ventured deeper, they encountered towering trees lining the roadside, from which an unbearable stench wafted toward them. Hanging from the branches were lifeless bodies, their skin flayed away, exposing white bones. As crows pecked at the remains, flies buzzed, and maggots crawled. The cavalrymen shivered in horror. Jorah's expression turned grave. "It seems all the people are here. Even if there are survivors, they are unlikely to return." After observing the scene for a while, Arthur sighed. "Let us lower them down, gather them together, and set them ablaze." Understood, Jorah instructed his men to carry out the command. The cavalrymen either climbed the trees to cut the ropes binding the corpses or drew their bows to sever the cords, then collected all the bodies to incinerate them. Most of these men were seasoned veterans, handling the remains with utmost care, aware of how to avoid contagion. Arthur inquired, "Jorah, who do you think is responsible for this?" "I cannot say for certain," Jorah replied, "but the mercenary bands plundering the villages in the disputed territories have tacit approval from the 3 major free trade city-states. However, typically, mercenaries do not descend to such levels of cruelty. In a sense, the mercenaries raiding the disputed lands are akin to the relationship between the Dothraki and the major city-states. As the iron hooves of the Dothraki descended upon the city-state was willing to offer riches, provisions, women, and everything else the Dothraki desired, in hopes that they would depart without inflicting harm. Mercenary companies were expected to behave similarly. The villages situated in disputed territories were well aware that as long as they fulfilled the mercenaries' demands, they would not be excessively brutal. However, this recent massacre of the villages was evidently brutal and exceptionally unusual. Arthur largely concurred with Jorah's sentiments, thus sharing with him the intelligence he had gathered during his days with the Brown. In truth, this was not the first incident of its kind. No one could definitively identify which mercenary group had instigated the first massacre. The result was always the slaughter of villages, prompting the local mercenary group to retaliate. To date, 6 such massacres were known to have occurred. Nearly a month had passed since the 3 great free trade cities signed their treaty, and mercenary groups within the disputed territories had commenced their slaughter, albeit exclusively targeting civilians thus far. Jorah furrowed his brow, remarking on the abhorrence of the situation. Even though they were not knights, but mercenaries, such actions were indeed repulsive. Moreover, Arthur continued, you are aware of the pirates of the Stepstone Islands, are you not? Some act independently, while others are covertly backed by the three great free trade cities. These pirates, akin to our mercenary groups, receive compensation and then plunder and wreak havoc upon the vessels of other city-states. They had maintained a delicate balance. However, the forces allied with the pirate Salader, who proclaimed himself the Prince of the Narrow Sea, departed from the Stepstone Islands towards Dragonstone. It was rumored that King Robert's brother, Stannis, had employed Salader and his fleet for reasons yet unclear. Yet, the reasoning was quite apparent to Arthur. He sensed impending turmoil within the Seven Kingdoms and had thus preemptively hired a fleet to bolster his navy. Stannis's foresight was not misplaced, for the War of the Five Kings was swiftly approaching. This war would refer to the conflict following King Robert's death, wherein 5 individuals would claim the Iron Throne: Stannis, Joffrey, Renly, Robb, and Balon. Among them, Stannis, Renly, and Joffrey all believed themselves to be the rightful heirs to Robert's throne. Meanwhile, Robb sought vengeance for his father, Eddard Stark, aiming to defend House Stark and the North, declaring himself king in the North. As for Balon Greyjoy, since the suppression of his last rebellion, he had been biding his time, believing that Robert's death would present the ideal opportunity for him to declare himself king of the Iron Islands. The ensuing turmoil would directly pave the way for the later landing of young Griffin Aegon Targaryen and the Golden Company. Salader and his fleet, as pirates, held considerable maritime power in the Stepstone Islands. Their sudden withdrawal incited a fierce struggle for control over their territory. Among pirates, conflicts have always been rampant, and this time the violence escalates to a grievous extent. Tyrosh, Mill, and Rhys show no intention of restraining them from behind. Rather, they seem to incite further discord in the disputed lands. If this continues, it is likely that peace in the disputed territories will last no more than half a year before war reignites. This is, in fact, quite normal, as turmoil in these lands far exceeds moments of tranquility. The root cause lies in the multitude of factions unwilling to witness the reconciliation of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters. Forces beyond the Kingdom of the Three Daughters are certainly averse to seeing harmonious relations among them, let alone the formation of an alliance. Whether it be in the continent of Westeros, Pentos, or Volantis, none wish to see the 3 city-states unite, giving rise to a Council of 9 and potentially reigniting the War of the Nine Pennies. They are equally disinclined to witness the economic interdependence of the 3 city-states, as it would grant them control over maritime trade in the Narrow Sea, a veritable nightmare for them. Even within the Kingdom of the Three Daughters, many factions do not welcome the dawn of peace. Some thrive on the anxiety of war, while others are mercenary groups that depend on conflict for their livelihood. In times of peace, mercenary bands must devise ingenious means to sustain their large contingents, as the funds provided by patrons are woefully insufficient. Most individuals who take up mercenary work are no fans of tranquility. Arthur, mounted upon his silver steed, tightened the reins and remarked, after the first massacre of a village, Brownman stated that the Cat Brigade was most likely responsible. Bloodbeard is precisely that kind of person. Yet, as more of these tragedies unfold, I suspect that it cannot solely be the Cat Brigade behind these acts. The Gold Brigade, Windblow Brigade, Longspear Brigade, and others could also be implicated. However, none dare to admit it, all claiming it to be the fault of others, accusing one another of slaughtering innocents, deliberately inciting war, and undermining peace. Now, the matter of village massacres has finally reached our attention within the Second Sun Brigade. The only certainty Arthur holds is that the Second Sun Brigade had no part in these acts of slaughter and pillage. They have been preoccupied with expanding their mercenary operations, leaving them little time for anything else. However, if this situation continues, the flames of war in the disputed lands will surely reignite. Arthur senses that conflict is imminent and understands that the Second Sun Brigade must be prepared. Thus, he and his cavalry departed from the ravaged town and swiftly returned to the Second Sun Brigade. Upon dismounting, Arthur sought out Brownman directly, sharing his observations and advising him to proceed with caution. In truth, I share your foreboding, Brownman replied while seated. Those who linger long enough in the disputed lands can always detect an unusual scent. Many are restless, eager to instigate conflict. He retrieved a wooden box, extracting a letter and handing it to Arthur. This was sent by His Grace of Tyrosh this morning. He has instructed us to exercise our judgment on how to proceed should the situation demand it. Arthur swiftly opened the letter, scanning its contents. It was essentially as Brownman had described, so he carefully tucked the letter away and returned it to Brownman. War, despite its ominous premonitions, remains elusive in its precise timing. Only the initial instigator of such conflict possesses true knowledge of its commencement. The letter from Duke Tyrosh serves as a precautionary measure. Lord Zongrunben pledged to intensify patrols, dispatching additional scouts and patrols while maintaining vigilant oversight of the disputed territories. Soon, circumstances would vindicate Lord Zongrunben's decisions. Within mere days, hostilities erupted between the two mercenary factions. Upon receiving the news, Zongrunben summoned Arthur, Kasparo, Ohan, and Inkbottle to his tent, where he disclosed this alarming intelligence. The conflict was ignited by the Windblown Company and the Cat Company, the latter accusing the former of the murder of a member of their scouting party. While the Ragged Prince of the Windblown claimed the Cat Company had overstepped their bounds, they had already engaged in brutal combat, the outcome of which remained uncertain. Just months prior, the Windblown and Cat Companies had allied against the Golden Company, yet in a matter of months, they had turned upon one another with ruthless abandon. Such treachery is commonplace among mercenary bands, alliances formed and dissolved, battles fought without a shred of camaraderie. The notion of enduring friendship is but a myth. Arthur found little surprise in this turn of events. His thoughts drifted to another formidable force. What of the Golden Company? What were they doing? The answer was disquieting, nothing at all. Lord Zongrunben stated gravely that this inaction was even more troubling. Their reluctance to engage in the fray suggested a calculated strategy. The individuals within the tent exchanged glances, sensing the gravity of the situation. A looming behemoth lay in wait, and the pressure was palpable. Furrowing his brow, Zongrunben posited a troubling theory. Perhaps Mill and the Golden Company had been clandestinely orchestrating the recent turmoil, seeking to incite conflict between the Windblown and Cat Companies for their own gain. However, this remained mere conjecture, lacking any substantiated evidence. Caution was paramount. With the flames of discord kindled between the Windblown and Cat Companies, it was inevitable that the fire would soon spread to their own ranks. Arthur and his companions acknowledged the gravity of their responsibilities as the backbone of the Second Sons. Upon returning to their encampment, Arthur relayed Zongrunben's directives to the three vice-captains, Jorah, Brown Bear, and Lean Monkey. Each had obligations to lead cavalry patrols, as remaining idle within the confines of their camp could present opportunities for rival mercenary factions to exploit. Arthur made a concerted effort to remind them of this critical point. The three vice-captains, having heard numerous rumors, had already anticipated the approach of war. Learning of the skirmish between the Windblown and Cat Companies elicited only mild surprise, and they readily accepted the need for heightened vigilance during their patrols. However, none could foresee that the very next day, the flames of conflict would reach the Second Sons. A horse galloped back to the camp, bearing upon its back a lifeless body, the head cleaved in two. Yet, Ohan managed to recognize the fallen figure. It was the mercenary Bakeu, known for his fondness for men. Ohan's expression darkened. It seemed that Bakeu's demise had come at the hands of his own axe. Bakeu had been serving under Ohan, leading a small cavalry detachment earlier that morning. And now only his corpse had returned, the fates of the others all too evident. Zongrunben had ordered Bakeu to be lifted from the horse, his countenance equally grim. He understood this to be a provocation from the enemy, yet he pondered the identity of the adversaries of the Second Son Brigade. This was a matter he must clarify, for failure to do so would leave them at a significant disadvantage. Chapter 65. Judgments made with nearly no scout intelligence. None of the scouts we dispatched have returned. Zongrunben sat solemnly within the tent. The absence of his former smile revealed his unease. It was likely they had fallen victim to an ambush. Ohan nodded silently in agreement. Kasparo twirled his pointed mustache, remarking, "This suggests the enemy is quite close to us." The quartermaster, perspiring profusely, with a shiny bald head, queried, "Should we break camp and leave immediately?" "Not at all." Arthur interjected, clad in silver armor, his silver falcon helmet resting nearby. "Before we ascertain the identity of our foes, it would be reckless to move. With over 700 men acting in unison, we would be playing directly into the enemy's hands." He gestured to the map spread upon the table, indicating the current position of the Second Son Brigade. The enemy's slaughter of villages and the murder of patrols were clear provocations designed to incite our wrath, while returning Bakeu's body was a tactic to instill terror among our mercenaries. Both actions aimed to cloud our judgment. If the enemy were truly confident in their offensive capabilities, they would not require such theatrics. A straightforward raid akin to that of the Vulture Brigade on the Second Son Brigade would suffice. At present, they continued to decimate our scouts while remaining immobile, likely biding their time for an opportune moment, perhaps the moment we break camp and mobilize en masse. In such a scenario, we would inevitably disperse our forces, whether to scout the way ahead, to protect our supplies, or to safeguard personnel. The enemy could exploit this opportunity to strike, plunging us into chaos. If that were the case, it would be wiser to hold our ground, consolidating our forces to confront the external threat. This would afford us at least some measure of preparation. Even if all our scouts met their demise, we would still discern the enemy's true nature when they drew sufficiently near, marking the moment for a decisive confrontation. Arthur's suggestion to fortify the camp was born of necessity. Ordinarily, they would await the scouts' reports to gauge the enemy's identity, intentions, and to determine their strategy for engagement. However, none of the scout parties dispatched had returned to the camp. He had long recognized the unreliability of the scouts from the Second Sons Brigade, a conclusion drawn from his own numerous experiences and the successful night raids by the Raven Brigade. However, it now appeared that he had underestimated the incompetence of the scouting team. The current situation suggested that the enemy's scouts were well aware of the movements of the Second Sons Brigade, while the latter remained oblivious to the enemy's intentions. Under such circumstances, mobilizing over 700 men was decidedly imprudent. Brown understood Arthur's implications swiftly, nodding in agreement. At this juncture, acting recklessly could indeed render the Second Sons Brigade a target for the enemy. The paramount concern was to ascertain who intended to strike against them. In the disputed territories, they often experienced a sensation of being surrounded by foes, making it exceedingly difficult to discern which faction sought to target them. The group once more turned their gaze to the map, which succinctly delineated the territories of the mercenary factions. Kasparo shifted his position, clad in a pink robe and lightly dusted with perfume. He pointed with the hilt of his short sword at the potential mercenary groups. Excluding those factions beyond reach and any that posed no immediate threat, the groups likely to attack them were narrowed down to a few. On the mill front, the Golden Brigade, the Wolf Pack Brigade. On the wrist front, the Windblowers Brigade, the Long Spear Brigade, and the Iron Shield Brigade. Kasparo paused before adding, from the Taloshi front, the Cat Brigade. The Windblowers Brigade and the Cat Brigade were engaged in combat, thus they could be ruled out. Moreover, the Cat Brigade is considered to be on our side, Wu Huan coldly stated. Then remind me to confirm our amicable relations with Bloodbeard the next time we encounter him. Kasparo retorted with a sardonic grin. I merely suggested a possibility. Their exclusion is not a matter of contention for me. At that moment, Wu Huan's mood soured. The first death notification for the Second Sons Brigade had come from his soldier, Bakeo, and he had also lost a small cavalry unit. Now, every conversation felt as though the other party owed him a debt. Upon hearing Kasparo still had the inclination to jest, Wu Huan shot him a fierce glare. It should not be the Golden Brigade, Arthur pondered, for adjacent to the Golden Brigade are the Windblowers Brigade and the Cat Brigade. Even if they dispatched a fractional force to ambush us, it would provoke a severe reaction from both the Windblowers and the Cat Brigade, who would assume they were being attacked from behind. Furthermore, it is hard to imagine that the Golden Brigade would forfeit such an opportunity. Should the Windblowers and the Cat Brigade become embroiled in a fierce clash, it would be an ideal moment for them to strike. Kasparo raised an eyebrow. So, it follows that one of the Wolf Pack Brigade, the Long Spear Brigade, or the Iron Shield Brigade intends to attack us, to claim our heads for bounty, seizing our possessions and women to replenish their coffers? Perhaps more than one, Arthur replied, harboring an unsettling premonition. Among the three mercenary groups, the Long Spear Brigade boasted the greatest strength with 800 cavalry, followed by the Iron Shield Brigade with 700, and the Wolf Pack Brigade with 300. Among the mercenary groups, any single faction would find it somewhat challenging to overpower us. However, should 2 or 3 mercenary bands form an alliance, the situation would become decidedly different. Brown, instinctively touching his severed nose, contemplated this possibility. Only a coalition of their forces could sufficiently annihilate the scouts dispatched by the Second Sons Regiment. He straightened his posture, preparing to inquire further with Arthur, when sudden hurried footsteps echoed from outside the tent. A mercenary lifted the curtain, allowing a piercing light to flood in. Brown, somewhat irked, asked, "What is it? Did I not command that we be undisturbed?" "Captain, the mercenaries stationed at the camp are in a fluster. 2 scouts have returned." Brown was taken aback and immediately sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Where are they? Bring them to us." Soon, 2 stretchers were brought into the tent, carrying with them a bitter herbal scent mingled with a nauseating odor that assailed everyone's nostrils. The 2 scouts upon the stretchers were grievously wounded, bloodied, and in a pitiful state. The regiment's physician examined one of them, only to shake his head, for that scout had succumbed to his injuries before entering the tent, multiple arrows embedded in his body having led to his demise from excessive blood loss. The other scout still clung to life. The physician hastily began to treat his wounds, but upon seeing the grotesque injury on his abdomen, bleeding profusely, he concluded that the scout would soon lapse into unconsciousness, awakening at the earliest by the following day. Yet, Time was of the essence, and none could ascertain whether the enemy would strike during this interval. Brown stood beside the surviving scout, eager to extract vital information. But the scout was feverish, delirious, and mumbled incoherently, leaving Brown unable to glean anything. At that moment, the physician turned his gaze toward Arthur. The others followed suit. Recalling how they had witnessed Arthur frequently employing magic to heal the wounded of the Second Sons Regiment, if anyone could rouse this gravely injured scout, it would undoubtedly be Arthur. Meeting the collective gaze, Arthur stepped forward and declared, "Allow me to give it a try." Chapter 66. Refusing defeat and declining surrender. The others were not surprised by this, for they had long heard and personally witnessed how Arthur utilized magic to heal his subordinates. This garnered him even greater affection from his men. In time, many members of other cavalry units sought his assistance after sustaining injuries. As long as the wounds were not too severe, he would gladly oblige, providing healing. The news of the wizard swordsman's healing abilities swiftly spread throughout the Second Sons Regiment, with every mercenary he treated singing his praises, thus elevating his reputation considerably within the group. Consequently, the others stepped aside, leaving only the physician to remain by the side of the gravely wounded scout. The physician, among those present, had witnessed Arthur's magical healing of the wounded more than anyone else. With a heart full of hope, he widened his once murky eyes, and his mouth, hidden beneath his white beard, slightly parted. Arthur spoke little, drawing forth the sword of Gryffindor, its silver tip pressed against the wound in the scout's abdomen. Where only a breath remained, the incantation for the healing spell flowed gently from his lips. In mere moments, those within the tent observed the scout's wound cease its bleeding after a brief outpouring of blood. The physician extended his withered hands to examine the injury and was overjoyed to discover that the bleeding had stopped, exclaiming, "Captain Arthur, your magic is truly remarkable." "I have merely performed a small task," Arthur replied while continuing to invoke the healing spell. In truth, Arthur's healing incantation accelerated the healing process for ordinary wounds. It could restore health almost instantaneously. In other words, the more severe the injury, the greater the magical energy and time required for healing. However, the healing spell was not omnipotent. It could not revive the deceased or aid those who had succumbed to poisoning, drowning, or freezing, in the case of burns. The effectiveness depended on the severity of the injury. Presently, the scout's wound appeared alarming, yet it was not fatal. He had merely lost excessive blood, rendering him quite weak. Now, with Arthur's healing spell staunching the flow, the wound visibly began to mend, effectively undergoing a healing phase that would ordinarily take much longer, all under Arthur's intervention. The onlookers watched in silence as Arthur continuously channeled his magical energy into the scout's wound, witnessing the once formidable injury shrink to merely a few inches. When Arthur withdrew the sword of Gryffindor, the physician reached out to wipe away the blood from the scout's abdomen, astonished to find that not only had the wound healed, but it bore no scar. Truly, it was a marvel. No matter how many times the physician observed it, he remained profoundly astonished. After a while, the scout on the stretcher regained consciousness. He opened his eyes, surveying the gathered crowd, and emitted a hoarse sound. Upon seeing him awake, everyone rushed closer. The brown-skinned man directly inquired, "Which mercenary group attacked you? Where are they now?" "It was the Long Spear Brigade," the scout managed to respond, still recovering. "The Iron Shield Brigade is." He mentioned a location. Kasparo retrieved the map, and upon inspection, the group realized that the mentioned place was merely a league away from the Second Son Brigade. Note: 1 league is approximately 5 kilometers, 1 mile is about 2 kilometers. 1 yard is roughly 1 meter, 1 foot is about 30 centimeters, and 1 inch is around 3 centimeters. The brown-skinned man felt a chill run down his spine. The enemy discovered by the scout was alarmingly close, and the scouts in vanguard who remained unaware might be even nearer. While the Second Son Brigade had only just begun to grasp the true nature of the enemy, the Longspear Corps and the Iron Shield Corps swallowed hard. Trembling as they spoke, they must have formed an alliance. Together, they possess over 1,500 cavalry and catapults. What shall we do? Should we seek aid from the Cat Corps or another mercenary group from the Talosi side? Kasparo suggested. Brownman shook his head. It is too late. It seems we can only engage in a desperate battle against the Long Spear Corps and the Iron Shield Corps. He had initially intended to say they could either surrender or fight to the death, but upon seeing Arthur present, he altered his words. Fortunately, they had not immediately broken camp. Otherwise, the forces in the middle or rear of the Second Son Corps might have collided directly with the points of the Long Spear and Iron Shield Corps. In such a scenario, retreat would have turned into a rout. Upon discovering who had slain his soldiers, Bohan's expression became one of fierce determination. What does it matter if they have 1,500 cavalry? I will make them pay. However, with their alliance, their cavalry numbers were double that of theirs. The ink bottle looked around desperately at the others before fixing his gaze on Arthur. Unless, Arthur, you can cast a curse on those two commanders from here. Arthur shook his head. I have told you countless times, I cannot curse someone from a distance. Perhaps there are others who can, but I cannot, at least not at this moment. The ink bottle displayed a look of disappointment. Yet, Brown Man discerned the underlying implication. So, if you get close enough, you can indeed curse him? It cannot be termed as cursing, Arthur replied. But if Commander Gilo of the Longspear Corps were merely a few paces away from me, I would have confidence in eliminating him. The group exchanged glances before ultimately turning to Brown Man. He made a decisive statement. Very well. If this battle is to be won, it must be by eliminating their commander, leading to chaos within their ranks. Arthur, this task is entrusted to you and your cavalry. The remaining cavalry of the Second Sun Corps will strive to buy you time and opportunity. Subsequently, Brown Man ordered the scouts to be deployed once more, restricting their range to within a mile of the Second Sun Corps. He commanded the entire unit to arm themselves and remain ready for combat. Once they were prepared, in the afternoon, the scouts returned with news of having spotted the vanguard of the Longspear and Iron Shield Corps. Further reconnaissance revealed that the main forces of both corps had already arrived, standing atop the wooden tower of the Second Sun Corps encampment. Arthur retrieved his monocular and could see the banners of the Longspear and Iron Shield Corps fluttering in the distance. They appeared as a spear and a shield, seemingly a flawless combination. Soon after, he noticed a troop galloping towards them from the direction of the Longspear and Iron Shield Corps. He descended from the wooden tower to inspect at the camp entrance. The troop arrived at the Second Sun Corps encampment, proclaimed their identity, and stated they were envoys sent by the Longspear and Iron Shield Corps to persuade the Second Sun Corps to surrender. Upon encountering the envoys of the Brown Man Ben Kasparo, they added, should you fail to surrender before dusk, we shall launch an assault on the sons of the Second, employing our catapults to obliterate your encampment and our cavalry to decimate your ranks. Ben, aware that rebuking the Longspear and Iron Shield battalions for their unilateral abrogation of the treaty would be futile, refrained from elaborating on that matter. In previous times, he might have capitulated at the first sign of adversity, unwilling to engage in a battle devoid of hope. However, armed with the sorcerer's sword and backed by the great Lord Tylosi and the Red Viper, he was resolute in his refusal to concede. He decided to wager everything. Should fortune favor him, the sons of the Second could achieve their most glorious victory in years. If fate turned against him, there might still be time to flee. Thus, gritting his teeth, he declined the envoys' counsel to surrender. The envoys regarded them with disdain, as if they were mere corpses. We shall relay your words to the commanders of the Longspear and Iron Shield battalions unaltered. Undoubtedly, you have made a grave error in judgment. Soon, our forces will annihilate you completely. Chapter 67. The Resolve to Engage in Battle. Silver Horse, adorned with a lightweight armor that mirrored its master's silver garb, stood ready. This horse armor had been meticulously forged by a blacksmith's hammer, fitting it perfectly. Arthur, mounted upon his steed, peered through the lens of a monocular towards the densely packed formations of troops in the distance. There, the banners of the Longspear and Iron Shield battalions fluttered in the wind. Beneath those banners lay a full array of cavalry, spears, shields, bows, swords, and catapults, all fully deployed. The commanders of the Longspear and Iron Shield battalions were stationed deep within the ranks of 1,500 cavalry, where the tallest banners of their respective factions stood entwined. Arthur had previously encountered the commanders of these battalions during his time in Tylosi, but they had been defeated early in the tournament, thus missing the chance to engage with him directly. The commander of the Longspear battalion, Gilo, was a somewhat shabby mercenary, while the commander of the Iron Shield battalion, Vala, was an elderly man with a hooked nose. Before establishing the Windblown Company, Prince Rags had served alongside the Sons of the Second in the Iron Shield battalion. Vala had fought alongside Prince Rags in those days, but they had since parted ways. Unfortunately, the limited field of vision afforded by the monocular prevented Arthur from discerning the precise locations of Gilo and Valley amidst the throng of enemy cavalry. It appeared that he would have to charge toward the two banners to ascertain their positions. He stowed the monocular and glanced to either side, noticing Jorah, fully equipped, sitting resolutely upon his mount. The brown bear had secured a spiked hammer at his waist, wielding the double-headed flail he had seized from the leader of the ravenous crows. The lean monkey, after donning a long sword, was audibly ensuring that the crossbow in his grasp was functioning properly. Behind him, over 200 cavalrymen, clad in armor or leather, wielding an array of weapons, exhibited a demeanor of solemn resolve, though a few trembled, uncertain if from fear or excitement. Suddenly, Arthur was startled by an eerie sound, followed by a shadow streaking across the sky. He traced its course and beheld it transform into a rolling stone, crashing violently into the watchtower of the Second Son's camp. With a resounding thud, the wooden tower, which Arthur had recently ascended, was cleaved in two as if struck by an axe, its structure collapsing and reducing it to mere splinters. More shadows darted across the heavens, striking the wooden tower, tents, and stables of the Second Son's forces with a series of alarming thuds, effortlessly demolishing the structures. Subsequently, the catapult ceased its bombardment, falling into a silent pause as if recalibrating. Jorah, seasoned by the trials of battle, informed Arthur that soon, the next volley would come crashing down upon them. Arthur nodded in acknowledgement. Positioned at the rear of the Second Son's formation, it was indeed plausible that they would be the first to be struck by the catapult as projectiles. However, he refrained from issuing any commands, his gaze intensely fixed ahead. As if sensing Arthur's focus, the ranks before him stirred, with numerous soldiers raising their banners. In a thunderous crescendo, the earth began to tremble as over 500 cavalry surged forward at the sound of the horn. The cavalry of the Second Son roared, led by the likes of Brownman, Gasparo, and Wohan, charging headlong into the enemy's formation of 1,500. The adversary, too, sounded their horns and raised their flags, with over 700 cavalrymen emerging with equal fervor. The clash between the two forces erupted like a collision of hammer and stone, sparks flying as mercenaries engaged fiercely. Arthur's view obscured the frontline skirmish, but he noticed approximately 100 enemy cavalry at the rear, not advancing but instead drawing their bows and loosing arrows skyward. With deadly precision, the arrows arced through the air like a rain of death, piercing deep into the ranks of the Second Son's cavalry. Though the specifics of the battle remained elusive to Arthur, he understood that this was decidedly unfavorable for his side. Yet, this very circumstance represented the opportunity Arthur had been anticipating. Drawing the sword Gryffindor, he raised it skyward and, employing the amplification spell, commanded his comrades, "Charge forth. Engage the enemy. Leave no leader standing." Echoing through the valley, Jorah, Brown Bear, Slim Monkey, and the assembled cavalry raised their weapons in unison, shouting, "Charge forth. Engage the enemy. Leave no leader standing." With a pull of the reins, Silver Knight galloped ahead, leading the charge as Arthur surged forth, resolutely moving into the fray without a glance back. At that moment, he once again heard the ominous roar of the catapults. The chilling sound echoed through the air as several terrifying shadows descended from the heavens, akin to meteors of annihilation, mercilessly crashing towards the very position where Arthur's cavalry had once stood. If his cavalry hesitated or failed to advance, a significant portion would be caught off guard, reduced to mere pulp beneath the falling stones. Arthur, mounted upon his steed, galloped forward, his breath momentarily caught in his throat as he exhaled heated air, while the fervent cries of battle, akin to the raging of a wildfire, reached his ears. 200 cavalrymen, like the shaft of a spear, followed the glint of his silver lance, piercing through the armor of the enemy with the same ferocity as a long spear emerging from behind a shield of over 500 warriors. They deftly bypassed the fierce engagement unfolding on the battlefield, charging towards the two banners raised high. The enemy soon noticed this cavalry unit. The leading foes ceased their archery toward the 2nd Battalion and redirected their focus upon them. Arthur felt the lava dragon egg within his pendant radiating an intense heat. With a swift motion, Arthur raised his iron-shaped shield before him, only to hear a clattering sound as his shield trembled incessantly, the armor of his steed, Silver Knight, echoing the same resonant clang. As the enemy's first volley of arrows concluded and they began to retrieve their projectiles, the bowmen, led by a slender figure, raised their bows in retaliation. A hail of arrows flew forth, and amidst the chaos, several enemy cavalrymen were struck down. Suddenly, the thunderous sound of hoes resounded once more. From behind the enemy archers surged forth a fresh wave of cavalry, some brandishing long spear banners, others raising iron shields, ferocious as wolves. The two cavalry units collided almost instantaneously, leaving neither side any time to react. Arthur, spurred on by this momentum, swung his gleaming sword. In a flash, the silver light cleaved through the air, severing the head of an enemy cavalryman along with his helmet. Amidst the bloodshed, he parried an axe swung by another foe with his shield and thrust Gryffindor's sword into the man's eye socket, piercing through to the brain. Withdrawing his blade, the man fell from his mount, destined to become mere muck beneath the pounding hooves. Having dispatched two adversaries, Arthur did not allow the rush of adrenaline to cloud his judgment. Instead, he employed the amplification spell, calling out to his cavalrymen, "Charge, break through their ranks. Leave no enemy leader alive." In the next instant, a thunderous response echoed, "Charge, break through their ranks, leave no enemy leader alive." The frenzied cavalry surged around him, rallying together. Chapter 68, Life and death. Arthur was acutely aware that the magical energy coursing through his veins, as well as that contained within the lava dragon egg, was not limitless. Once depleted, both he and the egg would need to slowly replenish their magic in this low magic world, during which time he would be unable to wield any spells. Thus, Arthur had already contemplated and clarified the magic he would employ and the targets upon whom he would unleash it prior to the onset of battle. Just as he had proclaimed moments ago, his objective was to hunt down the leaders within the enemy ranks, those who were unmistakably soldiers or commanders, effectively aiming for a decapitation. His intent was to sow chaos to the greatest extent possible, to create opportunities for his forces, and to swiftly breach the enemy's defenses, advancing towards the two flags raised high, without the necessity for overly intricate tactics or spells. The levitation charm, wand lighting charm, disarming charm, shrinking charm, revealing charm, and healing charm each possessed their own merits. However, due to factors such as range, precision, duration, and critical application, Arthur set them aside for the moment. Until the situation shifted, he would resort to only two forms of magic. One was the sonorous, to command his cavalry amidst the enemy ranks, and the other was the full body bind curse, to swiftly incapacitate distant enemy commanders. With a mighty roar, the powerful brown bear beside Arthur wielded the double-headed wolf mace, reforged by a blacksmith, as if it were a mere stick, crashing it down upon two enemy cavalrymen ahead. Blood sprayed forth, splattering against the bear's armor. The two enemy riders were hurled from their mounts, colliding with several others. In that instant, Arthur discerned, just behind the two fallen cavalrymen, a rider whose armor and lance were markedly different from those around him, akin to a new cloth juxtaposed against an old one. He galloped forward, raising the sword of Gryffindor, its tip aimed at the man, articulating a spell in a pronunciation reminiscent of High Valyrian, Petrificus Totalis. In an instant, the cavalryman felt a chilling sensation enveloping him. Unable to control himself, he cast aside his lance and shield, becoming rigid as he swayed on his saddle. Teetering on the brink of falling off his horse, Arthur gallantly rode forward, sword raised, and with a swift stroke, severed the head, which tumbled through the air like a ball, landing with a thud upon the ground. The silver steed neighed, kicking back with its hooves, sending the severed head into the heap of bodies that had accumulated. The mercenaries under the command of that fallen soldier were momentarily struck with terror, rendered somewhat bewildered by the spectacle. Jorah surged forth like a tempest, elegantly and precisely claiming lives with each swing of his sword, granting them no opportunity for resistance. Arthur raised the sword of Gryffindor once more, shouting with the sonorous, "The commander is dead. Charge with me. Charge." The blood-curdling battle cry echoed like a malevolent spirit in the night, as the bloodied cavalry surged forward once again, thundering along in pursuit of Arthur. They tore a rift through the enemy cavalry, advancing towards the massive wooden siege engines visible in the distance. The catapults operated slowly yet steadily, as mercenaries lifted stones and placed them upon the slingshot-like hoods. Then, they swiftly dispersed, and the heavy weights at the front of the catapults came crashing down with a resounding clatter, simultaneously propelling the stones aloft. Those stones soared into the sky, tracing an arc before plummeting downwards toward the cavalry of the opposing forces. This was the optimal moment for the catapults to unleash their fury. Once the two sides clashed and confusion reigned, they would be rendered ineffective. Arthur's cavalry charged towards the cluster of catapults, and immediately, two squads of horsemen flanked from either side, attempting to scatter Arthur's forces. The slender monkey loosed 3 arrows from his crossbow, then unsheathed his sword to cleave an enemy cavalryman who charged at him. His keen eyes soon spotted something, prompting him to rush to Arthur's side and point decisively. "Captain, over there," the one wielding the Iraq curved blade. Arthur was in the midst of delivering a devastating blow to an enemy cavalryman, nearly severing his head from his shoulders. Upon hearing the monkey's warning, he turned and quickly discerned the foe wielding the Iraq blade, which resembled both a scythe and a sword. That adversary was remarkably swift, inflicting casualties upon Arthur's cavalry in rapid succession. Another soldier to be dealt with, even if he were not a soldier. He was undoubtedly a leader who needed to be eliminated. Arthur pulled the reins, and his silver steed veered towards the threat. Suddenly, the brown bear emerged, shield in hand, charging forth like a formidable iron wall, blocking several arrows that had been loosed from nearby. Arthur, however, did not spare a glance. This was not a moment for gratitude. He swung his sword at the enemies ahead, with Jorah and the slender monkey following closely, clearing away the chaotic adversaries to reveal the ripe fruit that awaited. The enemy soldier instinctively sensed the peril, yet the blood of the Dothraki coursing through his veins left no room for retreat. He urged his horse forward, intending to intimidate with his chilling Iraq blade and fierce shouts. But alas, The binding curse manifested upon him first, rendering him unable to grasp the Irak blade, which slipped from his palm. Even more terrifying was his inability to move. He could only watch helplessly as his galloping steed unwittingly presented his vital organs to Arthur. With a swift thrust, Arthur's Gryffindor sword pierced through his chest, sending him crashing from his mount, the blade smoothly withdrawing from his body. The leader is dead. Charge with me. In a voice amplified by the amplification spell, Arthur's tone resonated like that of a deity descending, invigorating his allies and instilling dread in his foes. Charge. This time, even the usually composed Jorah joined the cacophony of battle cries alongside the brown bear, the slender monkey, and the rest of the cavalry. Under the terrifying might of Arthur's cavalry, the larger phalanx and Iron Shield regiment fell ominously silent until someone shattered the stillness with a piercing cry. He is the wizard swordsman. Indeed, he wields the magic of the dark gods. He is invincible. A wave of gasps echoed through the ranks of the enemy cavalry. There existed an abundance of both subtle and overt rumors regarding the wizard swordsman, rendering it nearly impossible to discern truth from fiction. Yet, it now appeared that all the tales were indeed accurate. Nonsense! One man suddenly bellowed, swinging his war hammer and crushing the skull of the mercenary who had spread such treachery. Even if he is a wizard, one blow from me would reduce you to nothing. Before his words could fully escape his lips, a flash of silver sliced through the wall of mercenaries before him like a blade. In the blink of an eye, Arthur's sword point was upon him. The soldier's breath hitched. He recalled the words of Captain Giro and Captain Valley during the pre-battle mobilization. If they encountered the wizard swordsman, there was no need for panic. Simply avoid the point of his sword to evade his magic. Thus, he turned his head aside. However, Arthur had no intention of casting a spell as he had anticipated. Instead, he raised his sword at an angle, and in the fleeting moment that the soldier's astonishment morphed into fear, he brought it down. With a sickening squelch, the soldier's head burst like a ripe watermelon, and his body lurched grotesquely before collapsing onto the horse's back. Amidst the throngs of enemy cavalry, Arthur raised the sword of Gryffindor once more and shouted with the aid of an amplification spell, "The leader is dead. Charge with me." This time, he scarcely managed to finish his proclamation before his cavalrymen, their eyes ablaze with fury, surged forward like a deluge, engulfing all enemies in their path. Charge. Chapter 69. The day of the shattered swords reforging, the thunderous hooves of the cavalry steeds splashed through the mud as they galloped toward the colossal wooden siege beast, causing the mercenaries who had previously been hurling stones to scatter in a panic. Arthur and his silver steed raced forth, swiftly severing the banners of the phalanx and Iron Shield regiment, without pausing for breath, before tugging on the reins and leading his troops onward. The cavalry behind him did not merely trot past. The lean figure of the monkey sidestepped, firing 3 sharp arrows from his crossbow, which struck with a resounding thud as the heavy ropes suspending the siege stones snapped. The weight, akin to a massive counterbalance, plummeted down, instantly crushing an unsuspecting enemy mercenary into a bloody pulp. Jorah, in the midst of his charge, executed swift and decisive strikes, dispatching those mercenaries tasked with guarding the siege engines who had yet to mount their horses. Brown Bear was even more relentless. He secured his massive shield on his back, raised the enormous double-headed mace with both hands, muscles taut and veins bulging, and with a furious roar, he brought it crashing down. Smash! The very foundation of the siege engine shattered in an instant, splinters flying as a broken beam was sent hurtling through the air. Thus, after the Arthur cavalry swept through, only a few inoperable catapults remained. Shortly thereafter, the situation shifted as the engagements between the Second Sons, the Pike Company, and the Iron Shield Company intensified into fierce combat. They had long since lost any semblance of a precise formation or line, merging into a chaotic melee of friend and foe alike. The catapults, delayed by the Arthur cavalry, had missed their prime opportunity for use and were rendered ineffective. As the cavalry of both sides clashed head-on, Gilo, the leader of the Pike Company, and Valley, the commander of the Iron Shield Company, ascended a makeshift platform constructed from a dilapidated siege tower to gain a clearer view of the battlefield. Their banners were planted on either side of the platform, fluttering in the wind, ensuring visibility for both allies and adversaries. To the enemy, it served as a deterrent, while for their own troops, it functioned as a source of motivation. The commanders stood resolutely, undeterred, confident that the war would unfold as they had foreseen, leading to victory. This was the conviction they wished to instill in their mercenaries. From this elevated vantage point, they could better assess the unfolding battle and issue commands accordingly. After the Second Son's mercenaries had rebuffed offers to surrender, Gilo and Valo sensed a surge of defiance among them, which could hinder their ability to subdue the Second Son smoothly. It was akin to fishing. One could not exert all their strength at the outset. If one could reel in the fish at once, that would be ideal. Otherwise, they risked either breaking the line or being pulled into the water themselves. Having formed an alliance and identified their target for consumption, they devised a strategy to counter the potential uprising of the Second Sons. The two mercenary companies would deploy over 700 cavalry to engage the Second Sons' forces, while simultaneously utilizing catapults and archers to inflict continuous casualties upon them, followed by successive waves of cavalry reinforcements. This strategy of incrementally augmenting their cavalry strength would lead the fervent mercenaries of the Second Sons to realize, after fighting valiantly for a considerable time, that their comrades were dwindling in number. By the time they sensed the peril, the noose would already be tightening around their necks. The remaining mercenaries of the Second Sons would find themselves encircled by the cavalry of the Pike and Iron Shield companies, leading to their annihilation. With a clear numerical advantage, the Pike and Iron Shield companies believed their cavalry's strength far surpassed that of the disorganized Second Sons. They employed this foolproof strategy, convinced there was no reason they should fail. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A troop of cavalry burst forth from the rear of the enemy's formation, charging into their ranks and slaughtering their archers. The unremarkable Gilo observed through his telescope and estimated that this cavalry unit comprised around 200 men. He felt no concern, for they had over 700 prepared to engage. Their reckless charge into the fray would soon lead to their own army being engulfed and gradually digested. This was the initial assumption of Jorah and Valley. However, through the lens of the mill, they quickly discerned that events were not unfolding as they had imagined. The cavalry swiftly dispatched their archers and dismantled the formations of the encircling cavalry, subsequently destroying the catapults and advancing directly into their lines. Valley, stroking his hooked nose, spoke with a seasoned gravity. They may be elite soldiers from the Second Sons, distinct from ordinary mercenaries. Yet, they number only 200. Once their initial fervor is spent, they will soon realize how foolish it is to penetrate the enemy ranks in such a manner. Indeed, Jorah concurred, they are overly bold yet lack strategy. Such adversaries are destined to become mere stepping stones for our ascent. A flicker of ambition gleamed in Vala's murky eyes. Indeed, who claims that the battles and contested lands are merely games for the Golden Company, the Cats, and the Windblown? In the end, status must be earned through tangible achievements. However, before Vala could elaborate further, Jorah let out a piercing scream. Good heavens. Vala, look. Am I seeing things? Vala had never witnessed Jorah in such a state of panic. He raised the telescope in astonishment, and upon looking through it, his sallow complexion turned pale. The cavalry that had surged into the enemy's ranks were not encircled nor blocked. They moved with the precision of a butcher's knife, penetrating deeply without obstruction. Wherever they advanced, no cavalry could thwart them, and banners that had once been raised were severed, falling beneath the onslaught of countless hoofs. The only banner that soared, symbolizing the Second Sons, was the broken sword flag, which raced through the air without faltering. What horrified Jorah and Valley even more was that this relentless cavalry was heading directly towards their elevated position, having torn through a formidable line of over 700 men. Damn it, Jorah cursed. Whose cavalry is this, so fiercely courageous? Valley, after a moment of stunned observation, swallowed hard and replied tremulously, it is the Sorcerer Knight. The figure in the telescope, adorned in a blood-red robe and white armor, was one Vala had seen during his time in Tellys, and he quickly recognized that its master must be Arthur Avalon. Jorah was taken aback. Arthur Avalon. I had thought him engaged in fierce combat up ahead. How can he be here? Quite simply, Vala lowered the telescope. He is coming for us. Coming for us? Jorah quickly grasped the implication, his anger flaring. What audacity! Who does he think he is? The number of sorcerers I have slain could stack as high as a tree. Jorah, we should descend from this vantage point. What? Valley, don't tell me you truly believe they can reach us here and take our lives? Are you blinded by his magic? Have you been frightened into submission? Gilo was also gripped by fear, yet he was unwilling to depart, leaving behind a legacy of cowardice. For such a fate would render him incapable of commanding his mercenary band. Thus, he unleashed a torrent of spittle upon Valley's wrinkled visage, exclaiming, we cannot retreat. To do so would allow the wizard knight Arthur to triumph. However, when Gilo turned once more, he was astounded to behold an astonishing scene. The cavalry regiment led by Arthur had, in the brief span of his discourse with Valley, advanced to within approximately 300 yards of the elevated platform. The speed at which these cavalry surged forth was unprecedented and unseen. Chapter 70. The Return of the Knights as dusk descended. The setting sun bled a crimson hue across the land, mirroring the grim atmosphere of the battlefield. Arthur could scarcely recall how many times he had invoked spells to immobilize his foes, how many enemy soldiers and leaders he had felled, nor how many heads and banners he had severed. He was only aware that he and his silver-armored steed had nearly been stained a shade of pink. His palms numb with exertion, yet the sword of Gryffindor remained pristine, its silver gleam unblemished and devoid of cracks. The cavalrymen surrounding him were all fierce and valiant, roaring as they slashed, hammered, pierced, shot arrows, and fought fiercely, resolutely following Arthur without the slightest inclination to lag behind, rather than fearing death or anything else. They were exhilarated by Arthur's indomitable courage as he led them through the defenses of over 700 men, igniting a fervor within their veins. Each soldier was taut with anticipation, as if possessed by a singular thought: Jorah, the brown bear, the lean monkey. These cavalrymen would rather perish here than withdraw from the battle fought alongside Arthur Avalon. They sensed that this would likely be the most glorious moment of their lives, and should they let it slip away, it would haunt them eternally. This fervent, zealous notion compelled them to follow recklessly, even igniting the steeds beneath them. The horses, sensing the fierce aura emanating from their riders, charged forth like ravenous predators, joining the insatiable onslaught against all obstacles ahead. Their hooves became instruments of destruction. Yet, perhaps these matters were not the crux of the moment. The essence lay in Arthur's gaze, fixated upon the two highest banners he had been watching, which fluttered atop a siege tower 300 yards distant. Resembling two elongated necks peering forth, he dispatched several foes, and, employing the amplification spell, directed his comrades toward the battleground they had resolutely chosen, where the bloodshed would testify to their glory. Within the pendant, the lava dragon egg, shrunk by a close-range shrinkage spell, continued to radiate heat. In fact, that searing warmth had persisted since the onset of battle. Although Arthur could withstand this intensity, the pendant seemed unable to endure, developing faint fissures. Yet, in the heat of the fray, Arthur remained oblivious, never once lowering his gaze. At this moment, the captain clad in white robes and silver armor led his cavalry charge towards the siege tower, leaving behind a long, unhealable wound of blood upon the enemy's battleground. An indescribable terror took root in the hearts of every mercenary who beheld this scene. They could not fathom how fellow mercenaries, driven by the same lust for wealth and willing to die for it, could unleash such a terrifying force. Comrades, both familiar and unfamiliar, fell one after another. Hardly given the chance to unleash their full might, they were simply overwhelmed and reduced to mere remnants. Mercenaries, who lived each day with their lives on the line, possessed a much higher threshold for the fear of death than ordinary men. Yet, upon witnessing the cavalry of the Second Son slaughtering them as if they were but poultry, the psychological defenses they had painstakingly built began to crumble, much like the army's own defenses. Chaos erupted abruptly amidst the haste. Some turned their horses and fled in panic. Others cast down their swords and shields, trembling as they prayed, while a few, seemingly fearless, charged towards the cavalry, only to meet their demise without resistance. The mercenaries flailed about like headless flies, spreading waves of panic, confusion, astonishment, and horror that tore through their own ranks. No matter how the overseers attempted to instill fear or rallied their voices, they could not halt the inevitable collapse. Nor could they conceal the fear gleaming in their eyes and the confusion in their words. In the final 100 yards, Arthur's cavalry miraculously advanced unimpeded, as if a mountain that once stood in their path had suddenly split apart, revealing a wide canyon road. However, soon enough, the canyon road was obstructed by a mass of rocks. The most elite cavalry of Gilrow and Valley were stationed here, unprepared for a forward assault, and they collided head-on with Arthur's cavalry. The leaders of the elite horsemen, despite their inner turmoil, shouted commands, urging their men to charge forth. They had just received orders from Commander Gilrow and Commander Valla to cover their retreat. Arthur's cavalry had arrived too swiftly. By the time Commander Gilrow comprehended the situation and reached a compromise with Commander Valley, Arthur's cavalry had already reached the base of the siege tower. Their only option was to raise flags and sound the horns, urging their elite cavalry to engage the enemy, buying time for their retreat. This moment coincided precisely with the onset of fatigue within Arthur's cavalry. Their fervent spirits had propelled them through the defenses, carving a bloody path. However, they were ultimately flesh and blood, unable to rely solely on spirit to sustain them. Thus, while Arthur's cavalry continued to advance, their pace began to slow. Arthur, wielding sword and sorcery, deftly dispatched several seemingly formidable enemy soldiers, only to realize that the purpose of this cavalry unit was to buy time for the two commanders to retreat. Should Gilo and Wally manage to escape unscathed, the objective of this cavalry would be utterly thwarted. Furthermore, if Gilo and Wally were allowed to regroup and organize a larger force, the situation would drastically change. Arthur resolved to prevent such an eventuality. After eliminating one foe, he invoked the amplification spell to ensure every subordinate could hear his command: Jorah Mormont, follow me to behead the enemy. Brown Bear and Slim Monkey, you shall lead the others to intercept the foes here." The fervent battle cry was met with equally fervent shouts in response. Everyone understood Arthur's aim, and once again, they were ignited with fervor, vociferously shouting back, while mustering every ounce of strength remaining within them. Jorah galloped forth, racing alongside Arthur as they sliced through the elite cavalry before them, charging toward the unobstructed base of the siege tower. Beneath the siege tower, they spotted the unremarkable Gilo and the hawk-nosed Elder Wally, who were being shielded by several mercenary guards as they mounted their horses. Upon seeing Arthur and Jorah barreling toward them unimpeded, panic set in, prompting them to urge their mercenaries to intervene, before hastily turning their horses to flee. In his 40s, Jorah was reminiscent of his past assault on the stronghold of the rebellious Greyjoy family, charging forward with unyielding determination. His sword whirled, claiming a head and severing an arm in its wake. He blocked the guards' positions, creating an unimpeded path for Arthur. Without hesitation, Arthur surged along this route. The advantage of the Dornish warhorse became apparent. Despite their prolonged sprint, the Silver Steed, Silver Knight, swiftly closed the distance to Gilo and Wally. Wally merely turned to glance back when Arthur's blade cleaved through his skull, exposing the neatly severed brain beneath. Gilo heard a peculiar thud as someone fell, accompanied by the rapid approach of hooves, yet he dared not look back, as if doing so would allow the encroaching darkness of night to consume the last vestiges of the twilight. He sprinted ahead, drenched in sweat, until his horse abruptly halted, rigid in place, causing him to be flung forward by inertia. Gilo tumbled to the ground, rolling several times and fracturing several bones, the agony piercing through him. But he had no time to dwell on the pain as he struggled to rise. Yet, when he finally lifted his gaze, he found Arthur astride the silver horse, looking down upon him with an imposing presence, so close, so near. In despair, he opened his mouth wide, but before he could utter a single word, the silver horse reared, and its iron hoof came crashing down upon his forehead. With a sickening sound, Gilo's brain erupted. Simultaneously, the pendant box adorned by Arthur shattered into fragments. A vibrant orange flame erupted from within, staining his armor and that of the silver steed, igniting in a blaze. Chapter 71, The Lame Dragon Bale. The last of the guards tumbled from his mount, writhing in the mud. With a flourish, Jorah deftly severed the man's wrist, observing as he knelt and wept, before plunging the tip of his sword into the man's throat. This act constituted his mercy. In an instant, amidst the cacophony of the battlefield, only this small corner fell silent. Had Arthur caught up with Gilo and Valley? Jorah was astonished to find that he harbored no doubt regarding Arthur's capability, but rather, he was anxious about how long it would take Arthur to return with the enemy's head. Their cavalry unit desperately needed the trophies of Gilo and Valley to validate their glory and achievements, thus shifting the tides of battle. This unwavering conviction was a sensation he had not experienced in quite some time. Likely the last being during his childhood when he listened to his nurse recount tales of the legendary knight Duncan, a member of the royal guard. Arthur resembled that fabled knight, destined to overcome adversity, fulfill his mission, and return triumphantly. After turning 13 and hearing the unembellished accounts of Duncan's true experiences, the dreamlike filter he had once possessed shattered with the pangs of growing up. Yet now, miraculously, it began to piece itself back together, although it resembled a fractured mirror. Riddled with cracks, Jorah felt an instinctive certainty that should he witness something anew, those fissures would vanish entirely. But what was it that he longed to see? Jorah was momentarily bewildered, yet he faintly heard the approach of hoofbeats. Thud, thud. Was Arthur returning? His eyes brightened, and he turned to behold a flickering orange flame on the horizon, as the sun dipped below, yielding to the moon's ascent and the twinkling stars. The flame danced in the fierce wind, and the sparks it cast into the air resembled a mesmerizing swarm of fireflies. Gradually, the fiery orb dissipated with the sound of galloping hooves, revealing Arthur clad in silver armor, astride his steed, Silver Knight. The last vestige of flame drifted away like fallen orange petals. Arthur pushed back his silver falcon helmet, unveiling his handsome visage, framed by dark hair and eyes. The sword of Gryffindor was sheathed at his side, and his shield rested upon his back. The flames above him and Silver Knight seemed less like a blaze and more like an embrace, lingering just out of reach, never truly scorching their garments or fur, before ultimately fading away. Arthur appeared unchanged, yet Jorah was left agog, his eyes wide and mouth agape. What was that? Arthur feigned surprise, then smiled as he extended a finger toward the shoulder guard, only to have it nipped playfully, prompting him to retract his hand with a sigh. It can be a bit mischievous. Upon Arthur's silver shoulder armor rested a diminutive, grotesque creature, no larger than the palm of one's hand. Its body a striking contrast of crimson and obsidian, reminiscent of dormant lava. Its head bore a mouth filled with sharp teeth, and a pair of twisted horns sprouted toward its ears. Spiny protrusions adorned its back, while a plump tail flicked back and forth, rhythmically striking Arthur's armor. Jorah, well educated in the ways of nobility, had begun to surmise the nature of this creature, for it bore an uncanny resemblance to descriptions found within the tomes. A dragon? Could it be a dragon of magic? Arthur nodded, affirming Jorah's thoughts. Indeed, as you observe, it is a dragon of magic, freshly hatched. And it seems fated to be with me. However, this confirmation left Jorah with even greater perplexity. Since the demise of the last dragon over a century ago on the continent of Westeros, the world had not beheld such a creature, and the once mighty Targaryen family, known for their dragon-riding prowess, had fallen into disrepute. The reigning monarch, Aegon III, had even earned the moniker of Dragonbane due to this calamity. How could a dragon, vanished for more than 100 years, now appear upon Arthur's shoulder? Yet what astonished Jorah even more was the condition of this little dragon. It was disabled. The dragon's wings were torn asunder, resembling tattered rags, revealing ghastly, bloodied bone spurs. It had clung to Arthur's shoulder with one of these bony protrusions, and furthermore, its left thigh was grievously shattered, exposing bone. Initially taken aback by the reemergence of a dragon into the world, Jorah subsequently felt a pang of sorrow for its dismal state. A disabled dragon, even if it were to grow, would never soar through the skies. Doomed to crawl upon the earth. What profound tragedy that must be for a creature of magic. Yet Arthur appeared unfazed by this misfortune. Rather, he expressed a slight exhilaration, proclaiming, "I shall name it Balerion." Balerion? Jorah mused, believing he had discerned the origin of the name, attributing it to the fearsome dragon of the conqueror Aegon, the Black Dread. Was it not? Arthur paused for a moment, then gently shook his head, smiling. Let it be so. Long ago, during his studies in magic at Hogwarts, he had pondered the essence of magic itself, even inquiring about it from Headmaster Dumbledore. The headmaster, as was his wont, had merely winked and playfully offered a riddle, gesturing toward Arthur's heart before drifting away. Subsequently, Arthur, melding the knowledge from his readings with his own experiences, arrived at his own understanding. He believed that magic was the fervent desire of the heart to alter reality with the forces of magic, wands, spells, rituals, materials, and magical circles serving as means to deepen one's wishes. The spell Summon Guardian clearly illustrated that a wizard's use of magic entwined with their memories, will, desires, emotions, and various other aspects of the soul. Regardless of the nature of the dark dragon egg and the dragon it could potentially hatch, it followed Arthur into this world, undergoing a forced transformation to adapt to its surroundings. The dragon egg continuously bestowed magical power upon Arthur, while he reciprocated with the essence of his own spirit and will. Their mutual influence led to the deep-seated desire within Arthur for the most powerful and beautiful magical dragon, which became intertwined with the hatching of the egg. In Arthur's memory, the most formidable and exquisite dragon he could recall was none other than the fearsome dragon, Belial, from Elden Ring, which had once left him profoundly awestruck. Furthermore, the enmity between Egan and Belial, phonetically reminiscent of Egan and Balerion, created a fascinating magical connection. As both Elden Ring and A Song of Ice and Fire share the same overarching universe crafted by the same creator. Of course, this small magical dragon was not an exact replica of the true Belial. At the very least, it lacked the two dragon heads of Platon Sanks embedded upon its back. Jorah struggled to comprehend Arthur's intentions. Nevertheless, a dragon is a dragon. Even if it is flawed, it remains a dragon. The cracks in the mirror were gradually healing, evoking within him a rare sense of reverence and aspiration towards Arthur. Before Jorah could inquire about the origins of the magical dragon or the egg itself, Arthur's voice interrupted. We are still on the battlefield. From a bag at the side of his silver steed, Arthur retrieved two severed heads and tossed them to Jorah, who caught them. The damp, sticky sensation filled Jorah's hands, and upon glancing down, he was met with the ghastly sight of the heads of Gilo and Valley. You and the Brown Bear each take one. Ensure that as many mercenaries from the Spear and Iron Shield companies as possible know that their leader is dead. Go forth. This battle is ours. Chapter 72. The Banner of Victory. As Arthur and Jorah returned on horseback, Jorah raised the severed heads of Gilo and Vela, the elite cavalry of the Spear and Iron Shield companies, who remained in this place with a flicker of hope, were utterly shattered. It was as though they witnessed a nightmare born of summer's daylight, materializing in reality. The fear and uncertainty rendered them momentarily dazed, and instinctively, they began to flee. In stark contrast, the members of Arthur's cavalry, upon realizing that they had indeed plunged deeply into the chests of the Spear and Iron Shield companies, piercing their hearts, found their previously waning morale rejuvenated. They fervently shouted Arthur's name while slaughtering the enemy mercenaries who had not yet managed to escape, reveling in the sweetness of victory. Yet, Arthur remained composed, recognizing that their war was not yet concluded. Only by extinguishing the remaining enemies will the fight could they claim a true victory. Thus, he employed the amplification spell to repeat his orders, instructing Jorah and the Brown Bear to take the severed heads of Gilo and Valle to the most intense areas of the battlefield. Jorah and the Brown Bear acknowledged the command and led their respective cavalry units, splitting into two groups to traverse the battlefield, determined to dismantle the enemy's resolve. Arthur dispatched 2 cavalrymen to ascend the heights of the siege tower, where they severed the banners of the Lance and Iron Shield regiments, subsequently hoisting the banner of the Broken Sword contingent aloft. As the tattered flag of the Broken Sword fluttered proudly at the apex of the siege tower, Arthur was employing a healing spell to tend to the injured cavalrymen remaining there. The healing spell was generally effective, saving all but those with grievous wounds. However, it was incapable of reattaching severed limbs or allowing them to regenerate like branches. Nevertheless, Arthur managed to save all those he could, instilling profound gratitude and admiration in the hearts of the cavalry members amidst the fervor of battle. It was at this moment that they first noticed the grotesque creature perched upon Arthur's shoulder. "An evil demon," one mercenary exclaimed. His reaction was understandable, for the visage of the demon dragon Baal resembled certain features of the Dark Goat, an abomination worshipped by the cult of Kohor, which was often regarded as a demonic entity in numerous locales. A lean monkey, remaining nearby, tapped the back of the man's head, silencing him, and then cautiously approached. Despite his trust in Arthur, he could not suppress his trepidation, fearing that Baal might suddenly lunge at him. "Fear not, it is merely a dragon of darkness," Arthur reassured with a smile as he continued his ministrations. "As long as you do not provoke it, it shall not harm you." Though the lean monkey held faith in Arthur, he remained skeptical of the diminutive creature on his shoulder, especially as it bared its teeth and flapped its tattered wings as if ready to take flight. Simultaneously, the doubts that lingered in the hearts of the lean monkey and the surrounding cavalrymen intensified upon hearing Arthur refer to it as a dragon. A dragon? Even those among them who lacked formal education understood that dragons had long been extinct. Some common folk even believed that such creatures had never existed, alleging they were mere fabrications of the aristocracy to validate their noble and pure lineage. Thus, the cavalrymen found themselves witnessing the legendary dragon for the first time. Yet, was it truly a dragon? Had not this race been eradicated? What connection did it have to Captain Arthur? More importantly, the cavalrymen exchanged glances, acutely aware of the unspoken truth. If it was indeed a dragon, it appeared to be a disabled one, seemingly incapable of flight, perhaps possessing combat prowess inferior to that of a lumbering elephant. Was Captain Arthur truly intent on nurturing such a diminutive creature? Sensing the disdain directed at it, Baal, the dragon, emitted a sound akin to a playful snarl, its sword-like bony protrusion clanging against Arthur's armor. Perceiving the creature's discontent, Arthur preemptively offered an explanation. "Perhaps I should refer to it as Little Demon. When the opportunity arises to meet Tyrion of House Lannister, we shall compare who better embodies that moniker. I wager my dragon will prevail." A collective, awkward chuckle emerged from the crowd. They were well aware of the infamous Tyrion, whose legends had traversed from across the narrow sea to reach this place. Many, fixated on his diminutive stature and unsightly visage, asserted that he could not possibly be of the lineage of Tywin Lannister, the Guardian of the West, reveling in idle discussions about the identity of Tyrion's true father for their amusement. Arthur juxtaposed Tyrion with the dragon Balerion before him, intending to lighten the mood, which he succeeded in doing, and continued, "I shall name it Balerion. Trust me, one day when it matures, it will become the most formidable beast, and no enemy shall dare disregard its presence. You will be grateful it stands by your side." Once more, Balerion bared its teeth at the assembly, as if seeking to intimidate them even in its small form. Before they could utter more, a series of thunderous roars erupted from the battlefield, signaling a dramatic shift in the situation. They turned to witness troops of cavalry fleeing in disarray, discarding their pikes and the banners of the Long Spear and Iron Shield companies. It seemed Arthur's cavalry had engaged in a fierce onslaught, slaying commanders, capturing banners, and parading the severed heads of Gilo and Valle through the streets, culminating in a cataclysmic upheaval. The formation of 1,500 cavalry was on the verge of total collapse, as mercenaries bereft of their leaders and sergeants were unwilling to linger any longer. The 700 cavalrymen, entangled in a direct confrontation with the Second Sons Company, were bewildered. How could it be that in the midst of their fervent battle, the enemy had surged through their rear, claiming the life of their commander? Were the 700 behind the mere insects? Yet, the heads brought by Jorah and the bear confirmed the grim reality. The faces of Gilo and Valle were unmistakable, and their commander had indeed been beheaded. The banner fluttering from the siege tower was no longer that of the Long Spear or Iron Shield companies, but rather the broken sword emblem of the Second Sons Company. How could they continue fighting under such circumstances? Everything had come to an end. Thus, the 1,500 cavalrymen galloped in all directions, while the 500 cavalry under the command of the bear, who were beginning to falter, found themselves momentarily dazed at the sight of the enemy retreating like a receding tide, until they beheld the severed heads brought forth by Jorah and the bear. Joy erupted among the ranks of the bear, Caspero, and Ahan. They had not anticipated that this audacious stratagem would bear fruit so swiftly. Gyler and Valley had truly met their demise at the hands of Arthur's cavalry. Consequently, the bear promptly declared that the Second Sons Company would pursue the fleeing foes, ensuring they claimed all the remnants left on the battlefield: arms, armor, steeds, trebuchets, and siege towers. He had wagered and won. And now it was time to relish the spoils of victory. Chapter 73. A new legend added to the role of the renowned in the vastness of the night. With the crescent moon hanging high, bonfires blazed throughout the camp of the Second Sons Company, amidst a cacophony of voices. One broken trebuchet stood as a testament to the chaos of battle. Outside the tent stood a long table, adorned with flickering candlelight. The bald clerk, known as Inkpot, glanced up at the colossal wooden contraption looming in the darkness, murmuring to himself as he meticulously recorded details in his ledger with a quill. Mercenaries continuously brought forth weapons, armor, horses, and other spoils from the battlefield, presenting them before Inkpot, who diligently catalogued the items. In this war, the treasurer, Inkpot, played a rather inconspicuous role. Clad in armor and charging forth on horseback, he had already envisioned the grim outcome while clashing with the mercenaries of the Spear and Iron Shield companies. It must be noted that even before the battle commenced, he felt an ominous sense that victory was unattainable, yet he could not dissuade the resolute Brown, Arthur, and Caspero from their determination. Unexpectedly, the scales of war tipped rapidly in favor of the Second Sons, leaving him, who initially advocated for retreat, in a rather awkward position. It was only later that he learned Captain Arthur had indeed led a cavalry charge, piercing the enemy lines and publicly decapitating Captain Gilo and Captain Valley. Such feats were nothing short of legendary. After feeling the sting of embarrassment and shame, Inkpot began to contemplate what further entries should grace the page dedicated to Arthur Avalon in the Second Sons roster. Arthur had slain Captain Gilo of the Spear Company and Captain Valley of the Iron Shield Company in the disputed territory. When reviewing his accomplishments, it was astonishing to realize that within a mere 6 months, he had dispatched 4 mercenary captains, all in the heat of battle, a feat that seemed almost unbelievable. Yet, the truth remained undeniable. Inkpot recognized that he had witnessed the birth of a legendary figure, living and breathing beside him. Perhaps his previous perceptions and hopes concerning Arthur had not been sufficiently profound. However, what truly astonished him was the grotesque little creature that Arthur returned with after the war. A dragon, a monster not seen in over a century, which Arthur claimed to have acquired, left one in disbelief. Nevertheless, given the plethora of bewildering events surrounding Arthur, Inkpot was reluctant to leap to conclusions and was already pondering how to describe this episode in the roster. Perhaps it should read, Arthur, in the disputed territory, magically hatched the dragon Baelor. The roster of the Second Sons always conveyed information succinctly. Yet future generations would understand that within these concise entries lay an immeasurable depth of meaning. Inkpot's task was to compile such a document. He lifted his gaze to observe another mercenary presenting an item, murmuring as he continued to write in the ledger, another piece of slightly damaged full armor. Subsequently, he contemplated the possibility that if the dragon truly matured into the legendary beast, and Arthur was able to master it, what a sight that would be. Crossing over to the far side of the camp, where the lookout tower had been shattered by a trebuchet before dusk, one could see that Arthur's cavalry encampment had been encircled, leaving no room for escape. The mercenaries who had heard the news stretched their necks and stood on tiptoe, peering deeper into the crowd. Their chatter was incessant. Arthur did not disappoint them. He sat nonchalantly atop a flat log, roasting a piece of meat over the fire before him, which he then offered to the dragon whelp, Baelor, resting on his shoulder. The dragon clamped its sharp teeth onto one side of the meat, tearing off a large chunk with force before tilting its neck back to swallow. This was Arthur's way of nurturing a bond with the newborn creature. The onlookers were both astonished and intrigued, particularly those who could observe up close. Bronben, Casparo, Ahan, Jorah, the brown bear, and the lean monkey all gathered around the campfire. As for the blacksmith, upon glimpsing Baelor on Arthur's shoulder, he instinctively believed he had drunk too much and had retreated to his tent for rest. Is this truly a dragon? Bronben stared in disbelief at the deformed dragon, exclaiming, Arthur, how did you come by such a creature? Casparo, stroking his pointed beard and raising an eyebrow, remarked, "You cannot possibly be a descendant of House Targaryen, can you? Your demeanor, your sword, they are far beyond what one might expect of a mere mercenary." Jorah's eyelids twitched in agitation. He had heard that the only living descendants of House Targaryen were Viserys and Daenerys, wandering the continent of Essos, and had never encountered the name Arthur before. Unless he were a bastard of the Targaryens, perhaps from the Blackfyre lineage. Many claimed that Blackfyre, who perished in the War of the Ninepenny Kings, was the last of his line. But who could say? Perhaps Blackfyre would reignite in some hidden corner and had even discovered the means to hatch dragon eggs and tame dragons. Yet Arthur shook his head, dismissing their speculations. "I have no blood ties to House Targaryen," he asserted, unwilling to bear their label. "What I can share is that I acquired a dragon egg and used magic to bring it to life." The crowd, upon hearing this, recognized that Arthur was concealing much in a blend of truth and falsehood, yet upon reflection, they considered that he might indeed speak the truth. Having accepted Arthur as a sorcerer, they readily embraced the notion that he could accomplish feats beyond the comprehension of ordinary men, including hatching dragon eggs and taming dragons. Observing Baelor's condition, its wings torn, a substantial portion of its left thigh missing, and born into such disability, suggested that perhaps Arthur's magic had exacted a toll for the life that should not have been. Arthur need not elaborate. A mere suggestive nod would suffice, allowing rumors and conjecture to weave the remaining fabric of his tale. Kasparo chuckled, "You were truly formidable. Today, you led the cavalry deep into enemy lines, slaying Gilo and Valley, undoubtedly securing our victory in this war. And now you have a dragon." Bohan came forth to express his gratitude, for Arthur's actions against Gilo and Valley avenged the losses of his soldiers and cavalry. The brown-skinned man smiled cheerfully and remarked, "It is a pity that this evening is filled with numerous affairs, rendering it unsuitable to hold a victory banquet. Otherwise, we would certainly celebrate your remarkable achievements alongside your cavalry." Arthur gestured toward his nearly unscathed form, with only a few minor abrasions, and replied calmly, "It is not solely my merit. Were it not for the valiant efforts of my cavalry, I could never have single-handedly charged before Gilo and Valley. Nor could I have returned unscathed." With a sense of pride, Jorah, the brown bear, the lean monkey, and the surviving cavalrymen instinctively straightened their postures, smiling in response to the admiring gazes of the other mercenaries. They felt a profound transformation within themselves, under Arthur's command. They were no longer the lethargic mercenaries of yore, but had evolved into something akin to a chivalric order. The exhilarating sensation of thundering hooves and unstoppable momentum was utterly enchanting, a memory they would perhaps cherish forever, imbued with a sense of grandeur and pride.